Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4 Seconds. Chapter 82 Arriving at the Desert Kingdom. Although the name of the deep sea demon is very famous, but the opponent is a Logia ability user who has been famous for a long time. Vivi spread her hands and said in a helpless tone, but it was only natural, after all, she was not born when Han Yan became famous. And even though I grew up listening to the stories of deep sea demons, I never really understood them. It seems that you still don't understand the meaning of the word, Neptune. Robin sighed, shook his head, and immediately felt better. Seeing Vivi's hesitant expression, he smiled lightly. What's the meaning? Vivi was taken aback for a moment, showing a respectful look. This matter started more than 10 years ago, and I was only in my teens at that time. The corner of Robin's mouth curved into a charming arc, and then he slowly narrated. An marine admiral fights, kidnaps celestial dragons and extorts 10 billion berry, and becomes a terrible monster in Calm Belt. Later, he ruled the Fishman Island, and even the Redhead, one of the 4 emperors at that time, was in a dilemma and finally bowed his head to compromise. Until later, there was a conflict with the Whitebeard 05 pirate group due to territorial reasons. The Sea Emperor took the Calm Belt Super Sea Kings to New World and almost destroyed the ship of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. At that time, he became famous in the first battle and became famous throughout the sea. It's just that I don't know what happened later. Someone saw a monster with wings flying across the sky on Guy Island, and then the Sea Emperor disappeared for more than 10 years. Until the news you heard later, it's just a small move by the Sea Emperor in this world. So, do you understand why I chose to surrender instead of running away? It's really scary. Vivi forced a smile. Now she is not worried about the battle of the people, but worried about whether the Emperor of the Sea will rise up and eat all the people. Thinking of this, Vivi felt a burst of despair, but she also asked in confusion, however, how do you know so much about the Sea Emperor? It's not that I understand, but that in the middle of the Grand Line, even in the New World, there is no one who doesn't know about the Sea Emperor's deeds. Relatively speaking, the first half of the Grand Line seems to be ignorant. After all, Robin is a person who has experienced big storms, and her experience and insight are far superior to those of Vivi, who knows how many times. At this time, a warship is gradually sailing in the sea area of Alabasta. Unlike in the original book, Smoker did not come, but Marine, who was at the same time as him, came. Oh, Hina is so wrong, why is she in charge of working near Alabasta? One is a beautiful woman with long hair parted in the middle of light pink and purple lenses on her head, pouting, lying on the railing of the warship and looking at the sea. She raised her gloved hand to cover the harsh sunlight, then tossed off her rose-red professional attire and Marine's cape of justice and said somewhat depressedly. A few days ago, a call from Marine Marshal Sengoku kept her busy. According to the intelligence, the next destination of the Neptune Han Yan should pass by or land in Alabasta, and Hina naturally became the person in charge of the Marine who contacted the Neptune. Of course, the Neptune is moody. Although it is said to have human wisdom, only 2 admirals, Shinji and Kizaru, have actually seen it. The rest of the miscellaneous soldiers were either dead or terrified. How can I still remember the characteristics of Han Yan, let alone the 2 admirals of Shinji and Kizaru who belonged to Neptune more than 10 years ago? Hina is so sad, she has to come into contact with that big monster. What if she gets eaten? Hina is still young. Ying Ying Ka tilde operator. Report. Colonel Hina, your call. Suddenly, a young man Marine shyly handed over a phone bug. Really? Disturb Hina's mood. The beauty Marine sighed, then picked up the phone, and said, hey, who is it? Young Admiral, you also want to come, good work. When she learned that Admiral Shinji would cooperate with her to contact Neptune, Hina's depressed mood suddenly gained confidence, and the cloud in her heart also quietly dissipated. It's just, what is the purpose of Neptune's coming here? And what is Crocodile's intention? What was it about the country of Alabasta that attracted him? Considering that Alabasta is in civil strife, and Crocodile has been there since the civil strife started. Hina suddenly fell into a state of Lenovo. The gaze returns to Han Yan's side. Boom. The dragon wings vibrated up and down in the sky, and soon a desert-like country came into Han Yan's eyes. The Desert Kingdom, Alabasta, has arrived. Through the gap between the dragon's claws, the little girl Miss Golden Week stood up immediately, and said with joy, Master Han Yan, just descend there. I will go to the 830 Baroque Work Agency to explain the situation to my sisters. After a while, we will meet you again in the small town near the capital of Alabasta. The girl pointed to the coast of Alabasta, the Desert Kingdom. There were a lot of pedestrians at this time, and if Han Yan came rashly, it would definitely cause a sensation. Thinking of this, the girl explained her intentions and asked Han Yan to take her to a nearby area. The scorching sun is in the sky, the wind is howling, and the dust and sand are whistling in the sky during the period. The desert is showing its arrogance at this time. And soon, in this uninhabited area, the shadow covered the sky above the desert, and a terrifying black dragon came crashing down, setting off a large swath of wind and sand, causing the surrounding flame-like gas to surge. Hailong slightly bent his body, put down the lowly Golden Week in his hand, and then looked at her leaving back and said, you only have one chance. If those people are unwilling to submit, don't blame me for being rude. In addition, if when you meet Crocodile, you'd better not get into an argument with that guy. After all, I'm not here, and your fighting power is almost zero. Turning around, Han Yan walked towards the depths of the desert without waiting for the girl to speak. Chapter 83 Deserts in the Desert. Looking at this desolate and monotonous scenery, the freshness of seeing the desert at the beginning has long since disappeared. The surrounding scorching temperature was just right for Deathwing's living environment. No matter how harsh the climate was, to the Black Dragon, it was as comfortable as an air-conditioned greenhouse. But for Lei Wonglong, the ocean form, it's just terrible. A place without water is a bad place. The vitality of the surrounding life is very strong. In the desert storm, a tall black shadow gradually approached. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a terrifying giant dragon. Han Yan stared at the surrounding area where the wind and sand were messy. He carefully perceived it, and suddenly the electric waves like ultrasonic waves enveloped a large area. In the desert, out of the desert, cities in the desert, etc. are all included. In this world, there are mainly islands, except for the Terracotta continent, there are no other continents. But the more sea areas, the more islands. The area of the four seas is much larger than the Grand Line, but it is not as dangerous as the Grand Line. In this world with billions of people, the life activity of this Alabasta alone is densely presented on the radio waves, and the heat-sensitive red glowing object keeps echoing in Han Yan's mind, causing him headaches. Interesting. Not only humans, but also many monsters in the desert. Birds that appear from time to time in the desert rocks, many giant lizards hidden under the sand. There are also huge moving crabs, various cacti and other creatures. Although the desert occupies the majority, the creatures in it cannot be said to be few. The sand is very dry and doesn't contain a trace of moisture. The air is also very hot, like a burning flame. This place is weird. It's really weird. Han Yan looked at the surrounding desert suspiciously, saying that it is impossible for the desert to dry like this. There is a sea area around, and there will be clouds no matter what, but this kind of dry place like a Kong is simply a ghost. No matter how typical the tropical desert climate is, even if it is hot and dry, there will be a tiny amount of moisture. Although in some years there is no rain throughout the year, and where there is rain, the rain evaporates into the atmosphere before it hits the ground, but even the atmosphere does not contain water, so it is no wonder that Han Yan is surprised. Subconsciously, this gigantic monster towering over a corner of the desert raised Haki's head and looked directly at the direction of the sky. Ah, the weather is really nice. There is no cloud in the sky, and there is no sign of rain at all. Han Yan suspects that he has entered a fake desert, a completely unscientific desert. He is very sensitive to moisture and air. Although the surrounding environment does not make him feel uncomfortable, this strange feeling is very unusual. As if the sand would absorb water, the sandstorms rolled up from time to time ran rampant in the desert like desert devils. Sand, lifting the dragon tail buried in the desert, swept it around. The tip of the tail pierced the heart of a giant lizard without eyes like a sharp blade, then picked it up and threw it into the air. Swallow it in one gulp. I understand. After crunching and eating the giant lizard, Han Yan suddenly came to his senses. Sand crocodile. Suddenly he heard the ability of the sand crocodile when he was watching anime in his previous life, the sand fruit ability user. But, the Neptune Dragon Club. It is a creature with full water attributes, using the fruit to suck, and then set off a tsunami tornado, and the problem of rain is too simple. This difficulty is due to Vivi's trick, not only to get rid of crocodile, but also to help the people stop disputes. What he said in the treaty with Vivi is to help the people of Alabasta through the difficult times. It is very simple to solve people's disputes. If you directly surpass Conqueror's Longway, even 10 million people will be instantly killed. Han Yan is not worried about this problem, what he considers is how to solve the problem of restraining more beliefs. I have to say, Alabasta has no water, no trees, and the weather is still so hot, but the taste of this lizard is just right. It's really delicious. The Santadora lizard is a giant lizard. Usually two hunt together. Because of its huge size, fangs and sharp claws, it is at the top of the Alabasta desert food chain. After Han Yan had just eaten one, he found a second lurking giant lizard less than 500 meters away. After learning the most fundamental reason, Han Yan had a plan for it. Well done. Immediately, Han Yan didn't care about the rain, his eyes lit up, and he spread his breath around, looking for refreshments in the desert. The important thing is, congratulations on devouring the saint. Dora lizard. Get 100 HP points. Fire attribute value increased by 0.01 points. After chewing a few times, Han Shi stopped thinking. Instead, his eyes shone brightly. Among them, one of the characteristics of sand fruit is that it can absorb the water of the living things or objects in contact with it, dry the water in the rock or soil to turn it back into sand, or absorb the groundwater of the desert to form quicksand, etc. Gather sand in your hand to create a sandstorm. Faith is a good thing. Sky Island, Dragon Island, the Fishman Island, Nine Snake Island. The foreshadowing of these islands is not random digging. The belief will be explained later, and it can be understood as the summary of the evolution of the bloodline above the gods and beasts. The higher the faith value, in a sense, the more things Han Yan plundered. P.S. In fact, the author of the spoiler really does not want to reveal the plot. Calling the wind and rain, Deathwing will not, but will split the earth, spread flames, and turn the desert into a scorching death country. It's no wonder the kingdom is in chaos. No wonder the surrounding air is so dry. With almost zero humidity, let alone rain. Even the cumulus clouds in the sky must have been swept away by the sandstorm. However, if you want to gain the faith of 10 million people, you can't rely on force alone. When I use the extremely keen senses of creatures to detect, this relatively difficult problem is immediately solved. Chapter 84 The Sand Crocodile at the Rain Banquet. Staring at the lizard lurking in the desert, revealing a pair of big gray and yellow eyes carefully looking around. But soon, a terrifying aura enveloped it, and a trace of panic flashed in its ferocious eyes, before it had time to run away. Immediately, a terrifying suction force came from the huge black dragon's mouth, and there was a riot in the desert. Soon, the giant lizard with a size of 30 to 40 meters was sucked by Han Yan with trembling limbs. Holding this little guy, I didn't even have to give it time to be afraid, and directly broke its courage with a murderous look, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Compared to lunchtime Han Yan on this side, Alabasta on the other side. This is Narohara in Alabasta, a relatively prosperous small town on the edge of the kingdom. After getting off the boat, Robin bid farewell to Vivi and went to the interior of Baroque Work Agency alone. And Vivi, Ikaram, and Kalu, the fast-running ducks, came to this small town for supplies. Of course, since Luffy and others in the original book were gone, they, the Alabasta natives of Ikuta, were quite right. It's familiar here. In order not to attract the attention of the enemy, let's go buy some inconspicuous clothes first. After all, we are going to go to the desert, so it's not okay to dress like this. 540. Ikaram thought about it. Well, then I'll go with you. But what we're going to is. As Vivi spoke, she stopped suddenly. Soon she saw a group of Marines coming ashore from the side of the coast, and then gradually entered the town led by a beautiful female Marine. Marine, what are they doing here? It seems that there are no pirates around here. I don't know, it should have nothing to do with us. After all, we are not pirates. Besides, as long as we are not members of the Baroque Work Agency. This time we have to go to the base of the rebel army first. There is an oasis called Yuba in the northwest of the city, which is the base of the rebel army. Vivi wants to go there this time to stop the riot. Thinking about the country, Vivi became sad again, and looked a little dazed. Even if Crocodile is killed by Lord Sea Emperor, the hundreds of thousands of rebels can't ignore it. Ikaram nodded sadly, and then continued, Your Highness, this trip will not go smoothly, maybe there will be spies from the Baroque works there. With our strength. Of course, Vivi and Ikaram didn't know that. Along the way, the so-called desert monsters fell into the belly of a more terrifying monster one by one. Only some weak little ones were not eaten, but that was only a few, not much. At this time, the city located on the west bank of the Santo River. Alabasta, Rain Feast. This is a city that never lacks in rain, and it is also the home of the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. If you just look at the surface, it seems that you will be deceived by the bustling and lively scene, but in fact, except for this place, rebellion wars have been set off in all parts of Alabasta. Here, Crocodile's prestige has gradually surpassed that of the king of this country, and he is a hero in the eyes of countless citizens, and he is also the most respected person by the rebel army. The status in Alabasta has reached a very high position, and in a luxurious place in the Rain Banquet, that is, in the basement of the casino opened by Crocodile. All dead, Crocodile was smoking a cigar, looking at the information in his hand expressionlessly. A cold voice came out of his mouth, and he was frowning at this moment, with the scar on his face looking extremely hideous and terrifying. The news came from the unlucky combination AFCJ, Straw Hat Crew lost the 2 guys Miss Valentine, and M3 and Miss Golden Week on Little Garden Island disappeared. Do you know something? As if smelling a dangerous breath, the sand crocodile took a cigar in its mouth, and then exhaled a smoke ring. He squinted at Robin, who was reading a book, and asked. Who knows, maybe it might be eaten by something. Robin, who was reading a book at the side, smiled lightly, not sure if he was telling the truth or laughing at something. Recently, a guy did come to the Grand Line. Crocodile bent his fingers, picked up a newspaper with a scary dragon on the table, stared at the description on it, and said, The Sea Emperor, a terrible monster. I just don't know if it is as powerful as the rumors say. After all, the guy who fought Whitebeard. Mentioning Whitebeard, Crocodile felt the scar on his face ache, and he almost bit off the cigar at the same time. Haha, really? Robin was not affected by Crocodile's words at all, instead he still smiled and looked down at his books. You. Crocodile looked at Robin, then at the information in his hand, his eyes flickered fiercely, and he asked, are you hiding something from me? Why, what else can I hide from you? Robin's expression remained unchanged, and the mask, called a smile, was perfectly embedded on his face. With a cold snort, Crocodile narrowed his eyes again, like a crocodile in a hunting state. If Robin was not needed to decipher Pluton's location, Crocodile would not have tolerated her existence long ago. Suddenly, a phone buzzed. Hey, Crocodile glanced at the phone bug, then sat down in the leather chair and crossed his legs to answer the call. His face changed slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. What's the matter? Robin asked after Sand Alligator put down the phone. Miss Golden Week is back, and there is. Crocodile continued with a blank face. Marine Admiral, here you come. P.S. In fact, the behavior of the protagonist is similar to that of Kaido in 4 Emperors. There are no rules at all, and things are done entirely by mood. Chapter 85 Legend in the Desert. The princess looking for the dragon. Quote ? Quote. Hearing this name, Robin's body trembled slightly, but she quickly covered up the panic in her heart. Don't worry, marine hypocrites will not care about Alabasta's affairs. Because, I am Shichibukai. The sand crocodile grinned, and then a fierce light flashed in his eyes. That little girl Vivi, did you get rid of it, haven't you? I'm afraid not, but things have come to this point, do you still think she can turn things around? Robin's expression remained unchanged, and there was a trace of deep meaning in his eyes, and he asked. Come back, she has no hope. However, I like not to give the enemy any chance, even if it's just a little girl. It's really cruel, it's worthy of being called a sand crocodile. Robin smiled lightly, and wondered in his heart, who is more cruel than the sand crocodile and the evil dragon. Although the sand crocodile is not a real crocodile, it is no less dangerous than a crocodile. However, this crocodile probably doesn't know that his enemy is a giant dragon. Due to the urgency of Alabasta, Vivi and his team did not delay at all, and drove Karoo all the way to Yuba's location in less than 4 days. How big is Alabasta? Simply put, the distance between the town and Rain Banquet is a long way. It will take at least 1 or 2 days, provided that you ride a super horsepower duck. It takes at least a week to walk from the Rain Banquet to Albana, and there is only 1 duck and a camel you bought in the case of. Vivi came to Yuba at a very fast speed. How so? It was dark, with sand and storms flying all over the sky. Vivi took 2 steps forward as if he had lost his soul. His face was full of disbelief. The oasis was swallowed by the desert. Quote, His Royal Highness, let's ask the people in the village. Following the source of the sound, the kingdom guard found a thin old man wearing local clothes. At this time, the old man was holding the digging shovel with his back to the 2 of them, digging the sand one by one. Hi everybody. While shoveling gravel, the figure turned his head and looked at the crowd, revealing a dirty and emaciated old man's face. After seeing Vivi's impatient face, he suddenly realized, You are here to find a hotel, but I'm sorry, this city has been a little deserted, but it's okay to rest. There are still some houses here that have not been attacked by the wind and sand, you can stay. Excuse me. Vivi shook his head in a trance, and then asked tentatively, I heard that there are rebels here. Don't get me wrong, we are not joining the rebels, but intercepting them. Hearing this, the old man suddenly frowned, but soon showed an understanding expression. Sorry, those bastards are gone. Long gone from this city. What? How did this happen? Where did they go? Vivi's face turned pale, and she wasn't here, so they came here for nothing. Not long ago, this city was hit by sandstorms, but this is not the first time. 3 years ago, the sand exposed to the sun was too dry, and this city was often hit by sandstorms, and the city was also bit by bit buried. The oasis in the past has become the miserable state it is today. Of course, the rebel army cannot fight a protracted war in this city where supplies cannot be circulated, so they moved their base to Katria. It seems to be explaining, but also like complaining. But soon, the old man looked at the wind and sand in the sky with a strange expression. Kathria, Vivi murmured in a daze. What are we going to do next? Are we going back to Katria? Ikaram on the side was also full of disappointment and anger. He said, We will definitely stop the rebellion. Cross the river, then go straight to Katria. Although the time is a bit tight, if there are monsters for transportation, there may be some hope. Vivi bit her lip, and said wolfishly, I advise you to give up. Speaking of monsters, there actually came a few days ago. 0. Ask for flowers. Vivi was taken aback for a moment, then listened to the old man coming slowly. A few days ago, the sandstorm was not as big as it is now. It was quite a lot. At that time, I was still digging a well, and I heard a frightening roar from afar. It looks like a desert Shinigami. Guess what I saw in the shadow of that sandstorm? What is it? Vivi asked subconsciously. It's a dragon. There was a gleam of fear in the old man's eyes, and he continued, a huge black dragon, as tall as the sky. I suspected that it was the legendary dragon. Later, I thought it was because I was dazzled. But 2 nights ago, I saw a terrible shadow flying across the sky, so I am even more convinced that the monster exists. Vivi and Ikaram were taken aback for a moment, then looked at each other, showing a look of joy or excitement. Alabasta, there is hope. Vivi was almost crying with excitement. She was 100% sure that the monster the old man mentioned was Han Yan, the Emperor of the Sea. It was as tall as the sky, and it was a giant black dragon, and it looked like a legendary dragon. It is clearly the Emperor of the Sea. Old man, can you tell me where that monster last appeared? Vivi stepped forward quickly, and asked sincerely. Hey, let me tell you, don't be overthinking it. That monster is very scary. Hearing what the girl said, the old man couldn't bear to say, although the country is very unstable, don't do stupid things. It's not stupid. Please tell me, the direction where the magic dragon disappeared. Alas, seemingly moved by the girl's sincerity, the old man shook his head slightly and sighed, pointing in a direction and saying, that's where the dragon flew to last time. Yuyan and Juba Junction, that's where Sake Ryu last appeared. Chapter 86, The Giant Dragon in the Sleeping Desert. P.S. Button the skirt. Discuss the plot, and if you have a good suggestion, you can go in. If it is good, you can accept it. There is no one for the new skirt, so come and manage it. Juba, there, that's where the magic dragon last appeared. Where is it? Thank you. If you don't dislike it, please accept this bottle of water. Although it's not much, I got it after a lot of hard work. This is authentic Juba water. The old man stretched out his hands tremblingly. Send a keg to Vivi. How can this be? Accept it, this is the best I can do. Although the old man objected to Vivi's going to the devil again and again, it didn't work. It was almost dark on July 20th, so the two travelers didn't compromise. He didn't choose to sleep peacefully in the hotel, but set off at night to find the so-called desert devil. Not only the old man, but even Ikaram looked sad. These days they were sleeping in the wild outdoors, even if they didn't feel tired when walking, they were still physically exhausted. It must be a happy thing if you can rest for a night. But Vivi didn't do it. She chose to go forward, to find the dragon. It's not that Karam didn't persuade, but it was all interrupted by the princess saying, if the dragon leaves, what should the country do? Who will defeat the sand crocodile? Yes. What's the point of resting for a night if the country can't be saved? Your Highness. Ikaram wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes, looking at this girl who was naughty when she was a child, like a boy, but now she is a qualified princess. For the sake of the people alone, this difficult journey. Even Ikaram felt aggrieved and unfair because of her. The wind and sand were getting bigger and bigger. Lifting the sunken feet, Vivi squinted her eyes and blocked the front with her hands. Enduring the chapped corners of her mouth due to lack of water, she bit her lip slightly and patted Karu's back. Karu, if you are tired, take a rest first. There is still a little water to drink. His Royal Highness, it's almost time. We have been walking all night, you should rest too. Ikaram shook his head and sighed. No, I can feel the breath of that big guy. Look, over there. Vivi shook his head, then pointed to a deep depression that had not been filled by the wind and sand, and said that there was a mark similar to a monster's eye claw. Princess. Ikaram nodded bitterly, but he didn't say a word. The size of the paw print alone, that means that every step the magic dragon takes is equivalent to a distance of hundreds of meters. At this time, it may have arrived at the rain feast. Ikaram, come and see. Over there. Suddenly, Vivi yelled in surprise, and then pulled Ikaram to stand on a certain sand dune and looked into the distance. In the environment full of scars and almost cut off by the wind and sand, a shadow like a dark red hill lay resting on the ground. That is, Ikaram's pupils shrank. He didn't expect it to be a giant dragon. This was the first time he saw the legendary Sea Emperor. Even though he was watching from a distance, his sleeping body was like a wild beast, which made people fear stop. Master Han Yan. Tears of joy flashed from the corners of Vivi's eyes, then he put his hands to his mouth and shouted through the loudspeaker, finally, I finally found you. Master Neptune. Soon. With Vivi's nod, Ikaram also tremblingly came to the sleeping monster. The two looked up at this huge monster. The noble and Haki head was lying on the front paws, the pair of closed longan eyes and the nostrils breathing frequently. The exhaled hot breath made the two of them couldn't help stepping back, don't dare to approach. And on the body of the black dragon, it is like the red light in the dark night, it is the light of the flowing magma, blood. Even if it is sleeping, it can't cover the body of that terrifying power. Mr. Han Yan. Seeing that the black dragon hadn't moved, Vivi hastily called out again. Why are you shouting? If you don't sleep in the middle of the night, why are you howling? The giant dragon was still sleeping deeply, but the thick sound came out from its throat, making the surrounding air tremble. Vivi's eyelids trembled, as if taken aback. She hurriedly said, But you promised me. I know. As if answering the other party, the black dragon slowly opened half of the dark golden dragon eyes, squinted at the two standing beside him, and said, If there is anything else, we will talk about it tomorrow, don't disturb my sleep. Due to eating a lot in the past few days, Han Yan needs to concentrate on consumption and purification. Fully absorb the excess and overflowing energy, and the body that glows with the frequency of his breathing just shows that he needs to rest carefully now. Quote. Vivi blinked her eyes in astonishment, and soon found that the giant dragon fell asleep again. Immediately nodded a little slumped, and had no choice but to pitch a temporary tent here to sleep. This night, I had a very warm time. After leaving the journey for a short time and found the backer 4.8, I was relieved physically and mentally. At this time, I found the partner with the strange temper. After the recognition of the giant dragon, Vivi was relieved quite a few. I finally had a good night's sleep. For this physically and mentally exhausted girl, it is also a happy thing. The next day, I just woke up in the morning. Vivi saw the sleeping body of the giant dragon, but as the sky lit up, she also had a clear view of the huge monster's appearance. The dark and dazzling scales shone like diamonds in the sunlight, and the dark red flowing light was like magma under the skin. Compared with this big guy, Vivi felt that he was not even as big as one of its teeth, and such a giant dragon would probably make the ground tremble if it turned over. Chapter 87 Rain Banquet Casino. So big. Vivi opened her upper lip lightly, then opened her mouth wide open, staring blankly at the terrifying monster that inhabited here. With the unknown flame-like gas looming on his body, the surrounding wind and sand couldn't even get close. And with the giant dragon lying here, even the air stagnates. Who? The dull breathing sound broke, and the black dragon finally slowly opened his dark golden cold pupils, his eyes rolled, and he quickly set his sights on the girl in front of him. Little guy, what's the matter in such a hurry to find me? Han Yan doesn't think he's big at all. If one day he develops to a terrifyingly large size, he can just eat a small fruit at that time. Mr. Han Yan. Vivi plucked up his courage, walked forward, then raised his head and said, If I remember correctly, our agreement is that you help me solve the troubles of all 05 Bastion, right? And the steel and territory you promised me. Vivi was taken aback, and hurriedly said, What territory? I never said such a thing. Really? Han Yan didn't explain, but asked instead, Then tell me, how do you want me to help you? Huh, Vivi looked surprised, thought for a while and said, you take me to stop the rebel army. Okay, but what are you going to do with the Shichibukai sand crocodile? Suddenly, Vivi was taken aback by the question. Yes, even if the rebel army was rehabilitated. But Shichibukai crocodile will definitely make trouble in the dark. At that time, is it necessary for Han Yan to solve him? Yes, but will the people misunderstand and think that this is the invasion of the magic dragon? I only agree to 2 conditions. I have thought about it myself. My time is limited. If you raise the 3rd condition, you must use the corresponding wealth to weigh the emperor. The black dragon lay on the ground expressionlessly, and then slowly closed his lazy eyes. 2 conditions to expose Crocodile's conspiracy and counteract the rebel army, that's enough. I just need these 2 conditions, and let me figure out the rest. Yes, hearing this, she stepped back behind Princess Vivi. The aura of the sleeping dragon suddenly changed, and a terrifying coercion spread to the surroundings, causing the surrounding wind and sand to form circles of frightening scars. The dark golden eyes of the black dragon Haki suddenly opened. Then it raised its head to the sky and roared, and soon, it looked down at the little guy again. Mr. Han Yan. Vivi had an apology on his face. Are you trying to? As long as you eat the crocodile, the problem will be solved. As for the rebels and the people, let them all fall down, that's it. Vivi stared at the black dragon's giant claws with big round eyes, then raised her head dully. As long as you don't hurt innocent people, everything is up to your arrangement. Very good, you are very witty, but, if there is a change, the stakes may be much higher. Spit out a scorching dragon's breath, melting the surrounding sand directly. The flame with a temperature of more than 2000 degrees raised the surrounding temperature by more than several degrees. In a sense, the ultra-high temperature flame is also the nemesis of sand. Holding the girl's delicate body in one hand, Han Yan's gaze was placed deep in the desert, in the direction of the rain banquet. Then there was a strong wind, and the sand and stones flew away, leaving Ekolem with 10 faces in a daze, a Karuming and a camel lying on the ground. Alabasta, gambling holy land, rain feast. At this time, Hina, who was in the mood to play, didn't care who the people around her were. She looked at the 2 rows of high stacks of chips in front of her with great interest, and then waved her hand and said loudly, small it all for me. Above the sky, Vivi finally realized how terrifying the flying speed of the dragon was. Originally, it would take a few days to travel, even riding a fast duck would take 5 or 6 hours. However, under the wings of the magic dragon, the oasis-like area of Yuyan could be faintly seen in less than 10 minutes. Let's go, my little guest. As the first person to make a deal with me, I will give you some special treatment. In front of a huge gambling table, it is the complete opposite of the misfit gamblers around. A beautiful woman with light pink hair parted in the middle and a pair of purple lens sunglasses on her head slapped the table with one hand, then rolled the dice, and as expected, she won again. Okay. Han Yan patted the huge dragon wings, and then the whole dragon body floated into the air. Surprised by Vivi, her body gradually floated up, and then rose towards a thick and sharp dragon claw in the air. An executive from a casino wiped the sweat from his brow and said in a low voice, Ma'am, do you want to continue? Go down, the person you want to deal with, Shuluo Shudar is there. I said, you've got everything under control, but I haven't found that you have the talent in this area yet. Beside the table, a tall man in a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt blinked, and then yawned boredly. He said indifferently to the beautiful woman sitting beside him, but he didn't realize that this normally carefree woman was really good at gambling. What, another win? I won. Ekolem was talking to himself, then patted his forehead, and suddenly came back to his senses. Quickly took the ducks and camels and ran towards the rain banquet. Han Yan said that he would give his guests preferential treatment, but Ikaram is not a guest. At most, it can be regarded as the luggage of the guests. The princess was captured by the dragon. Han Yan said something, and then the dark dragon wings retracted, folded and placed on the dragon's back, and then the whole body swooped headfirst. 663 at this time, in the casino of Yuyan. You do not understand. Chapter 88, An Unexpected Meeting. Marine Admiral, squeezed them all down. Seeing the extraordinary temperament of the sexy, sensual beauty, the executive didn't dare to say anything, and announced the result with trembling hands. The moment it was opened, the executive's face changed, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Following the scream of the sexy beauty, sure enough, it was Xiao. Ah, it really is small, hee. Hina is really great, aha, yeah. The tall man didn't want to expose the fact that Hina cheated with his ability. He yawned, and glanced lazily at the inner door. Soon, several people inside were startled and retreated one after another. Turn all chips into berry. I'm going to take. Hina leaned on the leather chair, then raised her clean chin, lit a cigarette and took a puff. Ah, yes. The executive hurriedly wiped off his cold sweat, and then gradually walked down. Ordinary people would definitely not dare to be so arrogant, but these two are different. This is the boss who personally named them to entertain them. After all, the fact that Marine Admiral and the Colonel came to the rain banquet to gamble is really... Oh, it's finally over. It's so boring. Kuzan yawned, stretched and spoke. He stared at his subordinate, the prisoner Hina, with drooping eyelids. Although looking at the rudeness of the subordinate should show some responsibility of the boss, but Kuzan did not. After all, they are all from the same teacher background. Although they are not in the same class, they are still brothers and sisters, not to mention that there is no need to do that in private. So Kuzan just squatted here for a few hours, watching her until he got tired of playing. It's time to go, we're not here to investigate Shichibukai, and we don't have that authority either. Kuzan crossed his legs, and then spoke lazily. Well, when the money arrives, let's go. The corners of Heine's mouth turned up. This sand crocodile is quite good at doing things. Knowing that the two of us are here, he would choose to let himself bet his fill. To bribe yourself. Interesting. But at this moment, there was a roaring sound outside the casino, and soon a frightening coercion swept over. What's the situation? As soon as Hina finished speaking, she was almost overwhelmed by the momentum, and the cigarette in her mouth was instantly wiped out. The lazy Qingji turned serious at this moment. This kind of aura is really different from the original one. With a vigilant look on Qingji's face, he looked out the door. Countless gamblers and executives fell to the ground, and a loud shock followed. Rain feast, peripheral. Then, the black dragon opened its eyes, and a look of contempt flashed in the eyes of the black dragon, staring at the pile of horrified humans who fell to the ground at its feet, and then restrained the conquerors. Long way. Immediately, the terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter countless walls was suddenly interrupted, and soon disappeared in the world. What have you done? The girl in the dragon's palm widened her eyes, as if she still didn't understand what Han Yan had done. It swooped down from the sky, spread its wings when it was close to the ground, and landed in the buffer. At that very second, the surrounding air seemed to be vibrating, and those people with frightened eyes suddenly fell to the ground one by one as if fainted. Go down. Han Yan refused to answer her question, but instead lowered the giant claw from the sky to the ground, and dropped her down. Before Vivi could figure out the situation, she was thrown to the ground and frowned in pain. Wait here, someone will come soon. His cold eyes stared forward, and under Han Yan's perception, several breaths of life quickly emerged from the casino. One of them is relatively close to me, and it is also very strong. That piercing chill went straight into the soul, as if the breath of life itself was made of extremely cold ice. And inexplicably, it gave Han Yan a familiar feeling. Under Vivi's gaze, the door of the casino was opened. Soon, two tall figures, one tall and one short, a man and a woman walked out of it. The man looked lazy, but his eyes were full of seriousness. The woman frowned, and when she saw the body of the giant dragon, her face changed completely. This is. Hina was almost stunned. As soon as she came from the casino, she saw a thick and huge paw not far from the door, when she walked out of the casino completely. It was only then that he could clearly see the tall and unreachable figure, and on that terrifying body was a pair of indifferent dragon eyes looking at the world. !Neptune. Following her words, Kuzan exclaimed. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years, but I never thought that the original Sea Kings would become so powerful. Although I have become countless times stronger than before, but in front of this terrifying big guy, I only have the ability to protect myself. Out. After Han Yan saw the figure walking out of it, he stared away in surprise, and when his eyes locked on Qingji's lazy appearance, he showed a deep smile. I remember you. You were the marine who snatched prey under my hands, right? As he said that, a terrible coercion swept towards Qingji's position, and the violent mental fluctuation made Hina beside him turn pale, as if he might fall to the ground at any time. Neptune. Taking a step forward, as Qingji opened her eyes wide, her expression fixed. Conquerors. Well, only Conqueror's Haki can compete with Conqueror's dragon might. But Qingji resisted abruptly, and he didn't seem to be in much discomfort. It should only limit his strength to less than 20%. It seems that this little guy has become different from the past, but the overflowing power caused the little girl marine to almost fall to the ground. Seeing this, Han Yan put away Longwei without raising his eyes. What's your name? Han Yan looked down, and under the building that was only one leg tall, a banana crocodile floated quietly from the surrounding water pool. No, it can't be said to be floating, but it was grabbed by a strange force. At this time, it was looking around in horror in the air, but the next moment, the terrible teeth penetrated its small body and then swallowed it. Chapter 89. The World Government's Winning. As a professional foodie, Han Yan cannot forget to eat even when chatting with others. In other words, it can actually be regarded as supplementing physical strength. Meat eater, this terrifying innate ability, increases health and restores stamina while devouring life. It is Han Yan's most basic skill as a biological apex predator, bar none. Everything comes from the change of this ability. What's your name? Naval Headquarters, Admiral Qingji. Hello, Naval Headquarters of Calm Belt. Have the people around you been stunned? Now, we can have a good talk. Qingji scanned the surroundings. Without the strength of a colonel, it was almost difficult to maintain a clear consciousness. Let alone standing up. Of course, there were a few mice lurking in the dark. Han Yan swept away these breaths. Almost all of them were members of the Baroque studio, and most of them had fallen to the ground, so he didn't pay much attention to them. I am looking for trouble. You, take your subordinates, and get out of here. Han Yan said calmly. His breath continued to search the casino, and gradually, the invisible predator went deep underground. In the basement 517 surrounded by a certain water area, 2 breaths of life were found, one of which was much stronger. Unsurprisingly, one of them is Nico Robin, and the one next to her should be Crocodile. Find. Qingji looked sideways slightly, and said lazily, is it Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai? It's him. Hina also froze for a moment, listening silently. Neptune actually came to trouble Shichibukai. Could it be that the sand crocodile is arrogant enough to touch the interests of this monster? It really shouldn't be. One is in Calm Belt, and the other is in Alabasta. There should be no conflict between the two. Someone wants his head. So, here I come. Han Yan said something impatiently, and then spewed out a mouthful of terrible dragon's breath, and he spit out the red flame that was over 1,000 degrees high and burning with red light. Ice wall. The next moment, a huge and thick ice wall was erected by Qingji. Blocked Hina and him inside, and then quickly retreated to the side after the flame disappeared. Don't AFBG make me say it a second time. Irrelevant people, get out of here. Demon, the dragon. Hina took a step back with lingering fear on his face. This big guy is too unreasonable. He doesn't give people a chance to think at all, and looking at it like this, if he and Qingji don't leave, they will probably fight. Ah la la, big guy, there's no need to do this. A burst of cold air suddenly rose from under the feet, and soon the ice spread everywhere, freezing the water pool around the rain banquet. Seeing this scene, Vivi at the foot of the dragon was almost shocked, with a puzzled face. Why did Marine Admiral suddenly pop up? And it seems that the relationship between Marine and Neptune is not very good. As the highest combat power of naval headquarters, will you come to this place to play? Or, are you here to wait for me? Han Yan said with a blank face, the coldness in his eyes deepened, as if he was considering whether to eat all the people here. Interesting, makes me a legitimate predator. Ah la la, this See Emperor, are you here to get rid of Shichibukai? Although we Marines don't care about it, we are still a power of the world government. Well, I believe those people above will save face for you. We will leave first. Oh yes, you are the Princess of Alabasta. This time there are two things, both of which are related to you, the Sea Emperor. Qingji's face froze, then he sighed, and continued. The first thing is, Sea Emperor, the government wants to ask your opinion, whether you are willing to become a member recognized by the government with a title like 7 Warlords of the Sea. This is the answer to by words. The giant dragon spoke with an unfriendly tone. Neptune's meaning is very simple, as long as Marine doesn't make it unhappy, then it doesn't matter. If there is nothing to do, then Marine will be in trouble. Say, Han Yan nodded slightly, then opened his eyes, but, world government. You don't have the qualifications yet. You are just the highest combat power of naval headquarters. To kill you, I just need to move my claws, even the highest combat power of world government is not enough. Give me the title of Emperor of the Sea. Who gave you the authority? Could it be that the sea belongs to the world government? Haha, I am indeed here to look for you. Qingji touched her head, then patted Hina's shoulder which was still shaking, and then put on a leisurely look, said seriously, I am Feng Marshal Marine came to negotiate with you. His squinted eyes opened. Whether it was indirect or intentional, the number of Marine soldiers who died in the hands of this monster was no less than 3 or 4 digits. Aokiji looked lazy, and carried out his lazy justice to the end. Second question, what do you think of Marine? After getting an answer that was not considered an answer, Qingji shook her head helplessly, but she understood Han Yan's answer. Marine. Han Yan frowned almost non-existently, and then said in a cold voice, what's the difference between Marine and pirate? What do you humans should care about? What does it have to do with me? Anyone who offends my humans, whether they are Marines or pirates, are all a result. That's right, this is your answer. It really is Haki. After finishing speaking, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Qingji's head, and under his gaze, the dragon waved its giant claws. Then the sharp edge visible to the naked eye divided the high-rise building of the casino into countless sections in an instant. Booming, the soot from the collapsed floors became thicker, and the terrible sound resounded around. In this world, there are strong people. Qingji nodded, and then walked aside with the horrified Hina. When passing by the giant dragon, he turned his head and stared at the disconnected Vivi and said, although the reputation of the Sea Emperor is not very good, but under his name, it will indeed be much more stable. I wish you good luck. Chapter 90 Crocodile. Oh yes. Vivi, who came back to his senses, was taken aback, and then watched the lazy man gradually walk away. Suddenly, the shining blade-like dragon tail with the black steel scale armor and the roar of the wind stopped Qingji in Hina's way. Turning the dragon's head, squinting at Qingji's eyes is full of coldness. The black dragon then said, I don't want to do extra moves today, so I don't plan to eat you. But, go back and tell your boss that if you want to pass by the Calm Belt in the future, there will be sea kings looking for you to collect taxes. You can choose not to give, but at your own risk. That's it. Qingji nodded knowingly, and looked at Han Yan with deep meaning. Immediately afterwards, the huge dragon's tail dispersed, revealing the crushed path with remnants. See you again when I have a chance, my respect, Mr. Neptune. Qingji understands that this guy doesn't take Marine seriously at all. If it is really angered, maybe it will really come to Marineford. Although he personally didn't care about this matter, if it really got to that point and tens of thousands of people died, the loss outweighed the gain. So he needs to return to Marshal Sengoku as soon as possible. As for Crocodile, I am afraid that he has been regarded as an abandoned child long ago. Against the Sea Emperor, isn't this courting death? Qingji knew that even after Crocodile died, the government would not stand up for him. After all, there is no need to fight against this terrible monster because of a small character. Of course, whether it will be wanted or not is another matter. The wind and sand in the distance gradually became thicker. In the collapsed location of the casino, the ground gradually sank, gradually revealing a sandy vortex. Sea Emperor. In the center of the vortex, a figure slowly rose from the ground, and he gradually condensed his body after turning into sand. At this time, his pupils contracted and stared at the terrifying black dragon who turned back. Crocodile. Staring at the gradually appearing figure, Vivi's eyes showed deep hatred, and then shouted, "What do you want to do to the kingdom?" Princess Vivi. Biting his cigar, he realized the blue-haired figure behind the dragon's claws, and then his eyes froze, and he realized it. "I see." He looked at the frozen lake around him, and the banana crocodile inside, and then at the terrifying black dragon and His Highness Vivi at its feet. Immediately he understood that this frightening dragon was probably the helper Vivi had found. Although this was the first contact with him, when he saw Han Yan for the first time, Crocodile felt a pang in his heart. Gradually sank into the abyss. "Welcome to the rain banquet. Your Excellency the Emperor of the Sea." In front of the casino, there were a lot of people in disorder, and the only ones standing were Crocodile and Vivi, and the silent woman in a moon-white coat, Nico Robin, on the roof beside her. "You don't look surprised at all." Han Yan looked at Crocodile below with interest. "Oh." A trace of surprise flashed in Crocodile's eyes, and then he said, "I'm very surprised. I'm curious who destroyed my casino so easily, but I want to know more. His Excellency the Sea Emperor, who is thousands of miles away, why did it appear in this poor, small country of Alabasta?" "No, I don't need to explain to you. Because, soon, you'll be dead." The surrounding air was jumping, boiling, and shaking. The feeling of landslides gradually trembled around the casino, and the fainted people around were also awakened by this momentum. What happened? Is there an earthquake?" Waking up one after another, these people raised their heads in horror. In front of their eyes, a terrifying monster with no tail and no head stood beside the island. Next, a scene that terrified them was born. The ice cubes were tearing and shattering. The surrounding ground was gradually torn apart under the violent vibrations, and from the other end of the island, in less than 3 seconds, the entire rain banquet collapsed. The whole floating island, paradise, was destroyed. The gradual sinking trend caused the people above to widen their eyes in horror, trying desperately to fly away from here, which is a pity. Under this unparalleled power, the entire island was shattered and shattered again. It turned into countless mud and sank into the lake, accompanied by the dragon's breath of destruction. "Zero, ask for flowers." Roar. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky, causing the surrounding earth to tremble continuously. And Vivi, whose face was extremely ugly and pale, also evacuated and came to the side of the lake. "It's brutal. The aura of madness and destruction makes people feel desperate." Crocodile turned into wind and sand and gradually solidified in midair, then looked at the island sinking into the lake with a cold expression, not knowing what he was thinking. 2 rounds of flowers bloom. Following the rope formed by his arms, Robin landed on the shore with lingering fear, then stared at Han Yan's position and retreated subconsciously. "His Excellency, if that little girl Vivi can give you, I will double Crocodile, no, 10 times. Landing on the ground, the sand crocodile finally showed fear. Said his inner thoughts, "She gave it, you can't give it." Han Yan sneered, the dragon's head was raised gradually, and a breath of red-hot air condensed in his mouth. "What?" Crocodile glanced at Vivi coldly, and then said, "Compared to financial resources, compared to ability, I am much better than this little girl. She gave me, Pluton." As the words fell, a mouthful of dazzling fireworks rose from the sky, like a born fire dragon, breaking through the sky and rushing down. That layer of red flames, the burning air was boiling, and the shining huge dragon eyes made Crocodile's face change dramatically. "Pluton, it's Pluton." No, how could that little girl know about Pluton? But unfortunately, no one told him the answer. Sha Lan. Chapter 91. The Burned Sand. Sha Lan. Facing the sudden red fire dragon, Crocodile's expression changed, and he used his ability to form a huge sandstorm, colliding with the fire dragon. Dark clouds filled the sky, as dim as the end of the world. The storm roared, the fire dragon roared, and the ears were full of heat waves and the screams of all things. The vast desert was blown up by the storm and carried layers of flames to the sky, straight to the sky. The sky a burst of crimson color. Who? Panting heavily, Crocodile glanced at the sky, in order to lure the huge fire dragon away, but it took a lot of energy. After all, the volume is too large, and it is not a force that ordinary people can resist. The development of the fruit is pretty good. 430. Black Dragon gradually became interested, a Logia devil fruit. Immediately, it showed a greedy gaze, staring at the sand crocodile with a burst of cold sweat. How strong is the red fire dragon just now? Logia Mera Mera Fruit's Fire Fist Ace, the strongest stunt he created, Yandy. It was only half the size of that fire dragon's body, not to mention, it was just a trick that Han Yan spit out casually. And being able to follow this move is enough to show that the strength of the sand crocodile is very extraordinary. It stands to reason that such a person must have Haki, even Conqueror's Haki, but in fact, he doesn't. Very well, let's warm up. The black dragon grinned, the dragon's tail rose on stilts, and then backed away slightly. The next moment, there was a booming sound, and the ground collapsed instantly. And in the blink of an eye, this behemoth disappeared in place. What? Crocodile flew into the air in a hurry, and at the same time elementalized his body. Between Setsuna, a hideous bloody mouth closed below him. If it weren't for the keen nerves to predict danger, he would have died here in one blow. And the other party didn't give him any chance to explain or compromise, which made Sand Crocodile very desperate. Damn it. Boom. Crocodile quickly realized the seriousness of the problem as it turned into a sandstorm in the air and flew aside, relying on the impact of the giant dragon's tail. That is, no matter how I hide, I can't seem to escape that terrible hunting perception. He didn't expect Han Yan to be so strong, it's too strong. Crocodile quickly shattered like a liquid body-filled balloon, splashing sand everywhere, and Han Yan soon gradually appeared at one end of the void. Thunder and lightning crackled, and the purple lightning flashed across his body, revealing the figure that disappeared in the illusion. Your Excellency, Neptune, I am Logia's demon fruit power, you can't hurt me. As the grains of sand gradually gathered together, Crocodile soon reappeared in front of Han Yan, but before his face calmed down, Han Yan waited for the next move to make him panic. Yes, buzzing, a terrible suction force was slowly born in the dragon's mouth, and the surrounding quicksand quickly flew in that direction uncontrollably. This is, Crocodile's expression changed, his body quickly turned into loose sand, and he ran towards the distance with all his might. He panted heavily, as if he wanted to get rid of the control of the suction, but soon a scorching flame swept over him. The dark flames spread quickly, even as Crocodile elementalized himself. But the sand grains under the extremely high temperature also gradually melted, turning into a glaze-like substance, and a scream came from his throat. This is impossible. Crocodile endured the pain, his eyes widened, and he escaped from the flames, but his right leg was obviously burned away. Water is not your weakness. Why can the flame burn himself? Crocodile still couldn't figure it out, but when he saw the terrifying high-temperature black flame gradually melting the sand on the surrounding desert, he couldn't help showing a look of horror. Oh, that's not enough. HMPH, everyone wants me to die. PFF'd. Finish. Then go to hell. Hey, when the time comes, the citizens will all die in the war, and even if you kill me, you won't be able to explain everything. Crocodile laughed wickedly, and then said, by that time, everyone will know that Neptune invaded Alabasta and killed their heroes. I wonder if you will destroy the country in a fit of rage by then. Humph. Quote. Crocodile suddenly laughed, and then said, but now, I'm afraid the front of the rebel army is gradually approaching the south gate. The war will break out in an hour at the latest. How, what did you say? Damn it. Vivi gritted her teeth for 3.5 teeth, and said bitterly. Crocodile turned his head away, looking in disbelief at the flames rising again around him. A roar suddenly came from a distance, attracting Han Yan's attention. I saw Vivi coming from a distance, and then her chest was burning with anger. She glared at Crocodile and said, how do you know that the rebel army is here? Why would you say that? Han Yan stopped and looked at Crocodile indifferently. Crocodile's right arm and even the golden hook of his left hand were almost burned. In the gap that was pressed in the sand, he swung his arm, and the sharp sand blade immediately tore towards the giant claw. To take my life, I know that the Sea Emperor has this ability. The giant claws pressed on Crocodile, preventing him from being elementalized, and the sharp claws soaked in the lake water pressed him underneath. Only one head was exposed and stared forward. Oh, Han Yan said blankly. The princess in distress did not die, but went back to the country with the dragon. But, Crocodile sneered, swung the golden hook, and a wave of sand rushed over, but soon subsided under the hurricane. He then said, the senior elites of the Baroque works are not here. Because they are executing my orders. Destroy this country, ahahaha. Desert Sword. Chapter 92. Human beings are the protagonists of the world. Desert Sword. The golden hook slashed fiercely at the thick black scales with tearing power, emitting a dazzling fire, and continuously making piercing sounds in this space. However, soon Crocodile's complexion gradually changed, and he twitched the corners of his mouth fiercely, because he found that his powerful skills had no effect on this guy at all. Yes, it was almost ineffective. Han Yan's scale armor is the nemesis of 3 attributes, fire immunity, lightning immunity, and earth immunity. Including sand, some of which also come from the earth. Therefore, attacking Han Yan in this way is basically sending him to death. Click click click, the dragon claw pressed down hard, Crocodile's eyeballs almost protruded, and the bones of the whole body made a crunching sound. The surrounding tens of meters of land also sank into the ground, resulting in a sunken area. What happened? Even though the flames burned all the water on the dragon's claws, even though Crocodile wanted to escape elementally, he was horrified to find that the surrounding desert didn't seem to belong to him. The feeling of being betrayed by the sand made Crocodile extremely frightened and extremely furious. UBD. There is no chance of a reversal, which is more infuriating than challenging Whitebeard himself. Whitebeard didn't bother to fight Crocodile and killed him with one punch. But Han Yan is different. It is like a cat playing with a mouse. It always gives hope to its prey, but in the end it rejects his hope. This sense of gap makes people feel desperate in their bones. I've said it all. This is a warm-up. I'm one of the few who have encountered Logia. Come on, come out, let me see what is going on with Logia's vegetalization. The dragon claws slowly lifted up, and then stirred the sand, throwing Crocodile's almost crippled body into the air. The feeling of being imprisoned by the earth disappeared in an instant, and Crocodile's eyes flashed, and his whole body turned into flying sand and floated in midair. Knowing that his limbs were disabled, Crocodile still lowered his head slightly, and then tried to find a cigar from the burned clothes. But unfortunately, it was not found. Soon he raised his head, his eyes didn't know whether it was despair or something else. Neptune, it really is heaven-defying power. But, you have to remember, there are too many people like me in the whole sea. Quote, so, to be weak is to blame yourself. The black dragon smiled ferociously, and said it as a matter of course. Yeah, but the Emperor of the Sea, I know that I have this calamity. However, whether you are a man or an emperor, you have to leave a way out for yourself. Crocodile lowered his head and pumped all the useless limbs, only the elemental body could control the power of the sand and continued to float. In New World, every cadre of the 4 emperors has the strength of admiral. 4 emperors, disaster stars are just rhetoric, even if no one dares to oppose you in the sea, but if you have power, you must make good use of it. Be careful that one day, like me, the ship will capsize in the gutter. People who are stronger than me in this world there are many, and there are many who are stronger than you. Oh, really? The magic dragon raised its upper body from the ground. Staring at this little guy who was only half his waist tall, he squinted his eyes and said, then how many people do you think are better than me? How much do you know about me? Moreover, all kinds of wonderful devil fruits, such as regression fruit, op fruit's mind transformation, or other strange devil fruit abilities are also very powerful when properly matched. The water in the gap comes out. Crocodile wanted to laugh arrogantly, but he held back, and shouted in a ferocious voice that did not lose his composure. After all, human beings are the protagonists of the world. Crocodile grinned grimly, and his whole body turned into a huge sandstorm. Countless flying sands enveloped Han Yan's giant claws. Ziz, bursts of white smoke emitted from the giant claws. Han Yan spread out the dragon claw, and there was a piece of glass-like residue on it, and these residues were the dead crocodile, and a bloody devil fruit blocked by a mysterious force was pulled out. Then it slowly merged into the black-purple lightning scales and disappeared. Han Yan's heart is at peace. In his previous life, he agreed with this character saying, weakness is a crime. But it is not an exaggeration to say that this crime has fallen on him now. However, are the forces of the 4 emperors in New World really as strong as he said? Han Yan has no doubts at all. Humans are not the only protagonists. This false era needs terminators. Ended. Erosion of reincarnation. Come on, let's have a final showdown. After finishing speaking, Crocodile's face became grim as the pain of shattered limbs and almost destroyed upper body penetrated into his soul, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Han Yan's expression remained unchanged, and the giant claws were suddenly grasped. With a scream, black arcs of electricity quickly emerged from the gaps between the fingertips. Immediately afterwards, terrifying power erupted in the palm of his hand, and the lightning that instantly reached 200 million volts erupted in a very small area. The kind of high burning power that is enough to instantly smelt pure gold also appeared. Thunderburst. The power that can completely suck up the water in a certain range without end until the final shriveled and shattered bursts out, and the scales are continuously absorbed on the terrifying dragon claws. The magic dragon did not show an angry roar, let alone other emotions. Instead, he stared blankly at Crocodile's bruised body, and then walked away with a giant claw covering the sky. Don't underestimate the power of devil fruit, because it is the strongest power in this world. Sometimes, even an ant can kill an elephant. Single-handedly, as a giant dragon, you are the most powerful in the world. There are absolutely no thieves, but you are still too weak to start a conflict. Those sea kings in the calm belt are very difficult to easily cause waves in the new world. If he kills one of the 4 emperors by himself alone, it will definitely end in the end. Perhaps one of the 4 emperors will die, and his power will be greatly damaged, but he may not be able to survive. 0. Ask for flowers. Cough cough. Chapter 93. The beginning of the rebellion. It seems that I have my own way. There is still a long time to go. However, this is more interesting. Save yourself from worrying about food. Staring at the sky where the dark clouds had dissipated, the magic dragon showed its bloodthirsty fangs. How strong is your own power now? Slightly higher than 4 emperors. In a heads up, 4 emperors will die and you will be slightly injured. But if it is a war, he may be seriously injured, but the summoned sea kings cannot go ashore, and even if they attack the fleet, they can only fight a protracted war. Remember that sentence. How strong is Han Yan? Single out admiral, instant kill. Singled out 3 admirals, no pressure. It is very difficult to single out 10 admirals. Only self-protection. Although the statistics of the strength of the 4 emperors may not necessarily have the strength of 10 admirals, but that is only in theory, and it is different when playing. 840, in reality. Devil fruit is the weirdest and most heaven-defying thing in this world. Some directly ignore defense and exert strong control, which is unreasonable. Therefore, Han Yan is the strongest creature in the world. But the least is not necessarily the strongest force. Of course, no one knows who has never fought. After all, theory is only a theoretical group where it depends on actual combat. Of course, if Han Yan is in the mood, use the bloodline separation function, commonly known as the ability to create daughters and wives. Summon and separate several dragon girls, and then give them a perfect environment to grow up. At that time, there will be several powerful powers like clones, each of which is a power beyond the 4 emperors. Thinking of it this way, although it takes time, it is true. Therefore, Han Yan doesn't care much about power. It can be regarded as a lone ranger, a predator. What it wants is just plunder. P.S. The separation dragon girl does not necessarily have to be an avatar, it can even be summoned from various worlds such as anime and novels. Kobayashi's Maid Dragon, Rondo of Angels and Dragons, Coffin Princess Keika, Star Engraved Dragon Knights, Zero's Familiar and so on. Cough cough. By the way, this is a different fan, not the traditional routine 233. Alabasta, Albana, what happened? Seeing the noisy rebel army and the king's army below, King Cobra's face changed drastically, and then he hurriedly appeared from the palace and heard the report of his subordinates. How about it? Can the rebellion be controlled? No, your majesty, the situation is out of control. Bel, the national protector, flew down from the sky, ended in the form of a bird, a fruit, and an eagle. It doesn't work to go up to fight, and there are even some people making trouble and attacking a few strange guys, who seem to be instigating the fuse of the war, and they seem to be demon fruit power. Those people mentioned by Bel should be Crocodile's subordinates, people from Baroque works. At this time, they didn't know that their boss was dead, but they still followed his words to execute the order. But at this time, Miss Golden Week, is what you said true? With blue explosive hair and smoking a pipe, this woman walking wobbly, Miss, eyes widened with her fingers, listening to the words of advice from the cute little girl in front of her. Miss Valentine, is she dead? She is a short-tempered woman, Miss. Merry Christmas, she said sadly. That's right, Master Han Yan has already spoken, if you don't surrender, it will be a dead end. Miss Golden Week stared, then nodded vigorously up and down. She said eagerly, let's get out of here, go to the Fishman Island, and then we reopen the Spider Cafe. At most, the money earned every month will be given to Master Han Yan. But if you betray Mr. Zero, maybe the boss is already dead. If the Han Yan mentioned by Golden Week is really the rumored Sea Emperor, there is no chance for him to escape. Old monster of Calm Belt, how did you get here? The Fishman Island, the legendary and dreamy underwater world. I really want to see it. It's much better than in this desert, and we don't have many friends. By the way, does your partner know about this? I don't know for the time being. I guess I will compromise, after all, it is the Emperor of the Sea. Some people are crying and shouting to join his name. Well, thank you everyone. I will try my best to report to Lord Han Yan. The little girl with twin ponytails smiled sweetly, and then nodded happily. It was also she who initiated the mutiny of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, so that these people did not die tragically in Alabasta, which can be considered a blessing. However, when it comes to the Fishman Island, but they can't help it, just like the Golden Week said. The money earned every month was eventually given to Han Yan, but they didn't regret the peaceful life they earned through their work. Alabasta, location of the Rain Feast. Mr. Han Yan, can you hurry up? If it is true as what Crocodile said, we will be really late. Vivi glanced at the collapsed Rain Feast Island, where a group of people found debris on the water and swam desperately towards the shore, but they were too frightened to go ashore. At this time, Vivi was not in the mood to care about this, nor did he blame Han Yan for destroying the 5.3 island, but the new students were eager to go to the kingdom to stop the war. It's not too late, it will arrive within half an hour at the latest. Han Yan closed his eyes and opened them, then turned around and placed them behind a certain collapsed house. Soon, a crackling sound appeared somewhere. Nico Robin stepped out of the shadows with an embarrassed look on his face. Mr. Neptune, is there anything I can do? Robin, who was about to slip away, laughed dryly, and then his face suddenly changed. Before she could use Devil Fruit's power, she was directly grabbed by a terrible suction force. You will go directly to the king's tomb later. Chapter 94. The end of a moment, Super Conqueror's Dragon Might. Han Yan looked at the desert in the distance. If I remember correctly, there should be a ruin in that desert, right? However, he didn't care too much, but directly grabbed a girl with one hand, and flew into the sky with vibrating wings. The line of sight is getting farther and farther away from the ground, and gradually those houses and sand dunes become faint dots. After recovering from the slightly terrified sight, Robin had the opportunity to look at the surrounding situation. The thick and sturdy scales and sharp claws are like a prison, but fortunately, it is wide enough to stand and move freely inside. The scales under his feet are huge, half the size of a human being, and there is a faint heat coming from them, which makes the air not so cold. Coupled with the thin slits of light coming through from time to time, Robin can see the rapid changes in the surrounding scenery. The change. Okay. So fast. Robin's eyes widened. The dragon flew rapidly through the air at a speed of at least 200 meters per second, and he was not affected by any special effects in the giant claws, but was very comfortable. She looked up to the front, and suddenly understood everything. In the gap between the giant claws, there is 05 something like a transparent grid, which can decompress and prevent the attack of strong winds. It seems that this big guy is more attentive, and Robin suddenly chuckled from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Han Yan, you must have a way to save innocent people. Time passed by every minute and every second, even Vivi, who was so anxious, couldn't help asking. The dragon squinted at Vivi in the gap, then looked forward, without answering her question. Mr. Han Yan, Vivi asked again tentatively. Shut up. Han Yan frowned, and then said, I only promised you to solve the war, not to save the people. Why is this? Vivi's eyes widened, biting his lips, with a dejected look of being cheated. If you regret it, you can cancel the agreement at any time, then I'll just throw you down. Han Yan sneered, it would be great if he was willing to help her, and he was picky. What's more, if you don't add any money, you can do 3 or 4 things with one piece of money, and you really think you are the savior of the world. I know. Vivi didn't make a sound, but looked ahead eagerly. Soon, the shadow of the building appeared in her line of sight, showing a hint of joy. The palace at this time. Someone come and save my people. All this is my king's fault. Please, don't hurt each other anymore. King Cobra stepped forward, past the guards, walked to the city wall, looked at the people fighting below the city. He stood on the tall building, and then made a pleading voice. Your Majesty. No, I can't stop it. Bell shook his head and sighed, but he fixed his eyes and knocked down an arrow that was shot. Then he glared down and shouted, You guys, stop fighting. However, no one responded to him. This group of people seemed to be red-eyed, and under the instigation of some caring people, they fought together one after another. What can we do to stop them? There are not a small number of people here. King Cobra shed tears of remorse. He hated himself for being incompetent and weak, and he couldn't even save the country. God, have you really abandoned your people? It seemed to hear his helpless cry from the heart, in the sky, at the top of the sky. A shadow covering the sky crossed the royal city. Under the sudden situation, the rebel army and the national army subconsciously looked towards the sky. That is, countless people stared wide-eyed, watching this sudden scene in disbelief. At the end of the sky, it is like an illusory bubble gradually shattering. Under the refraction of the seven-colored sunlight, shadows covered the earth, and the terrifying aura hovered over the entire kingdom. It was a giant dragon with the power to make all living beings surrender, a black dragon, descending as if burning in flames, and also like a terrifying god born in thunder. The magic dragon hovered above the royal city, its giant claws clinging to the castle, and suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. This is, roar. She looked down through the gap between the dragon's claws tremblingly. On the castle square, armies fell side by side on the ground. It was no longer possible to distinguish which one was the rebel army and which one was the king's army. They were all dead. On the ground. The air was almost torn apart by 277, and finally disappeared between the sky and the earth with the momentum. Nearly 1,000,000 troops. The voice of the magic dragon fell, and raised the noble, Haki's dragon head. The teeth loosened slightly, and the dragon's mouth, which was exhaling hot air, opened. Well, Super Conqueror's long way. Seeing this scene, Princess Vivi recovered from the severe dizziness, and her eyes widened unbelievably. Even though Han Yan deliberately protected her, she was still affected by the terrible coercion. At this time, he looked at the countless people below with a pale face. P.S. Book skirt. Looking down at this moment, Rao even she has an incredible expression on her face. The resounding earth is like a violent thunder that disturbs time. The tide-like turmoil swept away in all directions centered on the magic dragon. Terrifying spiritual power spread throughout the city in Setsuna, shattering the spiritual barriers of countless people in an instant. The momentum made the surrounding houses almost collapse. Even if there were no clouds in the sky, it began to tremble. It's only 1,000,000. It's easy, but then the indiscriminate range covers. You, be careful. Vivi looked at the living beings in front of him through the gap between the dragon's claws, and asked in a low voice, How is it, can the rebellion be controlled? People, the fights that seemed to stop. Nico Robin also recovered from the dizziness, and just felt a kind of fluctuation for a moment. Fortunately, her spirit is stronger, and it is not so strong under the protection of the dragon claw. Starting from Wangcheng, countless people fell to the ground one after another, and passed out one by one. As if sighing, a puff of smoke was spit out from the dragon's mouth, and Han Yan quickly restrained Longwei's outward release. Chapter 95, The Princess Who Will Never Bow to the Dragon. Master Han Yan, what have you done? Vivi widened his eyes, then raised his head to look at the jaw of the dragon on the castle, saw the dragon's scales and horns shining with black light, and said to the cold eyes and Haki's indifferent eyes. As in the case of the rain banquet, what the hell is this? It can be understood as Conqueror's Haki. Only one person in 1,000,000 humans can be born. Among the tens of millions of Sea Kings, only the Sea King has the ability. Soon, the physical strength of Han Yan who had just released Conqueror's dragon might was quickly recovered. He lowered his head and explained slightly. Neptune, you really live up to your name. Vivi nodded a little at a loss, and continued, Then, did they faint? Yes, now, everything I promised you is over. Take this guy to find the steel. As he spoke, Han Yan lifted Robin up and gestured. Because he couldn't understand the steel himself, and couldn't enter the tomb, so he had to ask this woman to help him. I just need to know where Pluton is buried. However, it was at this moment. Han Yan's eyes moved, revealing a strange look. A few waking little ones are secretly leaving outside, and they are extremely eye-catching under the ability of this creature's perception. Hey, there are devil fruits. The dragon's mouth was split open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. It raised its head and roared again, and soon those little guys were sucked over one by one. Dragon. A strange-looking human being dressed in neither male nor female, and weak in strength, just like a nondescript transvestite. Simply hot eyes. Han Yan couldn't bear to look directly at him, didn't even ask what his name was, just breathed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, instantly killing him and pulling away from Devil Fruit. Mr. 2. Vivi was startled, but when she came to her senses, she found that this guy was unluckily killed by the dragon. But then, a scene that surprised her even more appeared. From the vicinity of the king's city, one after another, figures flew upside down. And they were all people she knew well. Mr. 4, Miss, Merry Christmas, Miss, Golden Week, Miss, Father's Day, Mr. 11, and Mr. 1. A large number of characters who let Princess Vivi pronounce their names were swept up one after another, crawling under the feet of the dragon. However, they were all silent and shut their mouths under the terrifying sight of the magic dragon, because they had just witnessed the consequences of Mr. 2 being killed. At this moment, everyone was sweating profusely. But at this time, Miss Golden Week suddenly spoke. Master Han Yan, for example, among these Baroque workers, a little girl with twin ponytails yelled out in fear. Master Han Yan, hearing this, these people looked at Miss Golden Week one after another, some were surprised, some were in disbelief. What's going on? Miss Golden Week and this terrible dragon. Mr. Han Yan. Vivi also looked around in astonishment, and found that Han Yan didn't kill these people immediately, and immediately fell into speculation. Little guy, why are you here? Han Yan ignored other people's wild thoughts, and directly flew Miss Golden Week into the air, and then landed in the palm of his own dragon claw and asked. I just found out that everyone was sent here, and then I rushed all the way here. Miss Golden Week said apologetically, then she turned to look at the people below, and said, that sister promised to surrender to you, I don't know about the rest. Oh, following the roll call of Miss Golden Week, the few people who were not called became panicked. Are you the Emperor of the Sea? After the magic dragon finished speaking, he didn't look at the remaining people and then sent Miss Golden Week down, and said calmly, from now on, you belong to the branch of the Sea King's faction, members of the Fishmen Island. If you want to be free, then earn 10 billion. P.S. Book skirt. Surrender. Surrender is also conditional. You can leave now, go and collect all Crocodile's property statistics, and then stand by here, I will find you after a while. However, what answered them was a breath of flame that was enough to melt the ground. And some even wanted to escape, but were surrounded by the collapsed ground, and then squeezed into slag. In just an instant, except for the companions recognized by Miss Golden Week, everyone else died unexpectedly. Vivi spoke forcefully, refusing to bow to the evil forces. Mr. One's eyes widened, and then a bolt of lightning pierced through his heart. In this way, he left the world with despair. Your boss is dead. After Han Yan finished speaking, he turned to Vivi and said, Little princess, I'm done with my work. If you have any other requests, you can just say, there is nothing I can't do. Of course, Alabasta belongs to my personal name. This will not change. In the future, half of your country's total output value will belong to me. The rest will be your country's expenditure. What? The magic dragon looked down at the remaining few people, and then set his sights on Mr. One, who was dripping with cold sweat. What? Several people looked at each other, good money, and then thanked the Neptune with the expressions of the rest of their lives. Remember to become stronger the next time you reincarnate. Don't kill me, Neptune, have mercy, I am willing to surrender. When Vivi heard this, she stomped her feet angrily. Then he shouted, why? What's the difference between you and a robber? Even if I become a queen in the future, I won't compromise. If I remember correctly, this character is taciturn, doesn't like to mingle with others, and is the most powerful of all senior spies. And it's Paramesh's ability to cut fruit quickly, and Crocodile's subordinate. Chapter 96 Alabasta, belongs to the Sea Emperor. Yes, Han Yan's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly. Seeing this scene, Vivi turned her head away in fear, and explained, our country has become like this, what kind of wealth are you still thinking about? How is it possible? There is no rain, how can we prosper? What's more, if I don't say it, the people can't trust you. So, your last request is for rainwater. The black dragon smiled instead of anger. Seeing this scene, Vivi froze in astonishment. As if she heard something funny, she said with an angry look, if you can make it rain in this long-dried sky, even if you surrender to the Emperor of the Sea, so what? Even if I have to work hard for you all my life, so what? Ah ha ha. Han Yan also laughed, and then said in a low voice, the world only knows that I am called the Emperor of the Sea, but how many people know it? Now I am just Deathwing who brings destruction. And the Emperor of the Sea. It's actually my other side's name. What's the meaning? Vivi was stunned, and Robin raised his head in doubt. Soon, the two were thrown by Han Yan and landed below the castle. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the two of them, the magic dragon is undergoing earth-shaking changes. This. The two of them stared wide-eyed, watching this scene like a myth in legends in disbelief. The dragon's wings disappeared, it gradually converged and turned into a tall Haki's spine and fins. A large number of purple flashes shrouded the dragon's body, replacing the previous dazzling flames. A large number of electric sparks floated in the sky, as if they wanted to cleanse the turbid air, and Han Yan's appearance also changed. Originally, Haki's strong body gradually became longer, and a Thunder Emperor dragon with a length of 700 meters suddenly appeared, and the body occupying the castle became entrenched. The thick giant tail easily broke and destroyed the tower. If the black dragon of the previous moment was Haki, the dragon that brings death and destruction. But the current giant dragon is so exquisite that it is ultimate. The shining purple-black scales, mixed with blue light, seems to be thunder and lightning, and it seems to be the sigh of the sea. The deep dark golden eyes also gradually changed into dark blue, but what danced on the figure-8 dragon horns was compelling thunder and lightning. Lei Wonglong AFCA mainly uses thunder, supplemented by water. This is what the world calls the real Sea Emperor. The strongest creature in the ocean. It seems that not only the appearance has changed, the temperament and strength are also very different. Robin looked at the monster in disbelief. If Deathwing gave her an aura full of destruction and madness, then this one is full of imperial aura, making people want to surrender. It seems more like a real monarch, a dragon king looking down on the common people. And Lei Wonglong's alias is also called Sea Emperor Dragon. Then, it's just calling the wind and calling the rain. Roar. A cool, long voice sounded. The sky gradually darkened, and outside the king's city, countless waves rolled around the island. The earth seemed to be trembling, the wind was blowing, and the sky was full of dark clouds. Without Crocodile's interference, the clouds that rise from the sea and turn into countless water vapors are summoned by the Neptune dragon. Under the power of the shock, the dark clouds gradually coalesced, and then grew bigger and bigger. The darkness spread all over the sky, making it extremely dark under the royal city. If it weren't for the thunder that flickered from time to time, I'm afraid everyone would be in a situation where the sun could not be seen. With Crocodile dead, there is a lot more moisture in the sky. This is also the effect of the rainwater that has been devoured for 3 years, plus Han Yan's deliberate effort, the kind that has been stored for 3 years and a large amount of water mist drawn from the sea is fused together. Immediately, the torrential rain poured down, covering the entire royal city inside and outside. Although Han Yan can't control the entire Alabasta, it won't be long before the dark clouds will roll in and the entire Alabasta will enjoy the rain banquet. Dry up the marsh to fish, burn the forest to hunt. If you want to plunder resources and land, since it belongs to you, you must make long-term plans. It is better to have both faith and financial resources than some scrappy countries with nothing. For Deathwing, flapping the dragon's wings, the sea of flames will never end. The fire of hell can easily destroy all life on the earth. For Haihuanglong, it calls the wind and rain, thunder and lightning overturn the clouds and seas. The dark thunder shock can kill any creature on the sea. As for the third form, Han Yan has a hunch that it won't be long, and his own hunting activities are about to begin. Both inside and outside the royal city were baptized by the heavy rain. These comatose people gradually recovered their sanity, and got up one after another in a daze, looking at the continuous lightning, thunder, and pouring rain in the sky, showing shocking expressions. Soon, they heard a roar that resounded through the sky. A Haki, a giant dragon like a god, is entrenched on the royal city. The deep blue eyes stared at the people who woke up, and the fighting, rebellion and killing stopped immediately, and the traces of bleeding of the injured people were washed away with the rain. Nothing can be more shocking than this moment. At this time, Vivi also came to the position of King Cobra, and whispered everything with him. And the leader of the rebel army, the boy was also standing in the open space in amazement, looking up at the Sea Emperor Dragon. A high-pitched voice sounded, and people recovered from their joy with wide-eyed eyes. At this time, one by one raised their heads and stared at the giant beast in the sight of the millions of people, the legendary creature like a dragon. From now on, Alabasta belongs to the Sea Emperor. With a steady sound, Haki's unquestionable voice kept echoing in the sky. With the roar of rain and thunder, this sentence penetrated into people's hearts. Before they could ask any questions, the giant dragon spoke again. Neptune gives you the rich land and rain, and you must make corresponding contributions to your hometown. In the future, under the name of Neptune, there will be no interference by pirates or marines. You are free, you belong to your own. This country belongs to all of you, and the Emperor of the Sea is a god, your patron saint. From now on, Alabasta belongs to the Emperor of the Sea, and the country will prosper and prosper. Chapter 97 Calm after the rainstorm. Doing the daily routine of pyramid schemes, Han Yan finished his speech. Under the bright light, Princess Vivi took a step forward reluctantly. Soon, the princess with tears of joy on her face smiled happily. She rang and walked, and with the flickering of electric light, she came to the edge of the royal city. Staring at the many people who were silent in shock, they shouted loudly, "Everyone, the Emperor of the Sea, is the patron saint of our Alabasta." Vivi told the people the beginning of everything with vibrato, and at the same time beautified the deal between her and Han Yan, saying that she was killed at sea and was rescued by the Neptune dragon. Later this story was it has been recorded in the annals of history and has been handed down for a long time. The name is called Dragon and Princess, and it is written into the chapter of Alabasta in the legend of the Sea Emperor. We made an unforgivable mistake. Among the rebel army, people knelt down in remorse. They looked up to the sky with tears in their eyes, looked at the dragon on the tower, and looked at Vivi who was passionately narrating the relationship and the conspiracy of Crocodile. The leader of the rebel army, Ko Sha, had a heavy face thinking about everything he had contributed to, and the regret in his heart was added. Although he deliberately restrained himself and caused a small loss, he still left scars. Still, Vivi is a good princess. Cobra is also a good king. They did not give up the country and the people at the last moment. And Han Yan also successfully became the god of Alabasta, a powerful patron saint. Under this name, there are almost no short-sighted pirates and marines who dare to easily cause trouble in Alabasta, stronger than those crocodile heroes. This is the effect of fame, the special power of being famous far and wide. Out of love and reverence for the patron saint, Vivi became the queen 2 years later. And people also protested why she didn't build a statue of the Sea Emperor in the center of the kingdom. Out of helplessness, a special symbolic statue made of pure gold was born in Alabasta. I almost couldn't help but snatch my statue. I believe that after experiencing this catastrophe, the trust relationship between people in Alabasta will be more profound. Cobra gradually stepped out of the height with emotion, came under Han Yan, and then slowly knelt down. Alabasta thanked the Sea Emperor for helping. It was rumored that the Sea Emperor, who did all kinds of crimes and was greedy for everything, would give his power so generously, even Cobra couldn't believe it. I just have an agreement with your daughter. Han Yan stared at the king, and said calmly, I believe she has already told you. Well, but I still have to thank you. As for the steel, even if it is 50% of the country's harvest, it is much better than perishing. What's more, what's the point of worrying after the rain? Some people even went to merchant ships because they came from the city of the Neptune sanctuary and gradually prospered. When mentioning the steel, Cobra looked at the drenched Nico Robin and said, this lady should be the son of the devil in the rumors. O'Hara's survivor. Hello, your majesty the king. Robin nodded, walked forward with a smile, and saluted slightly. Then she looked up at Han Yan, and said under the condition of the other party's gesture, please take me there, I am very concerned about that period of history. Well, you come with me. Here, I believe Vivi can do a good job. Although I am very grateful for Han Yan's help, but I want to hold a banquet. It seems that I can't do it. After all, the body is too big, and it can destroy a large building by turning over. Finally, under the signal of Han Yan, a basic celebration was held on the edge of the coast. Han Yan captured the Sea Kings, and Alabasta's chef, Troop, finished cooking. The corner of Vivi's mouth twitched fiercely, his eyes glanced around, and then he tried to change the subject. Country. What kind of country does Calm Belt have? It's actually very simple. Most of the Overlord Sea Kings in the sea area in the eastern Calm Belt have remembered my breath. Sea Emperor, you really are. By the way, how do you manage your own country, Emperor of the Sea? Ocean Emperor, why do I feel that you are a shrewd human being instead? Unfortunately, if you are a human being, you are probably another person who is more exaggerated than Luogia. Forget it, Colonel Hina, let's head back. Han Yan stared at this little girl with a half smile. If I remember correctly, her guard seems to be still running back and forth on the road. If you want to get to Wangcheng, it will probably take a few days. Vivi suddenly opened his mouth and asked with starry eyes. In her opinion, there should be many strange and interesting things under the sea. In front of the warship, Qingji leaned on the railing and looked at the direction of Alabasta thoughtfully, feeling the change of the sky and the terrifying momentum. She couldn't help but shook her head and stopped talking. Soon, that lazy temperament appeared on him again. You should indeed thank me, but thank you words are unnecessary, and it is best to use material compensation. As Han Yan and Vivi's brainwashing activities are in progress, a warship is gradually sailing by the coast in the distance. And I can communicate with them telepathically. Of course, I have experienced a lot of fighting in this position. Sometimes it is common to fight 5 or 6 times a day. You don't play by the rules in the sea. As long as you think you are weak, some vicious fish will attack you. If you fight more, you will naturally become stronger, and I am the emperor who stands out from the crowd, so the Sea Emperor is not in vain. Kingdom, Tianshang, 0. Asking for flowers, 0. Although this big guy is greedy and weird. But what he did, from the bottom of my heart, Vivi is still very happy and thankful to him. What Han Yan said is the truth, it is difficult to say. He is no worse than anyone else. He obtained this strength entirely in exchange for his hard work and bloodthirsty in the early stage, otherwise he would have died long ago. Thank you very much, Mr. Han Yan. Cobra glanced at Vivi who was busy dealing with the crowd, and smiled faintly. Chapter 98. Neptune, Reward 1 Berry. So scary. Where there are creatures, there is fighting. Where there is life, you have to fight for life. Humans and Sea Kings are essentially the same. The difference is just the difference in appearance. Han Yan looked deeply into the distance, his blue eyes became deeper, revealing an indescribable sense of mystery. Mr. Han Yan, why do I feel that you are not a Sea Kings, but an interesting human being? Vivi chuckled, as if she understood what Han Yan said, and when she thought that Han Yan would leave soon, she felt a little melancholy. Maybe this is intelligent life. Nonsense, Han Yan thought to himself. I am a human being, and I have been a dragon for so many years, but it does not mean that my consciousness has been tampered with. Dragon body, dragon soul, human consciousness. This is the combination of Han Yan. The dragon body gave Han Yan endless strength, and the human soul gave Han Yan superb wisdom. As for Han Yan's character, it's both good and evil, and he can do whatever he wants. It's like the clouds in the sky, you can see them, but if you want to touch them, you can't touch them. Sometimes when he is in a good mood, he will not hurt any fish in the sea area. If he is in a bad mood, he will swallow even newborn fry. Didn't Mr. Han Yan think about looking for a devil fruit in the past? Vivi thought about it, and suddenly said, what? Devil fruit is a kind of human fruit of the phantom beast species. When I was young, I heard a story about a monster who ate devil fruit in a little girl. Forget it. Hearing this, Vivi was taken aback. Then Han Yan continued, what is the difference between losing that part of mobility in the sea and being a salted fish? Besides, human beings are so weak, so what is worth my consideration? But didn't you say that the Sea King's country in Calm Belt is not interesting at all? Then it would be better to come to this bustling big world to enjoy. Size is indeed a problem for you. However, there is no dream people, don't you lose your value. Mr. Han Yan, what is your dream? If you are the strongest in the world, I'm afraid you have already achieved it. Vivi said in surprise, it is said in the book that evil dragons like treasures and beauties, but why does this dragon in front of him look so weird? Although it is also a very greedy one. Involuntarily, Vivi suspected that she had read a fake book. You mean, let me go to the human world to plunder? Hearing this, Han Yan didn't think much about it. On the contrary, his eyes lit up. Yes, it might be very convenient if it becomes much smaller. If it really upgrades the ability similar to the fruit of human beings, it can be used in slave auctions, underground black markets, and various trade fairs in the New World. If those people find a giant dragon mixed in, they don't know how they would feel. As for the human body, no matter how strong Han Yan is, after all, when fighting, only fools use human bodies to fight, and let's just turn into the body of a dragon. Plunder. Vivi blinked, and a trace of cold sweat suddenly shed. She said, Mr. Han Yan, did you misinterpret it? Wrong. Huh, where's Nico Robin? Han Yan snorted softly and didn't answer her. The huge dragon tail swayed in the sea, setting off a large wave. Should still be researching. I really don't know what can be researched on that stone. Really, let her study thoroughly. The dragon eyes were slightly closed, and Han Yan didn't intend to continue the chat. Then, under the gaze of Vivi, he dived into the bottom of the sea and fell into a boring sleep. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's Office. Sengoku, wahaha, are you worrying again? The marine hero Garp was just grabbing a handful of broken snacks out of boredom, and then crunched and ate them in the office without any image. He stared at the silent Sengoku, which made him laugh out loud. Quote. Sengoku glared at him, then grabbed the intelligence and was about to throw it out. But soon he patted the table and said in a low voice, You are very busy recently. If you are very free, go and catch some pirates. Don't eat and drink at my place without cleaning it. Ahaha, don't be angry. Garp shook his head feigning grievance, and then his simple and honest face froze suddenly, seeing a piece of information on the table. Hey, don't move, I haven't tidied up those things yet. Before Sengoku could stop him, Garp burst out laughing, and the loud voice echoed throughout the office. I saw that it was a reward order in his hand. Importantly, it is not a bounty for pirates, but for a sea kings, but also a famous super monster, Calm Belt Sea King Han Yan. It reads brokenly, Calm Belt Sea Emperor, Demon Dragon Han Yan, Bounty 1 berry. Yes, not 100 million berry, not 10 billion berry. It's, at first sight. Ha ha ha, the famous Neptune actually got a bounty. Garp laughed wildly while clutching his stomach, and it's a berry. Shut up, Marshal Sengoku snarled, and then continued helplessly. No way, the higher-ups asked for it. The bounty 1 berry is to remind that guy not to act recklessly again, this time to kill 7 warlords of the sea crocodile is the greatest forgiveness. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly and sighed. The current Sea Kings has grown to the point where even the world government has to face up to it. P.S. The second volume is coming to an end. The third volume is tentatively scheduled for Summit War, which is a feast for Sea Dragon and Deathwing. The fourth volume will not be revealed yet, but as long as everyone believes in the author, the plot will definitely wonderful and non-traditional routine. In addition, don't worry about the problem of transformation. The author has his own plan and tries to satisfy the tastes of most people. If you don't like it, welcome to Spray. Chapter 99. The beginning of the feast. It's Conqueror's Haki. Garp looked at the following information in shock. That Sea King was really not an ordinary person, no, it was Sea King's. In the information in his hands, it was recorded that Han Yan used Super Conqueror's dragon power to instantly kill 1 million troops, although it is not uncommon for the Sea Emperor to own Conqueror's Haki, but this kind of monster that is slightly stronger than the New World 4 Emperor's level will actually run to the first half of the Grand Line and become a local overlord. How is it possible? Having disappeared for more than 10 years, this giant dragon actually has 2 forms. And each one is ridiculously strong. This is simply a monster stronger than the 4 emperors in the New World. Sengoku said excitedly, he really didn't expect Han Yan's strength to be so terrifying. Would it deform? Could it be Devil Fruit? No, it's not like Devil Fruit. Because that guy is not afraid of seawater, and he has almost no weakness. And every time he appears, the size will change a little bit. If this continues, sooner or later, the sea will no one can compare with this monster. What's more, it also has the terrifying power to summon the Sea Kings, the 2. Even so, the bounty is too weird. This is also one of my strategies, to see how he reacts. I believe that some powerful pirates and 4 emperors have noticed this monster. If there is a conflict between them, it will save us a lot of trouble. Energized. Well, I'll just eat my donut. Garp nodded half understanding, and then said something that made Sengoku PD off. Eat, eat, eat. You know how to eat. Be careful that you will be eaten by that monster one day. Ahaha, don't worry, my fist is so hard, it won't move. Garp said disapprovingly, and continued to wipe out the snacks in his hand. Alabasta, Royal Burial Place. This is. Through the dim candlelight, the faint golden light slanted on the rows of cold stone tablets. Robin's fingertips lightly touched these quaint words, and the desolate wind around seemed to be whispering. Sad and indignant for the sleepers here. And soon, Robin found the records about Pluton. Looking at the description above, Robin's expression changed slightly. This description is simply terrifying. It's too powerful. It is simply invincible. If such a warship really comes out, even a mountain can be easily flattened. Wouldn't that herald the end of the world? Sure enough, ancient weapons are all heaven-defying. No wonder the world government has been enthusiastic about it. It turns out that its power is really terrifying. With it, who else can oppose you on the Grand Line? In that split second, Robin was shaken. She didn't want to wake up this terrifying steel giant, and even had the idea of fleeing here. But she thought of Han Yan, her current boss, Sea Emperor. Compared with Neptune, this warship seems to have no advantage. The size of the battleship is not much larger than the Sea Emperor, and in terms of destructive power, the Sea Emperor is even stronger and more invincible. Thinking of this, the corners of Robin's mouth twitched violently. But Pluton can be built, but the record of the blueprint is not here, but in the ruins deep in the Alabasta Desert, where there may be a better understanding of the location of Pluton. This is a huge project, but for it, it's just a hands-on project. Robin has found the approximate location of Pluton, but is not 100% sure. But it can be regarded as a clue, and what she wants to go now, Afa, is the second ruin of Alabasta. Looks like I have to go to Nine Snakes Island. I haven't been to Calm Belt for a long time. I don't know if those women have prepared 10 years of wages. Even a monster that the world government wants to give face to, I am afraid that any smart person will associate it with Pian. Han Yan used the power grid to scan the narratives on the news, and suddenly these words and photos came into his mind. When this terrifying Lei Wonglong learned about his heroic appearance Haki from the information dropped by the seagull, when the mighty photo appeared on the camera, he was a little surprised at first. After seeing the reward above, Hanshi didn't know whether to be angry or funny. On the other hand, another thing that made Han Yan interested also appeared. Alas, Robin shook his head nonchalantly and said, for the sake of the historical text, it seems that I can only work for this big guy temporarily. Bounty 1 Berry, is the head of my Neptune worth this amount? Speaking of the changes in the past few days, there are no major changes. He sighed with emotion, although many people knew about the reward order of the Sea Emperor, but when they saw Berry, they didn't know what they would think. It has been more than a month since I entered Qinghai. The old ones will not go, and the new ones will not come. The old era is coming to an end, and a new era has begun. Through the informant, Han Yan learned that Robin's current progress has been gradually grasped, and it will not be too long before the day when Pluton is unearthed. Several days passed in a flash, and Han Yan woke up from his deep sleep. The only thing to say is that Han Yan was offered a reward. Whitebeard, Shock Fruit, Potter Cast D, Ace, Mara Fruit, Blackbeard, Dark Fruit, Akainu, Potter Cast D. Ace was arrested, and executed in public. Ahaha, interesting. It seems that I just came back from Qinghai, and things have changed a lot. As the second member of the Whitebeard Pirates band team leader Nayuko will definitely show up to stop. The Feast of the Predators has just begun. Chapter 1 The largest creature on land. In the waters near Alabasta, deep under the water, a huge shadow flashed past. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team, Fire Fist Potter Cast D. Ace will be publicly executed, and the pirate Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach has successfully captured and succeeded Crocodile as the new Shichibukai. And Ace is about to be executed, 25 more days. After seeing the news at first, Han Yan was quite excited. Now Han Yan is very strong, but there is still one thing that is not perfect, and this time, he will not miss the secret of the world. However, instead of going to Nine Snakes Island, there is a place Han Yan needs to go to, Sabayati Archipelago. Of course, before that, Nico Robin, suddenly, a wave invisible to the naked eye passed through the land at the bottom of the water, and continued far, far away, until it appeared in the ear of a woman in a certain tomb. Who? Sea Emperor. The woman who was reading the main text of history was taken aback. She looked around for a moment, and quickly realized it. Just at this time, the voice accompanied by deterrence came again. You, after you find Pluton, leave for now. I have something to do, and when the situation is over, I will go to find you. Besides, you need to go to Little Garden, to tell the story of those two giants. Let me explain. If you want to find me, come to the Fishman Island. In the abyss of 10,000 meters, there are 3 Overlord-level Sea Kings. You only need to shout my name loudly. They will not attack you. Go to that sometimes. Through the telepathy they give me, I will know where you are. Finally, Sky Island has a historical steel recording Poseidon, ancient weapon Poseidon held in the name of God, and in Gaia Island, there is a specific welcome to the people of Sky Island, the Kingdom of Codes. So that's the case, and there is such a shocking thing. Nico Robin calmed down the excitement in her heart slowly, and nodded thoughtfully, but she didn't know why Han Yan was leaving suddenly now. Then, goodbye. Maybe it won't be long before, maybe one day, I will suddenly appear in the newspaper. Although there is a catastrophe who was instantly killed by Wu Zuo's Elephant Master, life and death are unknown, but don't forget, how big is the Elephant Master? It is probably more than 10 times the size of the current protagonist. After all, this is only a rough estimate, but there is no doubt that the elephant owner is currently the largest land creature in New World. Whitebeard from Summit War in the original book is many times weaker than when he was young, but still very strong. But when he fought against Han Yan 10 years ago, he was still more than twice as weak. After all, it is natural for people to get old. At the end of the sentence, a burst of oppressive voices suddenly disappeared, as if something was interrupted, which made Chuan Yi slowly come back to his senses. Compared with the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido's Beasts pirates are not bad, and they also have a powerful force to fight against naval headquarters. What's more, Kaido is also very strong, and the other is Big Mom's pirate group. However, this volume is vastly different from the current Han Yan. Of course, the strength of the two cannot be calculated based on body size alone. To be honest, the strength of Shangju is estimated to be about the same as that of Han Yan. It didn't choose the route of Calm Belt. Calm belt has no weather all year round. If you want to know where you have swum, it will be very troublesome if there is no sign. Ignoring most of the turbulent sea areas, Han Yan is like a rampaging bull, running amok on the prairie of the ocean. Without further ado, Han Yan did not delay any longer. The hole dives directly into the sea and swims along the route of the Grand Line. As for the Grand Line that can hinder Han Yan, there are not many. What ocean tornadoes, submarine vortexes, snake currents, etc., if they are smaller, they can be shuttled directly. If it was a big one, Han Yan would have to take a detour. Comparing his strength with this kind of natural disaster is simply looking for trouble. Arms can't beat thighs, don't underestimate the power of these natural disasters. Although it may not have a big impact on Han Yan, but that weird feeling, that powerless fatigue is not what Han Yan wants to experience. If there is not much difference between the information and the recalled original work, Han Yan started to travel here shortly after One Piece Summit War. As for the New World chapters, he doesn't know much about them. Of course, this power refers to all, including the existence of Han Yan's 3 powerful Logia abilities. The protagonist is absolutely at a disadvantage. The kite consumes the remaining blood and kills the protagonist invincibly. Smiley face. As I said before, in theory, the current Han Yan is very difficult to deal with 10 admirals. That is in theory, and it varies from person to person. If these people are all ordinary, zone demon fruit power, it goes without saying, Han Yan will definitely win. If they are all Logia, or special, Superman or other types of devil fruit, maybe you can't use the admiral level, and it will make Han Yan feel a little uncomfortable. Let me explain the current situation, and see which people in the Baroque Work Agency are still collecting crocodile savings. It seems that there should be a lot, maybe more or less than guessed. Rumor has it that the Elephant Lord set foot on the ocean and is as tall as the clouds. In terms of big ones, the ocean is like the Fishman Island, with a depth of 10,000 meters. Clouds, such as Sky Island, also have as many as 10,000 meters. For the smaller ones, that is the sea area of a kilometer, and the clouds are also about a kilometer. So how big is the Elephant Master in real terms? It varies from 2,000 meters to 20,000 meters, let alone 6 to 7 kilometers in size. There is still some distance before going to the Sabayati archipelago, during which time Han Yan couldn't help but fell into deep thought. 3 disaster stars, 4 general stars. It is a big pirate that is equivalent to or even slightly higher than the future Admiral Green Bull. Admiral is a level, Shinji, Akainu, and Kizaru are old admirals, and they are still powerful demon fruit power. Relatively speaking, they are somewhat better than Cadres, or not much worse. Admiral is the highest combat power of naval headquarters, not the highest combat power of world government. P.S. What the author wants to express is, don't question the powerful power of the protagonist. At the same time, don't underestimate those devil fruits with space, time, soul and other abilities. This is the disgusting part. In short, this is a cool article. It's enough to remember that the protagonist's halo is always the most impressive. As for the ones that haven't appeared, it must be kept a little bit mysterious, right? Chapter 2 The Gluttonous Girl, Jewelry Bonnie. Vast and boundless, this is the so-called sea. As the azure blue waves surged outward one after another, a ship with a pirate flag was approaching from the south with an unstoppable momentum. The ship that shattered the seawater and sprayed snow-white foam traveled very fast. In the center of the ship was a cake-like gourmet pattern, and the pirates on it were dressed more like Western cowboys. Some of the pirate crew were dozing lazily, and some were still reading newspapers. Today is a good day, and it is also a day that makes them excited. Because, since South Blue, they're finally getting to the middle of the Grand Line, the Red Line. On the observation deck, when a tall and slightly fat pirate wearing a black vest stretched out his binoculars, he suddenly showed a happy expression. Quick, report to the captain. I saw the Red Line. Soon, in front of the pirate ship, a huge red mountain with an invisible head blocked the ship's way. After hearing this news, the pirates on the entire ship became lively. And at this time in the cabin, woo, not enough. These are not enough. Hurry up and make more, it's not enough. At a dining table in the cabin, a young woman with long straight pink hair, wearing denim shorts, a white half-sleeved shirt, dark red short boots, and heart-shaped lipstick is chewing food. In the woman's hand was a half-bitten chicken leg, and on the edge of the table beside her was a plate like a hill. Boat, Captain, we are running out of food. And according to your way of eating, no amount of food is enough. A pirate dressed as a sous chef explained with a wry smile on his face, but the captain he was talking about didn't take it seriously, and instead bit the meat in his hand and said, "Fart, why is there not enough food? The sea is so big, and there are so many sea kings. Go catch it." The beautiful captain rolled his eyes, and instead said sarcastically, "My idol is the sea king, the way he eats with big mouthfuls, it is rumored that he can eat 100 sea kings in one bite." Chef Pirate's mouth twitched fiercely, and he muttered to himself, "He is the emperor of the sea, the boss of sea kings, so he eats a lot. Shut up, I'm still a supernova with a bounty of 140 million berry. Go cook for me, right away." Jewelry Bonnie, Jenny Bonnie, glared at the pirate chef viciously, then pouted and chewed a big mouthful of meat, talking with a cute gesture. And at this time, the outside of the cabin suddenly became lively, and noisy voices continued to enter the cabin. "What are you doing?" When Jewelry Bonnie was about to get angry impatiently, a pirate broke in. "Boat, Captain, I see it, we see it. The pirate was full of surprise, and didn't notice the change in Jewelry Bonnie's face at all. What did you see? It's the red line. We're in the middle of the Grand Line, the red line. What? Jewelry Bonnie stared with big round eyes, then quickly stuffed the rest of the meat into his mouth, and ran out of the cabin with a look of joy. Wow, it's really red line. So, we're halfway through the Grand Line. It's amazing. I didn't expect Jewelry Bonnie to finally come out of South Blue. Yes, Captain, today is really a memorable day. We have already circled half the world. A fat pirate waved his hands excitedly, looking at the red line, which was too tall to see the top. But now is not the time to celebrate. Now our mission is to go to the Sabayati archipelago to coat the boat. Then we will pass through the Fishman Island to get to the New World. That's half the voyage. Coating. Well, I seem to have heard from the seniors. Jewelry Bonnie chewed and swallowed the meat in one bite. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the distant continent. The gap between the two seemed to be quite a distance. 0. Ask for flowers. Yes, you see, the record pointer has been pointing to the lower position, and after arriving here, the pointer is almost vertical, so that means that our next destination, the Fishman Island, is on the bottom of the sea. On the pirate ship, one of the pirates who looked like a navigator held a record pointer and told this group of lively pirates. Under the sea, can't we just climb over this mountain and go to the New World? Why go to the sea? One of the pirates spoke in confusion, and Jewelry Bonnie glanced at him, then frowned. This is a must. Jewelry Bonnie shook his head. There are 3 ways to go to the New World from here. The first is to ask the world government for approval and cross the Holy Land Mariajoy at the top of the red line. Thieves, this road is impossible. The second is Calm Belt. Don't think about it. Let's not talk about whether we will be lucky enough to meet Neptune. The asking price of Calm Belt alone is as high as more than 1 billion. So we can only take the road, the submarine route of the Fishman Island. The red line has a gap there. You can pass it, but this route is a bit dangerous. But it is much better than Calm Belt, although it is still the territory of the Neptune, but judging by our current comprehensive strength, at most, it is less than 50 million. After all, it is only a toll, which is still acceptable. The legendary the Fishman Island, it should be in a deep place under the sea. To be correct, the Fishman Island is at a depth of 10,000 meters under the sea, which is a depth that ordinary submarines cannot reach, so we need to borrow special tools to achieve the purpose of diving, so we are going to Sabayati Archipelago and coating. Chapter 3 Attacked. The Deep Sea Demon reappears. The deep sea, this is a mysterious world, where there are many unknown secrets. The lower the water goes, the darker it becomes. If you don't have the ability to evolve night vision or keen senses, you simply don't have the ability to survive. The so-called beautiful scenery, Madara's colorful fish schools and emerald green aquatic plants, sorry, that is not the real deep sea. The so-called fairy tale-like underwater wonderland is only available on the Fishman Island, while most other deep sea areas are cruel worlds dominated by ferocious predators. On the 10,000 meters under the sea, occasionally there will be super large sea kings that are hideous and frightening. Further up, there are many different kinds of creatures. Then, maybe there will be a glimmer of light. But it is still dominated by darkness, and there will be some glowing fish and jellyfish and other creatures. Immediately after, 053, it is the common ocean world, where various creatures exist, which is not so monotonous. And in the other half of the red line, above the Fishman Island, below the Sabayati archipelago waters, a huge shadow appeared from far away along the way. Its arrival caused the surrounding overlord sea kings to flee in fright. The weak fish were not even qualified to escape, and they were frightened and stunned. Some were even directly eaten by the monster with its huge mouth. The body of 2 or 3 warships is full, the terrifying sharp claws are erected under the vigorous body, and the purple lines of radiant color are wrapped around the body. The thunder and lightning that flashed from time to time defeated the fish in the surrounding tens of meters one after another, making the fish in the outer domain dare not approach it. Looking forward, the beautiful Haki horn is entrenched on the top of the dragon head, like a noble crown. Beneath it, a sea blue scorpion turned slightly. At this moment it suddenly froze and looked above the sea area. Soon, Lei Danlong, who was silent in the parade of instinct, suddenly had a reaction. The shining scales trembled slightly, the unpredictable body suddenly folded, and then the dragon head, which was supposed to be moving forward, suddenly looked up. On the sea of colorful jellyfish swimming, a rumbling wave floated into Han Yan's senses. Is it a boat? And it's not too small. It's full of life, so it doesn't look like some miscellaneous pirates. Lei Wonglong murmured to himself, making a deafening sound. In the middle of this sea area, it spread far away, and soon, in the eerie pitch-black sea area, a dark purple streamer flashed, and a terrifying giant dragon twisted and circled with mighty momentum, and then flew upward like lightning. Drive away. For Han Yan, this decompression would not cause any adverse effects at all, and during this rapid ascent process, he saw the bottom of the pirate ship. The ship is still traveling at an extremely fast speed, but unfortunately, it will never be able to compete with an ocean overlord in the sea. At this time, on the ship of the Bonnie pirates. Anyway, let's go to that Sabayati archipelago first. Whether it's supplies or other things, we have to go and see anyway. Besides, Jewelry Bonnie smiled and said to himself, go and see those other supernovas. There are 11 supernovas, and there are 3 in South Blue alone. Sky Island also has 1, and, this pirate from Sky Island is also the only one who knows that the other identity of Tien Shen is hazy. Oh, Found it, and there was a wave of waves on the sea area, and under the sea water visible to the naked eye, a terrifying huge mouth suddenly opened. Where is the Sabayati archipelago? It's at least 500 meters in size. Be careful, everyone, this is a monster no smaller than Calm Belt Sea Kings. Following Jewelry Bonnie's terrified cry, these pirates jumped into the sea one after another, and the ability users also carried small boats and props that could float on the sea and scattered away. The pirate ship was less than 300 meters away from the sea. A bloodthirsty arc appeared in Lei Wanglong's eyes, and the speed of wandering suddenly accelerated a bit. Suddenly, being a woman and being very sensitive to danger, her nerves tightened suddenly. Immediately, she subconsciously became vigilant, and Jewelry Bonnie quickly looked around, but there was nothing but their ship on Wang Yanghai, and even the sky was quiet. Then, the crisis came from the sea. Withdrawing his gaze from the faintly visible big tree in the distance, Jewelry Bonnie subconsciously looked at the deep and mysterious sea under the boat. It's dangerous. The waves in the surrounding sea area gradually surged, as if something was about to appear below. The sudden sea wind made Jewelry Bonnie shiver again, and when the pirate ship was moving forward rapidly with the wind and inertia, the sails were suddenly retracted, and the speed of the ship slowed down. The huge mouth full of sharp teeth is equivalent to half the size of a pirate ship, but most of Lei Wanglong's size lies in its length. Even so, Jewelry Bonnie can also use this unusual feature to guess what type of monster the Sea Kings in the sea below are. The 2.4-year-old young woman who escaped from the dragon's mouth danced in midair, then landed on a floating wooden block, looking at the sea that had not yet calmed down with lingering fear. Waiting for the monster's next move, Jewelry Bonnie was taken aback, looked down immediately, and shouted at the same time, "Everyone pay attention. There is danger under the boat. Under the eerie white sharp teeth, any steel is useless, not to mention that this is a hard wooden ship." As the Sea Kings sank quietly, pieces of broken wood fragments were exposed floating on the surface of the sea, causing shock and fear on the faces of the wandering pirates around. Do you know why the pirates dare not travel from the Calm Belt? It's very simple, because under the attack of this kind of sea giant, unless there are special abilities, they can't stop it at all. How is this possible? At that moment, the huge mouth closed, directly swallowing the pirates and the entire ship that had no time to escape. Chapter 4 What Did You Do to Me? Jewelry Bonnie looked vigilantly at the pitch-black sea area below. Through bursts of seawater flow and faint purple light, he could perceive that the monster did not leave, but hovered instead, as if waiting for the next attack. Under the sea, Han Yan wondered why this woman noticed that she was going to attack the ship. It should be explained that Ming had suppressed the invisible predator and murderous intent just now, and only showed his killing intent at the last moment. Generally, people without the strength above Vice Admiral are not enough to perceive the danger in advance. Except for special people, it seems that this woman is not like an ordinary little pirate. Although there are quite a few female pirates, this is the first time I have seen such a witty Han Yan. The response is quite sensitive. Under the watchful eyes of Jewelry Bonnie and others, the seawater rolled and turned fish white. Soon, a Haki's awe-inspiring head emerged from the sea, looked down at them condescendingly, and said something that shocked them. "See, the Sea Kings have spoken." Jewelry Bonnie stared wide-eyed, and O5 said with incredible shock on his face. This is the legendary, deep-sea demon. On a wooden board around it, several fat pirates were lying on it, losing their voices with fear on their faces. Deep-sea demon. When Han Yan heard this, he was suddenly stunned. It's a very familiar title. I remember that most of the people who called themselves deep-sea demons were from the Sabayati archipelago. Later, they basically changed their name to Han Yan as the Emperor of the Sea. As for the pirates who still remember the name Deep Sea Demon, apart from those who have dealt with it, there are only those who know themselves better. "You know me." The cold pupils glowing with bloodthirsty light stared at the pirate, only to hear him tremble and say, "It is rumored that the Deep Sea Demon and the Sea Emperor are the same monster, but I still firmly believe that the Deep Sea Demon is the most terrifying creature. 13 years ago, on a pirate ship you hijacked, the captain's damn it, it's me." A slightly funny pirate, whose eyes were almost sunk into the fat, nodded desperately. However, when he saw that Lei Wanglong's Longan did not show any emotional change, he immediately said in a hurry, "Please forgive me. Lord Haihuang, last time my father gave you more than 100 million berry. Please also see for the sake of this disrespect, please spare me." "Buck, you." Jewelry Bonnie stared at this scene dumbfounded. The usual carefree pirate suddenly knelt down on the wooden board and surrendered so spinelessly. How could she have the usual bravery of her pirate group? But the man named Buck didn't take it seriously. Anyone who had seen the horror of the Neptune would never have any thoughts of resistance. I have to say that he was very correct, at least Han Yan was amused by him. "Sorry, I can't remember, but..." A burst of strong suction sucked the bag in Buck's hand, and found that it was made of paper berry, which also had the value of exchange. And the amount of berry is not small, it must be around 20 million. "Hey, big guy, are you really the Emperor of the Sea?" Jewelry Bonnie squinted her eyes, and continued with some doubts. "You can really eat 100 Sea Kings in one bite as rumored." Hearing this, Han Yan turned his head slowly, and looked at the beautiful human being who had no fear on her face, but curiosity in her eyes. "Does this have something to do with you? Now you shouldn't think about how to please me, and then escape from this sea, should you? Now that his identity has been recognized, sneak attacks and surprise attacks are meaningless. Now that the Sabayati archipelago is here, it's nice to earn some extra money. So you are the monster who rewarded Barry." Jewelry Bonnie's eyes lit up, and he said loudly, "You are my idol, teach me how to eat so much in one go." All intelligent life will have some characteristics, that is, thinking and emotion. As long as there are these points, then the creature will have a characteristic, bewilderment, instant ignorance. For Han Yan, there are all kinds of human beings and freaks. All kinds. I am used to seeing kneeling people who are afraid, and I am also used to seeing ignorant, arrogant people. But it was the first time he had seen such a rude, ignorant, idiotic and boring human being. This made him take a deep breath, and then slowly closed his eyes. "So, you'd better think in my stomach. Stupid." Han Yan, who interpreted this conversation as provocative, didn't see any anger, but opened his eyes full of calmness and murderous intent. A suction force was born spontaneously, causing Jewelry Bonnie's complexion to change completely. You really want to eat me?" Jewelry Bonnie looked around at the other pirates, and then shouted, "You, who will help? I can't control myself." 227 inches. Seeing that he was gradually flying backwards, Jewelry Bonnie hurriedly said, but the other pirates wanted to help, but it was over. The terrible suction had already carried her into the air. "You have the money to redeem your life." The suction power remained undiminished. Fu Hulong, who was near the edge of Senrin's mouth, said coldly, "Do you want money? I still can't get enough to eat. FK me, I won't give it." Suddenly, Jewelry Bonnie's eyes froze, and then a strange wave emanated from her body, covering Han Yan's body directly. Time seemed to stand still, and the suction suddenly disappeared, and Jewelry Bonnie also took the opportunity to step on the diamond-like purple-black scale armor and ran to the head of Lei Wonglong, and then dodged to the side, while not forgetting to shout, "Hurry up! Run! Go to Sabayati Archipelago and wait for me, I will hold this big guy." In an instant, Jewelry Bonnie's complexion changed dramatically. Cold sweat ran down her back crazily. She, who was usually rude and carefree, calmly became tense at this time. "What did you do to me?" The Lei Wonglong, who seemed to be frozen, suddenly turned his eyes, staring at the woman who was holding the noble dragon horn on his forehead, and his voice became colder and colder. Chapter 5 Amazing. Birth of the Baby Sea Emperor. As for the escaped pirates, he had long ignored them. "HMPH, old Neptune, let's see what ability you have to eat me." The corners of Jewelry Bonnie's mouth turned up slightly, but she didn't wait for her to speak. A joking voice sounded, "I see." Han Yan came to his senses, but he sneered and said, "Unfortunately, you didn't do it." What? When she felt the terrifying dragon's power coming, Jewelry Bonnie stared with sweat profusely and her eyes widened, as if she would be easily killed by the angry dragon at any moment. "Perhaps you don't know, Neptune, there is no aging." What Han Yan said was right. He possessed the energy of life value, but just at that moment, he found that his life value suddenly decreased by about several million. If for humans, 100 is human children, and for ordinary pirates, it may be about 1,000. And the 4 emperors have 10 million life points, as for Han Yan, a little over 100 million. As Sea Kings, he cannot calculate his strength based on the strength of his life. Jewelry Bonnie's Devil Fruit ability can make people old or young at will. But the Lei Wonglong relies on its HP ability to survive, so there is no such thing as aging. It was the sudden fear that made Han Yan stunned at that moment. However, when he knew that Jewelry Bonnie's Devil Fruit ability could only reduce his aging by a few million at most, he immediately regained his original calmness. And at this time, Han Yan was no longer in the mood to play. Now his only thought is, where's the limit of this devil fruit? Rather than killing this woman out of fear, Han Yan wants to know how much of a threat this devil fruit is to him. Even if I eat her and absorb devil fruit, it is inevitable that there will be no new devil fruit reborn in the world. At that time, how should I face it? Menacing person. Be vigilant. Yes, Jewelry Bonnie is a non-threatening creature to him, at least in terms of health energy intensity. However, this special creature. You, what kind of monster are you? Jewelry Bonnie yelled unbelievably. She hurriedly said, "What are you kidding? My ability is actually useless to you." Invalid, not invalid, but Jewelry Bonnie is not Han Yan, so I don't know. HMPH, is this your limit? Then go to hell. Hey, wait, you're serious? Ziz, under Jewelry Bonnie's horrified gaze, a streak of purple lightning gradually appeared on the scale armor of the dragon's back, just 1 second before Han Yan launched a strong lightning attack. The huge Lei Wonglong suddenly disappeared, and Jewelry Bonnie shouted, "Help," with all his strength, and then, thumped 10 times, and fell into the sea. As a capable person, she sank down immediately with no strength in her body, and at the same time, she passed out before sinking into the sea due to excessive physical exertion. Fortunately, a figure dived into the sea, rescued her, and swam desperately towards the Sabayati archipelago. Fortunately, the island is not very far from them. Coupled with the fact that some pirate crew members in front moved extremely fast on the wooden boards, they had already escaped here in less than a few minutes. The originally turbulent sea became fragments floating, full of mess. Soon, this dragon was 2 meters long, blinking its sparkling eyes, swinging its slender dragon tail to balance its body while moving in the ocean, and then let out childish roars towards the huge ship debris beside it. Soon, various anthropomorphic expressions such as shock, disbelief, panic, and killing intent appeared in the blue eyes of this cute toddler Hai Long Tian. I remember, that's right, that woman is Jewelry Bonnie. Han Yan recalled when she changed her age to a child with her fruit ability. It was the first time that it was planted in the hands of pirates, which further confirmed the magic and special power of Devil Fruit. At the same time, it also restrained Han Yan's conceited heart a lot. I thought I might be invincible. Unexpectedly, today he was swayed by a little girl whose strength was 10,000 times different. So, here comes the problem. Lei Wonglong, where did you go? There is a beautiful crown on its vigorous and beautiful head, which is its dragon horn, which looks silvery white and blue. At the tip of the dragon's horn, there is a constantly beating purple thunder and lightning, and the purple lightning called death is wrapped around his side. Speaking of which, Han Yan itself evolved from childhood to adulthood. But now that the law setting called the Devil Fruit has been changed, he has become a young Thunder Emperor dragon. Very well, I endured the garden. In this abnormal state, the body shape changes, and all abilities remain unchanged. Closing square bracket. Han Yan closed his eyes and carefully checked the changes in his body, and soon, a striking reminder caught his attention. Han Yan stared wide-eyed at the enlarging environment, and then let out a roar that resounded throughout the world, "Jewelry Bonnie that you can't escape." After learning a little bit, Han Yan learned that there are 3 solutions. One is to wait Wang Laohao until the ability fails, and the time is 7 days. The second is to catch Jewelry Bonnie and ask her to release it. The third is to use the sky-high price given by the system to remove the abnormal state potion, 10,000 evolution points for a bottle. For Han Yan in the non-Emirati state of poverty, I didn't expect that the fruit that works on people is also effective on me. What the hell is this? It is obviously not allowed to be old, why can it be regressed into childhood? Bug, no. Prompt, currently host is in an abnormal state. On the surface of the blue sea, a small head suddenly emerged from the water. It looked at the world around it curiously, as if something special had changed, but also as if nothing had changed. P.S. I don't know if everyone is interested in the interesting adventure story of the young Neptune dragon, but this can be regarded as a transition before the start of the war. It's not that the ability is incomprehensible, but Han Yan's carelessness. After all, a single aspect crushes everyone. I'm tired of watching it too. Let's have a slightly different feeling. Chapter 6 The Demons Invading the Sabayati Archipelago. P.S. Well, it seems that everyone likes big, thick, and hard protagonists. Okay, I understand, but I will write that in the next world, and if you have ideas and suggestions, please mention it in the book review. In addition, the process of reducing the protagonist is only 2 or 3 at the end of the chapter. It is mainly to facilitate him to go ashore. Some people say that the character and nature of the protagonist have changed. The author thinks about it, maybe. But try to correct it as much as possible, and focus on cruel predators. Still the same sentence. If you have an idea to mention in the book review, if you can't reply to the book review, please come and say. New World will vote for selection. If you have an idea, just say it. Sabayati Archipelago is composed of 79 inches Yarki mangroves, the world's largest mangrove with numbers written on them. Since the roots of this tree are always exposed to the water, there are towns built on each tree. And facilities. The roots of mangrove trees like 540 will secrete special natural resin due to respiration, and the resin will form bubbles due to the expansion of air. Then fly to the sky. Because it is the only way to New World, many pirates, merchants and bounty hunters gather here, among which 11 supernovas have the highest rewards. In the Sabayati Archipelago, there are also world nobles, also known as celestial dragons. They are descendants of 20 kings who established the huge organization, world government, 800 years ago. The same atmosphere, always wearing a mask. If anyone dares to hurt celestial dragons, Admiral of Headquarters will lead the army to attack, so celestial dragons' injury is the biggest news on this island, and even New World. More than 10 years ago, an event that shocked the world happened on this island. The celestial dragons were plundered and kidnapped. And the monster that caused the incident was none other than the world-famous Sea Emperor. Therefore, the celestial dragons are somewhat restrained on the island. However, due to the mysterious disappearance of the Sea Emperor for more than 10 years, the celestial dragons are still rampant here today. Speaking of which, the area of Sabayati Archipelago is very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. Numbers 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops. Numbers 30 to 39 are amusement parks. Numbers 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas, with sales souvenirs. Numbers 50 to 59 are shipyards with coding craftsmen. Numbers 60 to 69 are marine and government access areas. Numbers 70 to 79 are hotel streets and other places. At this moment, an extremely delicate little Lei Wonglong quietly appeared on the shore. On the shore, there are many ships that don't know whether they are pirates or merchants, or there may be many ships of slave traders. Very good, very good. Although the body shape has changed, there are some subtle changes in weight and shape, but my strength has not diminished at all. Han Yan looked at his body in a low voice, feeling the changes in his body. Finally he discovered that the female pirate named Jewelry Bonnie has the ability to make people younger. But the power of man cannot be limited. Maybe ordinary or even ordinary humans can't do anything, but it's useless to deal with stronger people. At most, that is, changes in appearance. Although it is devil fruit, it has an unawakened ability. Tisk tisk, sighing with emotion, the little Lei Wonglong swaggered up the coast and headed towards Area 42. At first, there were not many people, but soon, a few pirates who were drinking came into contact with him. Duh, what the hell is that? Monster crawling out of the shore. Suddenly, beside a giant tree. The 3 are burly, with a big beard. There is a weapon that looks like an axe and a giant sword on his shoulders. The three of you look at me, and I look at him suspiciously. Then he rubbed his eyes hard and continued to look forward. Act recklessly. The cold eyes raised his head, and Han Yan's bad mood became even worse. At this time, he coldly snorted and said something that made the three of them fly into a rage. What? A talking loach? No, am I dazzled? How can a loach have horns and claws? ... Hey, I said, grab it, take it to the auction house, maybe there's a good price for it. The bearded man grinned loudly at another strong man, then patted his shoulder with a greedy look in his eyes. Okay, look at me, ah. The next moment, the pirate who was just about to pounce on him suddenly widened his eyes. Without waiting for the other two pirates to exclaim, a ghostly thunder flashed away, as if time had been frozen. When he came back to his senses again, the little Thunder Emperor dragon flashing lightning had already appeared behind the three pirates. A breath of cold air spewed out from the dragon's mouth, eyes full of hostility looked sideways slightly, and behind Han Yan, the bodies of the three pirates who were still in a defensive posture twitched. Soon, a purple thunder light shrouded them, and the next moment the three piles of scorched dross were gradually blown away by the cool wind. Seemingly there was nothing worthy of his attention, Han Yan continued to walk forward. Every step he took, the coldness and aura on his body increased. However, what he suddenly noticed was that after killing the three pirates, subconsciously absorbing life energy, the passive, Meat Eater, was also quietly triggered. The original 2-meter-long little Lewonglong became 2-meter-5. Eating people, no, eating high-level life. It can quickly return me to my original physique at 5.2. And from this point of view, even if I meet that woman again, her ability may not be right for me. Create the second effect. Gia, Devil Fruit, the power of the devil, really has you. Stepping out of the outer area, Han Yan came to this so-called noisy and bustling sightseeing area and a trade fair for eating and drinking. Its ice-cold blue pupils stared forward, and before those vendors, snack merchants, pirates, and hunters noticed this new guest, it quickly flocked. Crouching, a sharp dragon roar enveloped the sky above Area 42, and at that moment, the terrifying aura that pierced the spiritual barrier descended. Chapter 7 The Provocation of a Supernova. If it is normal, maybe Han Yan will also think about how to deal with the Marine Admiral on the island. But now, if I remember correctly, Kizaru should be staying behind. Sparkling fruit, yes, I hope it tastes good. Stepping into Area 42 of the Sabayati archipelago, Han Yan looked at this group of ordinary merchants and pirates, but Han Yan didn't do anything else, and directly knocked Conqueror's dragon might to stun them all. At this time, suddenly, a surprised voice sounded not far away, followed by several life breaths of small size. Conquerors, are you a zone demon fruit power? A man with an X on his chin and chest appeared at the corner of the street, with a hooked nose and blindfolded eyes. Wearing a medieval swordsman's hat, he stared wide-eyed at this moment, looking at Han Yan's position in disbelief, but he quickly realized it. After enduring Han Yan's 50% Conqueror's Dragon prestige, he is still standing here firmly and straight. Zone. Gia, 5 I'm afraid you haven't recognized the status quo. Han Yan grinned, if nothing else. Just now I accidentally exploded some interesting fish with my aura. If I cannot lose consciousness under my aura, and can still appear in front of me, it means that they have the right to be eaten by me. What? X. Drake raised his head in surprise, but the next moment, the Lewonglong who was tens of meters away from him suddenly disappeared. Roar. With a pain in his abdomen, X-Drake activated his fruit ability immediately. Zone. The dinosaur form of the ancient species. In an instant, he transformed into a 7-meter-sized ancient dinosaur, but at that instant, scorching blood spit out from the huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and under his chest, there are already bloodstains in the deep gully of the main road. And the blood is constantly flowing in it, but fortunately, X-Drake turned into the body of a dinosaur in time, and his rough skin and thick flesh caused him to be seriously injured and did not die immediately. So fast, 222 million berries guy was instantly killed. On the roof, a long-handed man who was attracted by the momentum froze, and when he saw that X-Drake was knocked to the ground in an instant, he immediately exclaimed. Before he could take a step back, a terrifying suction came from behind. Crashing, the tiles and stones on the roof were instantly lifted and shattered, and the supernova in this attire, with the word, Wyan embroidered on the chest, earphones and black glasses, with teeth like piano keys, fell off the ground directly. Immediately, the Changsho tribe quickly retreated a few steps, hiding in a relatively safe range and watching the monster carefully. Hey, get out of here! The sound of the dragon's whistling spread outwards, and suddenly there were waves like waves in the space that was shattered. Soon, a man with a crooked neck and a ferocious face was gradually coming from outside. Behind him was a silent masked man with a blue and white striped mask. Crack, crack, crack. There was a burst of crisp applause, followed by a man with a red-haired hedgehog, a dagger and a pistol on his chest, goggles, and a dark red coat. I just arrived in Area 42, and I didn't expect such a big movement. I asked who it was. It turned out to be 222 million Berry Chichi X-Drake and 198 million Silly Hyaming, Apu, the disc player. Huh, this the guy who put you in such a predicament is. Soon, Eustace Kid, the first person in the supernova with a cruel personality, set his sights on the monster that unleashed a terrifying aura. Quote. Kid's smiling face restrained, and his complexion changed slightly. I always feel that this slightly smaller monster in front of me is somewhat familiar. Could it be some ancient zone demon fruit power? Kid, the Changsho clansman was surprised. 315 million berries Eustace Kid, and 162 million berries kill Samurai Kira. The seriously injured and weak ex-Drake also recovered from the body of the ancient dinosaur. He knew very well that even if these people were here, they might not be the opponent of that monster. At this time, the monster in his mouth spoke. I give you a choice. A bloodthirsty and cruel look flashed in his eyes. Han Yan's aura was slightly released, and he immediately oppressed the top of the 4 supernovas like a god and demon. The terrifying aura instantly changed the faces of the 4, as if facing some terrible existence. This aura is at the 4 emperors level. The well-informed kid's complexion suddenly changed, and only then did he notice the characteristic signs of the dragon-shaped creature in front of him. You are the emperor of the sea. Jia Jia, ah ha ha. From the slightly immature dragon's mouth, 837 spit out haki and harsh irony, and soon, under the gaze of these 4 people, subtle changes took place in the sky that day. As if a storm was approaching, the sky quickly dimmed. Crackling, the thunder is dazzling, shining on the dragon's back. Soon, purple electric snakes with thick arms surrounded Lei Wanglong's body, forming a stark contrast to the pitch-black body. Immediately, there was a strong wind blowing around, setting off countless sandstorms. Under the panicked gazes of several people, the next moment, this terrifying brontosaurus stretched out a dragon claw. Jewelry Bonnie, where is it? A voice of questioning that they refused to tolerate came out, and suddenly several people looked at each other in blank dismay, revealing various guessing thoughts. Jewelry Bonnie, that gluttonous girl, I didn't expect His Excellency the Sea Emperor to come here for her. Kid squinted his eyes slightly, looking at Han Yan's figure of less than 3 meters. He showed a strange look. It is rumored that the Sea Emperor is the size of a small island, but now it turns out to be so. Is it Jewelry Bonnie's ability? It's really strange. No answer. Lei Wanglong's eyes looked forward, revealing a devilish coldness. Chapter 8 Dark Thunder Thundercloud. Eustace Kid, Jewelry Bonnie and Kira the Killer belong to South Blue. Although they have different forces, the relationship between them is not too much. But it belongs to South Blue, so he is still relatively familiar with it. Very good. You guys, are you trying to challenge me? Interesting juniors. Han Yan, who had been holding back his anger, suddenly calmed down, and now he looked at these newly born supernovae with a deep gaze. There was a look of horror on ex-Drake's face. Sooner or later, we will also go to war with the 4 emperors, why not try Haijun's strength at this time? Kid grinned grimly, and then said loudly to the other 2, let's form an alliance for the time being, and we'll talk about it after passing this level. Ah ba 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 ba. Playing the disc sound, Apu's body suddenly turned into a musical instrument, his chest turned into a drum, his teeth turned into keys, his jaw turned into a cymbal, and his left hand turned into a trumpet. At this time, he put on a vigilant challenge. Boss, be careful. Kira pulled out the revolving sickle in his hand, looked straight ahead carefully, and looked out through the blue and white striped hood with several small holes in his sharp eyes. Want to challenge me? You newcomers alone are not qualified. The Thunder Emperor Dragon let out a low growl, and the surrounding air began to vibrate. Under the watchful eyes of Kid and others, the terrifying aura accompanied by dark thunder and lightning began to dance within 10 meters around the Sea Emperor, and the flashing lightning made the surrounding houses collapsed, and countless materials were destroyed. Soon, the range was getting bigger and bigger, when they broke out in cold sweat and wanted to retreat. 200 million volts, dark thunder thundercloud. Suddenly, in the eyes of these 4 people, it was not tall, only about 2.5 meters behind the dragon-shaped creature. A phantom composed of thunder and lightning covered the sky, and the terrifying Thunder Emperor Dragon Phantom, which was so tall that it seemed to be about to exceed 10,000 meters, suddenly opened its huge eyes. At this time, the sky above the Sabayati Archipelago 42 area was covered by dark clouds, and a dull and fearful atmosphere gradually came from above the 4 people's heads. It's coming. Be careful. Boom. After the words fell, a terrifying thunder and lightning flashed across the sky in an instant, tearing apart a part of the ground in the area below. Staring at the terrifying thunder and lightning that almost passed by, Kid and the others changed their expressions drastically. He looked at the sky in horror. Above, a huge dark thundercloud covered it, and in it, there was a terrifying thunderbolt jumping in blue and purple. Oh my god. This. Looking up at the sound from the pitch-black sky, Kid and the others gradually showed a look of fear in their eyes. I saw that the lightning that tore the sky surged, and countless thunderbolts shrouded the sky densely like dumplings. It was almost as dense as rain, completely covering the entire 42 area, and under the horrified gaze of the 4 people, the small Thunder Emperor Dragon flew into the sky under the action of thunder and lightning, bathed in the baptism of thunder tribulation. But at this time, the dragon shadow in the void was looking down at them. The so-called challenge is just to give you newcomers a reason to play house. The real emperor is born after the baptism of death. High in the sky, the figure of Haki of the Sea Emperor stood in the void, his blue dragon eyes squinted down, showing a look of disdain. If you live, then I will let you live a few more days. If you die. Not to mention challenging the 4 emperors, they are not even qualified to be eaten by Han Yan. What? At this time, the face of Eustace Kid, who was a magnet fruit ability user, changed suddenly, and a penetrating lightning bolt covered his body. Compared with the lightning that attacked others, the lightning from the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to follow it, and Kid vomited blood and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Magnets, iron, metals are more likely to attract lightning than other substances. And this thundercloud is clearly his nemesis. When he realized this, it was too late. The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly became extremely dark, beginning the second stage of change. The first stage is lightning. Use countless thunder and lightning to attack different people in an orderly manner. The second stage is Kwang Lei. It is the most terrifying final stage, a lightning attack with no difference and no dead ends. As for the comatose pirates in Area 42, sorry, I'm afraid they can only be buried with the thunderclouds. After death, those life points were absorbed by the thunder and lightning one after another, and turned into energy in the air, which was absorbed by the small entity Lei Wonglong, the core of the thundercloud in the sky. Rumbling. The change that resounded through the sky caused the entire Sabayati archipelago to panic and looked up at the sky. In Area 42 not far away, that terrifying thundercloud attracted the attention of countless people. Some were fearful, some were doubtful, and some even took advantage of the chaos and robbed them. Some even sneaked out to sea and left this restless island. What happened? Look, it's over there. Field 42, what is that? Thundercloud. People ran around in a panic, whether it was marines, pirates or other lawbreakers in other lands, they all secretly became vigilant. Thunderbolt, is there any monster in this world that can control lightning? Impossible, neighbor, this kind of aura, it's a bit overdone. Wang Qian is good, little guy. Compared with the fearful people, the cloudy eyes of a white-haired old man wearing glasses and a straight scar on his right eye suddenly became sharp. In the bustling field on number 42, there are thousands of people. There are no less than 300 people in the shop alone, and at this moment they were swallowed by lightning. At least half of them were killed or injured, but he still underestimated how terrifying the thunderclouds were. Under the roar of dense thunderstorms, the sky was getting darker and darker, and the top of the island was pulled tightly in the blink of an eye. At the beginning, Na Lei just growled tentatively, like a dragon baring its fangs, mocking the praise over each. Once it felt bored, its bloody mouth closed instantly. Once the hope of people's hearts turns to despair, the sobs turn into mournful cries, which is heartbreaking to hear, so desolate. The current thunder is in this state. Chapter 9 Instant Kill, Neptune's Strength. Booming. Accompanied by countless lightning, thunder, black smoke and flames, the entire Area 42 seemed to be approaching the world, and the grid composed of transparent lightning like an enchantment enveloped the entire area. Those outside cannot come in, and those inside cannot get out. However, under the indiscriminate bombardment of thunder, in just a few tens of seconds, it has become as dead and silent as the sky collapsing. At the core of the thunder cloud, a deep purple thunder and lightning seemed to be alive. At this time, under its control, the thunder cloud gradually dissipated. Soon, the thunder gradually dissipated. A terrifying scarlet light flashed past, turning into deep blue eyes. Haki's tall body gradually appeared in the sky above Area 42, covering the sky and covering the sun, like a terrifying dragon hovering over him, and the so-called Thunder Emperor dragon just now returned to its original size. Extremely abundant energy. Shu Tan, I really didn't expect it. Han Yan bowed his head and looked around, only to find that his abnormal status had been cancelled. It stands to reason that this is simply impossible. The fourth method is to release the control. What is it? Simply eating and absorbing life energy. No, only the vitality of these human beings is not enough for 607 to recover himself. And, Han Yan glanced at the four miserable figures on the ground that were almost scorched black, but the facts proved that the vitality of these four guys was terrible, and it further proved that the One Piece was born everywhere. World talk. That's right, although the breath of life is almost zero. But in fact, these few people were only seriously injured, severely comatose, and fell into a state of suspended animation after experiencing the terrifying thunder and lightning looting. Even if it is not dead, it is almost the same. Very good, if I were a human being, I might spare you, but unfortunately, I am a predator. Following Lei Wonglong's cold snort, the four scorched black corpses gradually turned into ashes. Then the three blood-colored devil fruits turned into a beam of light and collided with its body, before disappearing. So, what is it that made his vitality recover so quickly? Subconsciously, Han Yan set his sights on the core position on the Sabayati archipelago, on top of the mangrove tree. This is the largest mangrove tree in the world. Since the FB tree roots are always exposed to the water, the Sabayati archipelago is formed. As high as nearly 10,000 meters, it is truly blocking out the sky and the sun. Even such a huge Lei Wonglong, compared to this tree, is like a bug on a tree, extremely small. And Lei Yun, who was similar to Wan Lei, just now, probably destroyed a small branch tree root, which made him change so much. However, Han Yan didn't have the extra mood to think about this question at this time. He retracted his gaze, and a powerful breath of life gradually approached from behind. 11 supernovas, 4 of which were erased by you at once. Really, it's so helpless. Not long after putting away the devil fruit, an emotional voice sounded behind Han Yan. Soon, he flicked his dragon tail, and the terrifying power swept away with a destructive force. With the flickering of the white-haired figure, the huge tail destroyed the surrounding broken ground, causing gravel to splash, like Kosuke Doom. This island is rotten, people, and dirty. You don't need to feel compassion. Phew, why such a big meeting ceremony? Anyway, It's not the first time we've met, isn't it? Rayleigh chuckled and stepped back quickly. I don't know where to take out a thin sword in my hand, and then cut off the super powerful force coming from it, and then escaped smoothly. Looking at the cracked roots of the mangrove, I was amazed in my heart. This is the root of the Alchiman mangrove tree. If it were a rock, it would have turned into slag long ago. Boom. As if the air was pierced and the sky was cut. Cracks gradually appeared in the dark clouds, the sky gradually changed color, and the aura of the two overlords had already clashed openly. Ahahaha, you lied to me back then, but do you think I will believe the rumor that the vice captain of One Piece is so poor? From the analysis of vitality, this is the strength of 4 emperors below Whitebeard and above Admiral. Judging from Rayleigh's reaction speed just now, it is fast, extremely fast. It is comparable to Kizaru's monkey, and observation Haki is extremely skilled. It is not that simple for this old guy to use thunder clouds and lightning to attack. After all, the original book has super observation Haki, and the sword skills are equal to Kizaru. Even if Kizaru wants to attack Rayleigh, it is not so simple. Are you worth a lot? After all, the terrifying Conqueror's dragon prestige shrouded this small human being, and at the same time, another terrifying coercion also broke out with it. Stinging, carrying a terrifying force that shakes all things. A giant claw landed on Rayleigh's position, and in an instant, the sky fell apart, and the roots of thousands of meters scattered like cracks, and countless special natural roots exploded. The resin that flowed out from the roots of countless Alchiman mangroves expanded rapidly after encountering the air, forming countless bubbles and flying into the sky, but before they reached Han Yan's waist, they were destroyed by the surrounding lightning. Han Yan's expression didn't change, and he gradually lowered his head to look at the figure on the abandoned boulder. His white hair didn't change very much from more than 10 years ago, but there were still some differences. If you know that I sell myself as a slave every day, and then earn money to come back to gamble. Ahem, you will know. Rayleigh spread his hands helplessly, shaking his head and sighing. Conqueror's Haki cannot be cultivated by nature, but Han Yan's is Longwei. See clearly, it is Longwei. It has the same nature as Conqueror's Haki, and Conqueror's Haki cannot grow. But Longwei can. With the evolution and improvement of different levels, the external Conqueror's Longwei can also evolve continuously. Hey, being preached by Sea Kings, it seems that I am old too. The vice captain of One Piece, I didn't recognize it at the beginning. Rayleigh, don't you feel sad for the death of these humans? You were just a pirate. But soon, the aura of the Neptune became more and more powerful, gradually oppressing Rayleigh and becoming unstable. Old guy, why are you looking for me? The corner of Han Yan's mouth twitched, and then he stared at the old guy. Chapter 10 Rayleigh, old friend. Not to mention Rayleigh's combat experience, he has fought with Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Sengoku Garp and other characters, and Rayleigh's mind is also very flexible. Relatively speaking, if you want to deal with this guy, it is the only super large range attack that cannot be avoided. Coincidentally, Han Yan is best at this kind of attack, but Rayleigh's armor color is very strong. Except for the Admiral and 4 Emperors, it is absolutely difficult to hurt Rayleigh. As for his own large-scale attack, the affirmative power is much weaker. Moreover, the surrounding area is not land, so controlling abilities such as the Earth Prison cannot be used. Rayleigh is not Demon Fruit power, it is really troublesome. It's just troublesome. After all, Rayleigh is extremely weak in attack ability. And Thunder Emperor Dragon is invincible in attack ability. Go down with the overwhelming Thunder Dragon, let's see where he is going. If not, transform into Deathwing, and Earth destroys the world and destroys the island. The two were really going to fight, and Rayleigh would have been tortured out of shape when he broke through Han Yan's defense with a headache. After all, Lei Wonglong's one word in battle is, hate. Fight hard, basically no one can beat himself. But Han Yan will definitely not do that because he is greedy and a predator. What he wants now is how to get this archmango tree. It must not be eaten directly, and if it is accidentally destroyed, it must not cry to death. No, I'm worthless. But, Your Excellency, the Sea Emperor, you have been safe for more than 10 years, so you treat your old friend like this. Old friend, since when did we become friends? Oh, haha, didn't you forget that you promised me to be a guest at Com Belt? Yes, having said that, Han Yan really remembered it. I really had a good chat with this old guy at the beginning. I remember that it was the first time I came here. It was to kidnap Wei Longping. Then what do you mean? What I said, I will never go back on my word. Lei Wonglong retracted its sharp claws like steel blades, and at the same time retracted its giant tail blocking the outside. His expression moved slightly, and he put away his unflappable aura, which eased the oppressive atmosphere. Haha, good. Speaking of which, I haven't been to Com Belt in a while, so let's go and see the old guy. The old guy, Han Yan wondered. Well, an old friend of mine. Rayleigh nodded, explaining. Yes, Han Yan looked at the destroyed and clean place around him, and said, it seems that I will be on the news again soon. Well, every time you appear, you cause quite a stir. I'm curious, what are you here for this time? As for the celestial dragons, there are quite a few on the island, and I'm afraid they have something to do with you. Saying that, Rayleigh smiled deeply, without explaining. Celestial dragons, what am I looking for? Nasty slug-like creatures, but what can I do? Han Yan shook his head, ignoring Rayleigh's crazy words. Instead, he asked, do you know that there is a pirate group that escaped to the island recently? Their captain is a woman named Jewelry Bonnie. Huh, is it a supernova too? What are you looking for her for? Rayleigh guessed thoughtfully, thinking of all kinds of possibilities. That rascal. Han Yan frowned, and asked, why are you asking this? Oh, did she do something she shouldn't have done to you? Rayleigh blinked in surprise, stroked his graying beard, and smiled. Han Yan didn't deny it either, and continued, her devil fruit ability is very special, it can change the age of people or creatures at will. But there is also a disadvantage, it must be within the range covered by the ability, and this range can be perceived by observation Haki. But my body is too big, so I accidentally saw her. Although there is no loss, but after being smaller, the feeling of being provoked by others is not good. Are you going against the world government? However, it's not very good to talk about this matter here. Let's leave first. To avoid distracting people, why don't we set off, have a drink, and then discuss it? Hearing this, Han Yan didn't hesitate, but turned around directly and headed back to his old nest on the other side of the sea. Rayleigh looked up with interest. He didn't ask what the deal Han Yan made with him, and he didn't worry about whether it was a trap or something else. A clever Rayleigh directly chose to trust the Neptune's words. Deal? What deal? Nothing is impossible, but it's just world government. I don't care about it yet. Hearing this, Rayleigh pondered for a while. Hey, shall we make a deal? You should know that the rulers in the Sabayati archipelago are celestial dragons, and I want him to change masters. Perceived more and more life-breath activities around, coupled with the large number of people on the island, it was impossible to find where the gluttonous girl was. On the contrary, Han Yan had no intention of looking for her, but looked down at the white-haired old man and said, 0. Thunder clouds are calamity, and the wind is also howling. The Emperor of the Sea is approaching, and the troubles will never stop. Bah! Leaving slowly from the withered tree roots, Rayleigh walked up to the roots of a huge mangrove tree, and then jumped up. After getting up, Rayleigh didn't continue to move forward, but looked up at Han Yan and said, I'm a bad old man, I don't think I have anything to sell, why don't you take me to Calm Belt, and meet old friends by the way? So you ruined this place, alas, forget it. It is estimated that many people have noticed by now, and there is no need to cause boring troubles. Immediately afterwards, after Han Yan left the island, the phone signal of the entire Sabayati archipelago was restored, and for a while, Sabayati archipelago was in chaos again, and Rayleigh, also climbed over the thick roots, quickly followed. Chapter 11 Raftel. After leaving Area 42, Han Yan and Rayleigh set off towards the sea. Believe that this journey, at least until the war begins, Han Yan will not come back again. Let's go to the Calm Belt. Crashing. The sea water suddenly rose sharply, and as a terrifying black shadow fell into it, it immediately caused the surrounding waves to surge up, splashing a wet mark around it. It's really impatient. Hey, brother Han Yan. You don't mean to let me swim there, do you? On the shore, leaning against the roots of the mangrove tree, Rayleigh shook his head and sighed, with a look of helplessness on his face. You Rayleigh, can't you swim it? Or, you want me to drive you old man? Gululu, a burst of bubbles appeared on the surface of the sea. With the sound of the sound, the sea surface was gradually covered by the black shadow, 503, and then Lei Wonglong stared at the humans on the shore with indifferent eyes and said, if possible, hey, please. Rayleigh smiled heartily and didn't care, then stepped on the steps that resembled moonwalk, jumped up from the tall tree roots, and then landed firmly on the back of the huge dragon on the sea. HMPH, don't blame me if you can't stand still. After speaking, the huge black shadow rolled in the sea, carrying the big waves and set off aggressively all the way to outland. Okay, ahaha, if Luo Jia knows that I have met such a different big guy, I'm afraid he will be envious. The fierce wind howled towards him, and his white hair was blown up wantonly. But Rayleigh's expression didn't change, the soles of his feet hooked on the half-human-sized scales like iron hooks. At this time, the white-haired old man was smiling, with his hands behind his back, and then looked at the sea in front of him, showing endless emotion. The speed of Lei Wonglong on the sea is like a goshawk in the wind. The speed of riding the wind and waves is directly proportional to the powerful force. Every swing of the muscle tissue makes Han Yan break through the resistance in the sea like an arrow and move forward all the way. In less than a minute, Han Yan and Rayleigh were dozens of miles away before the water surface near the Sabayati archipelago was calm. Old guy, you were one of the people on that ship back then. You have the closest relationship with Rayleigh, and the world government dared not touch you, presumably not because of your strength, but because of fear of you, right? Quote, ahaha, why, are you interested in the historical text? Helping his eyes on the bridge of his nose, Rayleigh stared at the giant beast below with great interest, then frowned and said, however, world government is not as simple as you imagined. I'm not interested in historical texts. Han Yan directly interrupted his words, and then said again, I don't want to know what those 100 years of blank historical records are, I just want to know, what is the treasure in Luo Jia's mouth? Or in other words, what is it? Does it exist? I see, but I'm also curious, why you don't look like an ordinary sea kings. Instead, what effect do those so-called berry, treasure zinc, etc. have on you? So obsessed. Rayleigh smiled in a low voice, and was not surprised by Han Yan's words, after all, it had asked this question when they first met. Equivalent exchange. Yes, but you must tell me first. Han Yan said, a very strong answer. Haha, but whatever, I will answer you. Rayleigh nodded and replied affirmatively, One Piece great secret treasure is real. As for what it is, everyone has different opinions and naturally gets different things. If you want to know, you can go to Raftel in person. Go take a look. Of course, you may not be disappointed. But since you are not interested in 100 years of blank history, then the answer to that treasure must not be meaningful to you. That is the story of human beings, and your connection with the Sea Emperor not much. There is something special, maybe you'll like it. Yeah, I get it. Han Yan didn't move his mind. What Rayleigh said was the same as what he didn't say. Make yourself free to take a look. If you want to go to Raftel, you must pass through the territory of the 4 emperors. It's like breaking through a level, kill the 4 emperors one by one, and then you can get the treasure. The same is true for the so-called One Piece, the one who defeats the most powerful pirates in the world and is recognized by all the pirates as the One Piece. But what does Raftel have? Something to make yourself care about. What is it? A rare beast, a delicious treasure, or a lot of wealth? Since Rayleigh said that he might be interested, how did he know that he would be interested? But since it was mentioned, Han Yan became more and more excited about the answer, want to know more and more. Originally, he had no intention of going to the New World, but at this moment he couldn't wait to plunder. Thinking of this, Han Yan continued to ask, also, let me ask you. How can I go to Raftel? Ah ha ha, brother Han Yan, looks like you haven't answered my question yet. Rayleigh smiled, putting on an air of listening. Well, although you are human, you know that there are many magical and mysterious races in the sea, right? But do you know that the magical species of resources and relics in the sea are far more abundant than those on land? See, the birth of wisdom in kings is inevitable, but it varies from race to race. As for why I can speak, I ate a special fruit 3.6. The devil fruit that was abandoned by the sea in this world also has a different kind of magical fruit, you get the point. As for collecting treasures and berries, that's purely a personal hobby, and there's nothing special about it. Anyone can tell a lie, but Han Yan is talking nonsense with a serious face. Even if Rayleigh observation Haki is superb, he can't see any clues. It's really strange. I'm so ignorant. That's right, there are countless mysterious islands in this sea, and there are countless magical races. Even if it runs through the Grand Line, who can know everything? Chapter 12. Welcome, Calm Belt. This is the sea, this is the world. For the weak, it's a chaotic hell. For the strong, it's a divided battlefield. The so-called smooth and quiet life is like the sea, where the waves are calm, and it's only for a moment. The vast sea and the sky are connected together, and the surging seawater surges with the shadows, making a thunderous sound. On the vast and boundless sea, a dragon fin with black scales and purple blood stood up, and under it, a dragon king who looked down on the sea was sweeping from afar with a stormy sea. The blue water was cut open by the monster, and the surging waves wet Rayleigh's trousers, but he didn't seem to take it seriously, and the two fell into silence for a while. You're right, but after having experienced a lot, I naturally don't want to meddle in other things. 11. On the sea area, Han Yan and Rayleigh spoke indifferently, and soon Han Yan spoke again. Then, the final destination. Raftel, how can I reach it? The world is so big, if I don't have a guide, even if I search for 100 years, I may not be able to find it. As if the O5 navigation record emerged from the bottom of his mind, Han Yan put his eyes on the sky, and soon it swam towards the East Sea area. Where is the direction of the Calm Belt? To go to Raftel, you need to collect 4 historical text signposts, just like a treasure map. These 4 signposts point to 4 islands, and Raftel is where the X-shaped intersection of these 4 islands. Rayleigh stroked a tuft of white mustache on his chin, then nodded, lost in memory. Then he shook his head and sighed. If you want to go, you must find these 4 historical road signs. Of course, at that time, the sea may be turbulent again. Historical text road sign, where is it? Han Yan opened the mouth and said. At the same time, he fell into contemplation. Where would he expect the final evolution in the world of pirates to be? What kind of life form is the so-called end of evolution? Is it a creature, or a god, or some kind of powerful species? Raftel can also be said to be everyone's dream land, but Han Yan has a hunch that his last evolution may also be found there. But evolution is endless. As long as it is necessary, it will continue endlessly. But as the final evolution of the pirate plane, Han Yan had to face up to it. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one condition, okay? Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes. If you don't tell me, I will know sooner or later. To negotiate with me, you must first offer a more sincere value. Han Yan coldly snorted calmly, and did not directly reject Rayleigh's answer. I can tell you the main power of the world government, and, don't we make a deal? You haven't told me what you want to trade with me. With a smile on his face, Rayleigh shook his head slightly, and then said, when I first saw you, I had a premonition that you would turn the world upside down. But I only have one request, that is, please don't announce the big secret treasure to the world for now. As for One Piece, let's leave it to the rookies. It's that simple. Han Yan was also taken aback, he thought Rayleigh would make some kind request. But think about it, as long as the big secret treasure is not announced, then the pirates will continue to set off towards the Grand Line, and the answer will come out sooner or later. In comparison, it doesn't matter whether they announce it or not. The edge of the island is full of lush green vines, some of which look beautiful, but are actually full of dangers. Some even make a living by catching animals. From a long distance, with knowledge, they can see many ferocious huge beasts being swallowed by man-eating plants. And in the interior of the island, there are many ancient species. Saying that, the body of the Sea Emperor dragon undergoes earth-shaking changes. While Rayleigh jumped down in a hurry, a red flame rose from the dragon's body. Sea Emperor. Except for the sound of the wind breaking the sea, there is not much wind flow around. Even the breeze was almost at a standstill. In the perception, countless powerful life forms quickly approached, and then quickly retreated. When there was a slight change in the sea area, calm belt arrived. Soon, the long eyes that sent chills down the spine turned slightly, and then the indifferent pupils locked on Rayleigh's body. Go down. Here is. It's like flowing magma. On the head of Haki looking slightly into the distance, there is a black and red dragon horn like a crown, sharp and full of Haki. This is his back garden, which was discovered by chance, and this is the second time he has landed in more than 10 years. Soon, Rayleigh also discovered this strange place. Welcome to Calm Belt. That majestic figure is like a small mountain. The terrible scale armor, as if the sharpest spear in the world is not enough to penetrate, the body is like a bright dark red light. So that's how it is that why the sea is in turmoil? It seems that Raftel is also a magical island, it's hard to find. Rayleigh's eyes widened in disbelief. Under his gaze, Lei Wonglong's elongated sea dragon body naturally turned into a real eye dragon. P.S. School started, went to prison. The update is a bit slow, don't blame it, go back and make it up. By the way, conceive ideas, more exciting plots, don't let the text go off track. Rayleigh took a deep breath, and then his face gradually became serious, and said, 4 historical road signs, one is in the hands of Zhou, one is in the hands of 4 emperors Kaido, one is in the hands of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, and the last one. I'm not sure, it may be in the hands of the revolutionary army, or it may be in the hands of the world government. But when you get 3 pieces, then the 4th piece will soon be revealed. Ahaha, what do you think I would ask for? After a while, on an island with a lush ancient forest, Han Yan gradually stopped marching. I've said all I need to say. I want to make a deal with you. It's very simple. I not only want you to tell me about the military power of the world government, but I also want you to do one thing for me. As for what, after a while you will know. Chapter 13a Fate. In the clear sunshine, Rayleigh stood on the beach next to the island, looking at the calm sea and the sun high above. Then, enjoying the rare sea breeze of the calm belt, he gradually turned his attention to the Overlord Dragon on one side. Calm belt is calm in the true sense. The climate here does not change much all year round. If you just look at the surface, this may be a paradise on Earth. However, those who really know that the so-called heaven is just hell. A synonym, just a demon in a fancy dress. After transforming into Deathwing, Han Yan exuded strange fluctuations, as if he was controlling the changes in the temperature of the surrounding breath. To be honest, under the control of his ingenious power, although he is very violent, it is still very easy to change the weather. Brother Han Yan can see clearly. Rayleigh covered his eyes with his arms, as if the sun was too dazzling. Who do you need me to help you deal with? Ask me to help, but don't tell me how to help. It seems a little unreasonable. Sure enough, the indifferent eyes of the magic dragon squinted at him, and then breathed out a breath of enthusiasm, and said, did you know that Potter Casti Ace will be executed after a while? As the second member of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates as the captain, Marine naturally knows what the consequences of this incident are, that is, the Whitebeard Pirates will attack Marineford. Well, this is indeed a question worth pondering. Rayleigh nodded thoughtfully, but still didn't understand the root of it. Are you wondering why Marine would fight the Whitebeard Pirates because of a pirate? I would like to hear the detailed explanation from Brother Han Yan. Rayleigh nodded in reply. Potter Casti Ace is the son of One Piece Luo Jia. Impossible. In an instant, Rayleigh cried out in shock. He widened his eyes, and looked at the magic dragon beside him in disbelief. Impossible. Luo Jia doesn't have a son at all. Are you doubting what I said? He didn't even explain, and then asked directly. Hearing this sentence, Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. The war will start soon, and then Marineford will be in chaos. Red Hair Pirates will definitely come to fight, because only he has that strength. Then what do you mean? Rayleigh's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. I want you, hold on to Redhead. Stop him from getting near Marineford. Huh. Rayleigh's face changed slightly when he heard that, and he said at the same time, you want me to stop him? You still ask me to stop him even though you know he's the son of a friend. I don't care if Potter Casti Ace dies or not, but his death will usher in the prelude to the era. Moreover, by that time no one will have him, not even the Vice Admiral Garp who raised him will be able to save him. My lord, will you go to Marineford? Rayleigh asked with a serious expression. Me. Han Yan was finally willing to slightly bow his head and look sideways at the old man. He smiled deeply. Maybe I will go, or maybe I will go later. What's the meaning? If the Whitebeard Pirates are coming, I'll be there. If the 4 Emperors Kaido is coming, I'll be there later. Hearing these thought-provoking, but at the same time shocking, words, Rayleigh quickly reacted. He frowned tightly, then stared at Hondu and said, do you want to overthrow Marineford in one fell swoop? Or, it's all wrong. The magic dragon raised its head and looked towards the sky, an invisible coercion emanating from its surroundings. It opened its mouth with an air of disdain for the world. I want to wipe them all out. Eat all of them, all of them. After stopping Han Yan's words, Fuli was a little shocked psychologically at the moment. What if I refuse? His death is inevitable. Potter Casti Ace will surely die, and the Red Hair Pirates will not survive. Well, Potter Castiace is also Luo Jia's son. I can't let him die like this. That's why I need your help. You just need to stop the red hair and prevent the forces of the 4 parties from turning into chaos in the 5 parties. As for going later, I have to deal with Kaido first. After the incident subsides, the sea will not change much. Because, the new era is called the Emperor of the Sea. What? Rayleigh asked with a serious expression. That way the sea will undoubtedly be chaotic, let alone the consequences of doing so. The 4 emperors in the marine headquarters alone are so powerful. After hearing these words, Rayleigh seemed a little hesitant, because he was a bit hard to decide. After all, Han Yan came too suddenly. No, this is destiny. Rayleigh frowned. If Han Yan didn't tell this matter, he was afraid that it would be impossible for him to know about it. But Han Yan told himself, instead of letting himself save people, he wanted to stop his younger generation. P.S. The foreshadowing is almost done, and the next is the original article. Again, Summit War is quite exciting, but it is not the main point. Finally, I ask, have you all entered school, prison? Are you a threat? You don't need to understand. You just need to know that no matter how I destroy, the ones who benefit will always be ordinary people. The old ones don't go away, and the new ones don't come. That's all I have to say. Gone. Nuo Majao. Han Yan glanced at Rayleigh, and then said, of course, I only promise you not to attack him actively. As for whether you can survive, it is up to fate. I know you are struggling, but Marine will not perish. The world government will definitely not sit idly by, and a new Marine will appear by then. The sea is still the same sea, but there are fewer people from the older generation. Quote, Neptune, I didn't say that. I'm afraid you are not good enough to take down 2 big forces plus a 4 emperors level monster with 1 person. Although we are not born in the same era, but in terms of reputation, you are no weaker than the 4 emperors. Why do you still want to participate in human disputes? Chapter 14. Kaido of the Beasts, Plan. Grand Line, within a certain field. Fairly prosperous sea area, the edge of the island. Boom. There was a loud noise, and suddenly another gust of wind blew, and the sand on the ground was suddenly rolled up, and the sand and rocks flew away for a while, making people unable to open their eyes due to choking. Ben, come here, monster, Kaga. There was a crisp bone-shattering sound, and then a mouthful of blood accompanied by a dull sound. Where is that guy? As the dust flew far, a 3-meter-high giant was lifted high by a tall shadow. On that thick and ferocious arm was a giant wrist covered in purple scales, which was currently pinching the giant man's neck tightly. It seems that if he exerts a little force, he will die. Ahem. I don't know. The pirate captain's throat was almost oppressed and his voice changed. At this time, his face was blue and purple, and he barely made a sound. A sound like thunder came out from the monster's mouth, and the overlord arm raised high suddenly exerted force, and the crackling sound of bones shattered suddenly came out. The next moment, he threw the already dead giant into the ruins like trash. Boom. The huge sound came out again, and with the sound of gravel breaking the ground, the corpse of the giant man was smashed to pieces by the terrifying force of the monster, and the environment of the ruins also fell into the ground. As the dust settled, it seemed that it was not enough to calm the monster. This monster is tall and burly, with black hair shawl, a pair of horns, and a long beard. At this moment, he waved his left arm with the scale tattoo, pointed at a frightened pirate and said, come here. Oh, please forgive me. The pirate backed away with a pale face. Suddenly, his pupils dilated, only to find that the terrifying monster with a naked upper body, wide trousers on the lower body, and a shimenawa tied around his waist suddenly appeared behind him. The vigorous and powerful palm pinched the head of the pirate member, lifted it abruptly, and met the terrifying face full of anger. Tell me, where's Han Yan? I don't know, but I heard that the Sea Emperor, it seems, appeared in the Sabayati archipelago. Oops. As soon as he finished speaking, Pirate's face turned pale. Feeling the force on the top of his head, before he could let out a scream, his consciousness went blank for a while, and he died miserably. He is the last person on the island on this pirate ship, and he is also the one who knows the identity of the monster. You know, their captain is a pirate with a bounty of 80 million berry, and he is like a child in front of this monster, with no ability to resist. If others don't know, I know very well that the captain is a magical demon fruit power, but it was still useless in front of this monster. Because, this monster is Kaido, the beast. One of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature on earth. If it is said that the Neptune is the overlord of the sea, and later the strongest in the air. Then Kaido, one of the 4 emperor's 100 beasts, swept the new world purely by virtue of his powerful personal strength. Before Neptune's debut, there was a saying that had been circulating for a long time. Whether it's swimming in the sea, flying in the sky, or walking on the ground, whether it's living things or dead things, in terms of heads up, the Guy team is definitely the strongest. Whitebeard is strong and is known as the strongest man in the world. But as he gets old, his era will always be ended, and no one who is inferior to him in strength, Kaido naturally becomes the strongest in many people's minds. As for Neptune, in the first half of Grand Line, its reputation is comparable to that of Kaido in New World. In New World, Kaido is called the strongest monster. Now, this monster who likes to commit suicide is also a fighting madman, trying to flatten the world. Now I came to the first half of the Grand Line alone, for the purpose of challenging the Emperor of the Sea. But at this time Han Yan is still with Rayleigh in Calm Belt, and it is estimated that he will leave there soon. And it is even more impossible for Kaido to know where Han Yan will appear, so his moody interest suddenly became violent. He opened a pot of wine, and sat on the beach to drink stuffy wine. 0. Asking for flowers. Speaking of some time ago, Kaido met Redhead by chance, although he was caught by the other party after the big battle. But he was unscathed. After all, there are not many people who can kill Kaido. He has experienced 7 failures, was captured 18 times when he challenged Marine and 4 emperors alone, and was tortured more than 1,000 times. He has been sentenced to death 40 times. Even if he is hanged, the chains will be broken. Even if he is put on the guillotine, he can smash the guillotine, and even if he is stabbed by a spear, the spear will break. He sunk as many as 9 huge prison ships, and no one has ever been able to kill him. Even he himself has attempted suicide many times without success. But the Redhead told him there was someone who could. 0. I remember that Redhead's original words were, "Weird guy, it's easy to die if you want to die. You can try to provoke the Neptune, I bet you won't survive 3 days after fighting with him." After all, the red-haired guy laughed and had Kaido thrown out of the ship, and the whole ship was huge, the mighty drifting away with the wind in the new world. Hey, The violent anger was vented by this monster sitting cross-legged on the beach. The terrifying aura caused sand and rocks to fly around, the air seemed to be shaken away, and the waves visible to the naked eye extended to the surroundings. It echoed for a long time on this sparsely populated island. Where the hell? Get out! Roar! As the astonishing roar echoed over the island, a newspaper delivery seagull trembled in fright, and scattered a few newspapers in its arms to the remote sea area. The drunken Kaido raised his eyelids and looked at the small thing floating above his head in the sky. When he took it back and was about to throw it away, a trace of joy gradually appeared on his face. The captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Potter Cast D Ace, will be publicly executed, and the pirate Blackbeard Marshal D Teach has successfully captured and become the new Shichibukai. And until the execution day, 10 more days. I'm going to Marineford. 4. Chapter 15 The Legend of Hydra Island. On this day, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Potter Cast D Ace, will be publicly executed, and everyone in the sea knows it. And the 7 warlords of the sea have also responded to the request of the world government and dispatched from their respective lairs, preparing to go to Naval Headquarters Marineford. Of course, one of them disagreed. Or rather, she was waiting for a guy to arrive. Without that monster, no one would dare to act rashly. 9 Snake Island, 9 Snake City, Outer City Wall. Recently first heard that Marine is going to fight Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, and our empress is going to fight too. Nonsense, it's clear that they kidnapped their crew. I think that even if it's a war, it has nothing to do with our empress. 463. Don't forget, our empress is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. On the city wall, the female warriors of the 9 snakes who were in charge of guarding began to discuss. As early as a few days ago, Marine sent out more than one application letter, but only just Snake Island didn't respond, and the empress didn't even reply to the other party. I think, if the empress doesn't reply, those Marines will be angry too. What are you afraid of? It's a big fight. Besides, our 9 Snake Island has been independent for so many years, and that dragon, woo-woo. Suddenly, the young beautiful warrior who was about to speak was covered by another woman. What are you doing? Shish, keep your voice down. The older mature female warrior quickly explained, you are still young, maybe you don't know. But ZZ and that person's name must not be mentioned again. Be careful not to be heard by the empress. Ah, why? The young female warrior blinked her eyes and asked curiously, why don't you let me tell you? Also, what will happen if you tell me? What is the so-called Dragon Emperor? Although 9 snakes are a genuine fighting nation, they usually don't have any enemies to attack. On the contrary, these guards occasionally chatted for a while. At this time the mature female warrior looked around and said in a low voice, you are only 10 years old, maybe you don't know the past of the Dragon King and Snake Lady. Speaking of it, it's been a long time, and I was very young at that time, and my memory is a little fuzzy. Sighing, the mature female warrior recalled, do you know why there is a place on our island called the Forbidden Area? There used to be a place where the Dragon King set foot. Our 9 Snakes Island mainly trains snakes, and uses snakes to assist fighting and so on, but in the Empress Palace, there is a statue of a Black Sea Dragon. That is actually the Dragon Emperor 20 years ago. But isn't the Queen's pet a boa constrictor Salome? The young female warrior asked cautiously, her sparkling eyes were full of curiosity. Go, you thought it was the Dragon King. You idiot, do you know why our 9 Snakes Island erected a stone statue of the Dragon King? Why, it's because our 9 Snake Island was ruled more than 10 years ago, and the master who ruled it is the Dragon Emperor. What, you mean? The Dragon Emperor, the Sea Emperor. Neptune, it's a sea dragon. But later, it was reported in the news that there was a terrifying dragon with wings who also called itself the Sea King. It is said that it almost destroyed the town of Rog where One Piece was executed, and even occupied an island in Marine. The Emperor of the Sea is a monster from the same period as the Empress. The female warrior didn't know the details, so she thought about it and said slowly, I heard that it was because the Empress was in danger when she was young and was rescued by the Sea Emperor. But later, I don't know why, the Empress offended the Sea Emperor, which caused chaos on Jew Snake Island at that time, and even almost destroyed it. But fortunately, Sea Emperor let Jew Snake Island go, and signed a contract with Jew Snake Island, requiring a certain amount of money every year in exchange for the protection of the strong. But in fact, Think about it, how could we in Calm Belt resist? What's more, that is the Sea Emperor who became famous all over the world. The expression of the beautiful young female warrior gradually changed, she stared blankly into the distance, and spit out a bunch of inexplicable words. Then do you know why the Sea Emperor doesn't eat people from R9 Snake Island? But at this time, she heard that the Dragon Emperor was the Sea Emperor, and the sudden news made the girl a little unbelievable. Because the Emperor of the Sea is the owner of 9 Snakes Island. Snake Princess, that is something that the Empress wants to hide as much as possible. But people of the older generation know it, even if it is concealed, I can't deny it either. Alas, Sea Emperor, what kind of monster is it? The mature female warrior stood up, followed her line of sight to look outside, suddenly, her pupils shrank. A dragon with a terrifying air wave, like a dragon sweeping through the clouds, appeared. But what's the connection between that dragon, or maritime affairs, and the Empress? What's the meaning? The woman said with emotion, then smiled deeply and said, have you heard of the Sea Emperor? I've heard it. The young female warrior nodded vigorously, and then said exaggeratedly, the legendary deep-sea demon king, even the marine and world governments are afraid of it, and no one will be left alive wherever it passes. Countless. It is said that it is also the master of Calm Belt, so no one dares to approach Calm Belt, even those marines have restrained a lot. I think, I should know, that, the so-called dragon. Surprised, right, but that's the truth. Why? The girl was stunned for a moment, wondering. The girl was stunned for a while, then looked at the distant sky and asked with wide-eyed eyes. Now it's the girl's turn to be dumbfounded. She has heard many stories about the Dragon King since she was a child. There are various versions. Some people say that the Dragon King is a great warrior, some people say that the Dragon Emperor is actually the island guardian beast of 9 Snake Island. For the Dragon Emperor, they are all beautiful things that are praised, while for the Sea Emperor, most of them are derogatory meanings full of destruction and destruction. Chapter 16. Attack of the Demon Dragon. On the city wall, the 9 snake warriors in charge of guarding found the terrifying dragon sweeping the vast black clouds in the sky through the binoculars. Frightened, they quickly pulled the alarm on the city wall. The defensive measures on 9 Snakes Island were indeed more than doubled by the later Hancock. When the siren sounded, all the staff immediately went on alert. Hundreds of soldiers quickly climbed onto the city wall. It worked quickly in a short time. Countless plundered weapons, bows and arrows, and many war resources are all ready for battle. Fully welcome the arrival of the invaders. What happened? An intruder, Kikyo, the captain of the National Defense Warriors, took Daisy and other National Defense Warriors to the city wall. When he saw the young 9 snake female warrior who was in charge of guarding, he immediately asked a question. Dragon, it's a dragon. A black and red terrifying dragon. The female soldier said in a trembling voice, and Kikyo's expression changed drastically, and she rushed forward and came to the city wall. That's Sea Emperor. Ku-05 Zheng frowned, thinking why did this guy come here? He hasn't returned for more than 10 years, but he didn't expect to come back at this time. Where is Master Snake Princess? Report, someone is going to inform the Empress, she is still in the palace now. Do we, really? Kikyo moved slightly in his heart, and then shouted loudly, attention everyone, put away your weapons. Don't show hostility, this is Lord Dragon Emperor. If there is any change, it will not be too late to attack under my order. Margaret, Stubby, you come with me to welcome the guests. Yafilandora, you go and inform the mother-in-law, come here. Learn, clear, follow orders. Black clouds enveloped the sky, and it was dark to look up. At the top of this terrible stormy sky, like a dazzling flaming meteor, a fire appeared in the dark clouds, and then flashed away. The magic dragon that flew in the sky and scattered the clouds gradually approached, and gradually magnified in the eyes of the female warrior of 9 Snake Island. Not long after the terrifying dragon came to the sky above 9 Snakes Island, the lightning-like light flashed away, followed by the thunderous sound of the wind. The wind seemed to roll over the head, and then exploded heavily. The aura that frightened the island suddenly enveloped it. As the shadows covered the sky above the city wall, the warriors of the Daughter Kingdom had time to cover their ears and watch the dragon descending overhead in shock. Attack. Something happened that made the pupils of Kikyo shrink. Behind her, a voice full of haki shouted, and suddenly countless arrows, hundreds, thousands of arrows entwined with haki, shot at the magic dragon in the low sky. Roar. The horrifying aura suddenly pressed down, and in the blink of an eye, a large number of arrows that hit at high speed screamed and hit the black scale defense that was stronger than steel. The arrow seemed to be broken, shattered from head to tail, and then burned clean by the overflowing lava flames. How is this possible? Who gave the order? On the city wall, the warriors who had just shot arrows widened their eyes in disbelief. Seeing the scene in front of them, Kikyo hurriedly searched for the owner of the voice. Female, Empress, slave arrow. Kikyo stared blankly, a long satin-like black hair fluttering in the wind, slender phoenix eyebrows, a pair of dark blue eyes like bright moons, wearing a pair of beautiful snake-shaped earrings. Humph. To Han Yan's surprise, another strong conquerors was firmly supported on the ground. If the sky and even the surrounding space are occupied by the domineering Longwei, then in this narrow space, there is a conqueror who only occupies a small area of land and is still struggling to support it. Two forms exist. The full body of the conqueror's dragon power frightened the audience, and the terrifying aura of bursting was like a heavy mountain, instantly oppressing the surrounding female warriors and fainting to the ground. Han Yan didn't know whether to be angry or happy, although what he said was admiring, but to Hancock's ears, it was no less than irony and mocking himself for not being self-confident. Roar. Interesting. 20 years ago you were a weak human being, and you weren't even qualified to look me in the face. More than 10 years have passed, and you are still so weak. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, for more than 20 years, you are capable. What? When meeting the exquisite Chong nose, the pink cheeks are slightly dizzy, the dripping Sakura peach-like red lips, the flower-like oval face is as crystal as jade, the crystal-clear snow muscles as ice as snow, and the graceful and slender figure. There is only one person in Nine Snakes Island and even the whole world who can have such a beautiful face, the Snake Queen Boa Hancock. Flame-like magma covered the body surface, and soon those so-called arrows were intercepted outside, so that the magma turned into rocks one after another. But under the action of the earth attribute, they were smashed one after another. A mouthful of dragon's breath was sprayed out, causing Hancock's face to change suddenly, and he retreated quickly. Such a complex look, what kind of emotion is it? Han Yan in the air snorted coldly, he is not afraid of petrification. Because even if it is petrified, those petrified objects will fall off in an instant under its own terrible organization, and then recover. What is consumed is only a little life value, but it does not affect anything. But if there are other ways, why do redundant actions? But at this time, the expression in her eyes was far from the usual noble look, instead it became a little cold, but there was a trace of joy in the depths. Kikyo really doesn't know. In the sky, Han Yan's indifferent eyes greeted him, and a mouthful of black-red hellfire spit out from his mouth. It landed on the city wall with a bang, but fortunately the female warriors had already evacuated, causing the high city wall to be burned to destruction, and then the terrifying dragon flew to the inside of the city wall, and then swooped down. Wow, Boya Hancock. In an instant, following Hancock's movements, countless huge pink peach-colored heart-shaped arrows rained into the air. This ability is the same as Perfume Femur, which can turn objects to petrification, even non-living things. Chapter 17. The Empress and the Dragon Emperor. Really, she bit her lower lip lightly, her cheeks turned reddish due to the oppression of her momentum. Sure enough, it's still the same as before, seeing my concubine is still so rude. You are human, I am dragon, understand. The menacing momentum was like a rolling wave, and Hancock couldn't breathe under the pressure. For the contest of the Emperor, the most basic is the contest between conquerors. If you lose at Conquerors, you don't need to fight at all, because the victory is basically already set. But Hancock knew very well in his heart that even if Conquerors won, the actual battle was just a one-shot kill by the evil dragon. Hee. From a black snake to a sea dragon, from a sea dragon to a giant dragon. Master Han Yan, you have experienced many changes. Maybe next time we meet, you will become a human or other strange monsters. Maybe, as you once said, why can't I change? Now I am not the one who only knows anger and despair. With overwhelming momentum, but in terms of language, Hancock is not willing to lose to this hateful dragon. You mean, I should have eaten you 20 years ago. Han Yan's eyes were cold, this was the only one who challenged him. 20 years ago, when I didn't evolve, I was afraid of powerful enemies and had no chance to strike. More than 10 years ago, because I had too many worries and I still had feelings of pity, I didn't eat this rebellious guy. 20 years have passed now, and the once rebellious guy has grown up. Although his temper is still as reckless as before, it gives him a different feeling. It's weird, and I can't explain it clearly. It's not dangerous, or anything else, but a strange feeling of wisdom, as if being seen through. So, in a hurry, I, Nine Snake Island, have surrendered to you more than 10 years ago. Naturally, it is impossible to resist. As for the rash attack, it is also out of precaution. I am afraid that the enemy will invade. Master Han Yan, it is because you have changed too much, which caused me to forget it's over. As he said, Hancock smiled charmingly, twisted his waist and continued, if you want to punish, just punish me. Oh, by the way, tens of billions of berry collected over the past 10 years are in the palace treasury, and as an empress, I am naturally in charge of its key. You're smart, but I don't like smart people. Han Yan glanced at her coldly, and then looked towards the side of the sea where 10 white-haired old men were speeding towards 10 sea kings acting as coolies. Glancing at Hancock for the last time, he said, I will stay on the island for a few days, and you will find me in the forest tomorrow morning. Before Hancock could answer, the ground sank immediately, followed by the wind pressure from the side. This terrifying death wing soared into the sky, and flew towards the virgin forest of Nine Snake Island with unparalleled strength. Yes, Han Yan, your excellency. Sakura's lips lifted slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Hancock's face didn't change much. She looked sideways at the pet water snake that fainted from fright, and then kicked it awake. Salome, it might be interesting to replace that guy with you as my pet, but the reason I went to sea 20 years ago was actually to catch that black snake. Alas, worldly affairs unexpectedly, I was caught back when I didn't expect it. After all, under the fear of the boa constrictor named Salome, Empress Hancock walked slowly inside. At the same time, he waved his hand, signaling Salome to wake up the unconscious female warriors. Just 2 steps away, Hancock suddenly turned around. An arrow with killing intent shot out from her hand, and hit the figure at the gap in the city wall. Are you, the current empress? Don't make a move, I'm not an enemy. Silver Rayleigh turned his neck to the right, and immediately the sharp pink arrow of the captive was dodged. Who are you? Hancock greeted her with cold eyes. This guy gave her a strong aura, although not as scary as that dragon, but definitely not inferior to her. Is Gloriosa still alive? Rayleigh shook his head and smiled, before speaking. What mother? Hancock groaned, and then said coldly, I'm dead. Get the hell out of here, or, my Lord Empress, don't keep cursing me to death. Hancock said coldly, then left behind a beautiful figure and gradually walked away. Rayleigh shook his head and said, but Hancock's eyes, well done, turned colder when he said that. Gloriosa, the old woman called Granny Zaw, came gradually from the other side of the city wall with a helpless face, followed by several female warriors. Oh, it seems that you have a good relationship with him, Snake Princess and Sea Emperor. Tisk tisk, is there any festival between you? Ah ha ha, when I was young, I was friends with your former Queen Gloriosa. I came here with His Majesty the Sea Emperor this time. I don't know where it is now. Since you belong to him, then you can come in. But, it's best to be honest, the other guy is not a good guy, you can do it yourself. Rayleigh nodded with a smile when he saw Gloriosa. The meeting of this old man and old woman gave Hancock a strange feeling, and his face immediately sank. You'd better not inquire. Rayleigh gave Hancock a thoughtful look. The strange look in her eyes made her feel uncomfortable. Long time no see, haha. P.S. There is an outline for the story, and there are many wonderful originals to come. Don't spray if you don't like it. If you are busy, you can keep it for a while, and you will gain weight in a few days. Gloriosa hurriedly said, which made Hancock frown even more, and the relationship between the two became even more suspicious. Plunderer Rayleigh, what are you doing here? Don't you know that Daughter's Island is off limits to men? And the other female warriors also looked stagnant, suddenly thought of something, and looked at each other in blank dismay. Rayleigh. Don't look outside, he is not an enemy. What a passionate empress, Gloriosa, it seems that your Nine-Snake Island has been a little bit uneasy over the past 10 years. When she looked at the fainted female warriors around her, she shook her head and breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the man standing in the ruins of the city wall and her eyes widened. Chapter 18. The Empress can't stay. Since coming to this primeval forest, Han Yan has no intention of falling asleep at all. Even the various ancient giant trees and wild animals and plants around him never distracted Han Yan. Now the question he is thinking about is whether to change the owner of Nine-Snake Island. At first, it was Snake Island who went out to sea to hunt, and almost killed himself. But later, when I ran into Nine-Snake Island and met the young Hancock, I didn't want to kill him, but I was almost shot to death by the Queen at the time. Later, when we met in the waters of Calm Belt more than 10 years ago, and then when I ruled Nine-Snake Island, that was the last time I let her go. Gia, everyone says that the devil dragon is evil, but I always feel that I am too kind. In the deep forest, Deathwing folded his wings, clinging to the rock with his giant claws, looking into the distance. He let out a thick and murderous voice. I am a predator, not a ruler. As soon as the voice changed, Han Yan's voice changed, becoming cold and terrifying. What's the matter with destroying them all? Number 323, no. Compared with destruction, maybe, there is a way that is more interesting. Dusk is approaching and the curtain is gradually coming to an end. The giant dragon closed its eyes, crouched on one side of the rock, and began to close its eyes and be absorbed in thought. The waning moon is like a bow, the new moon is like an eyebrow, and the full moon is like a mirror. At this time, a full moon rose above Nine-Snake Island, and the cold moonlight seemed to reflect the brilliance of different colors, deserted and different. Rayleigh didn't come because Han Yan didn't let him come here. Now he should be stationed at the edge of a certain forest by his old friend. Even if he is a guest, he does not have such superior treatment because he is a man. The island made an exception to allow him to land, but it cannot allow him to enjoy the treatment of a distinguished guest. However, there is a particularly eye-catching aura, in the dead of night and when the forest is quiet. Intruded into Han Yan's sensory range. She has long black hair and a beautiful face. She is the Empress of Daughter Kingdom, Boa Hancock. Boa Hancock. Under the power of Han Yan's terrible life sense, a woman Afa was quietly avoiding the sight of others, and then came all the way to the interior of the forest from the outside. And looking at the rapid speed, it was clearly heading towards his position. So, what is she here for? Han Yan was lost in thought. If it is said that she is here to make trouble, it is impossible. She is not stupid. I know that it is impossible for me to mess with myself. But meeting with herself in the middle of the night for no reason. Or is she alone? What is it for? Soon, the Empress's footsteps gradually stopped. She looked up to the high place. It was a message condensed by momentum. Obviously, it was Han Yan who issued the warning, but she smiled lightly and continued walking forward. See Emperor, Han Yan. The Empress' face became more and more rosy, and now she came to a big mountain, and even her slender legs were a little weak. Come here so early, can't you die? The black-scaled mountain in front of him moved, and dark red magma lighted up. On the side of the mountain, it poked out the dragon's head, opened half of its eyes and stared at it. The villain under him said, you are still as bold as ever. Since you first met when you were young, you have never been afraid of me. At that time, the concubine was too self-righteous, and she was still young, so she was lawless. It was an honor for the concubine not to kill the concubine at that time. The Empress lost the arrogance and nobility she had before, and instead looked like a woman pleading guilty. You are very self-aware. However, there is nothing wrong with people killing sea kings, and sea kings killing people. What is your purpose here? Han Yan looked at the Empress indifferently for a while. 20 years ago, when he was cannibalistic, he was somewhat repulsed, but after 20 years, that temperament has long since changed. And the human habits of the previous life, the character of the otaku, has also become ferocious and cruel, completely like a bloodthirsty monster. But these are normal for human heroes and sea kings. No other intention, the concubine just wants to apologize. The Empress smiled softly, showing her beautiful face. You are not pleading guilty, you are here to challenge my bottom line. A cold snort spewed out from the black dragon's mouth, the scorching breath made the Empress face bitter. Wait a minute, the Empress bit her lip, because she realized that Han Yan really wanted to kill her. At that moment this afternoon, I thought it was a mistake, but this time I realized it again, I didn't expect it to be true. Wait, I don't need to wait. I just ask you 3 questions. If you can't answer, or don't satisfy me, you can die. The black dragon grinned grinningly, leaving no life for the beauty in front of him. Because Han Yan has decided to kill Boa Hancock today. Excuse me, what's the problem? The Empress raised her head, leaving a trace of sweat on Bai Nen's forehead. She frowned and asked. The first question, tell me, what do you think of me, the Emperor of the Sea? The black dragon was lying on the rock, revealing the dragon horn on half of its head, squinting at the Empress with condescending eyes. What do you think of me? The Empress pondered for a while, walked back and forth, and said in a pleasant voice, this question, I have actually been thinking about it for more than 20 years. At first, I only thought that the little black snake, it's just more spiritual. The black sea snake that cast a shadow on me later appeared from the sea at that time, but it didn't eat me. Because I was dominated by fear, I ignored such a short distance. I couldn't escape is right. Speaking of this, the Empress stopped, raised her head and said, you let go of my concubine. Although I don't know why, but when we met again later, you had a different change, and when I was young, I was originally angry and wanted to show my strength, but I was ruthlessly knocked down. Are you saying I don't understand the mood? I'm Sea Kings. Even if you want to find an excuse to vent, you should find a human being. Han Yan said coldly. Chapter 19. The Death of the Snake Princess. Sea Kings. The Empress sneered, and she said, didn't you ask how my concubine thinks of you? Then I will tell you, you are not like a Sea Kings, but more like a human being. Are you more like a human being than a Sea King? Humans are more cunning and smarter, and they also have superpowers and the innate advantages of being Sea Kings. I wondered more than once if you were a human who ate devil fruit, but you didn't. No matter what, you still can't hide it. One thing, that is, you are more suitable than anyone else to be a Sea King, no matter what aspect. But you are not suitable to be a monarch, you are not good at management, because you have the wild nature of Sea Kings, receiving, killing, and plundering. Therefore, in my eyes, the name Han Yan is a human being wearing the skin of Sea Kings. This is my opinion, and it is also my idea of being the most familiar human being with whom you have been in contact the most. After the words fell, the black dragon fell into silence for a while. Obviously, what this woman said was right. Immediately, the surrounding oppressive atmosphere dissipated a bit, and a different kind of tense aura enveloped the Empress. Very good. Next, Han Yan grinned, stared at her meaningfully, and then asked, second question. The black dragon stretched out its claws, blocked the way of the Empress, then stared at her with terrifying eyes, and said slowly, how do you understand that people who are not of my race must have a different heart? This 8 character da, concubine. The Empress' face changed drastically. She looked left and right at the blocked escape route and the terrifying dragon head in front of her, and said, for people who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. It's normal, but it's not absolute. That's the establishment. In front of different ethnic groups, our 9 Snakes Island has already belonged to you, Your Excellency the Sea Emperor. Even if your concubine dislikes you, don't blame other sisters. Looking at the eyes full of murderous intent, the Empress stopped backing away. Han Yan said. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you live or die, as long as 9 Snake Island is safe and sound. You're really awe-inspiring. Staring at the woman's princess-like hairstyle, and the tense and pale face, Han Yan whispered, I mean, it's the biological organ. What's the meaning? The queen's pupils shrank suddenly, and she quickly stepped back, but the next moment she was enveloped by a terrifying wall of flames and giant claws. Not long after you came here, you thought about leaving. If you want to die, you have to answer my third question. Wait a minute, tell me, what did you mean by that sentence? The Empress asked in a voiceless voice, looking at the environment like a prison of flames around her. She also forgot to run away, and instead called herself, my lord, and yelled. It's very simple, you are human. Not Murlocs and Sea Kings, and I don't belong to the same race. Han Yan said, and then continued with a cold snort, the Murlocs are loyal and absolutely impossible to betray. Because they are of the same origin as me, the Sea Kings, but they are close relatives with the family on the Fishman Island. Really? The Empress's eyes changed, and she continued, if I remember correctly, then Marines worship Island. No, the rumored new island of the Sea Emperor. What does Dragon Island say? Dragon Island. Han Yan sneered even more, and continued, Dragon Island has 1,000-year-old dragons, and they regard me as the Emperor. The people on Dragon Island are servants of dragons, and there is even a dragon. The existence of the priest. Quote. The queen's pupils gradually dilated, as if thinking of the horrors that were about to happen in the future. According to what Han Yan said, that means that if 9 Snake Island does not change, it will end sooner or later. Wait a minute, but why can't our 9 Snake Island be qualified to survive? Lolita and Black Snake, Snake Princess and Han Yan, Empress and Sea Emperor. As people grow, Sea Kings also grow. The bond between the two is just to kill each other, and the total score will determine the outcome. There should be no obstacles at the end of this paragraph. The giant claws were grasped suddenly, and the endless flames of hell shrouded Hancock's body. And with the closed giant claws, countless fireworks overflowed. Hancock just disappeared. After the black dragon uttered these words maliciously, Hancock's expression turned pale. Facing the dragon's eyes, Hancock recalled the scene 20 years ago, the first contact with Han Yan. 0. Seeking flowers. The flames of hell just enveloped her, and did not harm her, because that kind of flame was too overbearing, and would kill her in an instant, leaving nothing left. Then I'll give you a whole body. Goodbye, my old friend. You insist on letting the concubine die, how can you resist with your own body, and how can you resist? 0. The Empress shook her head and sighed, and put away that noble posture. She raised the corner of her mouth, met the eyes of the magic dragon, and said softly, every time we meet, you are far ahead of me, but this time, my death is because I am one step ahead of you. With a quiet and beautiful smile, the last time she smiled happily, it was a triumphant smile from the girl's heart. The main reason is that apart from plundering, Snake Island has no way of production. Not even a belief, for Han Yan is the most useless island. Those Sky Island people on Sky Island are much stronger than these. Life extraction. When this cruel ability was activated, there was a scream of pain in the giant claws. It was Hancock who was not yet dead. P.S. The Empress is one of the heroines who voted. Although some readers don't like the too self-righteous and read too much of this kind of article because she is an empress, there are also readers who want to watch emotional dramas and so on. In short, I have to write the difference is that Han Yan's character is still Haki's predator, and the human Empress will also die, and will be replaced by no drama. See the next chapter. Oh, how do you want to die? Extraction. You can extract devil fruit from demon fruit power, but it is much more cruel than stripping. Because this process is very painful, it comes from the extreme pain of the soul, you have to endure the past, or die. Of course, even Haki, life energy, etc. have a certain chance to be drawn. Then, the third question is, how do you want to die? Why? Han Yan sneered, 9 Snakes Island is barren and has no survival value. It is mainly based on plunder. And you are Snake Princess. Who knows if your Lion Majesty will eat the Lord one day. Chapter 20 The Witch of the Dragon. Dragon Princess. P.S. The order of the chapters is wrong, sorry, the network speed is too slow, resulting in reposting. The black flame penetrating the bone marrow caused the figure in the giant claws to struggle violently. That kind of painful, heart-piercing screaming, trying to vent the pain he has suffered. Double torture from the soul and the body, it's very uncomfortable. Han Yan's indifferent eyes stared at the tightly clenched dragon claw, in which he could feel the painful torture that the Empress was going through at this time. Don't blame me for being cruel, if you want 9 Snake Island to exist. If you want me to trust you, then bear it. A loud dragon chant came out, and the man in the dragon's claws stopped screaming immediately. As if hearing Han Yan's voice, the Empress, wrapped in pain, endured the pain of her torn body with blood and tears, and at the same time, power-like life energy quickly dissipated from her body and poured into the gap between the black scales middle. When I evolved for the first time, I was not much easier than you. Every time I evolved, I experienced a lot of torture and pain. Because this is inevitable, if you can't bear it, no one will save you, and you can only die here. Closing his eyes, Han Yan penetrated his senses to feel the special ability of separating Hancock. In the center of the dragon's claw, wrapped in the flames of hell, is a woman whose clothes have been burned clean. At this time, she no longer had that white skin like jade, and instead, there were cracks like spider webs. The skin was torn, and the blood was drawn out. The talents of Haki, Devil Fruit, and 9 Snake Island female warriors were transformed into a kind of energy, which was decomposed and fused by Han Yan. Congratulations on getting Armament Haki. Congratulations on getting the Sweet Fruit. Congratulations on getting the Conqueror's Haki. Armament Haki. Seeing this, Han Yan smiled from the bottom of his heart. Not too bad, he will be truly armed to the teeth in the future. With Armament Haki's teeth and claws, it can deal with Logia demon fruit power, just like a father beating his son. According to his size, there is absolutely no pressure. What's more, with the increase of battles, the armed color will be further improved. As long as you enter the threshold, the promotion is simply like opening up. Sweet fruit is useless, but it has a good petrochemical ability. But the fruit is only powerful when it is awakened, and it has comprehensive earth attributes, so it is not uncommon to wear it. Conqueror's Haki, and eggs. Although it is similar to Conqueror's Longway, there is a little difference, and it can still be slightly improved. What's more, the Empress's level of Haki is not low, which makes Han Yan's current dragon prestige even stronger. Died. Han Yan spread out his dragon claws to dissipate the scorching flames of death and the black flames from hell, and stared at the woman with all her skin and blood dried up like a corpse. Old friend, it's been more than 20 years. I hope the nightmare named Han Yan in your heart will dissipate. Han Yan shook his head slightly, looking at the dead body, about to bury it. A gust of cool wind blew by, making the body that was supposed to be dead suddenly move. You Aren't you dead? Naturally, it is impossible for sensitive senses not to notice this change. Looking at the lifeless eyes that gradually opened the slits, Han Yan was stunned. Almost decayed by the wind, the struggling female emperor opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Staring at the corner of her triumphant mouth that barely rose, Han Yan fell silent. She was saying, I won. You won. No, you'll never win me. What was plundered this time was neither ability nor property. It's life, it's people. The giant dragon bowed his head, staring at the rebirth in pain and awakening in death. Staring at the figure of the newly born Long Ji, he said, from now on, you will be my property. Don't let me down. This is the blood of a real dragon, powerful and domineering. If you can conquer this blood, you will be a newborn dragon. Its name is Dragon Princess. This is life energy. With it, you can live for 10,000 years and stay young forever. Soon, Yan spread the hatred. 0. Remember, your life belongs to me. You, too, are mine. A green fluorescent light was spit out from the dragon's mouth, which was just a little bit of life energy belonging to Han Yan. Han Yan has been hunting for treasures in the world, but others don't know that the biggest treasure in this world is this magic dragon. But only after experiencing the most painful baptism, can you have the power far beyond others. The smiling eyes have not changed. While enduring great pain, the Empress still has a faint smile. Han Yan shook his head and smiled. The expression of the black dragon remained the same. You didn't die under the extraction, your soul and body must have been rinsed clean. Even if you didn't die, you didn't have anything you should have. Haki, devil fruit, you're gone. Do you still want to protect the island? 0. Asking for flowers. Suddenly, countless lights shone on the Empress' body. The collapsed nerves quickly grew in clusters, and the ruined skin was born spontaneously. The dragon blood on it can create batches of powerful warriors. You can even drink dragon blood, and you can live forever. But, no one who has hit Han Yan's attention has dared to do it. No one knows the fact that it is a great treasure either. After finishing speaking, the pain that was so painful that it was so painful to live, that it was worse than death reappeared. The blood drawn by Han Yan from the gap between the dragon scales turned into new blood vessels, and then merged into the body of the female corpse, and the originally withered body suddenly surrounded by blood. That kind of terrible feeling makes people unbearable to look directly at. Perhaps, you are more suitable to be an emperor than me. I am just a predator of life. Very good, I understand your will to survive, then, become my clansman. Be a part of me, do things for me, surrender to me. I give you new 3 lives. After finishing speaking, looking at the slightly nodding corpse, Han Yan's expression did not change, and he slowly grasped the dragon's claw with his backhand. Then spread out again, a blood-colored light like a streamer cloud wrapped around the Empress's body like a ribbon. Countless bloody energies frantically poured into the Empress' body. Chapter 21. The New Empress. This is. A beautiful and clear voice came out of his mouth. Hancock slowly opened his eyes to watch what happened. Although he could feel the change in his body from death to life, he was still shocked. Seeing his body gradually filled with strength and the clarity of his senses, he suddenly cried out. Sitting on the dragon's claw, a naked beauty stared blankly at her body. Through the refraction of the moonlight, she slowly turned her head to look at a piece of scales like a mirror. When she saw her face clearly, her eyes widened. What is this? The exquisite Chong nose, slightly dizzy pink cheeks, dripping sakura peach-like vermilion lips like flowers and melon-seeded face are crystal clear like jade, including the skin that was originally crystal clear like snow jade. 890, has not changed much. But, on that graceful and slender figure, on Hancock's left breast near the shoulder, there was a red, flaming scale. And under her long black and beautiful hair, there is a pair of petite and lovely light-colored dragon horns. And under the dragon's horn, there are dark blue eyes like bright moons, looking at himself in the mirror in disbelief at this moment. Younger and prettier, I can accept that, but, Han Yan. What's going on? She pointed angrily at the dragon horn on her forehead, then turned around to look at the hateful black dragon that had tortured her many times and said. It's the dragon horn. You idiot, you are now a member of the dragon family, but in human form. What? Hancock slightly parted his vermilion lips, then rolled his eyes, and continued, then tell me, can I also become a dragon like you? You want to transform into a dragon? With your current strength, it's still too early. Han Yan gave her a disdainful glance, and then continued, if you go to plunder and devour more powerful species, you may become stronger, so that one day you may turn into a giant dragon. Yeah, giggle, but I still won. You didn't kill me, did you? No, you are dead. You are now my property. Hancock was stunned for a moment, then thought carefully, and indeed he lost again. And he also lost himself. Oh, what a domineering, but in this way, you can also trust me once. Quote, who knows, it depends on my mood. Han Yan glanced at her, and then threw it out. FK off, I told you to come here tomorrow. If you have to come at night, you will make trouble for yourself. Also, the dragon scale on your left chest is not a tattoo, it can be used as a defense if necessary, allowing you to have the scales of the dragon. Really, suddenly a gust of wind picked up and Hancock found himself thrown out. However, at this time, she also found that all the clothes on her body were gone, but she was too shocked to notice it just now. Forgive me to take back what I said earlier, but you are nothing more than a dragon. You don't look like a human gentleman at all. In midair, Hancock quickly grabbed a branch and landed firmly on the ground. The body seems to be a little faster, and the strength has also become much stronger, without the slightest sense of weakness that women should have. Hancock looked at the changes in himself in surprise, and then found some leaves to weave into clothes to wear on his body. Snake Princess is dead, and from now on, you are Dragon Princess. The master of 9 Snake Island, the newly born dragon clan. At the same time, you are also my property, remember this. Please worry about Master Han Yan. Hancock froze for a moment, listening to Sen Lin Yuan's voice. He let out a sigh that he didn't know whether it was bitter or relaxed. Afterwards, she tidied up her appearance and restored her original nobility, but she was born again. Even if Longwei is not released, the main body will have an imposing influence on the surrounding people. The proud Snake Princess no longer exists, replaced by Haki, the beautiful and powerful Dragon Princess. It seems to be affected by blood and other influences, so that the original complaints against Han Yan were swallowed back by Hancock because of the brand new changes. Of course, whether he is truly loyal or not still needs to be investigated. Otherwise, Han Yan is not at ease, and entrusts her with the true power of the dragon. The special ability called Dragon Priestess. That's great, Boa Hancock. Han Yan said to himself with some emotion, the pain of evolution, I may be able to bear it. But the double pain of extraction and transformation, even if I have been abused so many times, it may not be easy. She is such a strong human being, maybe tonight she will fall into a deep sleep due to mental exhaustion. Sure enough, as the Empress of Shichibukai, she also has some strength. If you trust me, and what I trust, seems to be nothing but Shirahoshi, a simple girl. Well, there is also my private property. Muttering to himself, the black dragon lay down on the reef and continued to sleep. It is not that simple to create a new dragon family. The energy and vitality consumed are too much for Han Yan to rest. But to him, this is nothing. After all, Deathwing's bloodline is billions of times stronger than humans. The second day, 9 Snake Island, inside the palace. 2 beautiful women stood respectfully on the wide red carpet, and soon a woman with green hair came over, and 19 came to the door. Where's the queen? Reporting to Lord Marigold, the Empress is still resting. Rest. Marigold froze for a moment, her fingers wrapped around her orange hair, and then fell into deep thought. Sister Huang usually wakes up at this time. And it's her bathing time. It's almost noon, why are you still sleeping? No, that monster dragon is going to make trouble if this continues, I have to call her. No need. Before she could finish speaking, the door of the bedroom opened, and an elegant and noble man, Haki's inexplicable aura that made people want to kneel came from inside. Miss Huang. Chapter 22 The Banquet on Hydra Island. You are, Miss Huang. Marigold stared wide-eyed, looking at the familiar but unfamiliar Empress in disbelief. Pass down the order, Ai's family will be renamed Longji. The statue of the Dragon Emperor in the palace will be moved out, and the Emperor of the Sea will be the guardian of 9 Snake Island in the future. Miss Huang, you are not. Aren't you trying to say that I hate that dragon? Boa Hancock smiled lightly. Even without the fruit ability, her beautiful face still fascinated the female guards. She said softly, I used to hate that dragon very much. He's not bad, but, sometimes, some things are relieved. It's still very interesting. After all, Snake Princess is dead. Sister Huang, what are you? Marigold looked left and right, then went up and touched the Empress's forehead, and asked in a low voice, You're not sick, why are you scaring me to wait, what is this? Suddenly, that little white hand suddenly touched a little bulge under the hair, and Marigold stared into Hancock's eyes in disbelief. Don't mess around. Hancock glared at her, his beautiful eyes moved slightly, then he slapped off the hand that was dishonestly extended, and then sighed. Don't worry, Igia is fine, and nothing will happen. After this incident, Igia will be fine. The family will tell you naturally. In short, let's go out now. Then, all right, by the way, the second sister said that she is preparing lunch for that. See Emperor, and has sent someone to take it away now. Really? The Empress pondered for a moment, and then remembered that she had something to discuss with Han Yan. She said calmly, I understand, you should do your own work first. When I make arrangements, I will naturally go to him. Quote, 9 Snake Island, inside the celebration banquet hall. Hey, have you heard? There was a real mess yesterday. I know, I heard that it is here. Dragon Emperor, is it that terrible dragon from yesterday? As a little girl patted her chest with lingering fear, a voice soon interrupted the wild thoughts of these little maids. Don't talk nonsense, be careful to be punished. At this time, he had short blonde hair, wheat-colored skin, a hot, spicy leopard print bikini, a white cloak, a pot of arrows tied to his thigh, and a green snake that turned into a bow wrapped around his hand. The beautiful warrior came over. She is Margaret, also called Daisy. It was a female warrior who was guarding the city wall behind Kikyo yesterday. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. Several handsome little girls aged 14 or 15 nodded quickly, and then hurriedly started to move their hands. Daisy, how is the food preparation? At this moment, outside the large temporary cafeteria, a group of female warriors holding snake bows came out, and asked loudly, Black Dragon, no, the Dragon King is about to wake up. You have to prepare according to the instructions of your mother-in-law, otherwise. Otherwise what will happen? At this time, a little maid with gray double ponytails asked subconsciously, and immediately covered her mouth as soon as she said it. I will eat you. Yeah, don't. Another little girl with short hair was taken aback and cried out immediately. Then hurry up. Speaking of which, several female warriors looked at each other helplessly, stared at the cute little girl and sighed. Master Dragon Emperor has a great appetite. You must prepare at least 1,000 times more than ordinary people. No, every day. Twice as much food. Ah, then we shouldn't be exhausted to death. The little maids were grimacing, not just because they were busy. In the temporary cafeteria, hundreds of chefs were busy at the same time, and many female soldiers temporarily set up helpers in order to deliver rations to the patron saint of the island. Hey, let's send this batch of barbecue over here now. Daisy thought for a while, then moved her mouth and said. When the few people were walking forward nervously, they could even see a group of young girls who had just returned from delivering meals, but seeing their pale faces immediately made them shiver. Afterwards, with the help of Daisy, several people brought out a large plate. On the top, there are actually large beasts that have been processed. But it also fully tells the strength of the fighting nation, and the seemingly weak girls, but the power they burst out is amazing. Daisy nodded, and then signaled the little maids behind to move faster. And do we need to invite him to lunch? Okay. No need, this time is a celebration banquet for Master Han Yan, not for him. Granny Z glanced at her, and then said, Grandma, can you really let that man enter the Amazon lily? What does Mrs. Snake Girl say? The mother-in-law said very calmly. Speaking of which, Daisy is also, very nervous. Although it was not the first time for her to see the black dragon, she was instantly killed yesterday before she had time to see it clearly. I only saw a black shadow of Haki, and the giant steel-like tail, and I was already unconscious after flying over my head. You guys, stop chatting. The female soldier said suspiciously. Compared with this side, what is the position of the mother-in-law? That's the sea, ahem. The people brought by the Dragon Emperor can naturally enter Nine Snake Island, but they should be in a certain range in the back mountain now. Yes, be careful, when it will pass, don't be afraid. Don't be nervous either. The few girls who wanted to refuse, but after seeing Kikyo's serious expression, they had no choice but to swallow their words back. Amazon Lily's previous emperor, Po, was standing at the side of Snake Turn, pointing at the entrance to the ancient forest, which was smashed by the terrible dragon rampage. At this time, the captain of the National Defense Warrior, the glamorous beauty with phoenix eyes, Kikyo, happened to pass by outside. When she saw these female soldiers who were talking, she immediately yelled and pointed at Daisy and the little maids and said, You guys hurry up and send it to Master Han Yan. What are you still doing? Chapter 23 Eden. In the lush virgin forest, there is such a small open-air square. It is not congenital. If you can see the ruined mess around you, you may find that such a place near a lake, with mountains, water, and beautiful scenery was forcibly created by a terrifying giant beast. This is, facing the sunlight. A black dragon with a scorching red glow is devouring the delicious food, such as baked sea kings, giant beast soup, etc. They were all swallowed by the bloody mouth. Brother Han Yan, on the top of the huge stone beside him, Rayleigh set up a pile of firewood, and then roasted a small barbecue in his hand, and then watched the food that was many times bigger than him being swallowed by the black dragon, from the initial dumbfounded to the helplessness now. But those who have really seen Han Yan's terrifying appetite will know how scary this giant dragon is. Stop talking nonsense. Han Yan snorted coldly, and then looked at the pastry-like food. Although it was delicious, it was too little. He helped the Empress complete the reincarnation of the Dragon Clan yesterday, but it took a lot of energy, and it would be a loss if he didn't have a good meal today. There are 550 go back and let those guys deliver food faster. Han Yan's indifferent long eyes squinted at the shivering maids, and said in a low voice. Yes, as if relieved, several female warriors put away their plates one after another, and then withdrew to the back. However, the delivery speed of thousands of people has to be said to be really fast. At least for Han Yan, it's like eating a small buffet of hot pot, and in the blink of an eye, another batch of food delivery people arrives. Master Daisy, I'm a little scared. The little maid with two ponytails carried a corner of the plate, and said in fear in front of the forest square. Don't be afraid, let's put down the plate and leave later. It's just a process, another short-haired girl comforted. But soon, Daisy spoke. Follow me, don't talk, and don't make other moves. Then, Daisy frowned, suppressing the tension in her heart, and gradually walked forward. To be honest, for a normal AFDJ person, seeing sea kings will scare him for a long time. If you encounter monsters more terrifying than sea kings, you can even faint from fright. But in this world, as far as Nine Snake Island is still a fighting race, facing the sea kings may not necessarily be scary. But when you meet a strong person, you will still be timid. And meeting a magic dragon that is even scarier than sea kings, and it is also legendary. If you are not a first-class master, you can stand firm under Han Yan's footsteps when you meet for the first time. That is already considered psychological. The quality is very good. Arrive. Daisy looked forward, and motioned for several people to stop. At this moment, Han Yan roared impatiently. The terrifying sound waves made the surrounding leaves rustle, and even made the two little maids scream. Be careful, no, the plate is about to fall. Roar. After Han Yan accidentally discovered the movement here, he had been feeling speechless for the rapid progress of these women, and now he roared impatiently. Then a terrible suction came out of its mouth. Food, moving. Daisy was also taken aback, and then she found that the entire plate and the two little maids below flew forward uncontrollably and quickly. She looked around and suddenly said in shock, "Let go. Ah, help, no, I can't let go. I don't want to be eaten." The voices of the two girls began to cry in the air, while Rayleon the Boulder glanced at this side, and when he saw the look in Han Yan's eyes, he shook his head and smiled, showing no intention of going to rescue him. Don't want. Daisy's pupils gradually dilated, and then, as a female warrior, she quickly jumped forward. Since she was not allowed to carry weapons close to Han Yan, she had to step on the giant tree next to her and jump into the air with agility. Then he turned around to save one of the girls, then passed by the indifferent dark golden dragon eyes, and landed firmly on the ground. Leah. The last scene seen by the short-haired maid who fell into Daisy's arms was the scene of the desperate girl falling into the dragon's mouth together with the plate. Eat. What the hell are you doing? Han Yan stared at the maid suspiciously, then opened his mouth impatiently, and spat out a plate and a wet girl. Then under the control of Chowli, it fell to the ground. On the top of the plate, Leah was kneeling and sitting on it with a dull expression. Quote ? Quote. Daisy and the other little maid suddenly showed joy. I don't know, and I'm not sure. The little maid called Leah blinked her eyes, and then her face turned pale. It was hard to imagine what she had just experienced in the mouth of the dragon. Quickly call the next batch, and also, let your empress come here. Han Yan let out a breath, and the hurricane that suddenly set off caused the three girls to be blown back non-stop, and then said, I have a meeting with her if you want to talk, hurry up and report it. Yes. Quickly, the three recovered from their fear. One after another turned pale and took the plates and withdrew. Now they finally understand why the faces of people coming from here are so ugly. Because it's too big. That's right, this black dragon is simply too big. It was like a small square, and the surrounding trees were only half taller than it. If you saw Haki's body, the words, crushing, and invincible, would pop out unconsciously. Of course, it was just an accident that he almost ate the little maid just now. It's just that Han Yan thought it was troublesome, so he ate it and spit it out. As for what went through inside, perhaps only the little girl named Leah knows, but Han Yan has no feeling at all. The tongue cares about those delicious foods, but ignores this human being. Chapter 24 The so-called change. Since the dragon, no, it was Han Yan who returned to Nine Snake Island. The next day ushered in the welcome banquet. Because Nine Snake Island, in other words, is Han Yan's own home, his own territory. This point has been deeply rooted in the hearts of this group of people more than 10 years ago, but the Empress, who has always been unconvinced and strong, was unwilling to be enslaved, so she suppressed Han Yan's rule of Nine Snake Island, so that many young people today girls don't know the truth about the Dragon Emperor. Of course, the matter of the rebellious Empress has also come to an end. At first, seeing that guy was so strong, Han Yan was startled by his strong and terrifying will. He thought that what he left in her heart was just a memory of a nightmare, but unexpectedly it was so profound. Even Han Yan himself was very surprised. The reason why the Empress became like that before was also caused by Han Yan. And the person who killed the human Empress and gave the newborn Long Ji was still created by Han Yan. I don't know if this is sad or a happy thing. At least now the two have let go of the past and are thinking about the future from the same perspective. Daughter Kingdom, inside the palace. My Lord Empress. A red carpet stretched from the far street, and from the high platform, a girl had long black hair combed into a girl's hairstyle, and her dark blue eyes shone with crystal light. On the playful red waistless skirt, a gorgeous scale tattoo like fire and blood appeared at the junction of the shoulder and chest, and a round of protruding dragon horns like a white crescent appeared beside the hair, like the most beautiful decoration embellishes the youthful and moving scene. Miss Huang. Beside her, women with yellow and green hair stood on each side. At this time, I was also very surprised to see the changes in Hancock. From now on, Snake Princess will no longer exist. Call me, Dragon Princess. With a faint smile, the lazy and sweet voice sounded at the same time. The Empress lifted her hair, causing drunken screams from the surrounding female warriors. Snake, Long Tian people. A female warrior half kneeled in a low voice, then raised her head and whispered, Dragon, Lord Dragon Emperor said that he invited you to go. Really, I understand. The Empress turned her head, and replied lightly. Seeing this scene, the two younger sisters behind the Empress looked at each other in surprise. Why did her sister seem to be a different person after sleeping? Although the nature is still the same. But it always feels weird. Sudden extra tattoos are fine, but why did a pair of horns grow on his head? And Long Ji, does it have something to do with the Dragon Emperor? Hancock, are you really Hancock? Grandma Za came from a distance, and saw that the originally arrogant and rude Empress had transformed into this noble and aggressive form. Her old eyes widened and she made an inconceivable sound. Grandma, the Empress looked at the old woman, and then said, what do you want to say? Wait, Snake Princess, you. Snake Princess is dead. The Empress squinted at her. Haki said sideways, please call me Dragon Princess. As she spoke, she raised her chin, and then used another look to despise the previous emperor, Loliosa. Okay, Long Ji, how did you become like this? The mother-in-law shook her head helplessly. No matter how she changed, it seemed that there was no big change. In vain, she was so happy. When she saw the Empress defying others with her chin raised, she immediately understood everything. The so-called Qingshan is easy to change and the nature is hard to change. At the same time, the Empress bent her waist upwards as much as possible, and then used that posture of extreme contempt for all living beings to mock herself. Although the action has been changed now, the essence seems to be the same. Are you talking about these? The Empress pointed to the dragon horns and scales, then looked at the kneeling female warriors around and said, "This is the power bestowed by the Dragon Emperor on Igia. As long as you treat Master Han Yan sincerely, also those who can get the blessing of the Dragon God, you will also be like Igia, eternal youth, gain inexhaustible beauty and absolute power." Wow, Master Dragon Princess. All the female soldiers at the scene showed a look of shock and fascination, even Daisy and Campanulaceae were no exception, and Grandma Z fell to the ground in fright. 0. Ask for flowers. Hancock, what deal did you make with that dragon? Deal, the Empress sneered, and then said, "You who are already old and aging, how can you have the right to talk about this matter? Didn't you once abandon the country and run away to enjoy yourself? Now the I family leads the country is going to prosper, you just shut up." Hancock, you. The mother-in-law looked bitter, shook her head and said, "Oh, it's all up to you. Anyway, you are the master of this country, but don't you hate Han Yan very much together? Although how much we didn't mean to hurt him when he was young." Quote, 0. Han Yan, he said that the battle between life is nothing more than survival, there is no right or wrong. The Empress said calmly, and at the same time felt strange in her heart. Although he has become the human form of the dragon race in his mouth, there will not be much change, but the actual change is completely different from before. For example, due to the differences in the genes and characteristics of the dragon race, every time Hancock sees Han Yan, he is attracted by an inexplicable aura and wants to get close to him. For another example, the strength became stronger, and sometimes I accidentally smashed a rock, and I didn't find the slightest discomfort. Or the senses are too sensitive, and anyone's whispers can catch the changes in the body and the changes in beauty. And mentality, state of mind changes. All of these make the current Empress far different from the former one in terms of her aura and temperament. Hancock, the mother-in-law stared blankly at this woman whose personality had suddenly turned, showing a strange expression. "Get out of the way, don't block the way of I's house, someone, drag this old guy out." Miss Huang, the two younger sisters behind Hancock glanced at each other, and found that their elder sister didn't seem to have changed much, and was still the same as before. After being relieved, they began to persuade for a long time. Chapter 25 Evening Secret Talk. Evening, Amazon Lily Forest. The giant dragon had finished the day's feast, except for the more than 1,000 paralyzed girls in the Daughter Kingdom. Han Yan was lying comfortably by the side of the lake, watching the sun gradually fading in the sky. Suddenly there was a sound of footsteps from one side, making him turn the dragon's head slightly and stare at the figure in the distance. That beautiful figure gradually approached, and the familiar aura of the same family made Han Yan's senses become extraordinarily clear. Seeing that you don't feel any discomfort at all, you should like this new power very much. As you can see, I have become a member of the dragon clan. The figure suddenly tightened from a distance, and the speed was like a ghost, so fast that it was suffocating. Soon, that figure came to the side of the black dragon lying sideways by the lake, then stretched out his hand, gently stroking 690 inches, cold and hard scales, showing a strange look. You are at best a human form with dragon blood, but you are still far from a real dragon. Han Yan flicked his tail, causing the lake to set off a turbulent wave, and creases appeared under the constant sunlight trace. According to your words, both the giant dragon and the human form belong to the dragon clan, don't they? The Empress's voice trembled a little, and her moon-like pupils looked at the huge dragon eyes lying on the ground. Then the Empress smiled lightly and said, "Master Han Yan, you can also take human form, right?" "Can I take human form?" Han Yan thought for a while, and then said, "I can't transform into a human form." Although in theory, a giant dragon can basically transform into human form after learning the transfiguration technique after adulthood. But, I am the last black dragon in the world, where can I find transfiguration? Besides, how can I turn into an ant when I'm free? Heck, you're really interested. Even though I can change shape, I still like to act with my body. The so-called human body is just a ridiculous excuse. Speaking of it, human beings are indeed a slightly more perfect form of intelligent life. One is based on the human plane, and the other is based on the creation of wisdom. Of course, the human form cannot be regarded as the most perfect evolution of intelligent life, because species that resemble tentacle monsters or other wonderful creatures surpass human beings in terms of wisdom and creativity. However, to get to the next step, Han Yan would rather use a human body. Really, the Empress stood on her tiptoes, then held her huge chin and whispered softly, "But, I can read your ambition in your eyes, you will not be limited to this small world. You won't understand." "No," the Queen's voice trembled, and then she showed a sweet smile. "You and I are the same type of person, although I don't know what you were thinking, but I will never lose to you." "Won't. That's not necessary anymore," Han Yan said lightly. "I will one day become the most perfect creature in the universe, and this human being, no, it should be said to be a dragon life like myself, I hope you don't follow in my footsteps." The words fell into a burst of silence. At this time, a light cough came from the treetops. "Who?" The Empress quickly looked over there, and suddenly a special perception appeared inexplicably. That was the sense of the dragon clan, which made her see the white-haired figure clearly. "Ahem, don't get excited. Brother Han Yan, since the owner of Nine Snake Island is here, why don't you talk about your plan?" Rayleigh squinted and came here with a smile. Well, the time is not urgent, it's better to end sooner. Han Yan didn't change at all, because at the beginning, nothing could escape from the scope of his hunting. Hancock. Well, Igia, no, I'm here. Hearing this, the Empress' eyes lit up, and then she looked at Han Sheng's position. You should have been ordered by the Marine, right? As a challenge to the Whitebeard fleet. The black dragon's side-lying body gradually climbed up, and under the illumination of the setting sun, a terrifying aura emanated from it. It is true, but I don't have time to reply to those stinky Marines. Han Yan, what do you want me to do? After all, you are also the other half of the master of Nine Snake Island. I need to refuse. The Empress's eyes flickered, then she twitched the corners of her mouth and said with a light smile. Reject. Why refuse? Han Yan said thoughtfully. Promise them, if there are no accidents, they will personally send a fleet to come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, then you promise them, but don't promise it's too thorough. I know what to do. In addition, I will appear when the war is at its hottest and is about to end. At that time, I will eat all the creatures present, leaving no grass. The cruel and fierce voice of the black dragon sounded at this time, and then continued, at that time, there will be a few big guys to help out. They are different from me, I invaded from the sky, and they outflanked from the sea. At that time, you don't want anything to. When the attack is launched, go to Hawkeye, tell him not to participate in the massacre, tell him that it is me, Han Yan, and he will naturally leave. Really? Then how can I help you next? The Empress said with some joy, causing Han Yan to treat her coldly. Hancock, Han Yan said strangely, when did you become so enthusiastic? Not to mention changing your race, 5.9 you even changed your sexual orientation. Although in a sense, you are a female dragons. BD. The Empress blushed and turned blue, and then said angrily, don't think too much, I'm just for Nine Snake Island. That's good, Han Yan said lightly. HMPH, you haven't said what will I do next. How will I get out of there then? Hancock rolled his eyes, and said angrily. The monster attack is indeed very violent, and the scope is extremely wide. You are not demon fruit power now, what are you worried about? Find a way to leave. Concubine. When Hancock was dumbfounded, Han Yan spoke again. Chapter 26 Shirahoshi's Thoughts. Forget it, just stay aside and don't make trouble. Then stay away from me, as far away as you can. I will launch an indiscriminate attack, and it is easy to accidentally injure you. Are you concerned about me? Hancock blinked in surprise. No, I'm worried about your bad things. Han Yan said indifferently. Anything else? Stare at a sea king's that looks like a tortoise. You can follow Pippi Shrimp. No, follow that guy to leave, it will recognize the breath that belongs to me on you. Han Yan thought for a while, and then spoke. If I remember correctly, the Empress glanced at Rayleigh who was listening silently, and then said, we are of the same race, right? But why? How big is the gap between us? Quote. The dark golden Longan stared at the woman who was as beautiful as a fairy, and fell into silence. It seems that I still haven't gained your trust. The Empress said a little aggrieved, pretending that she had received a big blow. The power of Deathwing is not something you can obtain. However, it is still possible to exert a 10 millionth part. The black dragon closed its eyes, and suddenly the whole world turned black. The dragon's mouth opened slightly. The fire of hell, the earthquake cracks, the power of the dragon. The reason why you can't exert its power is because your strength is too weak, and when you reach the level of 4 emperors, you can naturally cast it easily. However, there is a method that allows you to quickly control the power of magic. What is it? The Empress raised her forehead. The vitality of the strong. What's the meaning? Eat powerful creatures. Don't eat those disgusting things yourself. Choose and choose. Han Yan snorted coldly, and then said, it is because of your hypocrisy, there are too many people who are pretentious, and this world has caused most of the strong to be wicked. In addition, eating rare animals plants, sea kings are the same. Then it's better to drink your blood for the concubine. When the Empress said this sentence, she herself realized that this sentence was not a joke. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Well, I think I heard something I shouldn't have heard. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, who was silent for a while, suddenly laughed, which eased the awkward atmosphere. It doesn't matter if you say it. Han Yan glanced at him, because that will make more people die. Yeah, Rayleigh nodded in understanding, he trusted himself to be able to sit here and listen. As for speaking out, it will definitely kill a lot of greedy people. Hancock. Han Yan suddenly looked at this woman, and then smiled deeply. The concubine is in. Do you really want to become stronger? Really? Han Yan's eyes flickered strangely. You are a part of me, and it doesn't hurt me if you become stronger. If you perform well, I can think about it, let you become a real dragon clan. Really, I am so happy to meet you. If you said something like this more than 10 years ago, today is another situation. The Empress was happy, but Han Yan fell silent. But it was the words the Empress said to him before that made him fall into deep thought. Perhaps, you might as well give it a try. Of course, after the war is over. Interesting. Dragon's Death Game, countdown Afage to 7 days. The Fishmen Island, Dragon Palace City. Dragon Palace City, the most luxurious building on the Fishmen Island, is also the living place of the royal family. It is also a building in the shape of a mermaid, which is the product of the fusion of mermaid and nature. The rain falls on the top floor of the Fishmen Island, which can be in contact with the sun. It is made of countless large coral reefs, shells, and various building materials. On the top 10 lifelike statues of sea dragons occupy the palace. May Carlo, you know. It's been 10 years, I've been waiting for 10 years. I really miss it, I don't know if it's okay now. In a pink dormitory, the person speaking is wearing a fish-shaped hair ornament, with wavy and flowing pink long hair, bright blue eyes, beautiful beauty, plump upper body, and alternate shades of pink. The mermaid with a fishtail is looking at her pet shark May Carlo with a melancholy expression. Chirp. This cute dressed, funny-looking little shark just shook his head blankly, trying to recall the terrifying sea overlord he once was. Its emperor, the emperor of the sea. Thinking of that frightening body and terrifying power, the little shark immediately rolled its eyes, showing a look of fear. Actually, Master Han Yan is very cute. Without him, I might not be able to go out, nor would I be able to pay homage to my mother 10 years ago. Shirahoshi laughed, then showed a longing look, and said as he spoke, tears like a lake gradually flowed from his eyes. It said, to visit me often, but, it's been 10 years. Master Han Yan, you where exactly is it? Shirahoshi really wants to go to the sea with you, you promised to accompany me to see thousands of rivers and mountains. Even a single tear from Shirahoshi was so huge that the flooded May Carlo ran around. Although it is a shark itself, its behavior at this time is nothing more than trying to make Shirahoshi happy. HMPH, May Carlo, you are so funny. Shirahoshi stopped the crying expression, and the tears were also stopped in his eyes. Gradually, she came back to her senses, then clasped her hands together, and said in a trance, I can't cry, if Master Han Yan sees it, I will definitely be scolded. But, even if it is scolded, it is fine. Shirahoshi also hopes to see him sooner. At this time, the shark snorted twice. Then he ran out of the palace quickly, and ran back after a while dragging a newspaper. May Carlo, you, Chapter 27 Swear to defend the Sea Emperor. Shirahoshi blankly took the newspaper that was printed out of countless copies from its mouth, and soon, she was pleasantly surprised to notice the figure on the paper that was as big as a fingernail. It's Lord Han Yan. Wow, the Sea Emperor of Alabasta. Shirahoshi was as happy as a princess reading a story. At this time he was staring at the narrative in the newspaper seriously and fell into an intoxicated fantasy. Alabasta, it should look very beautiful, how about the legendary desert? As he spoke, he thought of Han Yan again. Immediately Shirahoshi sighed, causing May Carlo to take 2 steps back in fright. No way, Shirahoshi's performance is far greater than Neptune's, and I don't know what happened that day with Han Yan. In the next 10 years, Shirahoshi's delicate body has evolved from 6 meters to 20 meters. Compared with the size of the 4 emperors Kaido, it is not much worse and even bigger. However, for a mermaid like her, it was considered a normal phenomenon. Even if the same murlocs or mermaids get married, it is possible to give birth to children with atavistic blood, and Shirahoshi has this special situation. In addition, when Han Yan once went out, he also absorbed a small amount of health, so that the evolution was too perfect, causing the current Shirahoshi to be very similar to the blood of her ancestors. It's strange, the Desert Kingdom, the dragon rescued Princess Alabasta. Nefeltari Vivi, does Master Han Yan like such a human being? Oh, it's so interesting. But she also looks very poor, I just don't know when Lord Han Yan will come back. Shirahoshi looked like a young girl, lying on her stomach in a cozy room, staring intently at the contents of the newspaper. Every time there is any news about Han Yan or the Sea Emperor, she will find a way to get it from the pirates and humans passing by the Fishmen Island. From Rog Town, Warship Island, and now Alabasta. The last time Master Han Yan appeared in Sabayati Archipelago. Suddenly, Shirahoshi was dumbfounded, staring at the body of the dragon stalwart on the newspaper. A few seconds later, he puffed up his cheeks angrily, and then said angrily, oh, why didn't Master Han Yan come back to take a look? Even though he was so close, he still didn't come back. Soon, she lowered her head dejectedly, and then put down the newspaper like reading a fairy tale. May Carlo, tell me, when will Lord Han Yan come back? Again, Shirahoshi asked about the sentence at the beginning. Immediately this made the shark roll his eyes, opening and closing his mouth was the name of Neptune. May Carlo felt bitter, but May Carlo didn't say it, too. While staring at May Carlo's aggrieved face, Shirahoshi grinned, and then fell into the memories. Subconsciously, since childhood, Shirahoshi regarded Han Yan as his most important person, and left a deep impression on Han Yan from the first time he saved the Fishmen Island. Plus the great deeds of the Sea Emperor and the generosity to the Fishmen Island, as well as Han Yan's tenderness that others cannot feel. All this made this figure imprinted in Shirahoshi's mind. Now more than 10 years have passed, the sense of dependence has not disappeared, but it has become more serious, and even has a tendency to suffer from lovesickness. Although King Nipdun also noticed this, but who is the Sea Emperor? Sea King, how could such a powerful and invincible Sea King be confined to a small the Fishmen Island, and no one could even trace his whereabouts, so how could he be found? Even if he could find it, Neptune was not qualified to make such an unreasonable request, not to mention that the Fishmen Island has been in a little trouble recently, and it is said that a certain Murloc is making trouble maliciously. Dragon Palace City, on the palace. Mr. Jinbei was also arrested recently. Those nasty human marines, don't they know that Jinbei is from the Fishmen Island? Although Jinbei is a member of Shichibukai, even if he hooked up with Whitebeard and others. However, the actions of the world government undoubtedly touched Lord Neptune in a disguised form. 0. asking for flowers. Neptune's beard moved, and he looked at Sha Xing and the other courtiers with a sigh. Father, it is said that the human marine will go to war with the four emperors Whitebeard in a few days. Do you think Lord Sea King will join the battle? On the side, Prince Sharkstar looked at the two younger brothers hesitantly and said, will the Emperor of the Sea join the battle? Neptune pondered for a moment, and then said helplessly, it will definitely, but I don't know which side will help, or neither of them will help. In this way, we, the Fishmen Island, may be a thorn in the eyes of mankind. And those who want to take revenge on the Sea Emperor. Sharkstar explained. 0. We have no choice. Since we have surrendered to the Emperor of the Sea, we can do nothing but believe in humans. Thinking of Otahime's death and the events of many Murloc slaves, Neptune clenched his fists, closed his eyes and shouted in a low voice, Neptune is the strong man we can rely on. Besides, the Neptune is right, the weak can only be bullied. However, the Fishmen Island is our territory, and we have the absolute right to speak. Then we are going to. Sharkstar showed a serious look in his eyes. Swear to protect the Sea King and the Fishmen Island to the death. Neptune opened his eyes suddenly. This is our only choice. Only by being the most steadfast backup of the Sea King can we survive. Pass the order, and the guards of the Fishmen Island will be tightened. Any human ships passing through must be strictly reviewed. Now that the Sea Emperor is back, what we have to do is to create a trustworthy ring for him. Yes, Sha Xing and the others nodded one after another, then retreated silently. Also, pay attention to Shirahoshi. Don't let her interfere with the decision of Lord Neptune. Neptune shook his head, and looked in the direction of Shirahoshi's bedroom helplessly. I will protect my sister. It seems that he agreed to Neptune's request, but Sharkstar is also very helpless in his heart. After all, the current Shirahoshi is not as simple as a crybaby. Chapter 28 Naval Headquarters Actions. The value of a flower lies in its blooming. The beauty of destruction comes from the splendor of the flame. Returning to the Black Dragon from Yuan Yang's perspective, Han Yan calmly closed his eyes and said, Brother Han Yan. Rayleigh looked at the Black Dragon who had closed his eyes and hadn't made a sound for a while with some doubts, and asked aloud. Hush. Hancock gave him a glare, then whispered, don't bother him, he's telepathic. Telepathy. Rayleigh wondered. Yes, Hancock continued thoughtfully, maybe you don't understand, and Jaw doesn't understand either. But it is said that this is the Sea Kings, a special ability that only the Sea Kings can remotely call the 560 Sea Kings army thousands of miles away. Roar. A long and loud roar came from the Black Dragon's mouth. Somewhere, like radio waves, the Fishmen Island at this time is a deep sea abyss. The three terrifying giants suddenly moved their bodies. In the dark sea water, a burst of turbulent waves set off. A huge mouth full of sharp teeth, pouring out violent waves was closed, and a huge eye opened. Soon, the 1,000-meter level terrifying monster with black and white stripes woke up in awe. At this moment, 100 miles away, another sea dragon-like monster also opened its eyes, and it flicked its huge tail Jian Nan, which resembled the former sea dragon, floated away. And near the abyss volcano, after sleeping for a long time, the monster like a pitch-black mountain also opened its terrifying eyes. The weird vertical pupils turned around and placed on some fishes on their backs, and suddenly opened their ferocious mouths, devouring them all. This terrifying monster that is still sleeping has finally started to move. Roar. As one of the Sea Kings let out a loud roar, the other two monsters that were hundreds of miles away also responded one after another. And these Overlord-level Sea Kings have intelligence that matches that of humans, so they naturally know who sent that calming sound wave. Moreover, Han Yan is the Sea Kings, who can speak the language of Sea Kings, and this call also ordered the three giant beasts guarding the Fishmen Island to move out one after another. Although there are many Overlord Sea Kings in Calm Belt, Han Yan still likes to use these three subordinates to handle affairs, and there is no need to summon other Sea Kings. It's not because they can't use their power, but because Naval Headquarters Marineford is so small. 2 or 3 Overlord-level Sea Kings have already occupied more than half of the area, and there is no room for them if they come again went. Therefore, it is easy for the Sea King's army to destroy the ship. But the problem is that they can't go together, they can only participate in the war in batches and a few. Otherwise it is easy to accidentally injure. This is also one of the sorrows of a large body. If there is no suitable distance and range, it will be difficult to even move. Go Calm Belt. Gradually, the sound drives the three giant beasts to move in one direction. If there is no accident, they will reach the location designated by Han Yan in a few days. At this time, the Black Dragon with strong dragon breath also opened his eyes. We've been preparing for the battle for a long time, and there should be people from other organizations who will follow me. When the time comes, I'm afraid the world government won't let me mess around. The Black Dragon analyzed wisely, and then showed his sharp teeth. It seems to have seen the expression of those humans when the dragon that tore the sky and descended from the sky appeared in Marineford. A dragon's value, power and violence far outweigh its wealth, and I, the embodiment of power. As Han Yan thought, at this time on the future battlefield. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, keep up. Today's rigorous training will be fully prepared for the big battle in a few days' time. Here, a group of young Marines are still undergoing the most rigorous training, as well as constantly developing new tactics and making adequate preparations for the upcoming battlefield. Because in a few days, the final battle between Marine and Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, will be ushered in, which is the summit war that later generations will name it. This war will be broadcast to the world in the form of live broadcast. Every young soldier hopes that he can become the winner and stand alive in Marineford. So at this time, the training one by one seemed to be very serious. And in order to deal with the wise, calm and powerful Whitebeard, Sengoku has been worrying a lot these days. I have thought of thousands of ways to meet the enemy, but unfortunately the opponent's reputation and strength are not enough no matter what tactics they use. Therefore, today is the last time he launches the summoning of the 7 warlords of the sea and Marine Admiral and other people with the highest combat power to discuss together. Tactics may then be tweaked. Damn it, what kind of attitude does the Pirate Empress of 9 Snake Island have? Unfortunately, only this female pirate in Shichibukai did not come, and the 3 admirals have all been rectified. The key is that this temperamental woman did not reply to Marine's answer. Marshal, according to the latest news from my subordinates, 7 warlords of the sea Boa Hancock said that they will come to naval headquarters in 3 days. At this time, at the position of the marshal's office, a marine officer stepped forward to report. Sengoku rolled his eyes, then pondered. Let her come as soon as possible, the meeting will start soon. But Marshal, the officer prepared to speak with a bitter face. 2.9 No but. Sengoku snorted coldly, and then roared, let her come. If she still wants to secure a seat in 7 warlords of the sea. Yes, hearing this, Chief Marine echoed back. Sengoku, stop it. Garp ate the donuts indifferently. It is said that the Pirate Empress and the Sea Emperor have a close relationship, but that kid from Shinji said that the relationship between the two seems not very good, but 9 it is said that Snake Island is also the territory of the Sea Emperor. If you force it like this, I am afraid that people will not be afraid at all. With the support of the Sea Emperor, I will never pay attention to you. Neptune. Sengoku regained his composure, then frowned and said, this is the lord I am most worried about. Do you think it will appear during the war? Chapter 29. Sea Emperor, will you really come? I understand you, but our marine is at war with the 4 emperors. If it's coming, it's going to be a declaration of war on the world government. Garp raised his throat, and then said in a serious manner. You mean, it doesn't dare to come? Sengoku narrowed his eyes, thinking. Don't dare to come, ha ha ha. Garp shook his head and smiled, and joked casually. It's not that I didn't dare to come, I guess I was thinking about how to get rid of it. You caught the guy from the Fishman Island, if he finds out yes, it will definitely come. A nest, HMPH, it's ridiculous. Sengoku also knew that Garp was joking. After all, a nest, in his eyes, the Neptune could not have this ability. There are more than 20 vice-admirals, 3 admirals, and 2 that are no less powerful than admirals. Plus the 4 emperors and 4 emperors' cadres and fleets, and even the world government's 7 warlords of the sea. Want to take down the entire battlefield? I'm afraid no one will think about it. However, Han Yan not only dares to think, but is even preparing for the big battle now. Somewhat different from the trajectory of the original book, Luffy and his group also came to Sabayati Archipelago at this time, but the island has changed a lot since Han Yan went to the island and killed the supernova. Since the celestial dragons were all scared away, Luffy didn't meet the celestial dragons and didn't have a chance to fight the celestial dragons. However, for some reason, Marine was still hunted down, which eventually caused the partners to disperse, and Luffy was not beaten by the bear to 9 Snake Island. Instead, he went straight to the direction of the big prison, although he didn't know how he would sneak in the future. But in the last few days, maybe after Blackbeard and others attacked the big prison, they broke in. Of course, compared to the upcoming big battle, no one pays attention to the dynamics of this small character. Instead, many people focused on Marine and 4 Emperors Whitebeard. As for the red-haired 4 Emperors, it was their duty to go to find Whitebeard. At this time, New World. Captain, Dewey, on the red-haired pirate ship, a certain crew member wanted to speak but was interrupted by a raised hand. Wait for me. In front of them, there was a man wearing a black base coat with a cloak trimmed with gold silk around it. His red hair was as dazzling as a flame, and 3 scars on his face slanted across his left eye. The sleeve of the left arm is empty and covered by a cloak, and a long knife is held in the right hand. This is the red-haired Shanks, one of New World's long-known pirates, the 4 Emperors. As he landed, that appalling scene happened afterwards. As the red hair moved forward, the people on both sides of him rolled their eyes and fainted to the ground. All the newcomers stepped back. You can't bear it. The captains of the 16th Division used their own haki to block the red-haired coercion for the crew behind them, and glared at Shanks who was walking in the middle of the boat. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was still sitting there, but even though he was fully infused with fluids, he couldn't conceal his soaring aura. Sorry, I was a little intimidated when I first came up. But compared to that day more than 10 years ago, you are still a haki existence. The red-haired said to Whitebeard with a relaxed face. Thinking of Han Yan's impolite guy, I was upset for a while. Almost destroyed my boat at that time. Whitebeard squinted and looked at Shanks in front of him. I'm here to stop you. While speaking, Shanks waved the huge wine jar in his hand, and put it on the boat. Let's put haki on other people's boats, and say such arrogant words. Ha 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 ha. There was no anger in Whitebeard's eyes, but he laughed. What are you trying to stop me? I told you once before that I want you to stop Ace. But now, he has been arrested. The red-haired words made Whitebeard's eyes open suddenly, and he continued. Forgive me, if you go this time, must die. Oh, Whitebeard's voice sounded slowly. You mean those boys in Marine can keep me? No, you overlooked a person. No, not exactly a person. Who? Whitebeard closed his eyes slowly. Neptune. The redhead said seriously, it will kill you. And it will never hesitate. This era is about to go berserk. Lousy didn't lose to him more than 10 years ago. Whitebeard laughed and said, so what if I die? If I don't go, my lovely son, how will I explain? Pediatric stuff. Lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard stretched out his hand, and took out a machete that looked like the Qinglong crescent knife from behind his seat, and slashed at it. Shanks also pulled out the knife from his waist, and the two of them collided directly. What? The surrounding crew members who hadn't fainted became nervous. And the next moment, these captains saw the clouds split above their heads. No, almost the entire sky split open. Tell you, boy, Lousy won't change his mind. That Neptune guy comes. I want him to know that I, Whitebeard, am too old to move. Whitebeard threw the machete to the ground and returned to the throne. That's up to you, but I'll try to stop that guy from going to war. But if I fail, maybe 687 lives may not exist. The red hair retracted the knife in his hand to his waist, then pondered. Is that Neptune really that powerful? This is, Marco hesitated and said. Ah ha ha. The red-haired Shanks glanced at him and laughed loudly. 10 years ago, you couldn't even stand firmly in front of it. A super sea kings that ran rampant in the world more than 10 years ago, even it has been sleeping for a long time, but it is still a ferocious monster. As for Han Yan's details, from Hawkeye's description, the redhead can be sure that that guy is definitely not ordinary strong. Forget it, let's have a banquet. The last, farewell banquet. On the huge Moby DK, the two leaders are Whitebeard and Redhead. Each of them is holding a barrel of good wine in their hands, and they drank it all with their necks raised. They looked at each other, ha-ha laughing. Below them, except for the dead sage and Ace who went out to capture Blackbeard, the captain of the 16th squad were all present, drinking wine with each other calmly and silently. But, will the Neptune really come? Many people have thought about this question. 5 deciseconds. Chapter 30. The Eve of the Great War. But why did the Sea Emperor come? Is it to rescue the Shichibukai Murloc Jinbei from the Fishman Island? No, Neptune is not that kind. What is it for? Of course, not many people know the purpose of Han Yan, and no one knows whether it will come or not. All are just guesses, not to mention how it came about. No matter what, you have to keep an eye on it. 3 days later, it arrived as promised. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, boom. With a loud bang, the door of the meeting room between the Marshal and the 7 warlords of the sea was ruthlessly kicked open, and a beautiful figure with enough beauty to fascinate all living beings came slowly. Pirate Empress. As soon as he entered the door, Hancock saw a bunch of people who had already arrived. She snorted coldly, ignored others, and walked forward gradually. After seeing the person coming, the whole scene fell into an eerie silence. Is Igia beautiful? Hancock snorted coldly, and then these people gradually retracted their gazes. Although Hancock's dress is very ordinary, it gives people a different feeling. Not only does it become more beautiful, but a kind of Haki's awe-inspiring sense of oppression makes other Shichibukai fall into their own cranky thoughts. Then, the meeting begins. Because of that evil bloodline, Pocus D. Ace has been captured by the Justice of our Marine, and 3 days later it will be time to kill the evil, but as one of the 4 emperors of the New World. You can just say whether that old guy Whitebeard will come or not. A rebellious man wearing sunglasses and a pink feather coat licked the corners of his mouth, then narrowed his eyes and sneered. Sengoku, who was interrupted, gave him a cold look, and then continued, I believe that everyone already understands. But this catastrophe, I need everyone's help. 4 Emperors Whitebeard of New World has sent a message to Marine the provocation of dignity. I hope everyone will not hold back when the time comes. Hey hee hee hee, good. One of the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, smiled evilly, then glanced at the people around him. I'm thinking about a problem. Tyrant Bear, after a moment of silence, said, there is a guy who has to be guarded. Who? Hawkeye asked without looking up. See Emperor Han Yan. After the words fell, the environment became deadly silent. Shichibukai, Sengoku and others all changed their faces and remained silent. See, that guy. Doflamingo cast a glance at Moria, then glanced indifferently at Hawkeye. I remember, your knife, seems to be lost. The sarcasm behind his words was obvious, and Hawkeye could clearly hear it. I fought against the Emperor of the Sea, but I lost, very badly. After Mahawk finished speaking coldly, he stopped talking. That guy. Gecko Moria gritted his teeth and recalled what Han Yan had done, and then said with a slumped face, I can't beat, that guy is really powerful. Wah! Don't worry, if that guy comes. We Shichibukai will take care of it. Just as Doflamingo finished speaking, he was interrupted by a sarcastic disdainful sound. You. Hancock looked at him contemptuously, and then said, if you have silk thread, why not knit yourself a decent sweater? Sea Emperor is not something you can deal with. You should be worried that your silk thread might become a tiny stumbling wire. Wah ate a toe to a person, it looks like you know a lot about the Sea Emperor. HMPH. Can Igia explain it to you? Hey, Sengoku, what do you think? Doflamingo didn't care. I grew up listening to the legend of the Sea Emperor, and he is no less formidable opponent than Whitebeard. Do you feel free to let us deal with it? No. Sengoku coughed twice, and then said, tomorrow's arrangement is very important. Shichibukai will be placed in the first row as Marine's combat force, and San Admiral and I will be under the execution platform. If you come, Kizaru and Shinji Admiral will help you meet the enemy together. Whitebeard will be handed over to Vice Admiral Garp and me to deal with it. Akainu Admiral will go hash. Put us in the front row to fight Whitebeard. Then put us to fight that terrible Neptune who might appear. Doflamingo seemed a little unhappy and said, Zon, whoa, are you kidding us? No, Shichibukai is an ally of Marine. I didn't mean that. Sengoku denied this, and it was impossible for him to admit it. HMPH, if you think so and haven't been wiped out, do I need to give you a reason? Akainu, who was silent for a long time, looked at Shichibukai coldly, and then said forcefully, don't forget that you are pirates. We didn't catch you all here, this is already the greatest face for you. As soon as the words fell, magma had already filled the surroundings, and the terrible temperature was boiling, as if whoever refused to accept it would die. Hey. Akainu Admiral, I like fighting so much, go find the Sea Emperor, that guy is very cruel. Doflamingo smiled wickedly. Of course, if you can beat it well, that's another matter. Shut up. Sengoku snorted coldly, Chian Nuos, and said, it will be announced tomorrow that Shichibukai Jinbei will be acquitted. And compensation will be given to the Fishmen Island. If the Sea Emperor insists on coming, then we have to fight. Don't forget, our real enemy is Whitebeard Shion. Are you submissive? Is the Neptune really that scary? Doflamingo seemed to want the world to be in chaos, but he restrained himself a little when he saw Sengoku's unfriendly expression. Who do you have any opinions? The Ai family has no objection. Hancock glanced at the surroundings contemptuously, then pouted, asking her to fight Han Yan. How could it be possible? Maybe it was possible to fight the friendly army in turn. We have no opinion either. Well, the battle is settled. Sengoku whispered. At the same time, the distant calm belt, the black dragon bowed his head to Haki and said, be sure to catch them all at once. Chapter 31 The Prologue of the War. Grand Line, Marineford, Naval Headquarters Square. In the morning at Naval Headquarters, with the loud siren sounding through the sky, everyone has made their own preparations. As the heavy atmosphere became heavier, a silent figure came along with the heavy steps like lead blocks. Ace's figure was slowly pressed to the top of the execution platform. Immediately after he was brought to the execution platform by two executioners, Marine Commander Sengoku also followed, and the media controlled by Marine also focused their cameras on Ace. And finished the final arrangement. This day has finally come. All the combatants have already taken their positions, and what they are going to face is the #1 enemy in the world, and everyone's heart is undoubtedly full of tension and anxiety. August 23rd, but in order to revive Marine's majesty and boost the morale of soldiers, Marshal Sengoku disclosed Ace's life experience to the world through a phone bug, which amazed Marine in the square and even people all over the world. Ace, tell me, what is your father's name? Sengoku pointed the phone bug at Ace and asked in a heavy voice. My father. Ace seemed to remember something. He raised his head decisively and shouted, my father, it's Whitebeard. No, that's not right. Sengoku yelled, your father is Gordi Luogia. As early as when you were galloping in this sea, we noticed that you, as Luogia sinful son of blood. After a pause, he continued, however, you became a crew member of Whitebeard, which is something we didn't expect. What's more, Whitebeard, he wants to train you to be the next generation of One Piece, so that he once the son of his opponent has boarded his ship. Holding the phone bug, Sengoku gradually told the truth about everything Ace experienced. No, I got on that ship to make Dad the One Piece. Ace shouted without hesitation. At the same time, he was burning with anxiety in his heart, and he only hoped that Whitebeard would not come here because of him, otherwise even if he died, he would die of guilt. For him, the old man Whitebeard is the one who really cares about him, so he will never allow anyone come to slander Whitebeard. Is that true? Sengoku snorted coldly, and then, ignoring his yelling, he immediately spoke to the countless people in various sea areas exposed by the media. The CP agencies of our marine and world government have already blocked the former island, but who knows that she still traded you out with her own life. This not only lied to us, but even the whole world. Therefore, you are the one who inherits the most evil bloodline. You will definitely start to show you the aptitude to stand at the pinnacle of pirates in the next era. Therefore, taking your head here today is of great significance, even if doing so will cause an all-out war with Whitebeard. Following Sengoku's words, everyone present was stunned. Whether it is the picture of the phone bug spreading to the world or others, they are all excited about it. Immediately afterwards, Marine's densely packed 100,000 elites let out a roar that shook the world, making the surrounding air tremble. Seeing this, Sengoku nodded secretly. Anyway. At this time, under the Sea of Marine Vander, the headquarters of Marine, in the endless deep sea, a heavy breath permeated the Moby DK. The fleet behind can keep up. However, it's hard to imagine that we came over from the Fishman Island smoothly. The light penetrated the surface of the water and entered the bottom of the sea, becoming more and more dazzling, and Sengoku's wanton propaganda on the phone bug gradually sounded, and as Whitebeard stood up, all the captains also stepped on pace came to the deck. Look, it's Whitebeard's fleet, Gulululu, and the newly appeared Whitebeard Pirates pirate ship has invaded the bay. It's appeared, everyone is ready to fight, it's the big 5.8 fleet of the pirate ship. 1. By the bearded Moby DK star. In the deep sea, countless coated ships move forward slowly, and the pirates above all came all the way from New World unscathed. Fortunately, there was no obstacle on the way, even the 3 terrifying deep sea monsters from the Fishman Island also disappeared. Immediately afterwards, piercing sirens sounded from the entire island, and in the faint water mist in the distance, the shadows of countless strange pirate ships emerged. With the sound of crisp bubbles breaking, countless terrifying ships came to the front of the Marineford waters. As expected, Sengoku frowned ugly. It suddenly appeared. Where did it come from? Such an appearance, the old fox Sengoku will be surprised, right? With Marineford above the waters, Sengoku loudly proclaimed his proclamation to the world. Immediately afterwards, there were muffled noises on the sea surface, and following the eyes of those keen masters, on the calm sea surface, there was only a loud bang, and the waves were set off. In the ring bay of Marineford, several huge ships rose rapidly from the bottom of the sea, like a huge volcano rising from the sea, and the Moby DK, which bore the brunt, was the first to attract people's attention, that is for Emperor's Whitebeard's pirate flag. On the boat, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, steered the helm skillfully, and Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division, was also full of energy. As for the other crew members, they also had smiles welcoming the battle, and they were smiling at the coming tragic war. Report, it is the pirates under Baihu's command, all of whom are first-class masters, and each of them is the famous captain of New World. There are a total of 43, Li Zhongjong. Anyway, we are lucky that we didn't meet the Sea Emperor and its guards. But now, we should think about how to kill the quartet and rescue Captain Ace. At this time, Marine's morale has reached the highest peak in history. I believe that even if Whitebeard comes, the chances of winning may not be low. Chapter 32 Sea King's Army. The waves seemed to be roaring, and the Marine shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, those vicious and provocative pirates shouted at the same time. The 4 ships that appeared gradually have finally appeared. Not surprisingly, many elite members of the Whitebeard pirates are on the deck of the pirate ship. That's Marco, the captain of the first team, and the other 14 existing captains are all on board. The Whitebeard pirate group is led by Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. The Whitebeard group is led by 16 captains and 16 teams, with a total of 1,600 people. It owns 43 New World pirate groups, with a total of tens of thousands of people. My beloved son, all right. The huge pirate ship floated to the surface of the sea in the huge waves, splashing the turbulent waves. Whitebeard boarded the bow, and the laughter shocked the entire Marine band, and even Sengoku's forehead dripped with sweat. Whitebeard, almost verbatim, Sengoku 05 uttered the name that everyone in the world feared. My dear son, said the old man holding a big knife, who was standing on Haki's deck at this time, how are you recently? Quote, Ace wanted to cry at this time, but seeing the fault he had caused, he immediately lowered his head sobbing. In the front of the Marine front, Shichibukai and others who were standing like Admiral were full of momentum and turned their heads to stare at this Haki-surging man. Is that Whitebeard? Hancock squinted his eyes and looked at Whitebeard, and murmured softly, sure enough, he is very powerful. He is indeed the guy who tied with Han Yan more than 10 years ago. However, the current master Han Yan is not what he used to be. The one who was there, not surprisingly, he should still be on the edge of the calm belt by now. Whitebeard, there was a flash of fire heat in front of Mahawk's eyes, and there was an extremely strong fighting spirit in those eagle-eyed eyes, which made his whole body tremble, shake, excited, longing, extremely excited emotions made the sword in his hand tremble. Although the world's #1 black sword is gone, the strength of the great swordsman is still undiminished. The strongest man in the world, I really want to have him. Moria licked her sharp nails, but Doflamingo stared at him and smiled sinisterly. Watch out, he's about to attack. Tyrant Shang let out a low snort, watching the figure standing on the deck vigilantly. At this point, calm belt. Under some sky, on a high sea, rising with the storm, weaving through sudden waves, the shadow of a hideous monster blotted out the sun. The feet on the side of the monster were tens of meters long, with terrifying claws. Then, on top of the pitch-black irregular scales, it looked like a hard steel armor. Then, a pair of bright eyes appeared, and the huge head, which was the size of a pirate ship, was swayingly exposed. The eyes protrude up to 2 inches on each side of the head and are protected by protruding bones. The dazzling steel-like scales are on the terrifying thick steel-like body. It is a demonic dragon looking down at the world, currently entrenched on this huge black mountain, staring at the countless scarlet bloodthirsty eyes in the sea. The Poseidon Army is the collective name for the troops guarding the Sea Emperor. And this terrifying army of Han Yan turned out to be a force composed of countless powerful Sea King's overlords. This force is invincible and can destroy any island, and no one can fight against it on the sea. The time has finally come to this point. Hoo-hoo, following the order of the magic dragon, the monster that covered the sky and the sun flew up. And under its feet, the giant tortoise let out a low growl, then rushed forward in a certain direction. As he said that, Han Yan remembered Crocodile's arrogant words, and now he sneered, this world does not only belong to humans. And the new era is called the Sea Emperor. The resounding roar of the dragon spread far and wide on the calm belt, and countless sea kings prostrated themselves on the sea area one after another, sending out the most loyal roar in one direction. Under the watchful eyes of the magic dragon, soon, huge sea kings came all the way with huge waves. There are more than 180 overlord-level sea kings. This is the real power of the Sea King, the Poseidon Army. Roar. The roar that shakes the sea around makes the sea tremble, and these fierce and terrifying sea kings have only one goal, and that is their emperor's order. Whether it is a human or a dragon. Even though I am a sea king's, I, Han Yan, have always been Han Yan. This name belongs to me only. The dragon spoke, and in front of the Sea King's army, Haki's announcement was made. And the surrounding Sea Kings can also understand his words, and they know exactly what they want to do. Even if they don't understand, they just need to execute the order. As for you, go straight to the Marineford location and destroy it. No licorice left. The giant claws stepped on the pitch-black giant mountain, and with the order of the magic dragon, the surrounding Sea King's army that made the sea roll over dived into the deep sea area one after another. So far, on the gradually calming sea area, there is only a black snapping turtle and a magic dragon standing like a huge mountain. Hey, big black, with ichthyosaurs. You wait in the deep sea and completely surround the waters around Marineford. Never let any creature go. If there is any change, kill it. Perhaps, on land, Han Yan has a helpless organization. But in the sea, no one can fight against him, and Sea Kings, no one can do it. Scatter. It's a pity that the time is too short, otherwise I can call all the overlords of the North Blue Domain in the east, west, and south. At that time, facing the Sea King's army in the entire sea, who else in this world can stand in the way? In front of me, Marineford, staring at the battlefield that is about to break out in the distant sea, Han Yan's ferocious dragon's mouth was slightly split, revealing a row of sharp white teeth, as if ironic. Chapter 33, The Peeping of the Demon Dragon. The waves gradually subsided, and only a lone figure was left in the sea area that had been rolled over by the Sea Kings just a moment ago. Rayleigh should go to the red hair pirates Kaido of the beasts. I don't know if they will come. The black dragon hovers in the gap between the clouds and the sky, patrolling the common people on the earth. Although it can't know the battle situation thousands of miles away, it can still roughly guess it. What it didn't expect was that the redhead didn't stop Kaido from coming to the battlefield. Instead, he went straight to his own direction, but it was a pity that he was stopped by Rayleigh at this time and Kaido of the beasts. Where did he go? The answer is, Calm Belt. Yes, this guy ran Calm Belt to find Han Yan by himself. But unfortunately, at this time Han Yan has also flown away from the direction of Calm Belt, but Calm Belt is very big, it is impossible to find him. So Kaido hijacked a pirate ship from nowhere and saw the live broadcast of Sengoku, who was heading towards Marineford aggressively. You have to ask Kaido's IQ level. The answer is not low. He's more of a humanoid monster than a crazy creature. Do whatever you want, moody, free, but boring. Perhaps for him, death is also an interesting thing. The Battle of Marineford this time is not just the participation of the Marine and 4 Emperors Whitebeard forces. It is also a contest between the Sea Emperor forces, 4 Emperors Kaido, and 4 Emperors Redhead. Kaido wants to challenge Han Yan, and Redhead wants to stop the war. And Han Yan wants to swallow up the 2 forces and make the Sea Emperor's army truly face the whole world. Hey, how long ago, I was still a Sea King struggling to find food, but now, I have become an existence that many forces have to pay more or less attention to. Slashing across the sky, tearing apart the clouds of white mist, the magic dragon gradually slid towards one direction in the sky. In the beautiful blue sky, a round of sun hangs high in the void, and the golden distant light extends down with the warm light swaying the earth. Through the clouds, it sprinkled on Deathwing's body. What is my dream? Am I a monster or a human being? What is the meaning of plunder? A series of questions appeared in the mind of the magic dragon, but it was not moved by it, as if it already had the answer. Looking around, countless life breaths below have gathered together. Then the bubbles burst, and Whitebeard's pirate fleet emerged and fell into the illusory clouds, and into the golden pupils of the magic dragon. My dream is just to survive, and that's all. 11. The dragon moaned, its violent eyes gradually swept away, its wings spread out, and it hovered in the air. I'm not a monster, and I'm not human. I'm just me, a predator who wants to live forever. The magic dragon slowly closed its eyes, feeling the breath from the ground and the actions of the surrounding Sea King's army. The terrifying ability of the invisible predator also quietly scattered. Plundering has no meaning, but the resources of all things can make me survive, getting more resources can make me stronger. And destruction, just make my life easier, more freedom. Looking at the huge waves around her, she frowned and said, it's just a small wave. If it were the Sea Emperor, it would be able to destroy the Marine's defense line in an instant. It wouldn't be such a trouble at all. Come on, let's make an axe. Hancock lightly raised his hair, and then stared at the layers of giant waves rolled up on the sea, even facing the scene of doomsday catastrophe without the slightest timidity. Suddenly, the water level that had been slowly falling stopped, and as waves gradually moved on the sea surface, violent ground sounds filled the entire area again, but this time the vibration was more intense, and there were already waves in the distance. The current rose up the body. Looking down at all living beings, looking down with disdainful eyes, the dragon spit out a mouthful of scorching breath, making the surrounding clouds hollow. That's me, a dreamy simple predator. My dear son, wait for me. Suddenly, his fists full of energy shook to the positions on both sides. Hey, it's the Sea Emperor who opens and closes. Doflamingo glanced at her, and smiled sinisterly. She, how familiar are you with the Sea Emperor? In an instant, the space on both sides of Whitebeard was shaken to pieces, and there was a huge tremor in the air. This terrifying destructive force was like a god, making people feel their own insignificance. Many Marines were shocked by the sudden earthquake and shocked and fell to the ground. Or, what does it have to do with the Sea Emperor? I am very curious. Wang Lizao, hey. What a terrifying power this is. The earth shook. What happened? With the gaze of the dragon, the war between Marine and Whitebeard broke out. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo shouted excitedly. Not only him, even the other Shichibukai also showed surprise. It was the awe-inspiring old man Haki who spoke, and after finishing his homely conversation, Whitebeard finally had a plan to make a move. He didn't say much, and under the watchful eyes of Shichibukai and admirals, he erected the intimidating broadsword on the deck. Immediately, a terrifying coercion oppressed everyone's hearts, and he let out a low growl, clenched his fist suddenly, and there was a terrifying concussion ability between the fists. The number of people who died under the almost transparent power was countless, and the horror that made Marine fear, and once punched the Emperor of the Sea was born spontaneously. Before the trembling voices of the Marines fell, Whitebeard suddenly raised his head, and the terrifying fists that had been stored for a long time suddenly shook again. The already torn apart space suddenly shattered like glass. Rumbling, accompanied by the loud noise, the originally calm sea quickly vibrated. The waves rolled and the waves were rough, driving the hull to shake violently. On both sides of the Marineford Island, two huge waves suddenly soared into the sky. From then on, the gigantic waves as high as thousands of meters were like the most ferocious sea beast tsunami, gradually approaching with the power to destroy everything. Chapter 34 Start the War. First Round. HMPH, what relationship Igia has with him is none of your business. Just when Hancock hadn't finished her unhappy words, suddenly there was a hot touch on her left chest, which made her bow her head slightly. Blood resonance. Hancock bit his lower lip, and soon came to his senses. She quietly glanced at the sky. As a member of Deathwing's bloodline, she was like a daughter created by Han Yan himself, and the resonance in that bloodline made her react quickly. You were already here, Hancock murmured in her heart. Even though all she could see was a bunch of soft clouds, she still couldn't hide her eagerness to look into the sky. On the side of that nothingness, was a black dragon bowing its head to the battlefield. At this time, the terrifying huge waves on the sea suddenly hit, and the roaring posture rushed towards Marine's defensive position, as if it was determined to destroy Marine's defense line. It's finally here, but the height of the tsunami is really amazing. Looking at the huge waves rolling like an explosion in the distance, Hancock was also slightly surprised and shocked. It is very easy for sea kings to create such huge waves, because their bodies are huge, but a human being has such heaven-defying power. He is worthy of being the legendary man Whitebeard Edward Newgate who can destroy the world. The good show is coming, that person will not let it go. Although Doflamingo was coaxing constantly, there was no trace of fear on his face, because he knew that the tsunami created by Whitebeard would not be ignored. Very strong, but on this kind of battlefield where masters are everywhere and there are countless capable people, this kind of large-scale normal attack is useless at all, and a person in Marine is already ready. Ice Age. Sure enough, before the tsunami had a tendency to fall, Aokiji under the execution platform suddenly dodged and jumped into the air. His whole body was filled with cold air, and some parts of his body were completely frozen. When he raised his hands, two icicles appeared. It extended from his hand and rushed to the tsunami on both sides. Affected by the strong freezing air, the turbulent tsunami began to freeze from the place in contact with the icicle, and spread rapidly to the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the tsunami was frozen from top to bottom into ice blocks and stopped in midair middle. Wow! Before the other Marines came back to their senses, they found that the terrifying wave in front of them not only stopped, but turned into a huge glacier. The surrounding sea area was also instantly frozen, and the terrible cold air enveloped the entire Marineford sea area, completely freezing the sea surface. After learning that it was Admiral's youthful actions, they raised their heads excitedly, the fear in their eyes dissipated, replaced by an incomparable fighting spirit. Ice bipolar spear. Shinji's attack was far from over. He raised his arm instead, and countless ice thorns erupted from his body. The sharp ice thorns streaked across the air, and roared towards Whitebeard. This is too childish, kid. Whitebeard also waved his arm, and the power that shook the world came out from his hand. The terrifying power shattered the fear, causing the surrounding air to vibrate, and even the immature body structure was completely destroyed, and it suddenly turned into countless pieces of shattered ice fell on the frozen sea. But the aftermath of that terrifying force did not diminish, and instead attacked the surrounding Marines even more. Yo, it's scary. Suddenly, golden light flashed. The tall figure said it funny, and the figure of Admiral Kizaru appeared beside the aftermath and intercepted it. However, due to the large fluctuation, a group of Marines around them were also sent flying. Although there were not many casualties, this was just a random blow from Whitebeard. Are you going to make a move? Doflamingo looked at Empress Shichibukai who was eager to try. Igia just wants to try to see how strong the so-called strongest man in the world is, and how big is the gap between me and him. After finishing speaking, Hancock's rippling water and moon-like eyes met Whitebeard in the distance. That brat. Whitebeard scanned the surroundings, and suddenly found Hancock's eyes full of fighting spirit. He was stunned for a moment, and his face sank immediately. Zero. Ask for flowers. It's exactly the same as that monster's eyes, that look, that special aura. Sure enough, that fellow Sea Emperor is also here, but he doesn't know where he is lurking. For a split second, Whitebeard thought a lot about Hancock. He saw the shadow of Han Yan, that kind of terrifying aura that is not afraid of the world. Perhaps, the red-haired kid is right. I am really in trouble this time, but this is what I will face sooner or later. At least death will end this. False. Era. Fire. Destroy their pirate ship. 0. The gun turret that had been set up on the circular harbor was aimed at Whitebeard's ship. With a loud shout, countless shells roared, and they all shot towards Whitebeard's position. Well done, kill them and take back Captain Ace. The captains of the Whitebeard ship shouted loudly and launched their actions one after another. Vistas cut through countless shells, and then led many subordinates, stepping on the frozen sea, heading straight for the direction of Marine. Father, everyone, you guys. Obviously I ignored your advice, why don't you just give up on me? It's obvious that I am self-willed to become what I am now. I am such a BD. Looking at the tall and old lonely figure, even at such an age, Whitebeard is still holding his scarred body to save himself desperately. His brother also committed a dangerous situation for himself. Ace knelt on the execution platform and shouted excitedly up. No, Whitebeard raised the corner of his mouth, stared at Ace's direction calmly, smiled and said, no, silly son. I let you go, stop lying, don't talk nonsense. Whitebeard's words made Ace more excited and guilty, struggling with the iron chain involuntarily, shouting, you obviously stopped me at that time, but I still, deficit. Chapter 35 Hawkeye's attack, Kaido's movement. I ordered you to go. Without waiting for Ace to speak, Whitebeard suddenly interrupted his words, and smiled understandingly, this is an order. You don't have the authority to resist, right? Mal division, yes. Marco nodded, calmly said, I heard, Ace. You also know that in this sea, everyone knows that we are more protective than the Neptune. What will happen to our comrades? Sorry for you, Ace. Ace, we will never let anyone hurt you. As the dialogue between Whitebeard and Ace flowed out, the morale of the pirates immediately increased. At the same time as the July 63 inches when both sides are full of morale, the war is about to break out. Coming, Hancock frowned, staring at a group of menacing pirates, snorted softly, and looked contemptuously at this group of guys who were not afraid of death. Since he knew that his immediate boss was watching the battlefield from above his head, then he should also behave well. Immediately, Hancock was like a light butterfly, swimming among the dead scarlet flowers, passing through thousands of flowers, not a single leaf touched his body. It was just a face-to-face meeting. Countless pirates and marine, indiscriminately the number of ghosts who died under Hancock's ghostly figure is no less than double digits. Hehehehe, the fight has already started. But that woman's eyes are so hostile. On the inner bay position, Gecko Moria's sharp voice rang out. He stared at the figure of the murderous empress, and for some reason suddenly showed a flash of fear. But at the same time, he looked longingly at that powerful body, if he could get her. But he didn't know that someone was already eyeing his head. Hey, our side is Shichibukai and Naval Headquarters Top 3 Marine Admiral and 100,000 elites. The opponent is just the Whitebeard pirates and their more than 40 pirate ships. This might be a killing. With an evil smile, Doflamingo came to Moria's side, cast a glance at him, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Where are your little gadgets? Don't worry, wait a minute. Hee, are you interested in this thing? Do you need me to turn you into a zombie? Moria stared at Doflamingo slightly mockingly, and a high-pitched voice sounded. Hey. Several pirates and marine killed each other together. Doflamingo tilted his head and laughed, and said in a low voice, he is also here, and he is also the one who wants to land on this interesting chessboard. Him. Moria looked at him suspiciously. Yes, Doflamingo said in a strange voice, it's Kaido of the Beasts. Hey. Kaido. Moria's eyes widened suddenly, and then he read out the whole name through gritted teeth, and the black shadows scattered away from him immediately, then let him not go back. He, only you. Doflamingo looked at him contemptuously, and then stared at the not far away Whitebeard pirates. Under the leadership of the 5th team captain, Foil Vista, they gradually launched towards Marine's fort position. Hit. Swords, and barges descended. With the flood of blood, groans and screams, this is the battlefield. Under the leadership of Foil Vista, countless pirates rushed to the battlefield with low roars. The quality of the pirates is obviously stronger. With the stalemate at the junction, the number of deaths on both sides began to rise. I've never seen so many vice admirals together. The moment the slash was swung, there seemed to be a strange fluctuation in the space, and a dazzling green light slashed through the air, cutting through the ice layer and heading towards the whale ahead at high speed. Fortunately, Marine has Shichibukai, although Whitebeard has a captain-level role. But on this battlefield, you still have to guard against the elusive orangutan admiral and the Sengoku who guards Ace. Definitely very deadly. No matter how terrifying Marine's lineup is, under the leadership of many captains and powerful pirates, these pirates from the New World rushed forward without the slightest fear. Okay, kill them all and attack in an all-round way. As long as it's for Dad, I'll die. That terrifying posture is not much worse than before. That kind of powerful slash that can perfectly block and dodge the surprise attack of the sea dragon's giant claws with less than 10 knives, for these pirates. Among the pirates, the captain stared at that figure. They could clearly feel 3 extremely dangerous and terrifying auras permeating above the black figure. Be careful, you will die if you touch it. Their purpose is to rescue Ace, not simply start a war. That would only increase the casualties, and only the quicker rescue of Ace would be considered their mission completed. It is rumored that his black sword was defeated by the Sea Emperor, but that powerful sword intent is still extraordinary. No matter whether he has a black sword or not, his slashing is not something ordinary people can handle. As the world's #1 swordsman about to make a move. Get out of the way. He's going to make a move. Under the gaze of everyone's expectation, vigilance and fear, Mahak's new long knife was raised high, his sharp eagle eyes stared at the target tightly, and he slashed down. Even if it's Buster Call, it's nothing more than that, but if the opponent is us, then it's another story. Make the way for Dad, and kill all those vice admirals who don't have eyes. Staring at that haughty figure, countless people showed expressions of amazement. The fierce fighting is still going on everywhere. Although the main combat forces of both sides have not been dispatched, the scene is still the same. On the fort position, Mahak's face sank and he stared straight at the bow of the whale in the distance. After taking 2 steps forward, a strong murderous aura was slowly released. Chapter 36 That Kick That Shattered Space. The slash had a fierce momentum, and the green sword energy destroyed everything it passed by. Even if it brushed the edge, it would hurt many marines and pirates. Therefore, before the slash came, everyone dodged quickly, and suddenly a clearly visible space was vacated by these people subconsciously. The direction of the slash is the Moby DK. Be careful, Daddy, let me do it. The captain of the 3rd team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond, Joes put his hands on his chest, staring at the approaching slash with a serious face. Then he jumped in front of Whitebeard and put on a parrying stance. Here we go. Captain Joes grinned his lips, revealing a row of dazzling teeth. The whole body was shining with pure light, and the thick arm as hard as a diamond immediately met the thrilling slash, but under the terrifying force, it was pushed back tens of meters before it followed with a loud shout. "05, that emerald green slash turned at the last moment and flew towards Marine Shichibukai. Joes looked up in the direction of the slash. The target of this slash is. It's her, Empress Shichibukai. Del. Hawkeye Mahak was also slightly stunned, watching the unstoppable emerald slash that destroyed countless marines and pirates' defenses, and went straight to the position of the Empress who was also Shichibukai staring coldly in front of her. Be careful, subconsciously called out. Mahak couldn't make the slash disappear. Just when slash was about to hit the Empress, when these people thought that Marine would lose a lot of power, the beautiful eyes that raised their heads slightly, squinting at slash turned green, and looked over. Quote, Sword Chi. Hancock turned his head to look at the place where the voice and momentum appeared, and the slash that pierced through the air suddenly appeared not far from his side. The corner of her mouth curled up. She turned around directly, leaned forward slightly, and at the moment when the terrible slash was approaching, raised her right leg, and kicked out quickly. The same weird shattering wave, the same slash that appeared through the air, the terrifying power made a shocking sound like a sonic boom. With a bang, a dark golden light flashed, and as the pink breath fell, the emerald green slash directly collided with the sudden pink dragon scale tattoo on Hancock's right foot. Boom! Waves visible to the naked eye reverberated in the air, causing the surrounding marines and pirate fighters to be knocked to the ground one after another. The soul-stirring victory was not determined, but cracks appeared in the surrounding air and space. Just in the blink of an eye, the emerald green slash suddenly trembled, and immediately disintegrated into countless fragments and disappeared into the air. The Empress Hancock also fell half a centimeter into the ground due to her huge force. At this point she raised her foot, and then gave Mahak a contemptuous glance, as if provocative and displeased. What a terrifying power, and the defense is too scary. A bunch of marines and pirates around with heart-shaped eyes showed unnatural expressions of admiration. Even without the sweet fruit, Hancock still retained the breathtaking beauty and charming temperament. Quote, even without the blessing of the black knife, the slash was absolutely extraordinary. Looking at the emerald pieces in the sky, the marine and the pirates present were stunned. They really couldn't imagine that someone could directly kick and explode with pure strength. A slash with accumulated strength. And this kind of power, he only felt it once in a person, no, a monster. Sorry, Mahak was stunned for a moment, and then apologized. You are not an ordinary person. I remember that the rumored pirate empress is not that powerful. It was a red pattern like a dragon scale. When the empress kicked out that terrible kick with all her strength, a beautiful pattern like a dragon's crown was quickly covered on her right leg. When the indifferent to barely visible stripes touch the slash, the burst of power makes the energy of the slash quickly consumed 997, so that it collapses instantly. Cut. The sound was small, but it still reached Hancock's ears. She looked at the man with sharp eyes lightly, and said softly, shouldn't you apologize to the Shao family? It's true that Igia is not an ordinary person, but you don't need to know what Igia's identity is. Hancock looked at the tragic battle on the battlefield, paused, and said, however, let me advise you, let me bring you a message, you better not meddle in others' business. Otherwise, Hawkeye looked at the back of the Empress leaving, and slowly retracted the sword back into its sheath. At that moment just now, he keenly observed the source of the burst of power. Otherwise, Mahak frowned, as if guessing that the he in the Empress's mouth might be it. So strong. This is the strength of Empress Shichibukai. Another tricky character no less than Admiral. Now is not the time to look around. Brothers, let's go together now. While the Marines were still stunned by the Empress' strength, the captains of the Whitebeard fleet shouted loudly, and a group of pirates put away their fear of looking at the Empress, and rushed forward without fear of death. Broken. Jew, you can break the slashing attack of the world's #1 swordsman with one kick. However, although the Marines are shocked, they are not afraid. On the contrary, they were very happy, because the Empress was on Marine's side. It's just that I don't know if I will rebel decisively because of the arrival of a monster. Excuse me. Hawkeye quietly came to the position of the Empress, and asked in a low voice, what is your relationship with the Sea Emperor? The corners of Hancock's mouth were slightly raised, he put away his gaze from observing the battlefield, took 2 steps forward, and said in a low voice, otherwise, the strongest swordsman in the world will change his master. Hancock looked at the group of bored pirates and marines, and backed away with a soft grunt. Perhaps her strength is very strong, and the single target burst is very high. But after losing the ability of Devil Fruit, she is much weaker in group attack, almost none. Chapter 37, Neptune, will come here. Sure enough, Mihawk looked at the calm face of the Empress, nodded slightly and stopped talking. It's boring. Looking at Hawkeye who fell into silence, Hancock looked at the clouds on the edge of the sky. On the edge of the sky not far away, a dark cloud quietly condensed. Seeing the gradually changing sky, the originally clear sky suddenly had the smell of dark clouds overwhelming the city, and there is only one monster that can dominate the sky. Master Han Yan, are you about to take it too? However, it seems that now is not the time. I hope you will be patient and let those pirates enter the battlefield, so that they will completely cut off their retreat. Hancock murmured in his heart, as if his mind was connected. Under her gaze, the dark clouds in the sky quietly stopped gathering and seemed much calmer. Hey, I didn't expect you to be able to easily catch that guy's charged sword. I thought the rumored pirate empress would just disappear. Hey, what were you guys talking about just now? Can you tell me, blah 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 blah. Regarding the terrifying power of Mihawk and the Empress, Doflamingo was curious. Although the Empress is a strong person, he did not expect it to be so powerful. Calm Belt 9 Snakes Island, the Empress of the daughter country. It seems that her attainments in Haki and power are not low. But no matter what, the Empress's performance exceeded everyone's expectations, as if it was the first time she had known her. That unbelievable language stuck in their hearts, but unfortunately, on the battlefield, they really didn't have the opportunity to investigate her details. Go away, you are blocking the way of Igia. The Empress glanced at Doflamingo, showing a hint of impatience. She didn't like this kind of insidious villain. And this kind of person who often wears a hypocritical smile makes her feel even more disgusted. Hey. Hearing this, Doflamingo's eyelids twitched, and when he felt the murderous intent and air conditioning gradually permeating the woman in front of him, he chuckled twice, and looked at the eagle-eyed Miho AFFC beside him. After a few seconds, this guy didn't know what he was thinking. Doflamingo always felt that something was wrong, and he was very familiar with that feeling. It's like being manipulated by someone. The entire battlefield, like a chessboard, is dominated by a special force, just like he controls a puppet with a silk thread. The kind of view that is peeped by some terrible creature and is very interested. The feeling of chess goes deep into my heart. This made Doflamingo have to be vigilant, and he didn't want to meddle in other people's business at this time. However, after going through all these twists and turns, the morale of the pirates and marines is obviously slightly different. However, the offensive on both sides of the battlefield did not decrease at all, but became stronger. For a while, the battlefield was on the ice, and they even stepped into the bay to fight together. Stupid. Those pirates who can fight marine head-on, those pirates don't look ordinary. But, they dared to attack here. With a sneer, Marshal Sengoku waved his hand. Immediately, several marines quickly sent an order to the shelling position where the marines were deployed, target the pirates and their ships. The soldiers in the front line completely prevented them from landing on the square in the bay. Receive. With the sound of loud shouts, countless shells appeared from the sky flying all over the sky, and the shells with terrible destructive power attacked the direction of the pirates at a fast speed. Soon the pirate group fighting ahead and some ships behind the pirates were blown up. Yo, where are you looking? Suddenly, a flash of golden light pierced the sky, and in the next moment, Kizaru suddenly appeared beside Whitebeard, and the golden energy carrying terrifying power was instantly shot out by him. 8-foot Chong Guyu, boy, you marine have found some amazing people. Even when Kizaru swooped in behind him, Whitebeard barely glanced at him. Looking back from glancing at the Empress, Whitebeard growled, Marco. Yes, Dad, I'll stop him. At the moment when Kizaru appeared elementally, a blue flame suddenly appeared. Marco, who was wrapped in blue fireworks all over his body and turned into a huge blue flame phoenix, stood by Whitebeard's side. The countless dazzling light bullets from Kizaru's hands were all stopped, but he acted exaggeratedly. Instead, he looked at Marco jokingly and said, Oh, it's scary. Your opponent is me. You are not qualified to fight our father. Marco with the golden punk head patted his chest, transformed from a giant bird into a human form, opened his eyelids halfway, and stared at Kizaru's position calmly. As long as the opponent makes any movement, he will attack immediately. Tisk, have you tried kicking at the speed of light? Hee. Suddenly a golden streamer refracted to Marco's side. At that moment Kizaru rushed to his side, kicked his leg out at the speed of light, and the terrifying power like laser burst out immediately. Exclamation mark. It's a pity that he kicked away a bunch of blue flames, and Mayer turned into a phoenix form. In this form, no matter how Kizaru attacks, his body will still be reborn from the ashes in a short time. Kizaru's fruit ability is biased towards single target attacks, although it has a strong penetrating ability. But it will explode at the end of the contact, which is supposed to be very strong, but Marco, as the Phoenix, is the most afraid of this kind of attack. Possessing the ability of the Zone Phantom Beast, which is rarer than Logia, Marco can heal the wounds on his body in an instant by bathing in fire, and he is not at all disadvantaged against Admiral Kizaru. Tisk, what a hassle. Kizaru moved his mouth, the beard around his face looked very funny. However, he glanced at Whitebeard who was going to the front of the battlefield, and then looked at Marco's unscrupulous expression. Then come and play with me. A sneer appeared on the corner of Marco's mouth, and he immediately dodged to Kizaru, kicking him backwards with a huge force. Chapter 38 Doflamingo's Killing Intent. It hurts. Kizaru stretched out his arms to block the blow. Cheating ghosts. Marco immediately exerted force, and Kizaru flew backwards like a shell, hitting the ring-shaped harbor and sending out a roaring gorgeous explosion. At this time, the other side of the battlefield. Several tall figures stood up in vain, and the giant warriors, who were dozens of times larger than Marine and Pirate, rushed to the battlefield with weapons in hand. Giant army, kill that monster. Demon Berserker Ozzy, to be precise, is a kind of giant race. At this time, this monster with green skin, huge body, and strength enough to easily lift a warship roared Ace's name, and rushed forward in a surprise attack all the way. Watch out, he's coming. Giant warrior, go up and kill him. It has to be said that the giant's deterrence is indeed very strong. What's more, on this kind of battlefield, to ordinary pirates and marines, they are simply monsters with nuclear weapons. When they step down, the ground will shake, and the huge body alone can easily destroy any building. Therefore, when Oz attacked Marine with his fists in anger, the marines of the giant troop also dispatched to intercept him. Give me back little Ace. Ozzy roared, and the huge fist had already attacked, and the power of that punch was enough to smash the entire ring port. Not just ordinary marines, even Shichibukai is almost fatally injured when hit. Bear paw impact. At some point, a tall figure appeared in front of Oz. 7 warlords of the Sea Tyrant Bear took off his glove, and sent out a huge shock wave in his palm. Oz's entire body was instantly enveloped by the shock wave, and an extremely terrifying force attacked Oz's chest. The terrifying concussion force directly shattered his heart, and Oz's eyes widened. Unfortunately, he stepped back a few steps after being fatally injured, and then the huge figure fell to the ground slowly unwillingly. Ozzy, the pirates shouted, especially Ace in the distance. At this time, he watched the huge figure crashing to the ground with heartache. At least one Shichibukai to solve. At that last moment, Oz spotted Doflamingo not far away, simmering with anger from talking to the Empress. So he waved his fist, got up from the ground and threw the terrifying force towards Doflamingo's position. Court death. Those weird eyes flashed, and Doflamingo smiled fiercely. He waved his finger, and countless transparent silk threads were manipulated by him. Soon, a sharp thread Setsuna left a bloodstain on Ozzy's arm, and then, Ozzy's giant arm was cut off by the sharp thread. Interesting. Blah blah blah. With that bloodthirsty and cruel smile revealed, Doflamingo seemed to have found a suitable toy, and at this moment he was enjoying torturing Ozzy who was about to die. The silk thread constantly jumping in the air, the deadly steel-like weapon cut off Ozzy's limbs one by one, and soon a corpse appeared here. BD. Doflamingo, you dismembered it. You promised me the corpse. Gecko Moria saw that Ozzy was cut by Doflamingo, and jumped up in anger. With a big wave of his hand, a group of shadow bats quickly turned into spears. Do you want to die? Shishi. Okay, now it's a war, and if you want civil strife, it has nothing to do with me, but don't involve me. P.S. It's a bit busy at the beginning of school, and there will be no shortage of 3 shifts every day. Occasionally, there is plenty of time, and the 5th shift will start. Usually the minimum 3 shifts will be updated regularly. 3. It's time for this boring farce to end. Moria looked at the terrifying silk thread in horror, and immediately split her own shadow, forming a large number of bat-shaped shadows in an attempt to resist the opponent's attack. Doflamingo stared at the rushing shadow spear, showing a sinister smile. With a move in his heart, the silk thread with killing intent intercepted the shadow spear in midair. The next moment, he sprayed dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads from his palm, and then wound these threads together to form a hair-like thick column. These silk threads protruding back and forth can cut the opponent's body in 2, and even cut high-rise buildings in half at the moment of the explosion. Super striking whip. Brother Ming, UBD, do you really want to kill me? The range is so wide that it even surrounds the pirates and marines tens of meters away. It seems that Doflamingo really wanted to kill him this time. Once this terrible trick is used, it cannot be taken back. But Moria's strength is pitifully weak, and she has no survival value. The world government had commissioned him to kill Moria a long time ago, and this time just happened to be an opportunity. Point 0. In a flash, the emerald green slash broke the terrifying thread. With just one blow, these threads collapsed one after another, and were ended up in midair by Mihawk. What? Doflamingo looked around at the marines who were almost terrified, showing a strange smile, and then looked at Moria's gradually merging figure and whispered to himself, let the trash live for a while, let's talk about it after the war is over. But he still underestimated Doflamingo's killing intent towards him. The terrifying silk thread cut off the shadow of the bat in an instant, and the terrifying power still galloped backwards after penetrating Moria. 0. Asking for flowers. And after Ozzy's death, Doflamingo's brief killing intent was exposed. Moria grinned at him, while on the other side of the pirates, those members of the Whitebeard pirates saw the tragic scene of Ozzy's death, and they all roared angrily, wanting to kill the enemy to avenge Ozzy. Cut, Mahawk said coldly. If the large-scale silk thread hadn't come to him, he wouldn't have shot to intercept it. Perhaps it was because of Ozzy's death that they all rushed up desperately. Chapter 39 Thunder Prison. Evolution of War. It's time for this boring farce to end. Hancock thought to himself, but she looked around the battlefield. Stretching from the west side to the east side, the pirates and marine are fighting together. Whitebeard is entangled with 2 admirals at this time. Shichibukai and vice admirals are fighting with the pirate captain. Besides her, there are only Hawkeye who watches the excitement with cold eyes and Doflamingo who occasionally makes trouble. Master Han Yan, you should be able to see the battle situation, but what are you waiting for? Is there someone, or is something you expect to happen? Although I don't know what the magic dragon in the sky that looks down on the battlefield is thinking, but it is indeed not the right time to show up at this time. At least it should appear after Admiral and Whitebeard's physical exertion. It's not that Hancock doesn't trust Han Yan's strength, but he is worried about whether there will be any accidents. After all, she is the only eyeliner that Han Yan placed on the O5 battlefield. From the perspective of observing the battlefield situation, she can see it more clearly than Han Yan from high altitude. Above the billowing clouds, in the endless white sea, Han Yan rolled in the sky boredly, then left his eyes sideways and went forward bravely on the battlefield. Beard and others who have killed countless enemies. That old guy has lost a lot of vitality. Compared with more than 10 years ago, he no longer has the posture of his youth. Breathing out from the dragon's mouth, Han Yan fell into deep thought. He squinted at Whitebeard's aging body, but he was still able to fight the 2 admirals. No matter what, Whitebeard was weaker than before. Time is really a magical weapon. It makes all things surrender, and you have to be afraid of it. At the same time, it is also an interesting thing. Han Yan squinted his eyes, feeling the telepathy from the deep sea thousands of miles away. It was a message from the overlord of the Sea Kings, a huge golden hairtail, and also one of Han Yan's 3 apostles. At this time, it faithfully sent out a message, and it seemed that it had reached the bottom of Marineford, but it was blocked by a thick layer of ice. Although it was nothing to them, Han Yan ordered them to stop. Stay where you are and wait for orders. Anton's arrival is the signal to start the war. The voice of the king like Haki faintly entered the minds of these bloodthirsty Sea Kings, and soon, they stayed obediently and waited in the sea area as deep as 3 kilometers. Although the Sea Kings with their huge bodies are not crowded, but they can meet together without fighting at this time, and it has to be said that they respect and fear the Sea King. War is not a play. Although there is absolute power, any dangerous bug should not be underestimated. Han Yan looked at the war below, and at the same time looked at Admiral Shichibukai and those the performance of the captain of the pirate showed a sardonic smile. Bugs. Sometimes, being bitten by a bug will hurt a little. Tisk tisk, it's still not intense enough. A war of this magnitude is, in the final analysis, just a battle between human beings. Han Yan stretched out his dragon claws and hovered in midair. Above the vast sea of clouds, clusters of dark purple lightning suddenly appeared. The crackling spread on the dragon claw like a crack, and soon the terrifying thunder and lightning appeared in the giant claw full of destructive power. The purple thunder and lightning kept roaring, and at the core position, a dark and dazzling flickering bead kept beating. Han Yan threw out the electric ball, which was like a nuclear bomb, like a toy. The swift speed pierced through the clouds and rushed straight down. What's wrong? Suddenly, the sharp and strong man raised his head in surprise. Soon, they saw a deep purple thunder flashing across the deep clouds, and gradually came to the sky above Marineford. Is there a storm coming? Rumbling. There was thunder in the sky. Although there were no dark clouds, the violent posture still gave people a feeling that it was going to rain. After a while, the dark thunderball burst into a dazzling ripple in the air, and the dazzling ripple quickly caught the attention of everyone present. Both the pirate and the marine stopped fighting. They raised their heads and looked at the air slowly spread, and gradually turned into a black thundercloud that shrouded the terrifying thunder and lightning in the sky. This is not a thundercloud, but a method that resembles a thundercloud. To mortals, it is like the dark thunder of hell, deadly and terrifying. For Han Yan, it's nothing more than a fun game. Purple thunder. This is the storm. No, it's him. Suddenly, Mahawk's eyes widened in confusion, and a flash of light flashed in those eagle-eyed pupils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Above the sky, the black dragon squinted his eyes, then lowered his head and buried himself in the cloud 963 layer to take a nap, while silently reciting the numbers. The game has begun, I wish you all the best. Happy. The purple thunder pool stopped expanding in the sky, and soon the dark clouds covering the sky also attracted them, covering the sky over Marineford. Click. Thunder and lightning flashed, and a thunderbolt crashed down from the sky. The terrifying lethal force instantly fell on the buildings on Marineford Island. Countless gravels were smashed into pieces immediately, and the terrible lightning was absorbed by the earth after a few flashes. But, this is just the beginning. Every 10 seconds or so in the world, the terrifying thunder and lightning will land on the ground strangely. Wherever it is located, it is impossible to guard against it, and it is extremely powerful. If those ordinary marines and pirates touch it, they will undoubtedly die. Both the pirates and the marines screamed in horror at this time. The thunder and lightning that fell from time to time made the earth go crazy, and the terrifying explosive force instantly pierced the ground into a big hole, causing people on the battlefield to panic. It's horrible. What happened? Seeing this weird scene, everyone present raised their heads blankly, looking at their captain and captains at a loss. Chapter 40 The battle is set. Wow, la la la, interesting. Whitebeard stood on the ground with a big knife, and then Haki's eyes looked up at the source of disaster like thunder in the sky, and then let out a laugh that made people laugh. Daddy. At this time, several captains gathered around him, and then asked puzzled questions. Undoubtedly, they were all asking about the weird weather and the inexplicable thunder and lightning. The thunder and lightning are not very powerful. It's nothing to Devil Fruit and those who have practiced Haki. As long as you are careful, the elusive lightning is not a problem. Pay attention, we have to act faster, Ace is still waiting for us. Following Whitebeard's yelling, a group of pirates also calmed down and glared fiercely at Marine. No matter how bad the weather is, take them down. Sengoku looked at the sky with an ugly look, and then shouted, it's just some lightning, don't be afraid. No matter what the two sides think, they still can't figure out what is going on with this inexplicable ghost weather. On the battlefield, apart from Hawkeye who has seen Han Yan's terrifying lightning ability, only Hancock guessed that it was her boss, Han Yan. The thunder and lightning of disaster roared with the roar of the pirates and Marine. It also participated in the battlefield, taking away some people's lives from time to time, accompanied by the surge of the wind and cloud. It was like the judgment of the heavens, adjudicating the evil deeds of countless people. It came from the sky and sank into the earth, and those who die are only the lives of the weak. This kind of scene appeared for the first time in history. It seemed to be the final decisive battle in front of the end of the world, with howling winds, flashing thunder and lightning, etc. mixed together. This kind of power made the fight between the pirates and the Marine even more frenzied. At the beginning, the army of tens of thousands of people had already died by a small half at this time. And the deep scars left by the thunder calamity made everyone present feel a chill in their bones. Hancock looked up suddenly, and then saw a terrifying thunderbolt falling from the sky. Damn it. It's an indiscriminate attack, shish. She quickly jumped back, and then quickly used the dragon's strongest defense, the pattern of the scales to block the outside. Kicked the purple thunder and lightning away, but when the thunder and lightning entered her body, suddenly a heart-pounding pain came, which made her frown. Feeling the slightly numb right leg, Hancock looked at the sky with some resentment, and then took 2 steps back. Although the thunder and lightning could not cause much damage to her dragon body, her armament Haki was swallowed by Han Yan, so except for the dragon's scales, it could not stop the thunder and lightning's attack at all. Even if it is blocked, the penetrating power is still terrifying. After all, Hancock doesn't have real dragon scales. The dragon scale pattern on her body is just an illusion, unless she uses blood to activate the power given to her by Han Yan at the scale tattoo on her chest. Jihaha, what is this? Lei Haishi's battlefield. Doflamingo shouted excitedly as he watched the scene of wanton destruction of the battlefield. However, he tried to sense the upper part of the thunder pool in the sky with a silk thread, but unfortunately he was blocked by those lightning bolts. As for observation Haki, forget it. No one present could perceive Han Yan who was sleeping in the sea of clouds at an altitude of 5,000 meters. The purpose of Lei Kai is not just to destroy the power of Marine and pirates. It is constantly corroding the earth, which means that if the battle is not ended within a certain period of time, it is very likely that this area will be slowly eaten away by the thunder pool. Under the warning of this kind of death, people's war can't help but speed up a little bit, and it's just like what Han Yan meant. There's one guy who's not on Han Yan's radar, that's Luffy's gang. I don't know how he broke into the big prison, but he came from the open sea with a bunch of friendly troops from the prisons in the original book. The situation at this time, from the Amazon Lily on the Calm Belt, in the middle near the Grand Line is the big prison Impel Down. The two are in the same sea area, and both are in the area of Calm Belt. Impel Down and Marineford are not too far away, and Marineford is the closest island to the Red Line. It is not too far away from the Holy Land of Mariajoy and Sabayati Archipelago. The 3 apostles of Han Yan first set out from the Fishmen Island below the Red Line to the Calm Belt, and then past the seabed of Impel Down. All the way, they headed straight for Marineford with the Sea King's army that had already gathered, while Anton set off from the Sea of Calm Belt and had already arrived at Impel Down. When passing by, I happened to encounter the scene of Luffy escaping from prison, and it was a coincidence that I broke through the gate of Impel Down and released this interesting combination of pirates. On the other side of the Sabayati Archipelago, the Red Hair pirates set off for Marineford. But Rayleigh had been waiting there for a long time, and he was ordered by Han Yan to stop Hongfa and the others. Due to the previous relationship, the redhead had no choice but to sit down and have a drink and talk, silently listening to Rayleigh's narration of Han Yan's plan. But what neither the redhead nor Han Yan expected was that Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, had also left the Calm Belt at this time, taking the pirate ship he snatched all the way aggressively rushed to Marineford to convert. If nothing else, at the end of the war, you should meet Han Yan's Poseidon army, no Majao. The forces in the 4 directions are chaotic, as for who will meet whom, it is uncertain. But, there is only one winner. Backquote. Really, those bastards actually left their posts without authorization. If they all attack, who will guard this place? Seeing the continuous falling of thunder and lightning, Akainu raised his head, stood up and sighed, gradually turned into billowing magma, and more gathered, and finally formed a huge magma fist. It was useless to count on Shichibukai, he had thought so for a long time, but at this moment a dark lightning struck down. He also had to watch. Great eruption. Finally, when the magma gathered at the limit, Akainu shouted loudly, raised his right hand, and the huge magma fist intercepted the thunder and lightning. The 2 abilities collided in the air and exploded, releasing countless Hanabi. Chapter 41. slashing heaven and earth. The two ultimate opposing energies collided brazenly in the air, and the magma fist entwined with armament Haki directly pierced through the thunderbolt with a destructive momentum, but the terrifying power remained undiminished, and flew towards the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Go. Rather than saying that he is defending against lightning, it is better to say that he is accumulating energy to kill pirates. In an instant, the terrible magma suddenly ignited a sea of flames, and dozens of pirates became sacrifices under the flames in order to avoid it in time. Everything is like a doomsday catastrophe: thunder, lava, extreme ice, and all kinds of disasters befall Marineford, and the image transmitted to the outside world through the phone bug attracts countless people to stare at this place intently. Battlefield. Click. A bolt of lightning struck in Whitebeard's direction by coincidence. The speed was so fast that no one had time to react. An attack comparable to the speed of light, even if there is observation Haki, it may not necessarily be able to dodge it. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth twitched, his beard rose slightly, his right hand swung suddenly, his muscles bulged, and the big knife stood on the ground. Immediately, he reversed his fist and punched out towards the position of Ladayan. Immediately, the space seemed to be shattered. Together with the purple lightning, it turned into countless fragments and disappeared into the air. Little devil. Whitebeard looked in Akainu's direction, then moved his mouth, his crescent-like beard turned upwards, and sarcastically said, "If you like to light candles, go home for your birthday. This is not suitable for you. HMPH, do you really like birthdays?" Whitebeard. Akainu laughed, raised his thick neck, and gazed at the tall figure. "Boy, I don't like you. You have offended my bottom line, get out." Whitebeard picked up his broadsword, then defied Akainu's figure standing in front of him, then swung his arm, a shock wave condensed on the knife, and suddenly the destructive energy wave surged out. Shaking knife chop, Whitebeard condensed the power of shock fruit on the sword, and slashed vertically towards Akainu. In Setsuna, the whole air froze instantly, and the huge slash that could split the island in half burst out from the sword. The terrifying speed tore through the air, the sharp slash shook the souls of countless people, such terrifying power directly cut a deep ditch on the ice surface. It's over. Akainu is in danger. The two admirals, Shinji and Kizaru, felt that something was wrong, and Moonwalk rushed into the sky, which happened to be not too far from Akainu's position, and they sent out two energy attacks at the same time as the sword chi slashed out. Lava, frozen, light shield. Immediately, that amazing shield appeared in front of Akainu. Layer after layer guarded him tightly, and behind him was Marine's execution platform. If he couldn't block this move, then Marine would definitely suffer a lot. Soon, the saber energy cut off the fastest light shield blocking the front, followed by a terrifying tremor to instantly destroy the ice wall. After the light shield and ice wall were destroyed, the scorching lava at the back rolled violently, but it was a pity that under this knife, it was still cut open like tofu. Even with the scorching high temperature protection, it was still cut. Slash and shatter. Go away. When Akainu gritted his teeth and was in a stalemate with the knife, Whitebeard suddenly raised his big knife, staring at him, and Akainu with the terrifying momentum retreated steadily. What a monster. Perhaps it was because the saber energy was weakened a lot. When Akainu's lava shield was cut, it almost lost its power. Therefore, Akainu blocked Whitebeard's earth-shattering move without much injury, and thanks to his deep-armed color tyrant Aftet spirit, he was able to hold one of Akainu's arms. If he is not a senior admiral, he may be divided into two. But Akainu stared at a deep bloodstain that appeared on his arm, and fell silent. The only one in the sea who can easily resist Whitebeard's knife is safe and sound, except for Kaido of the Beasts, there is only the Sea Emperor. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard's shocking blow, and then at Akainu's distressed appearance. His face was gloomy and terrifying. "Boy, it's not bad. You actually blocked it. In this sea, the only monster that can resist Laozi's move is the Sea Emperor." These powerhouses questioned their hearts, each had their own ideas, and stared at the stalwart figure with different eyes. Standing in the center of naval headquarters, there is only one person, and no marine dares to approach the surrounding tens of meters. This is the power of 4 emperors. Soon, he squinted at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and quietly left here by taking advantage of the large number of people on the battlefield. 4 emperors. Whitebeard is indeed a monster-level opponent. Whitebeard, you are so young. Under the Sea of Thunder, countless red blood splattered on the ice and the ground. What is unknown is that at this moment, a ferocious and terrifying black giant beast is gradually approaching Marineford. Akainu looked sideways at Sengoku with a serious face, then jumped a few steps, came forward, and discussed some plans in a low voice. Thinking of dedicating Ace to Marine, and wanting to be Shichibukai's Blackbeard, Sengoku mused for a moment. But at this juncture, this guy suddenly disappeared, and I really don't know what he was doing. Now, both San Admiral and Shichibukai were shocked by this shocking blow. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Hancock touched the red scale tattoo on her chest. She couldn't believe if she could stop it. Even if she could, there might be a lot of losses. For Sengoku, if Whitebeard is not left this time, then Marine will have no place to stand in the future. He had a lot to think about. No matter what, Whitebeard must die this time. Although Akainu was able to defend with the help of 2 admirals, he did not dare to take Whitebeard lightly. At this time, Whitebeard had come not far from the execution platform, so he had to think of other plans. This kind of power is really scary. Can I stop it? Marshal, that Blackbeard guy, don't know where. Chapter 42 Action. Catastrophe coming. Deep sea prison, impel down. In this place forming a triangle with Marineford and Ennie's lobby, in the huge vortex current, a terrifying monster appeared from the sea. The so-called Gate of Justice was torn apart with extremely tyrannical giant claws, and the bloodthirsty gaze was fixed on the Marine's battleship in the prison, looking at the delicious flesh and blood, and Anders reluctantly looked at it from there. The terrified Marine moves away. Under the order of its emperor, Han Yan, the Sea Kings of Antuan, a giant island tortoise, came all the way from the calm belt, somewhat hungry. But in order to hurry, it can only endure it, and only when it reaches naval headquarters can it kill and eat to its heart's content. Due to the coincidence of the location, in this Uzumaki swirling sea area, it is impossible to escape without forcibly opening the door of justice. Anton originally came from the sea, but who knew that this place blocked his way? Either detour, or fight it. For Sea Kings, to make way for a sea structure not much bigger than themselves. Just kidding. So the snapping turtle-like monster climbed the wall of impel down and directly destroyed the Gate of Justice. Since the defense of the prison is too high, and there are still a few human beings desperately guarding it, Anton has no time to spend here, so he had to break through the huge gate tens of meters high to close the current before leaving here. Of course, taking advantage of the destruction of this terrifying super-large Sea Kings, the Straw Hat crew also took advantage of it and escaped from the inside of the Gate of Justice. With scarlet eyes staring ahead, Anders swung his short giant tail and moved forward quickly while stirring the waves. Then, on top of the pitch-black irregular scales, like a hard steel armor, was a terrifying head. At this time, it was thrown away from the sight of a group of people in the big prison, and in the distance of a robbed warship. Wait and see and gradually approach the position of Marineford. What a scary monster, finally left. A funny-dressed ladyboy wiped the cold sweat from his brow. She looked at the excited Luffy who wanted to go to Anton's back, sighed and said helplessly, "Luffy boy, let's go to Marineford quickly, if you still want to save Ace boy, our time is running out." Ace, I will definitely rescue him." Hearing this, Luffy's expression turned serious. Then he looked at the people behind him who escaped and thanked him, and showed a smile. However, the Sea King seems to be going in the direction of Marineford. Emporio Ivankov stared into the eyes of the huge face, and he tugged at the unusually large dark purple hair. In addition, he has long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss. The clothes are also quite weird, mesh stockings and capes, tight low-cut jumpsuits, revealing a large skull tattoo on the abdominal muscles. It doesn't matter, let's go. Okay. Luffy boy. Seeing Luffy's fearless and nervous performance, Emporio Ivankov was also very helpless, but there was nothing he could do. In any case, Luffy is also the son of his immediate boss, although he is similar to a bear child. But no matter what, if you let him go, the dragon will never let him go. Therefore, in order to help Luffy save Ace who was about to be executed, Emporio Ivankov had no choice but to take the Poison Thunderbolt and rendezvous with a group of people to naval headquarters. At this time, there was no Gate of Justice to stop them, and they escaped easily. Be the second in the world to escape from the impel-down prison. Moments later, the Thunder prison dissipated, and the sunlight returned to the land, illuminating the entire Marineford, and also showing the tragic situation under the Thunder prison. In front of it is a 1,000-meter sea area covered by ice. The thick ice blocked its way. Seeing this, Anton's giant claws clung to the ice, and gently pressed, the ice was crushed. The sudden roar of the monster almost brought the battle in the bay to a halt, and the troops on both sides looked inexplicably at the source of the inexplicable sound coming from a distance. In the sea of clouds in the sky, the black dragon who felt the telepathy opened his dark golden dragon eyes, and then looked down at the world below the sea of clouds. Antoine. The strong defensive position looked so fragile under the thunder and lightning that filled the sky. At this moment, the strength of natural forces was clearly visible. Suddenly, as the black dragon got up gradually, the dark cloud of thunder that covered Marineford gradually dissipated. Let's go. Thunder prison. At this time, it stared ahead, and the huge bright eyes fell silent, not knowing what the raised animal pupils were thinking about. Soon, it had a new movement, and saw this huge turtle-shaped Sea King slowly open its huge mouth, and then, a deafening sound suddenly came out. On the marine position, there are many gravels and deep pits everywhere. A large number of marines are lying on the ground, holding their wounds and screaming miserably. Of course, there are more black bodies on the ground. Without the strength to scream, only the weak breath is left to maintain the vitality of the body. On the turbulent sea, the giant beast gradually stopped. They were far away from Anton, but they were still affected by the roar, and looked outside vigilantly. Anton stopped. Here we are. Very good. Not because of the obstruction of the ice. A screaming hiss sounded, and the terrifying rhythm spread to the surroundings along with the air. In the giant tortoise's ferocious mouth, the surrounding air trembled like ocean waves, sending out circles of ripples that spread outward. Like a god's order, the billowing thunder roared with one after another, and countless thunder and lightning rushed down crazily. For a moment, all the people tried their best to dodge, and soon, the screams, roars, thunder, and many voices gathered into a song of despair and echoed in the marine position, and countless marines were directly hit by the violent thunder and lightning. Burnt to coke. Chapter 43 Attacking Anton. Regardless of whether it was Marine or the pirates, they all stopped their movements at this time and looked at the sky. At some point, the sky above Marineford, the headquarters of Marine, had already revealed a clear sky. Those dark clouds and thunder and lightning have long since dissipated, but the people who have regained their light are not happy at all. What the hell is going on with all this? Sengoku squinted his eyes, and observation Haki scattered away, looking for the monster sound thousands of meters away. What's the source of that voice? A monster. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. This oppressive atmosphere was no worse than the captain level or even admiral level humans on the field. Boom, crack, 467, the sound of ice shattering sounded from a distance, and with the rumbling earthquake sound, a huge black mountain climbed onto the frozen sea. With every step forward of the giant beast, there was a crisp cracking sound on the cracked ice layer, as if the thick ice layer could be crushed with a little force. A gigantic beast that is more than 500 meters long and looks like a small island finally ushered in its true colors. Sea Kings. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, and when he saw the familiar black steel-like ferocious body and the terrifyingly protruding horny head, the memories of more than 10 years ago finally reappeared in front of him. Father. The giant bird-like blue flame landed on the ground, then transformed into a human form, came to Whitebeard's side and murmured in a low voice. Although I haven't seen it for more than 10 years, but that special it really is one of the terrifying Sea Kings who accompanied the Sea Emperor back then. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth twitched, and then he fell into silence, looking at the super monster that was gradually moving forward on the distant ice layer, like a giant moving mountain. My god, what's that? Monster. No, it's the supersized Sea Kings. But, why did the supersized Sea Kings come here? Following the broadcast of the phone bug, instantly on the screens in various worlds, in the cold white mist, that black figure stepped clumsily and frighteningly. The unknown is the scariest thing. Seeing the approach of this giant beast, the Marines were terrified and panicked. Pirates are not much better, but they have seen a lot of Sea Kings, and they are relatively calm. Only a few captain-level people know how powerful this super-large Overlord-level Sea Kings is. The strength of the Sea Emperor as the three-headed Overlord-level Sea Kings is the main force. Each head has strength beyond the Admiral level. In a one-on-one fight, the General Admiral can't deal with such a huge monster. Even the immature Ice Seal can only limit its defense. As for how to break through that thick tortoise shell is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Whitebeard was the only person present who could get rid of this giant beast with a little ease. Others, even if they play, have to expend a lot of energy. After all, who in normal life would fight the Sea Kings? Sea Kings. Sengoku let out a low growl, and even Vice Admiral Garp, who had a sullen face beside him, had a surprised expression. Damn it, at this critical juncture, a Sea Kings popped out suddenly. Besides, it's still a super large Sea Kings from Calm Belt. Could it be the ghost of that Sea King? In the position of Shichibukai, Moria looked at the huge shadow in the distance with a little fear, and suddenly the terrible dragon that killed him in an instant sounded. Interesting, blah 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 blah. Doflamingo stared intently at the hockey figure of Antoine, rolled his eyes, and then glanced at the position of the Empress. Hey, you said, the Sea Kings appeared here. Does it mean that the legendary big guy will also come? HMPH, how does Igia know? Hancock resolutely refused, but she stared at the ferocious and evil giant figure with her beautiful eyes, and fell into deep thought. Is the Anton mentioned by Master Han Yan the big ugly guy? Hancock stared at Anton's not so delicate body. The armor mixed with horny and scales has an indescribable evil and powerful. After all, from the outside, Anton looks like a monster scarier than snapping turtles. But don't underestimate the power of this monster, the sharp giant claws, the huge mouth of death. All human beings who are captured have almost no possibility of survival. Ah, the roar of monsters, the sound of ice shattering during an earthquake, and many other voices echoed on this quiet battlefield. The desperate sound of Feifei was like the call of Shinigami. With a loud noise, a pirate's battleship was destroyed by the giant claw, and countless fragments splashed around, which immediately brought these sluggish people back to their senses. That big monster is Marine's helper. No, that's not right. Those eyes are clearly looking at us as prey. Looking at Anton's bloodthirsty eyes that were bright red, the expressions of Marine and the pirates changed immediately, and they subconsciously approached the interior of Marineford. That's good, I think that old fox Sengoku should be in a hurry now. Whitebeard raised his beard, though he didn't know what the Neptune's purpose was. However, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the appearance of 4.8 Sea Kings, this is a good opportunity to rescue Ace. Knowing that the opportunity must not be missed, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack!" Quote, exclamation mark, quote. The pirates froze for a moment, looking at the tall figure standing in the center. They immediately regained their confidence one by one, not to mention seeing Whitebeard's shocking slash just now. Their morale soared at this time. If we just run away like this, what kind of pirates are we in vain? We don't deserve to be in the Whitebeard pirates at all. Everyone, follow my steps and rush forward. Following the words of the captains, all the pirates joined together and jumped off the pirate ship collectively. As for the three captains on the Moby DK, one also left. Chapter 44 Reunion. Hit her. I'll guard the boat and prevent that big guy from cutting off our back. You guys, rescue Ace as soon as possible. The captain of the third team of the Whitebeard pirates, the Paramesha Diamond Fruit ability user, the great pirate known as Diamond. Josie. At this time, his arms turned into sparkling diamond arms. With the strongest physical defense in the world, he was the most suitable candidate to hold Anton back. Kizaru, Shinji, you go and help Shichibukai to stop Whitebeard's attack. Akainu, you guard the rear, and when the time is up, execute immediately. The artillery troops don't stop. Destroy the pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirate group, the frontline fighters, suppress them all. Don't be intimidated by that Sea King's giant army, go and hold back that Sea King's attack, and the rest will all join the battle. If we back down, then the justice of the world will no longer exist. For the sake of the family and the people we want to protect, for the honor of Marine, we must not shrink back. Fight to the end, until the last moment when O5 blood is shed, all obey the order. Defend Marineford. Immediately after Whitebeard's announcement, the entire Marineford remembered Sengoku's roar, and the order was spread all over the island with a speakerphone bug, and with his high-pitched voice declaring, the morale of the Marines also seemed to be broken. The bamboo shoots are generally promoted rapidly. Because what the current Marine lacks the most is the morale to go forward bravely and not fear death. Kill. At the end of the last word of the order, the Marine troops on the front line suddenly launched a powerful countercharge, the fierce artillery fire began to neigh, and countless shells ravaged the entire battlefield. For a while, the pirates were somewhat retreated. The war has once again stalled. And Whitebeard's side has also completely fallen into a battle situation that will never allow them to retreat. There is their target this time, but they are guarded by Marine's strongest hard power. However, there are ferocious behemoths in the rear, the calm belt overlord Sea Kings. If you retreat, you will surely die. Only by grabbing the ace back can you have the opportunity to quickly evacuate the battlefield on a pirate ship. With the evolution of the battlefield, the rest of the Whitebeard's pirate fleet that came from the open sea united together one after another. Driven by Whitebeard's steel icebreaker, even the ship and the pirates rushed over from the other side. TCH, this guy. Looking at the terrifying figure of Anton, Whitey pouted her pretty lips. This female pirate wears a striped blouse with floral buttons and a lace scarf. He wears a purple-blue skull hat on his head, and a Madara point-wide turban underneath, 10 cloaks behind him. For more than 10 years, although the youthful beauty of the past has not been seen, but now it is as noble and elegant as the big sister next door. With his own remodeled steel ship and a group of powerful pirates as the crew, Whitey Bay can be regarded as a famous pirate in New World at this time. And now, she happened to meet Anton's huge figure. Yo, big guy, we meet again. Whitey Bay stood at the bow of the ship, with a gorgeous boot on the steel dragon's head. She stepped on it with one foot, then looked up at the giant tortoise Sea Kings, which was bigger than the ship, and laughed loudly. Would you be a little surprised if you still remember the ship and the captain you kidnapped? Woolen cloth. The current icebreaker is not the small ship it used to be, it has also become a huge steel pirate warship. Ah, the ferocious giant eyes of the snapping turtle bowed slightly, looking at the huge ship beside him. When the senses touched the familiar breath, Antoine blinked his thick eyelids, and then his puzzled eyes suddenly came to his senses. Ah, suddenly, it jumped violently twice. Immediately, the ice layer cracked instantly, gushing out the surging seawater, and the ice cubes on the surrounding sea surface were also smashed by it with its giant claws. At this time, it dived into the deep sea impressively. Be careful, let's retreat. Seeing this, Whitey Bates' eyelids twitched, and his face changed slightly as he ordered. Sure enough, as if in response to her words, the ice layer 100 meters in front of the ship suddenly shattered, and a huge black shadow soaring into the sky blocked their way. Shish! A giant tail full of scales and spikes swept towards it, and the sound of the wind made Whiteybay's face ugly, and he immediately cursed. Sinister. It's just like your master, that's how you got it. But this is not the past, my icebreaker is not the defenseless ship it used to be. Whitebeard, one of the captains of the 43 pirates under Whitebeard, lifted his hair and smiled softly. She looked at the sweeping giant tail playfully, and the next moment, under the hard work of the pirates on board, several huge cannons were immediately set up on the side of the ship. The boom followed the firing of the shells, and the ship also retreated under the huge power, and the shells collided with the giant tail, emitting bursts of dazzling fire. 480 inches it hurts, doesn't it? Whiteby chuckled lightly, seeing that the hard scales were burnt black, although it didn't seem like they had received any special damage, the special substance in the shell could cause severe pain to the creature. So Anton roared violently twice, and his whole body also surged up. The next moment, under the surprised gaze of Whiteby, the terrifying giant claws suddenly stretched out, and the target was this giant steel ship. Not good. Her face changed. If she was hit by this big guy, she would definitely be destroyed. Hey, big guy, your opponent is me. Captain Joes let out a low growl, lifted a huge chunk of ice from the far ice and threw it out, then jumped onto the ice and quickly came to the front of the icebreaker. Defense. In an instant, Joes turned any part of his body into a transparent and pure diamond, and the part turned into a diamond has the hardest state in the world, with extremely high defense and attack power, and normal physical attacks are almost ineffective against it. And Anton has absolute physical attacks, including most of the main business is based on physical attacks. The weakness of the city diamond fruit is that it cannot block elemental attacks like physical attacks. Chapter 45. Movements of the Sea Kings. Therefore, the terrifying giant claw fell down, swung down with sharp force, and directly slapped the palm-sized Diamond Josie away. Bang bang bang. The terrifying power made Diamond Joes run through dozens of super battleships in a row, and even left deep marks on the ice before slowly stopping. However, it was his sudden appearance that made the icebreaker there is a chance to escape here. And Anton, this terrifying monster, slowly turned around, and put his bloodthirsty cold eyes on the pirates and marines who were fighting in the center of the battlefield. So, it let out a low growl, and the special waves spread outward in all directions, until it fell into Han Yan's ears. In nothingness, the black dragon swam up and down in the sea of clouds, revealing its terrifying body from time to time, and then disappeared with the convergence of its giant tail. Immediately afterwards, the body reappeared, swimming like playing in the swimming pool of the sky. The appearance of Anton and the reaction of Marine and the pirates exceeded Han Yan's expectation. He didn't drop the line or fall asleep. The entire battlefield was almost within his line of sight, and he could easily see the divisions of the entire battle situation when he bowed his head to the ground in the sky. After Anton invaded the battlefield, he also officially announced the arrival of the Sea Emperor's forces. Under the deep sea of Marineford, hundreds of Overlord-level Sea Kings have been waiting for a long time. As long as he gives an order, the island will be destroyed instantly. But in fact, even if Admiral exhausted all his strength, he could only block most of the sea, and the terrifying body of Sea Kings was impossible to stop. However, it is obviously very troublesome to use the Sea King's army directly, and it is difficult to absorb the dead pirates and the Devil Fruit and special abilities that Han Yan is targeting. Therefore, the Sea King's army acts as a siege, and will only appear at the last moment. Before that, Anton is responsible for forcing the war between the two sides to intensify, and when the final decisive battle really begins, it is the moment when the Emperor of the Sea appeared. Because, as a commander, Han Yan can't be the first to appear on the field, otherwise the entire battle situation will lose its command, then the Sea Kings, a group of violent troops, will easily become chaotic. At that time, there will be some unexpected situations. Speaking of it, the Sea Kings can really live in harmony, and it's not Han Yan who rules with strength, there is only one. That is Poseidon, Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi. Thinking of that kind and cute little mermaid who likes to cling to him, Han Yan smiled softly in his heart. Speaking of which, the little guy from Shichibukai Jinbei, the Fishman Island the day before yesterday was also released. Come out, are you trying to express my opinion? The black dragon fell silent, and every piece of scale armor on its back seemed to be trembling, emitting a scorching breath like sparks. First of all, there is a reward. No accident, it should be the request of the world government. Han Yan is very clear that the world government is very afraid of himself. It is entirely because the current self has grown to the level that can destroy the Holy Land Mariajoy. In addition, the world government is also declaring to itself that they are not weak. As for releasing Jinbei, the general meaning is that they want to stay in harmony with themselves. However, they forgot one thing. If it's the real Sea Kings, maybe it's okay, but Han Yan is a dragon-shaped self-propelled destructive weapon. Facing this cruel and greedy horror monster, the so-called threats and submission are nothing more than giving him just the right reason to plunder. Unfortunately, Sea Kings, they are still a group of stupid creatures after all. Han Yan stared down, his complexion gradually turned ugly. According to his biological perception, those large and gluttonous Sea Kings in the deep sea are actually a little bit ready to fight each other. If it weren't for the direct apostles of Han Yan at both ends still in charge, otherwise something might have gone wrong. Give me peace. All areas spread out and surround Marineford Island. Following Han Yan's cold snort, the hard waves spread out, and the terrifying aura of destruction made the group of guys calm down. More than 100 Overlord-level Sea Kings, if they spread out to surround the island, it doesn't seem too crowded, but there is still a distance. Although Marineford occupies a small area, it is not a small island either. The surrounding sea area is enough for these Overlord-level guys to wait quietly. Those are grotesque, with huge beaks, like crocodiles, sharks, etc. Whether it's the predators on land or the predators in the air, in short, the Sea Kings look strange, and the three apostles of Han Yan look quite normal. Not to mention the others. The single body strength of these super large Sea Kings is comparable to that of Vice Admiral and Admiral, and they are very flexible on the sea. However, due to the lack of elemental attacks, these overlords can only use the most primitive and brutal power to destroy all altars. However, because they all have a certain amount of wisdom, it is somewhat troublesome to manage, and this is also a headache for Han Yan. On the battlefield at this time, Kizaru vs Marco, Whitebeard fought against several Shichibukai and Shinji, and many pirate captains and captains fought together with the other Shichibukai, almost all of them moved. The only one who watched the entire battlefield helplessly was Garp himself. This marine hero, who has aged a lot overnight, no longer has his usual laughing and honest performance. Instead, his face was gloomy, and his face was ugly and terrifying. Lemo's one side is for Marine, and the other side is for grandson. He longed for Ace to be saved, but he didn't want Marine to lose. At this moment, he fell into deep thought, and Sengoku took a fancy to this, and forbade him to participate in the battle. Combat is not allowed unless there is an unexpected change. So Garp had no choice but to stand in front of Ace, shaking his head and sighing. UBD, if you had been a Marine back then, you wouldn't be here today. Garp closed his eyes, unable to bear to see Ace's bitter smile. Anyway, since Luogia gave Ace to him, he decided to raise Ace as his grandson. Old man, I'm sorry. Ace hit his head on the ground, then wept and sobbed. However, give me another chance. I will still choose the pirate path. Chapter 46, The Woman Who Controls Warcraft. Well, it's this time, do you regret it? Garp shook his head, looked at the horrific battle, and asked in a low voice. No, old man, I don't regret it. I just feel sorry for everyone. I'm sorry, maybe I really shouldn't appear in this world. I'm really sorry. Looking at the scene where little Oz was already dead and even dismembered. Ace's tears never stopped, although he hated this kind of unmanly behavior, but all these were the consequences caused by himself. Father, really enough, you don't have to make such a choice for someone like me. Seeing Whitebeard holding a big knife, sweeping all directions, resisting the attacks of several Shichibukai and Admiral, roused Whitebeard's power heaven-defying. But Ace is also very clear about Whitebeard's old age. Ace, this is the battlefield. Whitebeard knocked several Shichibukai and Shinji to the periphery with a single knife, raised his sword, and shouted, "We have no way to retreat. What's more, 327, you are my beloved son." Father, Ace looked at the huge shadow on the battlefield behind him. Every time Anton opened his huge mouth, he would take away several lives. Seeing this, his body also trembled slightly, which is no wonder, even if seeing sea kings of this size, even if it is the first time Ace sees them, he will be a little scared. But this time he was not afraid, but regretted that he was weak and could not participate in the battle at this time. Old Fox Sengoku, Whitebeard yelled loudly, and at this time his mood fell into a trough. He looked at Sengoku, Ace and others on the execution platform and said, "Even if you fight with Lousy, it's just cheaper. Guy, Han Yan, it's not as simple as you think." A huge long knife was stuck on the ground, and as Whitebeard's voice came out, Anton's terrifying body started to move again. It's meaningless to say these words now. In front of my subordinates, I will never allow you to take away Ace. Zon Afbh Guo narrowed his eyes, and then looked at the Sea Kings gloomily. Don't you know that Marine and pirates are in big trouble this time? Anton's appearance undoubtedly announced that the Sea Emperor wanted to have a strong interest in this battlefield. Maybe it's going to die here this time, and Sengoku has only two options: kill Whitebeard, then wait for Han Yan to appear, and leave him in Marineford completely. Or, just die here, together with more than 100,000 innocent people in Marineford. Killed together by the bloodthirsty maws of the Sea Kings. It seems that Lousy has nothing to say to you. Whitebeard smiled disdainfully, stretched out his hand and threw the cloak aside, revealing his still muscular upper body. Whitebeard looked around slightly, because he knew that if he couldn't solve Sengoku, he would never be able to rescue Ace. But it's impossible to win a quick battle. Those Shichibukai around are staring at me, as well as those annoying marine admirals. What's more, Sengoku is an ability user in the form of Zone's human fruit Buddha, and can send out a super shock wave while maintaining the state of the Buddha. If he is to deal with this move, he must use the same shock wave attack. Moreover, although Whitebeard's shock fruit can compete with Sengoku at the same level, it is obviously impossible to rescue Ace as soon as possible. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates are in a desperate situation in the true sense. Marine and Sea Kings attack back and forth. Even if Ace is rescued, there will be heavy losses, and the sudden appearance of the Sea King's force makes the plans of Marine and the pirates in chaos. Boa Hancock. Suddenly, the front line guarded by Shichibukai, the tyrant bear came in front of her. His indifferent eyes stared at Antuan in the distance, and he opened his mouth and asked, "What exactly does the Sea Emperor want to do?" "Bartholomew Kuma, you should ask the Sea Beast about this." Hancock kicked a pirate's head off, then squinted at Tyrant Bear's position with his weird pupils, and whispered. "Really?" Bartholomew Kuma nodded, then fell silent. Soon, his eyes were fixed, and it seemed that there was a strange light, staring at the direction less than 100 meters in front of him. "Here it comes." Hancock frowned, looking at the scarlet hot breath. He could feel the terrible bloodthirsty breath from far away. Anton's pupils of the red beast rolled around, and then placed in the positions of Bartholomew Kuma and Empress Hancock. "Be careful, it found us." Bartholomew Kuma is ready. If Anton attacks, he will respond immediately. "Wait a minute." Hancock looked at Anton, who was staring at him in the distance, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and gradually walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps, and soon, Hancock came not far in front of Anton. A pair of scarlet eyes and that beautiful one looked at each other. Ah! Suddenly, a creepy roar sounded, and Anton opened and then closed his huge mouth full of sharp teeth. Plop! A dull earthquake sound came out, and the terrifying super-large Sea Kings actually crawled on the ground, then stared at Hancock's body, and let out a slightly softer roar. Sure enough, seeing this, Hancock heaved a sigh of relief, and gradually walked forward until he came to the body of that giant animal in Anton. Then he got up and jumped, flipped a few times and landed on Anton's back. She stepped on the thick scale armor, and as the giant beast got up, she stood firmly on it. "You are Antuan, right, the 3 right-hand men of Master Han Yan, 1. Ah!" Anton let out a low growl, as if answering Hancock's question. At this time, it raised its forelegs, and then slid its giant claws on the ground, as if asking Hancock for instructions. Looking at the movement on the periphery of the battlefield, the Marines and pirates in the bay and on the square also stopped moving, and they watched this sudden scene in amazement. Shocking speculation about Hancock's identity began. Chapter 47 Awakened Dragon Princess. Humans who can control this monster. What is the origin of that beautiful and breathtaking empress? This question has been asked in the minds of countless people, including Sengoku and Marine. Why didn't the Sea Kings attack this Shichibukai? Did it turn out to be Marine's helper? Hearing the source of the sound, Sengoku subconsciously looked over there, and immediately froze in place. Soon, his eyes lit up. Maybe it wasn't the Sea King's attack, but maybe this Sea King's himself was a pet that Boa Hancock knew. He shouted decisively without thinking too much. "Boa Hancock." Sengoku saw the movement of the Empress and shouted, "Go and kill those pirates." "Kill the pirates." Hancock raised his head, looked at the ugly pirates and the joyful marines, with a smile in his eyes. It's natural to kill, but, why should I obey your orders? What? Sengoku was stunned, and suddenly roared angrily. What time is it? Do you still want to secure Shichibukai's position? Ahaha, Sengoku old fox. Whitebeard looked at him sarcastically, and then whispered, haven't you seen it yet? That brat has long belonged to that old guy Han Yan. With a ferocious temperament, I am afraid that I will destroy the entire human race, and I will not blink. Han Yan. Sengoku squinted his eyes and fell silent. What Whitebeard said was not unreasonable, but they were still enemies at this time. Although it's just a Shichibukai's betrayal, even though it's a loss of power, it still doesn't affect the overall situation. As for Han Yan's age, no one knows except Hancock. Even Hancock himself has only witnessed the growth of the young Han Yan until now, but the actual age is probably about the same as her. And Whitebeard called Han Yan an old guy, nothing more than acknowledging that his strength has the qualifications to stand at the peak of the four emperors. Hiss, Hancock. Suddenly, Hancock's chest felt heavy, and a faint Haki voice appeared in her heart. It's that dragon. After hearing Han Yan's voice, Hancock looked around, but didn't find it, and the voice sounded again. This is telepathy. The voice was thick and thick as if he was there, and Hancock's vision flashed in front of him, and Yaran found himself in a strange environment. Master Han Yan, where is this? The surrounding space was blank, and in this endless world of nothingness, Hancock looked down at his hands, then recovered from his horror, and asked in a voiceless voice. Here is, your inner space. Me, my inner space. Soon, a bright light made Hancock close his eyes subconsciously, and murmured suspiciously. Yes, didn't you always want real power? Gradually, a black dot appeared from a distance. Gradually enlarged in this empty white space, a shadow came from a distance, it passed through the black mist, revealing the pitch-black scales. The giant dragon's Haki's head was slightly lowered, squinting at the claw-sized Hancock, and a dragon wrapped in red and black burning flames appeared in front of her. Strength. Bracketing against the harsh light, Hancock opened his eyes. Everywhere in sight is a raging fire, and the breath of death. Consciousness gradually sinks into blur. The black dragon in the void gradually moved towards him, and in the corner of his vision, the sharp giant claws gradually stretched out towards him, and the surrounding pitch-black flames immediately grabbed Hancock's body. It hurts. Immediately, the burning and tingling sensation in the soul stimulated Hancock's brain, and the flames in that space gradually rose up, and instantly spread to the surroundings like a raging fire. The blood of the dragon is easy to obtain, but the dragon's soul requires certain conditions to obtain. Looking at the unconscious Hancock, the black dragon grinned and said in a low voice, Dragon soul is something only a real dragon possesses. Hancock, I hope you don't let me down. After all, you are the only one I can trust human. 0. Ask for flowers. As the sound faded away, the consciousness became more and more clear. Sitting slumped on Antuan's back, the eyes staring blankly at the front gradually became more energetic, and soon, a black flame of destruction flashed in the blue eyes. Deathwing is the king of black dragons, and as the successor of this bloodline, Hancock has the top dragon bloodline. And the special power that Han Yan used just now is to unseal the elemental power on her body. The flames of hell. Hancock spread out his white palm, and a black flame appeared on it. Feeling the terrible aura of destruction, as if there is a feeling that can burn everything. In fact, this is indeed the case, the flames of hell are just an exaggerated description. This strange black flame is a very tyrannical type of fire element, and only a terrifying black dragon like Deathwing can easily control it, and it even has this destructive power in its body. The flames of hell are like Amaterasu in Hokage Ninja. Without any external hindrance, it can burn everything up. As for the name, it doesn't matter, but Hancock can clearly feel the power above, that even the flame that can burn all the flames is clearly the magic flame that can devour all fires. This is your power, a terrifying ability that can only be controlled by giant dragons. Looking at the endless black flames, Hancock showed a horrified expression. At this moment, she, who was originally only comparable to the strength of the Admiral level, was clearly a New World 4 Emperors level powerhouse. Even the Japanese like 4 Emperors may not be their opponents. Then, Han Yan's voice sounded again, circulating in Hancock's mind. Replace me, as the Emperor of the Sea, come out. The words fell. The magic dragon showed a cruel smile. Scholar. Chapter 48 3 Pillars, who is the strongest? P.S. The protagonist is about to appear. After all, as the protagonist, isn't the commander always the last to appear? Hey, big guy. Hancock looked forward with sharp eyes, and his beautiful face was gradually covered with light red lines, showing an indescribable beauty. But the leaked Longway has an unspeakable Haki. Next, it's up to us. If the Sea Emperor's limelight is overshadowed by these people, then we don't have to mess around. Hancock said lightly. She would say such a thing even though she was full of arrogance. It seems that she also has a certain sense of belonging. The dragon power on her body comes from Han Yan's terrifying dragon blood. The flames of hell that she possesses are theoretically inexhaustible, because it is the power from Han Yan. As long as Han Yan is willing, then Hancock can use the scales on his body as a fable to trigger it. The dragon scale pattern on Hancock's left chest was born not only for its beauty. That was also Han Yan's deliberate effort to seal a piece of his pure power inside, in order to be able to monitor her while protecting her life. So, before the war started, Han Yan made all the preparations. 680 is the Sea Kings, the most powerful Sea King, and also the strongest creature in the world. If the first wave comes up, then the Sea King's army will definitely not be able to keep them all. Admiral-level opponents with no fewer than 10 Devil Fruit abilities. There are also 2 or 3 characters on the body comparable to 4 emperors. No matter how many naval headquarters die, the world government can still quickly replenish blood. And the Whitebeard fleet is completely destroyed, New World is still New World, and the 4 emperors have only become 3 emperors. Or, the new 4 emperors. And Han Yan is the emperor of the sea. It has nothing to do with pirates' 4 emperors, no one compares it to pirates. Because everyone knows that the emperor of the sea is the master of the sea. Old Fox Sengoku, let's fight. Perhaps because of the arrival of the Neptune's forces, this war has undergone earth-shaking changes from the original book. Because of Anton's domineering and unintentional arrival, this made Akainu no chance to contact Squid, and no time to bewitch him. At this time, the battlefield was divided into a triangle. In the direction of the core, Whitebeard faced Sengoku and several marine masters alone. Not far behind him is Marco, who has been in a stalemate with Kizaru. Although Marco wants to help Whitebeard, he is entangled by Kizaru and has no time to escape. In the middle, it is the place where pirates and marines fight to the death. There are also some Shichibukai and captain-level characters, which can be regarded as the center of the battlefield. Finally, there are Anton and Empress Longji, who are leaning towards the periphery and have been destroying the pirate ships of the Whitebeard fleet, as well as marines' forces and defenses. Roughly divided according to strength, ordinary vice admiral less than Shichibukai equals captain level, Shichibukai less than 4 emperors equals Whitebeard pirates elite captain level, and Anton greater than Shichibukai equals admiral level, and admiral, dragon princess less than 4 emperors. At first glance, Neptune is the weakest. But in fact, none of these people dared to touch Anton and Hancock, unless the other party came to attack him. They generally did not dare to provoke them. Because they are more or less clear, especially the veteran captains of Whitebeard, who have experienced the situation of being like 10 solitary boats in the Sea King's group. It was like facing the most terrible disaster, it was simply hopeless fear. Therefore, no one will doubt whether there are countless giant beasts lurking in the surrounding seabed, and there may even be the figure of the Sea Emperor. If the Sea Emperor really escapes, then this is the beginning of the real disaster. Only one face-to-face, 100,000 Marines will be instantly killed, and anyone whose strength is lower than the Vice Admiral level is not eligible to participate in the war AFDF. On the battlefield, it is forbidden to use Conqueror's Haki, because that would accidentally hurt one's own people. After all, Conqueror's Haki is an indiscriminate attack. But the Sea King is different. The Sea King is taking the elite route. Every Belt Sea Kings has the strength above Vice Admiral. Nearly 200 Overlord Sea Kings, if not enough, what about another 2,000 or 20,000? Therefore, in this Sea Kings are the real strongest biological weapons. This also undoubtedly established the unshakable position of the Sea Emperor. But now, both sides are very clear about the horror of the Sea Emperor. They stopped fighting one after another. Apart from being vigilant about the movements of Antuan and Longji, they set their sights on the 2 figures on the execution platform. 4 Emperors Whitebeard and Marine Marshal Sengoku. The battle between the 2 on the execution platform was imminent, and the Marines and pirates in the bay and on the square also stopped their movements, because the relationship of this battle was very important. If Sengoku loses, then Marines' morale will be greatly reduced, and it will be meaningless to snipe. Ace will definitely be saved. At that time, the 2 sides will retain a lot of power, and the pirates will no longer need to attack, and they will have the capital to talk to the Sea King. But if Whitebeard loses, then the pirates will collapse completely, then Marine can attack calmly, and it will be easy to take down the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, these smart people are not bad at this point of time, and the 2 sides have stopped fighting tacitly. However, there was an accident in one place at this time. Antoine, with a low growl, Anton led Hancock all the way through, and gradually stopped at a certain position. Hancock stared at the Shichibukai and Marine Vice Admirals who were watching around. She stepped on the raised bone on Anton's back, then stood on the top and looked down at these silent people, and said loudly in a Haki voice, "My name Longji. I was ordered by the Sea Emperor to come here this time, to get back what belongs to the Sea Emperor." Breathing out the chilling air, Hancock's blue eyes seemed to gather a bright look, and suddenly a destructive black flame filled her whole body. With the waving of that white and fat arm, the ground and the ice layer were quickly enveloped in pitch-black flames, and one after another appalling burning sounds sounded, and the whole space suddenly fell into the extreme fear of flame hell. The fire mixed with the frost turned into countless water vapors and floated up one after another, and the white mist that pervaded throughout his life added a strange and mysterious beauty to Longji Hancock. Chapter 49. Terrible Black Flame. It seems that the progress of the war is gradually entering the real beginning. Suddenly, Hancock jumped off Anton's back, and there was a burst of whoosh, as fast as Li Zan's arrow. Almost like a teleportation. After the terrible power erupted, it was even faster than Marine. The shaving is even faster. At this time, the black flames gathered on his feet, and Hancock kicked in the direction where Kizaru and Marco were. Neptune's main headaches are those characters who can fly and escape to the max. This bug-like creature is annoying, so is Han Yan's arm. Hancock noticed this too. Hancock leapt and flew up to the high-altitude field, a pair of black flame light wings visible to the naked eye faintly visible behind him. The psychedelic splendor made countless people fall silent. Anyone can see how powerful this move is. The black flame showed a spiral change, and the surrounding white mist rose rapidly, blocking the surrounding sights one after another. Just at this time, Hancock suddenly disappeared into this world, and a flash came above Kizaru and Marco, and the huge destructive force exploded out. Destroy. Who? Observation Haki suddenly felt the dangerous force in the sky, and Marco also spread his dazzling blue flame wings and quickly soared into the air. And Kizaru, who was standing still in front of him, also noticed the black flash. His face changed suddenly, and countless light particles dissipated in this space. Boom. Crash. The black flame was kicked out with Hancock's kick. Like a deadly cannonball, it exploded instantly after touching the ground at the moment the two left. The sudden explosion exploded with shrill screams, and the terrified marine pirate fighters flew around like fragments of the explosion. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying black flame spread to the surroundings, and everything it touched was turned into ashes, whether it was steel, stones, weapons, and countless corpses that died because of it. It was as if they were burned by the flames. The enveloping bubble generally collapses. And after the sharp and ear-piercing roar ended, the black flame instantly spread to the surroundings, like a huge net covering it, and was instantly attracted by Hancock. Boom! A wave of death rushed out of the sky in Setsuna, accompanied by earth-shattering loud noises. Billowing jet black matter fell from the sky. Countless black flames covered the entire area like an overwhelming sandstorm, and what rose into the sky was, accompanied by the coquettish blooming of the power of the pitch-black flame, like a blossoming of enchanting and gorgeous bana flowers, competing for splendor. And after Marco and Kizaru appeared in the sky, the black flame opened its bloody mouth on the ground and bit them towards the sky like a dragon devouring people. The two quickly retreated and scattered away, constantly rising their positions, but the black flame had an extremely wide range and was also very fast. Finally, with Armament Haki's resistance and extremely fast speed, he broke away from Hancock's long-prepared move. As for the people around who don't know Haki, it will be miserable. What is that? It's scary. What is Logia's devil fruit? Even through the projection phone bug, the complexions of those powerful people in the New World and other forces of the Four Emperors have gradually changed. Boa Hancock of Shichibukai has this kind of power. It's hidden deep. The attack was also very decisive. That move probably killed a lot of people. Indeed, the human beings who died under the endless black flames surpassed 3 digits at the moment of the instant explosion. But looking at the death of these dirty humans, Hancock has no sympathy. After all, this is a battlefield. From the moment these people stepped here, no one could attempt to get out alive. HMPH, it's really as difficult as the rumors say. Hancock landed slowly from the air, tilted her feet to the left, and the waves and wind from the black flames brushed her beautiful long black hair, creating an indescribable beauty. 0. Ask for flowers. What the black dragon pursues is Haki and violent destruction, while the dragon princess pursues the beautiful and mysterious radiant beauty. A kind of power from the same origin can exert different changes in her hands. But at this time, no one dared to appreciate the beauty. The movement here not only stunned marine and pirates, but even Sengoku and Whitebeard under the execution platform turned gloomy. That guy, Sea Emperor, wants us all to die. Sengoku had a cold face. As the resourceful general, he immediately understood everything after seeing Hancock's actions. That guy is still as hot as before. Whitebeard had a stilted beard and his face didn't change, but Hancock's repeated provocations also made him angry. 0. Old Fox Sengoku, you don't want to be interrupted at the last moment. Whitebeard cast a glance at Sengoku who was not far away. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, and then looked in Hancock's direction. He's just a traitor. I want to see how powerful Neptune is. Little ghost, this is not a place where you can run wild. Under the eyes of everyone, Whitebeard glanced at Hancock, who was constantly destroying his own forces in the distance, and then shouted loudly, and a destructive knife attack was sent out immediately. Shake the knife and chop. Concentrate the power of the fruit on the knife, and wave it towards Hancock vigorously. The power of the knife can split an island in half. Seeing this scene, many people scattered in horror. Obviously Whitebeard was angry at Hancock's unscrupulous destruction. And me, it seems to be aware of Hancock's extraordinary power, and Sengoku doesn't think that the Neptune will let himself and others go. If you endure it any longer, Marine will definitely perish. With a low growl, he turned into a huge golden Buddha like a pillar of the sky. A terrifying shock wave that shook the world with a palm, and the power of his wife's sword issued from his hand and attacked South Hancock's position for 10 weeks. Chapter 50. The Projection of the Sea Emperor. After the Buddha changed completely, Sengoku closed his palms together, and a visible wave quickly formed on his hands, condescendingly bombarding Hancock who was near the execution platform. Seeing the sky-shattering sword energy and the shock wave that shattered everything, even Hancock's strength was comparable to that of the Four Emperors. His face changed drastically at this time. She didn't expect these two old guys to attack her decisively, and she didn't have time to resist at this place. Black Flame's attack power is super strong, but her defense is mediocre. And in the range where she wanted to escape the attack, but the physical strength that Nehi had just consumed was still gradually being replenished, and she couldn't burst out that kind of rapid movement similar to teleportation again. Accompanied by 2 waves of visible fluctuations, the violent storm of power swept towards him, making the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. If the sword chi hits, there's no doubt that Hancock will die. Because, she knows very well, these two people almost represent the highest combat power of High and Marine. Damn, Anton, Although the giant beast kept trying to move forward and block these two moves, Hancock found that Anton's limbs had been frozen by Admiral, and tried his best to stop it from moving. The aura of destruction in the sky gradually enlarged, and Hancock's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, as if time stood still, it was a replay before he died. Like a revolving lantern, in a trance, Hancock thought of those indifferent dragon eyes in his mind. Don't be afraid. Suddenly, Han Yan's voice suddenly sounded, and I was. In the phantom of the void, the black dragon and her figure overlap at a certain point. The blood-colored lines echoed in the space with the blood flowed out by Hancock biting his finger, and soon it was like tearing the sky. Countless people oppressed by the same breath were shocked. Seeing the two god tiers' hard blows, Hancock showed an alluring smile instead. She gave her body and mind to Han Yan, using it as a container. The next moment, time returns to the punctual point. Bang! A violent terrifying impact sounded, and the terrifying force caused the surrounding ground to sink immediately, and except for a gust of wind, Hancock suddenly opened his eyes and saw that incredible scene. A pair of pitch-black giant claws stood in front of him, and the powerful move that made others despair was also caught by the terrifying giant claws, and then crushed with force. Not even leaving any spray. Huh, what's going on? Hancock looked around and realized that the pair of giant claws were born from behind him. She turned her head subconsciously, and a phantom of a destroyed dragon suddenly appeared, which was clearly visible to others. And the two moves just now were blocked by the magic dragon with one hand. Han Yan, Your Excellency. Hancock touched the shiny dragon horns on his forehead subconsciously, and looked at the phantom of the dragon with expressionless eyes behind him. Soon, with a burst of physical fatigue, the magic dragons. He gradually disappeared. As long as I'm here, they can't hurt you. In the process of finally disappearing, the phantom flickered for a moment and made a sound that silenced both Sengoku and Whitebeard. As that, the projection of the Sea Emperor. It's really extraordinary. This kind of terrifying power and defense is even stronger than 10 years ago. The owner of those giant claws definitely has the power to destroy the entire world. Whitebeard has this feeling now, and this feeling is very strong. Compared with it, his little power is nothing at all. It was really a surprise. The fleeting appearance of the Sea Emperor shocked countless people. After seeing the body like a tall building, the power of crushing slashing and shock waves, everyone's face was extremely pale. It's too scary. This monster absolutely can't let her survive this war. Looking at Hancock's arms hanging down, and then standing up dizzily, Sengoku's murderous intent was not concealed at all. Hey, old fox. Whitebeard smiled disdainfully, then stared at him. Kill her, aren't you afraid that the Sea King will trouble you? HMPH. Since the Sea Emperor appears as a phantom, even if it is nearby, there must be some reason why it won't appear. Sengoku calmed down, and analyzed carefully. Maybe there is something restraining it, so I chose to let my men come down to complete the task for me. Unfortunately, Lousy doesn't have time to talk to you. I'm going to take Ace away. Your plan is a piece of bullshit. Whitebeard gave a low snort, then stepped forward. But the next moment, Sengoku's figure stood in front of him. HMPH. Whitebeard grinned, and snorted softly. With a flick of his naginata, he took a step forward, looked at the men around the Moby DK, and shouted loudly, "Little ones, you all see now, this old guy actually made a sneak attack when I was fighting with the younger generation. Facing such a marine, is it possible that we will lose? That's right, marines are just useless trash. Brothers, although the Pirate Empress is not part of our lineup, she is still a powerful pirate. In the face of such a marine, don't give it up to the pirates. Face off. Yes, rush into the square, save Ace." Following Whitebeard 5's words, the morale of the pirates had dropped, but now it has become very high. At the same time, a huge warship sailed by the side of Marineford's waters. Thief, ha ha ha, Marineford, here I come. A few teeth are missing in the mouth. The burly middle-aged man with a rough appearance and thick hair on his body laughed out loud, staring slyly and calmly ahead. This man with 3 flintlock guns pinned to his left waist and a bottle of strong rum stuffed into his right waist, wearing a white shirt and a black coat when he appeared, must be unknown to many people. Get noticed because he's the Marshal D. Teach who dared to risk his life. Chapter 51 Blackbeard Pirates, here we go. Looks like we missed something interesting. Ship, long. A man wearing an Impel prison cap plus an aviator cap bites a cigar and grins cruelly. Shiryu. Blackbeard looked at his crew, his right-hand men who had been with him, and a group of prisoners who had just been released from the 6th floor of the large prison. With a big grin, he said, "Brothers, we only have one chance. Take a gamble." Captain Van Orca, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, raised his head from the monolithic telescope and said in a low voice, "4 Emperors Whitebeard, Marine Admiral Sengoku, 3 Admirals, and Shichibukai are all in, but..." But what? Blackbeard also recalled the roar of the previous moment, guessing something he couldn't guess. Van Orca pushed the strange hat he was wearing, he put the spear on his shoulder, and said, "It's a terrifying monster shadow, although it's very insignificant. But I feel that it looks like a giant dragon the creature. Not surprisingly, it should be the Emperor of the Sea." Sea Emperor. Hearing this name, Blackbeard's hairs all frowned. His eyes changed rapidly, and during Setsuna, he recalled those monster cold eyes full of deep meaning. "What's the matter, Captain? Is there anyone else you are afraid of?" He, Neptune, who is this? The new 4 Emperors, known as a huge battleship. San Juan Bad Wolf licked the corner of his mouth, and then looked strange. Not only this huge island-like body that is horrified by the whole world, the prisoner in the submarine prison level 6, who is known as the huge battleship, is curious, but also the other crew members of the same origin are also puzzled. You don't understand. Blackbeard looked at this supergiant that was more than 100 meters tall, and shook his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking in those sinister eyes. The Sea King is not a human being, but a terrifying Sea Kings. Blackbeard explained, recalling the recent information, comparing it with the body of the evil wolf. If nothing else, the evil wolf should stand up to the same size as the Sea King. The Emperor is almost tall. Note: Deathwing 700 meters is the body size, not the height. The dragons are generally not very tall, and the calculation is the length. Indeed, I don't want to see that legendary monster at all. My bullets can't penetrate its defenses. Van Oka, who was wearing a top hat, nodded and said. Thief, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard shook his head and said, why panic? If that guy comes, we will retreat at the worst. What's more, there is only one chance. If you miss it, there will never be another second time. Hoo-hoo, Oka, are you afraid? It's just a Sea Kings. I don't know how many people I killed back then. Katerina Dupont, the most ferocious female prisoner in history who was held in the lowest level of the submarine prison, sneered. Don't talk about it, let's go there first, sneak behind Marine and wait for the opportunity to appear. Blackbeard waved his hand, but did not explain to the female prisoner. After all, only those who have actually seen it know the power of the Sea Emperor. This is a tiger with tusks in the front, white and blue paint in the background, and the sky-fallen skull flag fluttering in the wind. On the right is a red patterned dragon head in the front, white and red double paint is the background, and a large pirate ship with double swords and skull flags blowing in the wind. At the same time, it is also the exclusive car of the 4 Emperors' redheads. Especially the first appearance of the most terrifying demon king in the world in the legend, the Sea King Force. Uncle, the matter is actually not that simple this time. The red-haired Shanks calmed down a little, and said slowly, that guy Kaido, he is here too, and he should be on the board soon. It's time to go to Marineford's territory. If we don't make it right this time, it will turn into chaos. Rayleigh took the jar of wine with a smile, and drank it happily. Well, Shanks nodded slightly, and then showed a hearty smile. Let's go together, I've always known. Han Yan is a very good Sea Kings, at least compared to many Sea Kings as far as thieves are concerned, it is much more righteous. Shanks. Rayleigh frowned, also sighed, and his heart was caught in an extremely entangled state, but, Luojia's child. I have always been worried, and I came here this time to prevent you from going forward. Going to the battlefield. If you insist on going, then take me with you. Gia. Thief, ha 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 ha. Yeah, Rayleigh smiled. Uncle, don't talk about 123. Shanks waved his hand, then raised a wine jar, and said with a smile, come and drink. After drinking, everyone will set off, to Marineford. Uncle Rayleigh. The redhead lowered his head, held his wine glass, and then said slowly, you don't want the matter to end like this, do you? I had a little relationship with the Sea Emperor. I have contributed to the Fishmen Island, during the years he left. My pirate group and I have also taken care of the Fishmen Island many times. If I were allowed to go, perhaps, he would give me some face of. You are still the same as before, in the blink of an eye, the little crew has grown up. Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. On the sunny sea, it became chaotic as a ship sailed, although I met familiar characters. But the redhead was still a little unhappy. Laughing like waves, and driven by the crew, the pirate ship swelled its sails, cut through the wind and waves, and rushed towards the battlefield like 2 arrows leaving the string. So, this is what I want to stop you. The world is a mess these days, especially in the New World. With the departure of the 3-4 emperors, the originally calm land became no longer smooth, and countless pirates became crazy for a while, and countless forces such as Marine and World Government are also watching carefully. This is a battle that can change the world. Let the darkness consume them. Chapter 52. The Emperor of the Sea takes action. Under the blazing sun, the white clouds that shuttle 9 kilometers go straight to the sea. In Marineford, once the naval headquarters, on the battlefield of today. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates approaching in the bay, watching the Marine soldiers who kept dying, veins popped out of Sengoku's face, and unbearable eyes flickered, but there was nothing he could do. Before the battle was ready, the Marines in the bay must not retreat. If the bay is lost and the pirates invade the square, the battle plan they made before will be completely useless. But fortunately, in a sense, the Sea Emperor still helped him. After all, Anton's indiscriminate massacre caused heavy casualties to the pirates. In this way, Marine took advantage of some people and terrain, which made it not so difficult. Master Marshal, everything has been arranged according to your order. A Marine quietly came to him like a ghost, half kneeling on the ground and said respectfully. Really? Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to ask, has the army arrived? Yes, the deployment of the Marines is also in place. The Vice Admiral level herald nodded decisively, and Sengoku was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Pass me the password. After getting the officer's nod, Sengoku finally let go of the hanging heart. His eyes were fixed, and he looked at the frozen sea in the distance, showing a deep smile. Order the Marine troops in the bay to fight and retreat. Get out of the ice, and let the ice surface be given over to those pirates. Enter the square, and then the execution officer will obey the order to execute. Sengoku stared at Whitebeard, who was held back by Akainu, Shinji, 2 admirals, and Shichibukai, and suddenly a breath of conspiracy gradually permeated. Now that kind of humanoid weapon has successfully arrived on the battlefield, presumably even if the Emperor of the Sea comes, it is not without the power to fight. Yes, immediately convey the order to the troops. The herald hurriedly recorded, while whispering to his subordinates, this is going to be a battle, and at this critical moment, there must be absolutely no mistakes. Not only here, even the Whitebeard pirates began to approach crazily. Just a short distance. They could break into the bay, and ride the ice towards Marineford territory. At that time, Marine's plans will fall apart one after another. After fighting for a long time, is it finally time for the real decisive battle? In the sea of clouds in the sky, the magic dragon opened its dark golden cold giant eyes, which contained a huge hostility. Even if it was thousands of meters away, it could make people feel the slightest chill. Listen to my instructions. Han Yi stood up, calmed down, and gradually closed her eyes. Suddenly the strange frequency continued to spread in all directions in the space. Wait for the opportunity, wait for my order, and then, army attack. In an instant, the magic dragon opened its eyes. In its massive maw, masses of dark black matter that glistened like molten lava were gradually spewed out under the embrace of thunder and lightning. The huge destructive death meteorite gradually expanded and gradually changed on the white clouds, and the people who were caught up in the fierce battle below may not have discovered Shinigami, but they have already stood behind them. What's the situation? Whitebeard squinted at the group of Marines who gradually lost their belligerence and retreated. Immediately wondered if the old fox Sengoku was up to something, and the fighting spirit in the eyes of those retreating Marines did not diminish at all. Instead they fled in a very orderly manner. Clang! The knife was retracted into its sheath, and Hawkeye lowered the brim of his hat, as if he had sensed something was wrong. He looked up at the sky, then his eyes changed slightly, and he jumped and walked towards Hancock's position gradually. Dracula Mahawk. The dragon's horns were still glowing, and the bloody lines on his body gradually faded. Hancock raised his bloody charming face and looked at him suspiciously. Did you find the Jing family? I'm not interested in war. But, Mahawk pointed to the top of his head, and continued, it doesn't make sense for me to stay here. The treaty I signed with the world government doesn't cover anything. Quote. The Empress raised her head in confusion, her expression changed in an instant. Not good. Let's retreat quickly. Dracula Mahawk saw Hancock's changed expression, and asked in confusion, why, is the Sea Emperor going to attack? But since you are someone he trusts, shouldn't he attack you too? Shut up. Hancock's eyelids twitched, looking at the invisible black fireball in the sky. She who can control the flames of hell knows exactly what it is. If it really falls, it will be enough to make the whole Marineford a sea of dust. That guy, Hancock said with an ugly face, I'm afraid that guy didn't consider my life or death at all. At this moment, Anton, who was beside him, flicked away a haunting little character with his giant tail, and then gradually walked over, growling twice. Hancock looked at the abnormal Anton, and immediately reacted, and said happily, you mean, that BD asked you to take me out of here? Sure enough, I knew, he won't forget mine. Are you leaving? Mahawk was stunned for a moment, watching the Empress's expression change again and again, and then he also remained silent, and gradually followed Wang Haohao. You're doing okay, the I family allows you to leave. But Antuan's back is not for ordinary people. You'd better find another ship song. After finishing speaking, Hancock stepped on Anton's ferocious armor, then gradually cut through the ice layer, and left quickly. Hawkeye nodded, and glanced at the battlefield behind. Those people didn't seem to realize the danger coming. Oh, Moses Roy, interesting. It seemed that something was wrong with the development of the situation. As early as when many people were puzzled by the change of Marine, Doflamingo also noticed this abnormality. Cunningly, he quietly left the eyes of countless people, and used silk thread to create a clone for himself, and the clone went to the battlefield, while he himself quickly left the battlefield through the secret passage of Marine. Chapter 53. A real natural disaster. Unlike Empress and Hawkeye, Doflamingo is a very cautious and vigilant guy. It is impossible for him to work for Marine, let alone put himself in danger. Compared to this troublesome war, leaving here is the most correct choice. And it was precisely because of this that he escaped this catastrophe. As for others, send me an order. The time is up, execute immediately. Seems to have discovered something unusual. Sengoku couldn't bear to procrastinate any longer, immediately shouted and waved his hand. The executioner gradually walked towards the execution platform with a long knife on his shoulder. Hurry up, Marine seems to be really going to execute Ace. Suddenly, the pirates started to intensify, especially those who had a good relationship with Ace. At this time, seeing the long knife raised by the criminal officer, he crazily killed the Marine in the bay. Wow, crack. Just when the pirates were about to enter the square, they were horrified to find that the ice layer on the sea surface behind them was suddenly torn apart. A terrifyingly huge bird's beak suddenly drilled out from under the ice, and then countless layers of ice were torn apart in all directions like a spider's web, and the sound of cracking and crackling continued, followed by those ice cubes melting into the sea one after another. 307 1, 2, 3, only. Our ship. Everyone, look at the bend, there is something there. What? Those are Sea Kings. Fast into the bay, the Sea Kings outflanked the rear, and all our ships were destroyed. As the advancing pirates stopped, they looked back in horror. Many pirate ships except the Moby Dick were destroyed by those terrifying giant beasts. If there is no accident, their retreat will be completely cut off. That's an army of sea kings. Finally, under the surging waves, a dozen or so terrifying super-large sea kings turned back from the tsunami. They raised their upper bodies with a height of 100 meters and looked down at the marine pirates on the coast and in the ice. However, following a special rhythm, these sea kings, who were originally showing a terrifying murderous intent, dived into the sea and retreated. AFCC. What's wrong? Whitebeard watched uncertainly as the group of sea kings stopped destroying ships and evacuated instead. Soon, he suddenly raised his head. Everyone, hurry up and attack Luane. Leave! Exclamation mark quote. The thick roar spread over the entire Marineford battlefield, and all the pirates rushed in frantically, and the ice layer behind them collapsed like a race against time. The terrible crack continued to collapse and collapse, he said, as if he would be buried in the sea in the next second. In less than 30 seconds, the ice frozen by Qingji was instantly disintegrated, and at this moment, a scorching breath came from above the head, and the shadows covered the sun with dark clouds. Yes, is the end coming? Maybe. Sengoku's face darkened, and he raised his head to look at the sky. Accompanied by the hot breath, the surrounding shattered ice gradually melted, and terrifying crimson scorching suns shot out from the sky, and the strong halo directly affected the entire Marineford battlefield, even the elsewhere on the Grand Line. It's coming, and the magic dragon that swooped down in the sky also came along with the meteorite full of destructive aura. Execution of Ace. Don't be joking, if you have to fight again at this time, then no one can get out of here alive. By that time, whether the son of One Piece dies or not has nothing to do with them who are going to hell. A natural disaster. What's the matter? It's so hot all of a sudden. The blood-colored aurora that was like death fell from the sky, like a meteorite, and the scorching hot wind suddenly erupted from the sky. Different from the Queen's flame of hell, this red flame is full of aura of destruction, like a real hell catastrophe. Here I come, stupid humans. Attention everyone, the meteorite is coming, put down any attack and defend all. On the top of the huge meteorite made of lava, there has always been a terrifying dragon entrenched on it, with its sharp black claws stuck in the lava, as if it is feeling the unparalleled fun, it seems to be enjoying it. Filled with endless aura of destruction, the entire land is reflected like a red-hot iron body, emitting a bright red brilliance. All the buildings, huge stones, and walls are flickering with a frightening red light. No, look at the sky, God. The ground shook violently. A terrifying atmosphere filled the world. The destroying sun summoned by the magic dragon makes the whole sky extraordinarily dazzling, as if there is only one color of flame in the sky and the earth. The destroyed meteorite rubbed against the air violently, glowing with endless flames, and then fell straight down like the beginning of the end. Such a big commotion cannot be hidden, and the Marines in the square immediately became vigilant. Not only the Marines, but the pirates also lost their belligerent intentions. The executioner also forgot to drop the machete, and Whitebeard, a lead captain, Shichibukai, Marine Admiral, Vice Admiral, and Marshal Sengoku stopped their hands, and everyone immediately issued the most urgent alarm. The pirates and Marine soldiers who were facing each other raised their heads one after another, and then looked at each other in blank dismay. They all saw the despair and helpless fear in each other's eyes. With a roar full of fear, the air suddenly froze, and the oppressive feeling from above made countless people tremble. No matter how intense the fighting was a second ago, but at this moment they only have one thought: how to survive in this future. Feeling the familiar aura of deterrence, Whitebeard's fists creaked, and he stared at the two huge black figures, one big and one small, at the top of the sky with murderous intent. Chapter 54 Surging Climax. No matter what others thought, Akainu didn't care about it anymore. He was staring at the sky tightly at this moment with an incomparably dignified expression. As the fruit of the molten Logia, he naturally knew how terrible the catastrophe in the sky was. Even if he can turn into elements, he may not necessarily be able to survive in the death magma that is 10 times or hundreds of times higher than his lava, or even die in it very quickly. Whitebeard, what are you waiting for? Sengoku growled, and then yelled, 3 admirals. Stop that meteorite. Everyone else, shoot the cannonballs into the sky. Destroy that lava meteorite. What a big scene. Is this your new ability? Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the air. Whitebeard moved his ears, raised his eyebrows, and looked at the sky intently, said in a low voice, will you give me a big gift as soon as we meet? You want to take us together, your attention is very good, hi, Huang. Both the Marine and the pirates were in a commotion at this moment, because they saw a scene of extreme despair that they would never forget, because the distance between the catastrophe and the sky and them was the last 1,000 meters. 1 second, it only takes 1 second to reach the battlefield. In an instant, thick smoke appeared on the ground, and cracks appeared on the line connecting the water and the sky and the sea level, and a large amount of heat gushed out, covering the land. At this time, a fake warship gradually approached the Marineford waters. Ace, accompanied by Luffy's hysterical roar, the original Shichibukai seaman Jinbei, the revolutionary army cadre Evakov and a group of monsters who followed him also hurriedly followed. Looking at the huge building towering over the sea, and the huge fiery red meteorite in the sky covering the entire square of Marineford. Oops, what's going on? The face of the human demon king changed drastically. Looking at the terrible natural disaster, Yi Shi wavered in the idea of moving on. Wait, Jinbei looked towards the sea hesitantly, and when he saw the huge shadow swimming from time to time, he said with a gloomy face, the old man saw a lot of huge sea kings in the sea. Trouble. Sea kings, what's the situation? The other pirates panicked and yelled, why are sea kings gathered here? Boss Jinbei, tell us what sea kings are. Ordinary big fish, sea kings, I don't care about them. But, they are not ordinary. Jinbei's eyes changed for a while, and he sighed. The thing I was most worried about happened, the boss in the sea, he is here. Neptune. All the pirates locked in the prison looked at each other, and then wondered, who is the Sea Emperor? I heard that there was a super sea kings more than 10 years ago, it seems to be called the Sea King. A pirate hesitated for a moment and said, he touched the bearded face, and said, I remember the Sea Emperor has a name. It seems to be called, the Deep Sea Devil, Deep Sea Demon. Suddenly, as the sound spread out, the faces of the pirates who were imprisoned during the time when the deep sea demons were rampant changed, as if recalling the most terrifying creature rumored at that time. No, Jinbei shook his head, and then said, it's not that simple, the Sea Emperor boss is much stronger than the average sea kings. Although I don't know why it came to this battlefield, I think we should stop it, at least Brother Ace you can't just die like that. Quote, but, such a terrible natural disaster, who would dare to go there? The pirates looked at each other in blank dismay, looking at the rapidly falling scarlet flame meteor, they immediately showed a look of helplessness. I'm going. As the voice fell, Luffy gradually raised his head, and the shadow covered his face under the brim of his hat, looking extraordinarily calm. Luffy, no, this is reckless behavior. Zero, asking for flowers. Jinbei hastily persuaded, others don't know, but he knows the character of Neptune very well. If you are going by yourself, maybe you can survive, but if Luffy, the Sea Emperor will definitely survive. No, Ace is still inside. So, I'm going, Luffy said calmly. He touched the straw hat on his head, then grinned, and said, no matter what, I will go. I don't believe that Ace will die. If you don't go, I will go by myself. Luffy. Just when the pirates were silent, suddenly the sea was turbulent, and a hegemony-class sea kings appeared from the sea, opening its ferocious mouth towards the ship. Go away. With a low growl, Luffy immediately stretched out his fist, and sent out a strong blow in a spiral, hitting the super-large sea kings in the face. Boom. The huge force caused Sea Kings to tilt his head slightly, obviously Luffy's strength could not knock it into the air. However, the Sea Kings, who only have Vice Admiral level strength, will certainly not be the opponent of this ship. After seeing those Luffys with gloomy faces, a looming aura of menace diffused from his thin body. The Sea Kings retreated subconsciously, and a natural fear appeared in his eyes. It chose to send a request to its emperor, and gradually retreated to the deep sea after getting the permission of the dragon. And the countless tentacles around, the terrifying deep sea monsters that wanted to attack the ship, also quietly dived away. Look, Sea Kings evacuated, but are we really going? Stop talking nonsense, let's sail. Anyway, when we got there, the meteorite also fell, don't worry, we won't die. Right, it seems that they are sure that they are not within the attack range, so this group of people struggled to start the boat. Without the obstruction of the peripheral Sea Kings, this is the way forward. Ace, I'll save you even if I die, don't die, don't die. Chapter 55 Humanoid Weapon. The flames burst into the sky. Endless red burning breath is lingering, bursts of sultry breath make marine pirates and others silently shed a large amount of hot sweat. Their whole bodies seem to be drenched. They looked up at the sky, and the giant as small the sun-like destruction boulder crashed down. Step aside. Admiral Akainu, who was wearing the word, Justice, put his hand on the shoulder of a dull marine and pushed him away. With a sullen face, he walked forward solemnly. Every step is with unwavering steps, and under the shocked gaze of countless people, Akainu walked to the high place with steady steps. That kid, what do you want to do? Whitebeard squinted, watching Akainu's pace, as if guessing something. Marines. Akainu clenched his fists, and the Sirius, 493, looked towards the sky, and growled, show your momentum, we are absolute justice. This battle must be won, and no one will be allowed fail. Saying that, Akainu looked towards Sengoku's direction, as if he was asking for instructions. Akainu Admiral is right. Sengoku nodded slightly, and then loudly said, attack. Crush that meteor. Clear. Finally, with a wave of Sengoku's big hand, tall figures suddenly appeared one after another at the head of the bay, and the chilling aura made the surrounding momentum completely changed, causing the pirates to become suspicious. If there is something outrageous, it would be the figure that came out of nowhere, but the problem is, those figures are exactly the same. What is that? Finally, after a series of accidents caused by the destruction of meteorites, those steel armies with chilling indifference finally appeared. They are in groups, using the exact same Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma as a template, which is the human weapon developed by Marine's great scientist Dr. Beckapunk, the pacifist. Hey, is it finally time for us to play? I can't wait. Zon Taomaru is carrying a big axe. As the captain of the science unit, these pacifists are under his command and directly follow his orders. Is that the human weapon of the rumored government? Whitebeard squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart that something was wrong. Naturally, these human weapons are nothing to a person of his level, but given their quantity and power, they are not suitable for ordinary people. For pirates, it is definitely a disaster. But now, it seems that their biggest headache is that guy in the sky. Whitebeard left the sky, the so-called flaming meteorite, which he could split in two with a single blow. However, the really tricky thing is behind the meteorite, the dragon swooping down with a destructive momentum. For Han Yan, the so-called hell lava is just a meeting ceremony, he doesn't care how much damage it can cause, at least it can disrupt the plans of these people. At that time, only Liao Liao and a few people really cared about him. Have many people forgotten about me, that deep-sea demon you call? Finally, Han Yan, who had hung up for a long time, finally appeared. At that moment, people once again recalled what is the fear of power. The catastrophe in the sky was swept by countless flames. Finally, the huge meteorite finally fell. Blah blah blah. The sea is tumbling, and countless stormy waves are roaring. The evaporated white water vapor gushed out into the sky crazily, and the people on the ground seemed to be scorched. The air as high as nearly 100 degrees made countless pirates scream crazily. If it weren't for their physical fitness, he is far superior to ordinary people, and he is afraid that he will be killed in an instant. Luckily, it's long before the temperature isn't right. Qingji has already frozen the ground, and the sea is frozen again. Although it will be melted by the heat wave in the next moment, it is still possible to play a mitigating effect. Shaking knife chop. The transparent oscillating power gradually condensed on the broadsword, emitting a dazzling flash. Soon, Whitebeard swung the long charged sword with his strong arms. A huge saber aura piercing the sky slashed towards the huge meteorite in the sky. The sharp force was like cutting tofu, splitting the fireball in two. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of violent flames erupted in the sky, causing the strong men on the ground to use their own abilities to resist. Okay, it's scary. When the people below saw the meteorite cut off by Whitebeard, they immediately showed a look of shock, which turned into a look of joy in an instant. But soon, including Whitebeard and Sengoku, their faces changed again. Burn, my power. As the destroyer, sun, was cut off with a single knife, a burst of fierce flames suddenly erupted in the sky, and the body of the black dragon underwent a world-shaking change under this terrifying flame. Deathwing's huge body was gradually torn apart, and its eyes were burned by black flames, and the power called destruction continuously spewed out from its body. For a moment, the body of the huge black dragon on the ground turned into a truly terrifying dragon. Roar. The powerhouses cheered happily, but the shocking dragon's roar at the next moment made everyone stunned, and the shadow of Deathwing gradually appeared in their sights. As the shadows shrouded, countless huge fireballs fell from the sky, like meteor fire. Immediately afterwards, the magic dragon fanned its huge dragon wings, and swooped 4.1 from the sky. A dragon mouth opened hugely, and a huge and terrifying power was brewing in it, and a destructive dragon's breath was spewed out by the magic dragon. My name is Han Yan. The burning dragon whispered, even though the voice was far away, it seemed to be ringing in the ears. Looking at the flame-throwing dragon in the scale armor in the sky, the people below suddenly panicked. Pacifist troops, all-out attack. Sengoku let out a low growl, and at some point they were originally fighting against the pirates, but now they turned into a 2-on-1 resistance against the attack of the Sea King. But is it really that simple? After receiving the commander's order, the programs in the minds of the pacifists began to function, their rhombus-shaped eyes lit up, and they became active one by one. Chapter 56. The Devil Dragon Comes. Attack on, pacifists. Those pacifist troops, looking at the countless fireballs that have approached. If those flaming fireballs fall on Marineford, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the remaining Marines, but it has reached this stage, even if you want to retreat, you can't. Zhang Taowen's expression froze, and he issued an attack command. Attention everyone, spread out, and prepare for a laser attack. Zhang Taowen made timely supplements to the order, commanding the pacifists to line up, with their mouths open, and a strong light began to condense in their mouths. Attack preparation. Launch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the energy savings reached the limit, Zhang Taowen roared loudly, and the pacifists immediately raised their heads, and the laser in their mouths accurately hit those fireball disasters. Every time the rock is crushed, it will be accompanied by bright flames and countless falling stones. Seeing this, Marco and the others also fell silent. At this time, that destructive dragon's breath was also sprayed out by the magic dragon. No one dared to go forward to resist that terrifying power, and O5's location was still the place with the largest number of people. Perhaps as Admiral of Logia Devil Fruit or the captains of Special Demon Fruit Power, there are some ways to escape, but as long as they leave, the number of people who died below is right. Let's go together. Show your skills, if you don't want to die. Diamond Joe's carried a wounded pirate and gently placed it on the ground. Then he looked seriously at Qingji, Kizaru and others who fell silent. Quietly glanced at him, Qingji raised her hands. Ice cube. Storm pheasant mouth. Qingji gathers the cold air on his right arm and releases an ice bird, which has a powerful impact and freezes wherever it goes. Yo-yo. It's scary, but since it's the Marshal's will, I'll cooperate with you guys. Let's get rid of this annoying guy first. When the Han Yan who teased him back then, Kizaru felt awkward and always felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But at this time, seeing the terrible dragon's breath, there is also a bit of fear. Laser rays. The laser light emitted from the finger, although it is not considered to be able to block the dragon's breath, it can still be weakened a little. The people below get out of here quickly. After his whole body turned into diamonds, Josie jumped up abruptly, resisting the scorching dragon's breath abruptly. As Qingji's freezing melted a large amount of power, this allowed him to return to the ground alive. In less than 3 seconds, the people around quickly evacuated in horror, and Chaozi's face changed drastically, spurting blood and falling to the ground. And where the dragon's breath passed, there was no grass growing all around, only the remnants of nowhere to go. Hi everybody. Rumbling. With the strong wind, the flaming dragon fell from the sky and hit the ground, and the terrible impact immediately sent people around flying into the air. The ground was shaking violently, and a muffled dragon's roar continued to be heard in the deep underground. When the ashes and dust settled, the white smoke gradually dissipated, and countless people opened their eyes wide, looking at this terrifying dragon in horror. Neptune, Han Yan. The magic dragon's eyeballs rolled, and then looked down obliquely. It grinned a mouthful of white teeth, and then spewed out a mouthful of destructive dragon's breath. Soon, Han Yan glanced at the people on the edge of the square with dull faces and numb fear. Seeing those stunned admiral and the captains, it grinned and spat out a hot breath contemptuously. Then put their eyes on Sengoku and Whitebeard, raised their hind legs, and suddenly opened their huge wings, making a dragon roar that shook the sky. Immediately afterwards, the black shadow flashed past, and when many people hadn't recovered, a hurricane set off a big wave. Sengoku jumped back, then used the shock wave to change the direction of the dragon's breath, and quickly dodged. Then looking at the boulders that had been burned clean by the dragon's breath, his face suddenly changed. Humph! The breath of despair gradually permeated Marineford. What? Sengoku asked subconsciously, and Han Yan, this magic dragon also appeared on the tall building of Marineford Naval Headquarters in the next instant. The giant claws that cover the sky are climbing on the top of the huge building of the military fortress. The interested dragon head looks down at the people like ants. The terrifying and Haki body is entrenched on the upper floor. At this time, the two bright giant eyes of Haki staring at them. Like hell, the catastrophe has come. But people dare not show their atmosphere, staring at the dragon for fear of making any noise that would offend it. World government, what is it? The dragon sneered, and its trembling wings seemed to be mocking. It grabbed a boulder and crushed it easily. After all, human beings are human beings, civil strife, ignorance, and self-righteousness. You have wisdom, so what? But now, little one, you seem to have forgotten one thing. A terrifying and insane force that looked down on the world was born inside. The magma-like terrifying power flowed down from the cracked skin, and the burning red eyes of destruction gradually lifted up. At this time, the battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Even the people who were still moaning in pain shut their mouths nervously. They opened their mouths wide in horror, looking at the huge moan that gradually crawled upwards, and then stood at the top of the shattered naval headquarters. Sengoku looked at the giant dragon above his head seriously, and then broke into a cold sweat, and said, "Are you going to start a war with the world government 733? Do you think that I would put a mere world government in my eyes?" The dragon climbed down with its forelimbs, and then left the huge building of naval headquarters. Then, with a flick of its giant tail, the high-rise building of naval headquarters collapsed. World government. But despite the arrogance of the magic dragon, no one dared to speak out to express dissatisfaction. With the appearance of Han Yan in the passage just now, all the phone bugs spread to the outside world. Chapter 57 Confrontation among the three forces. The whole world has seen the power of the magic dragon, and no one doubts the ability of the magic dragon. At this time, in the holy land of Mariajoy, the five old men stared at the screen in various postures and fell into silence. The world government doesn't look down on you, you are still as arrogant as before, old guy. Whitebeard stuck his broadsword into the broken rock, then raised the corner of his mouth, saw the familiar eyes and felt the familiar breath. Immediately, he was oppressed by an extremely terrifying dragon power and suddenly opened his eyes, and then the torrential conqueror's Haki also greeted him. You are, Whitebeard. Han Yan smiled, then lifted his forelegs, glanced at the tiny Whitebeard, and then put it down slowly. Sure enough, time will only make you embrace death, no one can escape this sanction except me. In front of this mighty demon dragon, Whitebeard's height of nearly 7 meters is like an ant, which can be crushed with a light pinch, and the towering giant can be seen clearly from the center of the island. Dragon. Big guy, you came here, but you want to kill us all. If you have the ability, come here, no one will blame you. Whitebeard smiled disdainfully, but he had no doubt that Han Yan had that power. However, death will also let it taste the power of the so-called weak human beings in its mouth. Roar. That's right, I will eat you. Don't you mind. Han Yan didn't mind talking nonsense for a while after seeing his former opponent before making a move. The villain dies because of talking too much, targeting the weak. Even if it was delaying time, Han Yan didn't mind, after all, when powerful powerhouses like Marine and Pirates were getting their breath. Isn't the Sea Kings also waiting for an opportunity? You can come and try. Whitebeard clenched his fist with his backhand and let out a low growl, shattering air shock. He gathered all his strength again, and a powerful shock wave embedded in his palm. Whitebeard swung his fist at the dragon again, and the shock wave tore through the air, came out instantly. It was a long and terrifying bang, and even around the island, one could feel the terrifying movement near the execution platform. The shockwave vibrated wantonly in the space, and a giant claw that covered the sky fell from the sky, tearing the terrifying shockwave apart with one hand. The air is covered with dust, countless fragments are flying wantonly, and powerful ores visible to the naked eye are scattered around like ripples, and Whitebeard's punch with all his strength was easily intercepted by the terrifying dragon jokingly. What? Actually crushed the air shock so easily? It seems that even the arrogance has not changed. Facing the sudden scene, Sengoku and others had to be shocked by the power of the Sea Emperor. You know, Whitebeard's punch can penetrate half of the island. And it's still a 100% pure shock wave, which can even cause earthquakes and other terrible disasters. The shock and fierce force raged around again, and shock waves swept across the island. Even the very end of the island would be swept by this terrifying airflow. I have to say that the solidity of these people and the island is still suffering, supported together. The dragon's body completely fell to the ground, and then the dragon's tail swung, sweeping away the surrounding obstacles and dust, and the terrible aura stood there, which also made countless human beings terrified. What? Sengoku's face changed for a while, and he gritted his teeth. Those bastards. They actually got away at this critical moment. Boom boom boom. Neptune, this is not the place you should come, right? If you really want to go to war, we Marine will accompany you to the end. Gia Gia. The black burning dragon suddenly opened a pair of huge red dragon eyes, staring at the body that is not tall, but faintly reveals a huge body, and said coldly, I will fight to the death, really. Very good, I will give you a chance to regroup, at least, before ruling the sea. I will let you know the power of the Sea Emperor. Withdrawing the dragon's claw, looking at some dust lingering on it, the black dragon waved it coldly. Then his eyes opened, and a fierce slash that pierced through the air was swung from the dragon claws. Facing this scene, Whitebeard quickly activated his ability, ready to shatter the slash. Tear it up, I know, but Lousy just likes it. Listening to the sarcastic laughter, Whitebeard growled without hesitation. Anyone who touches Lousy's son, Lousy will never let him go. Even you. Report. Doflamingo, Hawkeye, and the Empress had left the battlefield 10 minutes ago. A Marine walked over tremblingly, ran behind Sengoku and whispered. Ha! Sengoku swept Shichibukai and others behind him. Except for Tyrant Bear and Moria, it doesn't matter if Empress and Jinbei are not here. Where's Doflamingo? Hawkeye. W was full of vitality. It seems, you have made a lot of preparations this time. Sengoku growled, and soon, Akainu, Kizaru, and Shinji 3 admirals came behind him, followed closely by Shichibukai Moria, who was terrified, hiding behind, but finally came out. Above the sky, the magic dragon soared into the sky, and the huge body of hundreds of meters covering the ground waved up and down with its wings covering the sky and covering the sun. As the sound fell, the invisible fluctuation enveloped the battlefield like a storm. All the values oppressed by the solid and terrifying momentum were shattered, and the falling branches and countless stones were almost shattered. As soon as Han Yan's voice fell, Longwei restrained himself. It caused countless people to breathe desperately. Knowing that I will die, you dare to come here, you have courage, you are worthy of the old 4 emperors. Han Yan stared into Sengoku's eyes, and said sarcastically. The burning Lombok expressed his affirmation in a humane way. Han Yan searched around and found a video phone bug guarded by some Marines on a high place, and then slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 58 Let's go to war. Sengoku's face changed, and then he gnashed his teeth and read the names of these people, but soon his eyes changed. Glancing in the direction of Ace, who was not executed, Ruosi said, Neptune, what is the purpose of your coming here? It's not as simple as just starting a war. Is there something that makes your heart beat? Something. If I remember correctly, you can't afford to be early. As soon as I said this, I suddenly saw the giant dragon shaking its wings in the sky, and the surrounding ocean began to surge. It seemed that many terrifying creatures were rapidly approaching Marineford. When observation Haki sensed this, Sengoku's expression changed again. Sensing that the Sea Kings were coming in one direction, Han Yan also restrained the invisible predators, hovered the dragon wings, and scanned the people on the ground in the sky. I can give you a choice. Those who surrender will not be killed. Rebels, die. Surrender represents the ability to be plundered. But it is better than death, but for these pirates with strong self-esteem, it may be a little difficult. 1. Sengoku and others fell into a sluggish state at the same time. They couldn't help falling into silence after listening to Han Yan's words. If you want Lousy to surrender, first ask my big sword if he agrees. After 167 words, Whitebeard's long knife slammed into the ground, and the powerful destructive force cracked the ground several meters around. Then, let's fight. Han Yan grinned and smiled deeply. He is not warlike, not a warlike dragon at all. However, he has eaten and killed countless powerful people. Even if he has experienced more than a dozen fights every day, that doesn't mean he is warlike. Han Yan gave them a chance to choose. If they don't listen, then there is no regret. Because a predator will not stop until the prey is completely dead. Then let's get you under the knife first. The raging fire spurted out from the dragon's mouth, and the dragon's breath can be regarded as the strongest attack method of the dragon. That kind of terrifying energy can destroy everything in an instant, and the power of Deathwing is even more powerful. Hula la la la, did you finally remember to fight? Han Yan. After finishing speaking, Whitebeard raised his left hand and shook it. The air made a clear and crisp sound of shattering, cracking densely like glass. The dragon's breath was shattered when it approached Whitebeard's side, and exploded in the air, scattering countless flames of. However, the Marine soldiers who dodged a little slower around them were engulfed by the flames the next moment, and turned into a pool of ashes under the eyes of everyone. Roar. The shocking dragon's roar shocked the world, and the thick red flame suddenly changed. The terrifying dragon's breath turned into pitch-black fireworks, followed closely by the terrifying energy of endless thunder and lightning mixed together. A phantom of the Thunder Emperor dragon soared into the sky from behind the demon dragon, and the power of the dragon's breath increased more than 10 times. Kerala. The space is trembling, and the shattered air has turned black, and the endless distortion looks terrifying even from a distance. Outside the screen at this time, the people watching those who acted in the face of the huge dragon covering the sky were facing this sudden change. From the enemy to the current form of allies fighting against the enemy together, it seems. Compared with the war between humans and humans, the battle between humans and sea kings is a more serious issue. Fight, Akainu whispered, and lifted the justice coat with one hand, revealing a muscular upper body. He gradually walked forward, his body began to burn with rich magma. Clear, although Marco is not a Logia demon fruit power, but at least it is a new demon's phoenix, AFBB. Even if these lightning flames destroy his body, it can still be restored. Just after Qingji finished speaking, she heard Sengoku say, "Third Admiral, go help Whitebeard. Everyone else wait." Moonwalk ascends to the sky, stop the further attack of the magic dragon. Pacifists, laser cannons are ready. After getting Whitebeard's opening, Marco walked forward with a serious face, turning into a gorgeous phoenix with blue flames scattered to block the thunder flames that constantly invaded Whitebeard. Little devils, what a bunch of bastards. Whitebeard roared, shattering the terrible flame abruptly, and then scattered it around. Kizaru smiled wretchedly, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, but he still walked up lazily. On the outskirts of the war, the Luffy ship is gradually approaching, the Blackbeard pirates have stepped into the sea area of Marineford, and the Red Hair pirates have also entered the sea area within 100 kilometers. And the Four Emperors Kaido is also like a berserk giant at this time. The beast, looking up at the magical dragon exuding a breath on the distant island, showed a warlike and excited grin. And as he shouted, Sengoku also resolutely made up his mind and declared loudly, "Marines. Facing the dragon that invaded your homeland, what are you going to do? Although it's troublesome, but for the sake of Marine. I'm sorry, Your Excellency, please die." Tisk tisk, what a terrifying dragon. Innumerable underground worlds, world government, New World and other places, there are exclamations from all over the world. At this time, they are staring at the strongest creature in the world on the screen. But it's very interesting. Do you think Haigao is really capable of fighting against the Four Emperors Whitebeard, Marine Marshal, 3 Admiral, and Shichibukai? Father, Vista roared, wanting to draw his sword and go up. It's so strong. See Emperor. Whitebeard's body was pushed down little by little, as if he was about to kneel on the ground at any moment. The endless buds in the sky made the stagnant Marco and the others react immediately. Don't come over. Whitebeard roared with sideways eyes, with a big knife in front of him, forming a oscillating space to constantly change Lei Yan's trajectory. He growled, "The breath will kill you, except for Logia's demon fruit power, don't come over. Marco, just come and help me." Chapter 59 Air Combat. The dragon is out. Boom, boom, boom. The powerhouses above Vice Admiral stepped on the pace of the sonic boom and quickly jumped to the sky with Moonwalk. All of them stared at the terrifying dragon solemnly and vigilantly. "Watch out, he's coming. Attention, get out of the way." And out of the corner of the dragon's eye, he saw these marines and pirate captains who were waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack in the air, showing a look of laughter or irony. Roar. Suddenly, the dragon's breath stopped abruptly, and Han Yan opened his bloody mouth towards the Vice Admiral who was closest to him. An extremely terrifying suction force made the opponent's whole body lose control, and he couldn't control it and flew away backwards. "Hey, what are you doing? BD, get out of here." Seeing his companion flying towards the giant mouth uncontrollably, the other marines panicked and rushed over, but before they could grab the Vice Admiral, the suction power soared, and they were instantly swallowed by the black dragon. Armed color. At the last moment of falling into the dragon's mouth, Marine Vice Admiral screamed with both arms and part of armament Haki covered, followed by a creepy chewing sound. Crunch, crunch. 3 Vice Admirals died here in the blink of an eye, and the burning dark golden eyes of the magic dragon became more ferocious, and the black teeth, even the arms covered by armament Haki, were easier to bite into pieces. "It's cruel." The dragon. After a brief moment of sluggishness, Akainu roared, "This is the case, put it on me and kill it." After the words fell, Akainu, Qingji and Kizaru rushed up together. Akainu jumped up, raised his magma arm and pointed at the magic dragon road, "Hurry up and breathe fire." Akainu was stuck in midair. Just as he called out the move, the huge lava fist attack made of lava, powerful enough to smash a large iceberg in an instant, evaporated the huge magma fist, and it was accompanied by flashing light bullets and fierce force ice spikes. Click. Suddenly, the dragon wings suddenly embraced together, forming a terrifying sky fortress, as if frozen at that point in time. But at the next moment, the dragon's wings suddenly burst out, accompanied by an extremely strong storm. With the swing of its figure, it swallowed the so-called giant magma fist in one gulp. Immediately afterwards, the light bullet hit the magma's body on the ground. Even any waves were annihilated before they had time to set off. As for the ice thorns, they turned into a puddle of water vapor and disappeared as early as when they got close. "Hateful," Akainu said in a low voice, but soon the killing intent of the magic dragon locked on him, and his body was pulled away uncontrollably by a powerful force. But the next moment, his limbs were weak, he was suppressed with a bang, turned into a mass of magma, and escaped the fatal death absorption. "It's hard for creatures to escape my suction. Logia Devil Fruit is really easy to use." The magic dragon stared at these little guys who were performing their own skills with great interest. Every movement took away the lives of 1 or 2 marines and pirates. At that time, dozens of figures in the sky died in the blink of an eye, and most of them died. "Get out of the way." Brats. On the ground, Edward Newgate, with a bent body and an upturned crescent beard, let out a low growl, and the shocking and destructive force that shattered the earth was added to the weapon, and as he moved quickly, his still vigorous body stepped on the ground. Pirates forming ladders in midair. Every time he stepped into the air, there was a person as a foothold, and in this way, he rose tens of meters in an instant, and Edward Finegate finally came to the most suitable attacking point. Shaking knife jade fragmentation. The atmosphere was screaming, the knife that split the sky caused violent vibrations in the sky, and with the arrival of Whitebeard, the three admirals retreated in an orderly manner, revealing the huge target dragon. Dust filled the air due to the impact of the huge shock wave. I saw a person push away the stone and stand up slowly, with force. However, it is so difficult to even break through the opponent's defense now. What kind of monster is this terrifying giant dragon? Suddenly, facing the blow of destruction, Deathwing stared indifferently at its coming, and the next moment, a layer of dazzling blackness like armament Haki flooded his body. Then, those scales, like the strongest armor, suddenly lifted, and many rocks spread all over the body, and the skill of protecting the earth was also triggered by Han Yan. The terrifying power of the shock tore through the air again, and the power that destroyed countless mountain peaks bombarded Deathwing's armor in just a few seconds. The rock armor was shattered by Edward Newgate's move, and then the power continued to penetrate into the inside. Whitebeard knew exactly how terrifying this move was. Even if armament Haki covered his whole body, he might not be able to easily accept it. Use this trick yourself. What you think? Boom. A tall figure was instantly shot down from the sky by the jet black dragon tail, and was suddenly blasted into the stone pile. Earth and earth rock armor. There was a sharp wind, and a thick dragon tail pressed down from the sky, and the iron scale armor with terrible magic flames hit the arms covered by Lord Armament Haki on the chest. Whitebeard snapped, but Observation Haki felt the power of the surrounding aura strongly at the next moment, making his eyes widen suddenly. Whitebeard let out a peculiar laugh in a low voice, and saw that he raised his head. His forehead was covered with sweat, but the next moment, that terrible power burst out suddenly. A penetrating and powerful breath appeared at the place where the shock wave hit, and at the same time felt a chill sweeping through the whole body. Click. 0. Asking for flowers. 0. In a blink of an eye, Han Yan's rock armor was shattered, and an intact black dragon appeared in the air again. Due to the support of special power, even if the wings are not flapped, Han Yan can still stand in midair for several seconds. This time, you won't feel better. This jump, Whitebeard didn't play a surprise role. But it's not in vain. Although it's an old bone, if you really start fighting seriously, it's still as terrifying as when you were young. Hulala, oops. Whitebeard stared, suddenly recalling that Han Yan also had a magical lightning ability. Before he could react, the bone-piercing coldness immediately paralyzed his whole body. Chapter 60. Take your freedom and go to hell. Daddy. Looking at the tall figure crawling out of the ruins, Marco quickly dodges, quickly getting rid of the sight of the dragon. Immediately after, several captains gathered around to protect the Whitebeard who was dropped from the sky by the dragon's tail. Cough cough. Hula la la la. It's really amazing. Hi, Huang. Whitebeard pushed the hands that Marco and the others supported, then stared at the three giant dragon figures joking with Admiral in the sky, and said in a low voice, "Do I still need help from others now? Lousy is not too old to move what?" A sound of Haki sounded from the ground. Han Yan closed his eyes lightly, then opened them suddenly, staring at the majestic figure, showing a cruel smile. Destroy. The strong terrifying energy of 660 gradually upstream from the tip of the tail, and quickly came to the dragon's throat, followed by a mouthful of black and shining purple thunder and lightning horror breath poured out of the dragon's mouth. The flames across the sky illuminated the faces of countless people. Many people raised their heads, staring blankly at the terrifying energy group comparable to a nuclear bomb. Get out of the way. Daddy. Marco let out a low growl, and turned into a phantom beast. His wings fluttered, and he flew into the sky. That huge figure collided with the flames in the sky abruptly. But that destructive force pushed Marco down continuously at its terrifying speed, distorting the face of the blue phoenix at the moment of contact, and it deformed in less than a second. His face was completely destroyed in an instant. As he pushed Marco to a farther direction in the sky, there was a loud bang, and the flames suddenly shot up into the sky, covering everything around him like an explosion with the power of a black flame nuclear bomb mushroom cloud, and the accompanying the thunder and lightning scattered with smoke seemed to have lost its guidance, and spread wildly to the surroundings. All living beings were reduced to ashes under the terrifying explosion, and the blue sky was printed crimson by this terrifying force. Marco. A loud roar roared on the ground, and Vista's eyes were almost red. He glared at the dark dragon in the sky, and the whole person ran wildly, stepping on the high-rise building and rushing towards the sky. Go. He has always been known for his calm personality, but this time he went mad because of anger, and it can be seen that his relationship with Marco the Phoenix is unusual. However, the magic dragon will not sympathize with a human being, let alone an enemy. I'll send you to hell to meet him. Okay. Just as Vista lost his mind and rushed to the sky, wreckage suddenly flashed under the gaze of Akainu and others, and the terrifying dragon suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was actually in front of Vista. Whoosh! The huge dragon claws grabbed Vista's small body in an instant, crunching. The dragon claws gradually exerted force, and the strong force made Vista's face turn green, and gradually spit out a mouthful of scorching blood. When it reached the dragon's scale, it was evaporated by the magma. Immediately afterwards, the flame expanded, and the blazing high temperature burned Vista's body, and soon his figure was instantly engulfed in the flame. Neptune. How dare you? On the ground, holding a big knife, his indifferent face was full of anger. Whitebeard pointed the knife at the sky and roared. Vista, cough, stop it. In the ruins of the explosion, Marco, with a miserable face, supported his damaged body, staring at the figure in the sky with empty and embarrassed eyes. If it wasn't for Devil Fruit's special ability, Marco would have died early and couldn't die anymore. But Vista forgot this, and he was caught by the Sea Emperor in a crazy way, and now he is even more dangerous. Not completely dead, Han Yan tilted his head slightly, looking at Marco on the ground with a blank expression. His wings kept vibrating, then raised his dragon claws, and looked at Vestal's almost suffocated figure. Foil Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the best swordsmen in the world, and a steady two-sword swordsman. Even compared with Hawkeye, it is not on the same level. However, he was caught in the palm of the Sea Emperor. There is nothing more terrifying than this, not to mention the sharp claws that can easily tear everything apart. The dragon's scales covered by the armor alone are not something anyone can break free. That terrifying power can crushing boulders and even diamonds in an instant isn't much better. Although, I don't know what kind of monster you are. Seeing that Marco was not dead, Vista smiled, and then a head emerged from the gap between the dragon's claws. He stared at the indifferent eyes of the giant dragon, his pupils dilated slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter what you are. It doesn't matter how strong you are. I want a pirate who is free from Ishan to surrender. You can't do it of." Click. Hearing this, Longmu froze, and his strength continued to increase. Vista's bones shattered, and the next moment the dragon showed a bloodthirsty smile. Freedom. A playful voice came out of its mouth, and then, like crushing an ant, Han Yan gradually raised his dragon claw. But, let's stop here. The berserk breath swirled rapidly, and the energy was like scattered fireworks, starting to burn from the wings of the dragon. You can, with your freedom, to hell. Almost every word was eaten, and the demon dragon's undisguised terrifying killing intent scattered away. The giant claws closed suddenly, and as Vista 3.0 spat out a mouthful of blood, the entire eyes gradually turned white, hollow and lost their soul. Loosen the dragon's claws. That small figure, like a solitary leaf from the sky, gradually drifted away. Vista. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates stared wide-eyed and shouted that name empty-handedly. They stared blankly at the corpses falling from the sky. Vista's tragic body hit the rocks at the mouth of the bay, smashing that part of the port to pieces. Gravel flying debris. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment, at the fiasco of the famous New World pirate and the terrifying dragon in the sky. Just like what it said, crushing a strong person is as easy as crushing an ant. Chapter 61. Sea Emperor. Fight to the death with me. Marshal. After Akainu and others fell, they came to Sengoku's position and fell into silence at the same time. The captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard Pirates was already a member of the Whitebeard Pirates more than 20 years ago. Now that he is dead, Whitebeard will not let it go. Sengoku waved his hands, his face changed unpredictably, then he shook his head and sighed, staring at Whitebeard who was half kneeling on the ground and holding a big knife, dumbfounded. My beloved son. Whitebeard, the broad-minded old man who took in people who were despised by the world as his son, at this moment, was finally really angry. Vista, Ace, who was still imprisoned in chains on the high platform, roared with a sad expression on his face. He felt sorry for Captain Vista, and even more for Papa Whitebeard. Looking at the silent Whitebeard with no expression on his face, Ace can hardly imagine what kind of pain his father is going through at this moment. What an ignorant child. Whitebeard suddenly grinned at this time. His laughter looked strange to others, but in Han Yan's eyes, it was very ordinary. Neptune. Suddenly, Whitebeard raised his sword and thrust it into the ground. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Fight me to the death." The next moment, the wind surged, and the dust seemed to be swept by an invisible force, and an extremely terrifying haki suddenly enveloped the battlefield. In the next moment, ordinary people passed out on the ground one after another, and those who can still support on the battlefield are all strong without exception. Conquerors. Haki. Shichibukai Gecko Moria looked at the stalwart figure over there with a face of fear, and then looked at the shadow in the sky in the distance, and immediately took a few steps back in fright. To say that he who once arrogantly wanted to fight the attention of both of them, now he was so frightened that he lost his courage, and he didn't even dare to participate in the previous duel. The rest of the Shichibukai and Tyrant Bear still stood aside quietly watching what happened. Switching to the sky side, I saw that the body of the magic dragon gradually changed, and a touch of Haki's color gradually rotated, turning into the outermost layer of crimson flames. Next, let me show you the real awakened dragon might. In the twinkling of an eye, the wings flickering with terrifying flames gradually retracted, and from the sky, the magic dragon swooped in. The huge body of nearly a kilometer covered half of the square in an instant, and with a loud roar, the figure of the magic dragon like a ruined meteorite, falling from the sky. Defend carefully, it's coming down. The sound of warning came spontaneously. Countless strong men looked at the shadow in the sky, and the one that fell on the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the earth began to shake, and huge floors were instantly wiped out. The tsunami began to roar, and cracks appeared in all directions on the surrounding ground, spreading to the edge of the island in an instant, and the earth began to fission. Whitebeard was horrified. He still underestimated Han Yan's strength. That kind of power is comparable to a giant mountain, and its hardness is even far beyond that of diamonds. What's more, it can still armament Haki, and the level of seeing it is not low. It is even vaguely higher than myself. The frenzied flames ravaged everything around them again with terrifying dark thunder. Shock waves swept across the island, and the surrounding sea seemed to be roaring, and Marineford suddenly shook. The sky is screaming, the earth is roaring, and natural disasters are pouring down in an instant. Come on, let me see. Do you still have the nutritional value to be devoured? Whitebeard, the remnant of the previous era, suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the terrifying body in disbelief. Let all things surrender. Conqueror's Haki awakened. It dragged its powerful and terrifying body, and gradually came to Whitebeard's body tens of meters away, and stopped in this best position for fighting. That's right, the demon dragon stretched out its sharp claws and crawled on the ground. Every step brought endless cracks. Even with the power of the strongest Paramesha shock fruit, they still lost in the first round. A huge dragon claw carried a fierce momentum, and the strong wind blew the soil behind it, immediately setting off scars. And the next moment, the ferocious and sharp snow-white claws were suddenly covered by pitch black, and the dragon claw with armament Haki was suddenly photographed from above. Shattering airquake. What? Exclamation mark quote. Whitebeard condensed all the strength of his body, and instantly revealed his black fist covered in armed colors. After that, terrifying shock waves appeared on his fist. He didn't dare to push himself too hard in the face of the Sea Emperor. At this time, he was tearing apart with terrifying shock waves. The air burst out instantly. Buzzing, a circle of invisible energy enveloped the entire island. As if the sky was collapsing, following the earth-shattering roar of the dragon, everything lasted only for a moment, and the square shook in an instant, and the bodies of Marine and the pirates were firmly pressed to the ground. The horrifying invisible breath seemed to be a giant hand pinching their fragile heart, and the feeling of suffocation quickly spread to their bodies. The sea began to roar, and huge stones rolled down from high places, flying mercilessly towards the battlefield. Everything lasted only for a moment, and the battlefield was razed to the ground, and the dust from the dead bodies was flying in the sky. This was another long and terrifying bang. Even at the edge of the island, one could feel the fierce battle here. 593 armed color dragon claw wreaked havoc with its fist containing a shock wave, and Whitebeard's heavy fist also resisted the attack of that terrifying and sharp claw. Almost at the moment of contact, the ground under Whitebeard's feet suddenly split open, and his whole body, half of his body, was smashed into the ground. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying breath shattered towards the surroundings like an explosion, making a roaring sound, and such a fragile thing like a rock was blown to pieces all at once. At this time, Whitebeard quickly activated his ability, ready to defeat the Dragon Claw. Chapter 62 Whitebeard is defeated. On the battlefield, all the trees were shaken to pieces, and all the falling branches were swallowed by the terrifying force. The stones were crushed badly, and the strong have already supported it with horror on their faces. From the shock wave of this confrontation, all the previous tricks can't be put on the table. Devil Fruit, it's really something that makes people hungry. Looking at Whitebeard, who can catch his own claw, Han Yan praised with emotion, and at the same time, he also became interested in Shock Fruit. The oscillating power that makes the dragon's claws tremble, at this time, gives Han Yan a feeling of resisting earthquakes, tearing apart tsunamis, and competing with nature. Although his own strength has the upper hand, Whitebeard is a human being. And I am a giant dragon, or a black dragon with outstanding physical body. However, being able to resist does not mean that Whitebeard has the power to be one-on-one with Han Yan. If Whitebeard at this time is an enraged lion, then Han Yan is a Tyrannosaurus Rex several times bigger than a lion. The difference between the two is not just race. Drink. Whitebeard continued to exert strength, but under the gaze of the indifferent eyes of the magic dragon, his body continued to sink, and half of his body was buried in the ground in an instant. Come again. The magic dragon closed its momentum, jumped up suddenly, and spread its dragon wings. The huge figure of hundreds of meters covered the sky like a dark cloud. HMPH, shattering air shock. Whitebeard also jumped out of the soil, and landed on the ground steadily. Then he condensed a shock wave in his hand at an extremely fast speed, and swung towards the sky. Is it still the same move? The dragon grinned, as if mocking. Swooping down from the sky, the terrifying force tore apart the sky immediately, and the sharp giant claws crashed down. Breaking through the shock wave like a water polo, the two terrifying forces collided together, just like a tsunami meeting a volcanic eruption. The force enough to destroy several islands exploded. It has to be said that the island of Marineford is extremely strong, and there is no sign of collapse despite such raging. It is also thanks to Han Yan and Whitebeard, who seem to have intentionally or unintentionally pulled the energy out of the island while fighting against each other. Rumbling. The two energies were in contact, and only for a few seconds, Whitebeard's shockwave energy shield was torn apart by the black dragon's claws, and the unabated speed was tearing toward Whitebeard unstoppably. Trouble. Whitebeard knew very well how powerful the dragon's giant claws were. If he was hit, he would definitely die, but with the incomparable speed at this time, even if it was his own armament Haki, Whitebeard didn't have a shred of confidence to continue. Even if it succeeds, armament Haki will be torn apart like a piece of thin paper, and the sharp claws far exceed the hardest metal in the world, and they contain countless destructive powers. The power destroys him, and the terrible lightning and dark flames swallow his life in a flash. Daddy. Just as Whitebeard was sweating, he tried to resist the move. But the other crew members yelled worriedly, and even wanted to rush forward to block Han Yan. Little devil, you, but, Marshall, and soon, that discomfort turned into comfort. The previous fatigue was also swept away, and the physical strength was quickly replenished. Ended. Whitebeard saw Kizaru's figure, and when he was about to ask a question, he found that the guy kicked him suddenly. And he also subconsciously blocked that kick, but the power of the light speed kick also made Whitebeard move back a few steps, and seeing Kizaru's pale face, Whitebeard also jumped backwards intentionally, which was hard to catch with the naked eye speed to dodge. P.S. Although the protagonist is much stronger than the 4 emperors, it is impossible to kill the 4 emperors in a flash. Next is the form of the Thunder Emperor Dragon, and another 4 emperors will gradually appear, farming. At the same time, that terrifying blow crashed down from the sky. The terrifying force was like a meteorite impact, and the ground was instantly shattered by this powerful shock wave. Even the surrounding sea water became violent and violent. The earth shattered, and the sea surface with a radius of several kilometers suddenly exploded, and the seawater was more than 30 meters high. The rumbling series of explosions made the sea surface tumbling non-stop, and the waves alone were more than 30 meters high. This terrifying power easily shakes the entire island, even penetrates the island, smashing a big hole. Such a scene is most like the end of the world. Through the invisible predator, Whitebeard's breath of life has also lost more than half, and it seems that he is also at the end of his bow and crossbow, and it is almost at the end. Han Yan's eyes were full of murderous intentions. That's when the predators really show their murderous intentions to their prey. And the speed of the dragon diving in the air suddenly accelerated, and the flames scattered violently, covering the surroundings together. Countless people who were persecuted did not dare to step forward. Kizaru looked helpless. He looked at Shinji quietly, and then his whole body turned into a flash of light and came to Whitebeard's side. Shinji looked at the terrifying power, and said with sweat profusely, "At this time, even if you let us go, you will die. What's more, such a long distance, only Kizaru Admiral can do it." Arrival. However, it was precisely because of too much power that a small part of the island was directly torn a big hole by Han Yan. And his body also directly passed through the edge of Marineford, and got into the sea directly. Unlucky. Damn, Manaho, monkeys. The conflict between the hot flame and the seawater caused violent boiling, and countless water vapor and bubbles rose up from the sea surface. Oh, lost, not good. Seeing this, Sengoku's face changed, and he shouted, "Stop it. If Whitebeard is dead, we have no chance to kill that dragon." Diving into the deep sea, Han Yan shook his dizzy head. Deathwing couldn't stay in the sea water. That feeling was very uncomfortable. The conflict of energy was not only outside the body, even inside the body was a bit uncomfortable. And with the crisp sound of bones changing, a Haki Lingran Oriental Dragon, the shape of the Sea Emperor Dragon was transformed by him. Chapter 63 Thunder Emperor Dragon appears. On the shore, the aftermath of the impact is still sweeping. Whitebeard had to cover his chest with his hands, and the violent wind slapped on his body like being hit by a dragon's tail. Unable to control his figure, Whitebeard flew upside down like a cannonball. "Daddy." The next moment, Marco and other captains surrounded him one after another, and the pirates who had fainted gradually woke up under the violent impact. After seeing the figure of Whitebeard, he immediately struggled to get up, trying to step forward to protect him. "Marshal, this is Whitebeard's time of weakness." Seeing this scene, Akainu went forward and asked Sengoku if he wanted to kill all these people. "No, the situation has changed now, we can't do that for the time being. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive." Sengoku waved his hand and stopped Akainu and others who were about to start a war. Sitting and watching the two forces fighting at this time, only the High O5 army will not be chaotic, and when the time comes, the Snipe and the Clam will fight for the fisherman's benefit. This is his idea. But in fact, as long as Han Yan is willing to give up something, then the Overlord Sea Kings can also destroy Marineford. However, relatively speaking, there may be more people who escaped. But approaching a little bit is like boiling a frog in warm water. It will not escape the cage that has been set up until it dies. But the Marshal, then, the video phone bug of the live broadcast seems to have not been turned off. An officer suddenly remembered this question, and then said cautiously, "What?" Sengoku was taken aback. Because of Han Yan's arrival, he also forgot about this. It was a live broadcast. He didn't expect such a big change. The power that erupted a moment ago. "Pass me the order." Sengoku thought for a moment. Maybe the next thing to do was not satisfactory, and it was impossible to fully display Marine's justice. Therefore, he decided to close the phone bug, go and shut down all the phone bugs in the port. Immediately prohibit the spread of influence. Akainu Admiral. Sengoku squinted his eyes and signaled Akainu to go up, and then said in a low voice, "You find a chance, take the blood of the One Piece. No matter what, the blood of evil cannot be left behind." After that, he looked at his silent old friend Garp. There is no way, in order to protect his old friend, he can only do this, prohibiting him from participating in the battle, even if the invasion of the Sea Emperor does not allow Garp to go up. But this is also in line with his intentions. If you are still alive after this battle, then you should retire. I am too tired to hand over the era to young people. Interesting. Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of Whitebeard and Marine, the edge of the island began to shatter, and the sea surface with a radius of several kilometers began to boil. Strands of dark purple lightning visible to the naked eye scattered like swimming snakes. It looked extremely terrifying, just like a sea of thunder from hell. Immediately afterwards, a slender and Haki giant dragon claw suddenly protruded from the sea and grabbed the edge of the island. Rumbling. The island began to tremble. the sea water tumbling crazily, a black shadow rose rapidly from the sea, and the turbulent waves rolled up waves hundreds of meters high. This noble Lei Wanglong, which had changed its appearance, suddenly appeared on the shore side, and then looked down at tens of thousands of tiny creatures. Transformed. That's Sea Emperor. Demon Dragon. Why did it become like the Sea Emperor Dragon? But it doesn't seem easy to deal with at all. There are 100,000 marine elites, and there are less than 30,000 left at this time. As for the pirates, only a few thousand survived. They were shocked by the power of the dragon's swooping move, but when they saw this huge body, they felt even more desperately frightened. Noble, wise, and Haki, like a dragon king, compared to the destructive dragon at the previous moment, the Lei Wanglong at this time is more like a real sea emperor. You guys, how do you want to die? Suddenly, the Thunder Emperor dragon roared, and the terrifying suction force was born in the dragon's mouth like a spiral storm. Marine and the pirates, unable to control their figures, flew upside down like cannonballs. Not good. The suction is terrible. Hurry up, Sengoku said loudly. His whole body turned into a giant golden Buddha, and then rushed forward quickly, and rushed to the marines in the blink of an eye. Then he struck out with a palm, and a terrifying shock wave was born spontaneously. Old fox, Whitebeard snorted, then pushed away the pirates who were supporting him behind him, took a step forward, held the long knife that the crew gave him respectfully, and suddenly, a terrifying saber energy was swung out. The violent shock wave and slash were the attack methods of Sengoku and Whitebeard. Seeing this, Han Yan had to give up devouring some marines and pirates. Thunder armor, 277 inches. The roar of the dragon shocked all directions, and the sound of thunder and lightning spread all over the body in an instant, and soon the purple-black grid was like a terrible surface armor, and the scales below flashed a dark light, and armament Haki covered it. You want to use this simple physical attack against me? How naive. Han Yan gradually climbed up to the shore, staring at the terrifying force with disdain. Boom, boom, boom. Shock waves and slashes collided with the thunder and lightning armor, and the dazzling light was like death rays. This kind of lightning, which is as high as hundreds of millions of volts, is not accessible to ordinary people. At this time, the thunder and lightning that erupted scattered away like a bursting balloon, and the elemental attack like Kizaru Akainu is simply not in the same dimension. Oh, those soldiers who were slightly exposed to the dark lightning were instantly paralyzed by the lightning and destroyed all vitality without even having time to scream. It was almost completely disintegrated by the special power of the thunder and lightning in the Setsuna room. If someone can see the energy and soul, they may find that the dead souls are floating towards the noble dragon horn of the single dragon. Chapter 64 1-on-1 against the four Emperor's pirates. Soon, one after another bright groups were devoured. While increasing the power of the Thunder Emperor dragon, it also completely frightened the other people into stupidity. The Eden soul made up for Han Yan's lost physical strength quickly. If this continues, this group of people will have played themselves to death without using its strength. What a strong defense. It's completely immune to physical attacks. Sengoku and the others were completely dumbfounded watching the power of Thunder Emperor Dragon's lightning armor from a distance, and Whitebeard had fought against him several times before. Every time it ends in Whitebeard's disastrous defeat, and the guy who can push Whitebeard to such a desperate situation, it turns out that such an opponent needs at least 3 people with strength beyond Admiral to suppress him. But now it seems that only myself, Whitebeard, and Garp are stronger than Admiral. Moreover, Whitebeard's strength is much stronger than his own, at least he needs to join hands with Garp to be able to equalize with him. For a moment, the cunning Sengoku thought quickly. And the gold-like power was also accumulating in the palm of his hand, and he made a movement of cohesive strength. Soon, he raised his head to look at Whitebeard and the embarrassed Marco and other captains. Hey, Whitebeard. At this time, without the influence of the phone bug, Sengoku also breathed a sigh of relief. At least the cooperation with the pirates may not be exposed. It wasn't exactly cooperation before, but now he said in a low voice, that guy is really a terrifying monster. You can. Ahahaha. When did pirates and marine become so friendly? Before Whitebeard could respond, Han Yan in the distance laughed wantonly. He squinted his eyes and looked at this side. It's just a marine that was eaten away by the wind and candle. Don't you think that if you unite with the 4 emperors, you will have the same power as me? The power of war. Hula lala. Whitebeard landed on the ground smoothly, wiped the blood that was forced out of the corner of his mouth, and a thick laughter came. I have long wanted to know that I can fight with a guy like the Sea King. Who is stronger? Compared to you, old fox, even if he dies in the hands of Han Yan, Laozi will not cooperate with you. Exclamation mark quote. Sengoku's beard was almost crooked, and he watched the Whitebeard pirate group gradually form with a cold face. Standing behind Whitebeard as if looking at death as if they were at home, and Oda was still in the sea with the Thunder Phoenix dragon. That's so bold, Whitebeard. Han Yan smiled calmly without being surprised, then stretched out his sharp claws and gestured in the air. The you 10 years ago and the you now. It really hasn't changed at all. Sure enough, it's still the unyielding man I know. I will prepare a luxurious funeral for you. Lei Wanglong has a special physique, completely controlled by the electromagnetic field. Within 100 meters of its body, observation Haki will temporarily fail, or be completely confused or shielded by electric waves. Therefore, the pirates often do not know the location of the Thunder Emperor dragon, and as its tail swings, every time it hits, many pirates will vomit blood and retreat. Accompanying him are the unyielding pirates of the entire Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, thousands of pirates surged forward frantically, with only one target, the Sea King on the coast. Diamond defense. Take on the entire 4 Emperor's pirates alone. It's a fun challenge. Bang bang bang. Before those pirates who were extremely strong in hand-to-hand combat got close, the terrifying dragon tail swept over with extremely hard scales, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, completely crushed. It was touched in a short time. Pirate captains vomited blood and flew backwards, smashing countless buildings and the bodies of the pirates before stopping. Gunshots rang out, and endless flames emanated from ordinary Nomo's pirate guns. Facing this huge Thunder Emperor dragon, those so-called bullets felt destroyed the moment they touched Han Yan's body. Armed color full body coverage. Although Conqueror's Longway can suppress Whitebeard from spreading around, it is not necessary at this time. One is that it consumes mental and physical strength, and the other is that it needs to be distracted. Lei Wonglong is somewhat different from Deathwing. Lei Wonglong is almost isolated from physical attacks, and it is difficult for ordinary physical attacks to hurt Han Yan. But Deathwing is different. Deathwing's elemental magic resistance and physical resistance are both high, but compared to the thunder armor of the Thunder Emperor Dragon, some special physical attacks, such as ignoring the shock of the earth and violent physical attacks, can still threaten Han Yan's nephew. Armed color hardening. Go to hell, dragon. At this time, the pirates are crazy, and Haki is swaying their fruit abilities without money. For them, even tearing up a piece of the dragon's scales is better than dying meaninglessly. As long as they have a chance to avenge their brothers, they will not regret even facing such a terrifying monster. The giant claw that tore everything collided with Whitebeard's shock knife, and 2 extremely destructive shock waves instantly shattered the air. The earth trembled again, and the air trembled violently, and the dark clouds in the sky also changed. The huge fluctuation caused hundreds of meters around to be covered by dust, and the power enough to destroy the mountain surged towards the position of the Whitebeard pirates. For these pirates who were once abandoned by the world, to be able to fight with Whitebeard who adopted them, and to contribute a part of their strength to the old man, is really a death sentence. Eat me with an iron fist. Thunder Emperor Dragon roared. The long dragon twisted its slender body, and made a few amazing rolls on the bank. That terrifying surprise attack rushed into the battlefield. The ability of range does not mean that the power must be great. But for weak people, it is still very easy to use. Drink, Neptune, go down and pay homage to my son. With a roar, Whitebeard quickly ran forward, the sword rubbed a dazzling spark on the ground, and swung it with the power of the extremely destructive shock fruit. Chapter 65. The Giant Claw That Tears the Sky. Boom, there was a loud bang, and a thick and huge thunderbolt fell from the sky, followed by the ghostly purple thunderbolt spewing out with the breath of the giant dragon, just like a laser cannon in the future. The aurora, which stretched for several kilometers in an instant, pierced Whitebeard's shock wave, exploding with dazzling thunder, not only taking away all life in a straight line, even the buildings and islands were completely destroyed and scorched black. The wreckage remained on the ground, still narrating the breath of the terrifying Thunder Emperor Dragon charged up a moment ago. Phew, that guy, every time he changes, it's scary. Qingji let out a breath of cold air, and seemed to have discovered a weakness in Han Yan that wasn't a weakness. This kind of destructive power, even the battle between Luogia and Whitebeard, can't do it. The older generation of marine powerhouses such as Sengoku and Garp watched this terrible scene, and the only thing they could do now was to expect Whitebeard to do some damage to Han Yan. The pacifists also lost their effect at this time, and moved closer to the last position of the naval headquarters, the execution platform. 383 Ace, who had been devastated all the time, was still on it, but the execution was gradually preparing to resume. Sengoku looked at the silent Garp, seeing this old friend who had lost his honest and cheerful personality and also fell into silence. Finally, give you grandpa and grandson a little more time. Garp, you have to make a decision. Patting the shoulder of the white-haired old man vigorously, Sengoku said with a sigh. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the Thunder Emperor Dragon sweeping everything in the battlefield. Its incomparable destructive power, even Whitebeard and others wrestling around it, could not hurt the slightest bit. But suddenly, he looked at Qingji and Akainu, then pondered. Qingji, Akainu, what do you think? After all, you have fought him at close quarters. Marshal, Qingji thought for a moment, and then said, this form of Sea Emperor, maybe you can try some of Logia's extreme power. But if he transforms again, Akainu Admiral and I will be right for him, not the slightest threat, but Vice Admiral Garp might be able to hold it off. You can try it, but there must be someone as bait. Akainu was silent for a moment, and then looked at Kizaru, who escaped from the shock wave of Deathwing's dive and looked miserable. Hey, Kizaru looked at the two of them speechlessly, but Akainu and Qingji said at the same time, the one who is more suitable as bait than us is you who is the fastest. Kizaru Admiral, that guy, it's scary. Kizaru felt helpless on his face, and then said, if you are not careful, I will die. If you miss, then I will be finished, and its speed is also very fast. Quote, that's why I let you be the bait. We still need a battle after all. Besides, Whitebeard is already exhausted. If he didn't have the arduous resistance of the cadres and crew, it would only take a few rounds to die in the hands of the Sea King. My god. Sengoku looked at this point on the battlefield, watched Lei Wonglong take away the lives of batches of pirates every time he attacked, and watched the pirate army that was gradually collapsing, showing an expression of emotion. What a power! Only then did the pirates realize what kind of monster the Thunder Emperor Dragon in front of them was. Just in the next moment, a paralyzing force extended from the ground in all directions. Not only all substances containing AFBH conductive properties, but even the ions in the air are breathed in as if they are controlled. The feeling of being in control is more obvious. But monsters are monsters after all, Kizaru added with a helpless sigh. The thunder light gradually drifted down, and the entire battlefield was filled with a paralyzing atmosphere, and the electrodes of the ions made the air emit a little thunder. But facing this gushing breath again, Whitebeard held a big knife. Experienced 100 years of experience, the fighters in the battle intuitively told him that there was a slight abnormality. With a click, a deep crack appeared in the space. As the dragon claws were swung towards the sky in a straight line, a 1,000-meter-long huge slash was torn apart by the Thunder Emperor dragon at a speed that could not be predicted by the naked eye, followed by the slash across Whitebeard at an astonishing speed. Jump down the mountain behind you. Such a terrifying slash, I'm afraid that if that monster completely destroys the history of Marine. Akainu stared at the collapsed mountain. Slash. Staring at Whitebeard's erected sword, Lei Wonglong's deep cold eyes seemed to be smiling. After absorbing the black sword, the sharp claws became more than just sharp. And the Thunder Emperor dragon can even unleash an extremely terrifying tearing skill. Even the remaining Shichibukai were shocked, and the tyrant bear even doubted whether he could bounce back such an attack. This has far exceeded his expectations. Compared with Hawkeye's previous slash, Lei Wonglong's tearing up the mountain is simply easier than cutting tofu with a sharp knife. It's too exaggerated, but the body shape is right. Compared with us, the Sea Emperor is too dominant. Qingji also nodded vigorously. With the sound of heaven and earth cracking, the two towering peaks in the center of Marineford were torn into pieces by the huge slash. To be completely destroyed. P.S. Although the tyrant bear voluntarily was completely transformed by Dr. Vegapunk before the big event, and lost his self-awareness. But he has not completely disappeared at this time, and he will be considered 2 years later. The next 2 chapters, a new character is about to appear. And watching the mountain collapse, crushing the lives of many Marines. But it seems that the death of these people, in the eyes of Lei Wonglong, is like the death of an insignificant ant. The absolute invincible overlord in the sea, and although the conductivity of the air is not as fast as that of seawater, the dense plasma spreads outward from time to time, causing the biological institutions to be gradually invaded. When they reacted, their strength and reaction speed had been destroyed to some extent. Ants, die. Chapter 66 The Thunder Emperor Dragon that changed again. The wind, sand and rocks, the roar of the pirates resounded on the wide battlefield, accompanied by the roaring dragon chant. The world seemed to be paled by it. Under Sengoku's order, the marine troops had already retreated to the edge and near the execution platform. What is left for Whitebeard and Neptune at this time is an extremely wide battlefield. A giant dragon singled out the entire 4 Emperors pirate fleet, which is simply the largest in the world. Such a terrifying super monster, even marine and sea, even the well-informed Whitebeard was horrified. That endless power is like a vast ocean, that indefatigable body, and the incomparable defense are not something ordinary strong people can do nothing about. Use armament Haki. The big knife met the violent giant tail, and the terrifying force pushed Whitebeard to slide on the ground for 100 meters. At this moment, Whitebeard suddenly jumped up, shouted, stretched out armament Haki's covered fist, and slammed towards Lei Wonglong's giant tail. Sting. When the armed color touched the lightning, countless electric sparks splashed away. Sure enough, as Whitebeard expected, the lightning armor is ineffective against armament Haki. Of course, the armed color must be strong, and this can only prevent the parts that touch the lightning from being hurt, but I want it is absolutely impossible to hurt Han Yan without a certain level of strength. But the power of Whitebeard's fist is far more than that. When he punched down, the dragon's tail trembled, as if being stabbed by a blunt instrument the size of a needle. Although it didn't hurt, it still felt very uncomfortable. Armed color. Han Yan swung the dragon's tail and stared at Whitebeard's movement contemptuously. Armament Haki can indeed defend against the lightning attack, but don't ignore the terrifying power of the dragon. Want to attack me? You can try. Unexpectedly, Han Yan's expression remained unchanged. That flexible tail was stronger than a steel whip, and it swept out in an instant, causing countless pirates to be swept out uncontrollably. That kind of tyrannical force, like a heavy mountain crashing, shattered their bones in an instant, and even many people were instantly killed at the moment of contact. The dragon tail carried a sonic boom, and the powerful force beyond the speed of sound directly left traces of glass shattering in the space, as if Whitebeard cast shock fruit. Perhaps others think that Han Yan's strongest ability is elemental ability, but in fact, Han Yan's strongest ability is physical attack. As a predator, even if he is stronger than now, Han Yan has retained the most threatening part of his ability. It's a pity that the Thunder Emperor dragon is really not suitable for running rampant on land, and Deathwing is much stronger than this form. However, it consumes a lot of stamina every time the form is changed, and at the same time, some weaknesses may be exposed. So, albeit a bit slower, Han Yan still had time to slowly slaughter these fearless pirates. However, I don't know when, the impact phone bug was quietly awakened by a special force, and through the phone bug, the scene of Marineford's battlefield spread throughout the world. But unless there are other people with a heart, no one can know what is going on in this horrifying scene of doomsday catastrophe, and what kind of monster is the biggest dragon shadow on the battlefield. But the world only knows that the magic dragon has a name, Sea Emperor, Han Yan. There is a special rhythm of life breath gradually approaching. The ferocious Lombok confronted Whitebeard, who was half kneeling on the ground and breathing heavily. Han Yan glanced at the other surviving officers of the Whitebeard pirates, and suddenly a dark breath broke into his senses. A dark breath, a very strong, very greedy desire. Suddenly, Lei Wonglong raised his upper body, and immediately looked around with his upper body as if piercing into the clouds. A huge pirate ship, and Blackbeard and others are quietly approaching Marineford. Seeing this, Han Yan squinted his eyes and seemed to be sneering, but he pretended not to notice. Telepathically controlling 20 Overlord-level Sea Creatures Kings quietly followed the ship. If there is a change in Blackbeard and the others, the Sea King's overlords will appear in an instant without waiting for their own actions. But, it seems that this is not over yet. Another terrifying mysterious aura is approaching. And the speed is very fast, and the terrifying vitality contained in it is much higher than that of Whitebeard. 0. Ask for flowers. Is it over yet? Han Yan frowned non-existently. In the current situation, it seemed that he had to go all out, but he was also curious about what the mysterious creature that was approaching suddenly could reach the 4 emperors. Level, human. Under the perception of invisible predators, on a small boat, a man carrying a flagon and looking as arrogant as a beast stepped on the bow of the boat. Crazy and excited movements flashed in his eyes. The man's appearance was very strange, and Han Yan was also guessing the identity of this human being. Beasts. Kaido. 0. Han Yan has never seen the other 4 emperors except for the red hair. After sensing Kaido's breath of life at this time, he suddenly came to his senses. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound of bones came to the ears of the surrounding people. Everyone looked for their reputation, and they all looked in astonishment at the terrifying Thunder Emperor dragon in front of them, standing on the front of the bay. The dragon wagged its tail slightly, and from its streamlined side body, gleaming lines of ghostly lightning spread rapidly as if they had been activated. Soon, the terrifying Thunder Emperor dragon was covered with thunder and lightning, like a waking thunder dragon, followed closely behind. A towering, strange-shaped dragon fin suddenly came from the dragon's back, rising. Which play is it? The expressions of Marshal Marine and Whitebeards changed as they watched this sudden scene. With the further transformation of Han Yan, the dark clouds in the sky gradually became thicker, and the thick thunder and lightning roared frighteningly from the sky. Looking at it, it looked like a super dragon composed of thunder and lightning swimming back and forth in the clouds in the sky. At this time, this is Marineford. I finally found you, Sea Emperor. Another monster figure, who shocked everyone, came to Marineford. FK. Chapter 67 Kaido of the Beasts. What the hell is going on here? Who is that guy? The sudden cessation of evolution of the Sea Emperor dragon attracted everyone's attention, and everyone stared blankly at everything in front of them, but soon a roar full of madness caught their attention. A tall figure leapt up suddenly, and at the same time as it flew up, the pirate ship under his feet collapsed and disintegrated under the terrifying force. In just a moment, a monster more than 10 meters high landed in the center of the battlefield where the Neptune and Whitebeard were confronting each other. Booming. Immediately, the ground began to crack like a spider web, and at this moment, the monster that was exhaling heat finally raised its head. This monster. Sengoku's complexion changed, and suddenly became ugly. This guy. 690. Marco and the others reacted suddenly. At this time, no matter whether it was marine or pirate, they all looked at the sudden figure. Seeing that familiar and terrifying shadow, everyone's mood tightened again. After all, that place is now the focus of everyone's attention. If there is a problem, the situation on the battlefield will definitely be reversed. Kaido. Whitebeard gradually stood up from a half-kneeling posture. Haki glanced at the monster ahead from the corner of his eyes, then moved his lips, and said the name that shocked everyone. 4 emperors again, and it's a monster from the New World, Kaido of the Beasts. He actually came. However, will he be the opponent of the Sea Emperor? Is he an enemy or a friend to us? The hearts of the pirates and marines tightened, especially Sengoku, who was a little out of control at this time. After all, the 4 emperors didn't have a specific bounty, and at the point of the 4 emperors, no one would offend the largest group of New World forces for the bounty. And the 4 emperors did not stand alone, they all acted as a group. But, there was only one exception. That is Kaido of the Beasts. This guy usually doesn't run around with his men. Kaido is tall and burly, with black hair draping shoulders, a pair of horns, a long beard, and a scale tattoo on his left arm. The upper body is naked, the lower body is wearing loose trousers, and a shimenawa is tied around the waist. This guy is a fighting madman. Although he has many subordinates and huge forces, he is a lone ranger. He likes to fight against many people with one enemy, and he doesn't bring his subordinates every time. He often challenges naval headquarters and other 4 emperors' regiments by himself. But this time, is he here to make trouble? Or maybe, to launch a war, and Huang is paying the same attention. Kaido, what are you doing here? Whitebeard gave a loud shout, and then asked coldly. Huh. Kaido twisted his thick neck, stared at the embarrassed Whitebeard, and suddenly laughed violently. Wahahaha. Whitebeard, you want to destroy this boring world too, is it? But, with your appearance, how can you still be 4 emperors? Breathing smoke like breath from thick nostrils, Kaido expresses inner anger and seems to be puzzled by the image of Whitebeard. Brat. Suddenly, a terrifying thick voice resounded from the sky. Han Yan, who looked down and stared at the ant-like Kaido, showed his sharp dragon teeth, and then said in a low voice, "You are so brave to seek death so early, what a shame. Work hard." Kaido turned around, looked at the tall shadow, showed excited eyes, and shouted, I want to destroy this boring place, but I want to beat you too. Neptune. Beat me. Han Yan sneered. Lei Wonglong's giant claws crashed down. The sound of howling wind ran wildly in my ears. Suddenly, like an earthquake, an afterimage flashed, and the power of heaven and earth shattered from where Kaido was standing. A terrifying giant claw suddenly fell, instantly killing Kaido instantly. But soon, in the tight fit between the giant claw and the ground, the slightly trembling ground, and the roar of wild beasts, even Whitebeard and others who were originally stunned stared at the position of the open space in disbelief. Exclamation mark quote. The breath of life was still about to move. Han Yan was taken aback for a moment and then reacted. There was a scorching look in his eyes, as if he was a homeless man who saw delicious pastries. As the dragon claws under its exquisite pitch-black dragon scales slowly lifted up, a human-shaped hole appeared impressively under the collapsed and shattered ground. Immediately afterwards, Kaido, who was cursing in his mouth, spat out a mouthful of rock fragments and then gradually became afraid from the hole. There was a twist on his face, which seemed to be unusually angry. Hey, Han Yan leaned forward slightly, then looked at Kaido in surprise, and asked, little guy, are you immortal? If you want to know, then try it yourself. Wow ka 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 ka. The arrogant laughter resounded in the square. Pushing away the broken rocks, Kaido crawled out from the hole. After the words fell, the terrifying speed erupted immediately, and then the whole person disappeared suddenly. The next moment, to the west of Lei Wonglong, a violent thunder fell from the sky, and a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky, instantly shooting down the monster that was trying to attack on the ground. Really interesting physique. Han Yan showed a deep smile, looking at the paralyzed Kaido who quickly broke free from the shackles of thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a series of speculations appeared in my mind. Destroying wild thunder, thunder and lightning as high as 1 billion volts. In normal 3.4, a human will definitely be instantly killed, and even numerous metals will be destroyed by the burst of power at that moment. But this guy seemed to have nothing but a brief blackout. The only one who can achieve this terrifying recovery physique is Han Yan himself. Meat eaters can do this perfectly, but now it seems that Kaido's recovery physique is astonishingly terrifying. I just don't know if this guy is demon fruit power. If so, then it must be zone fruit power awakening. Its characteristics are abnormal tenacity and recovery rate. Devil Fruit Power Awakening can recover unconsciously in a short time and, as Kaido is known as unkillable, it's no surprise. Chapter 68 The Glory of Death. Thunder Dragon's Roar. Kaido is not invincible, but unkillable. A strong man like Red Hair can at most make Kaido lose consciousness for a short time, but Zone's ability to awaken the king and his strong recovery can make him recover quickly. After all, the Zone Fruit is awakened, but if Kaido has the ability to breathe underwater, then even if he jumps into the sea, he cannot drown him. Like a murloc eating Devil Fruit. Whether or not Kaido is a demon fruit power, though, that terrifying resilience is a mystery. Additionally, Kaido is the strongest creature in the pirate world, not necessarily the strongest human being. There are more than N races in One Piece, such as giants, fur tribes, murlocs, Oz's demons, etc. And Kaido it may also be an individual of a super powerful race. Kill, eat, digest. Regardless of its principle, he will know it after eating it. Under the gaze of Han Yan's bloodthirsty and different giant eyes, Kaido, who was awakened by the sting of O5 on the head on the ground, immediately got up. Thunder and lightning can't destroy his brain nerves. That kind of terrible recovery ability is really worthy of the power of a demon. You can't kill me. Kaido shook his stinging head, then the dragon scale-like tattoo on his chest gradually brightened, and his charred body quickly recovered. Yes, the Thunder Emperor dragon danced its terrifying body, and the violent force smashed this giant humanoid beast to the ground time and time again, knocking it into the air, sweeping it, and crushing it with heavy mountains. The terrifying hell of thunder and lightning is continuously released, but this guy will not only lose consciousness, you can wake up in seconds or minutes. In this way, it is really troublesome. Kaido, you can't beat it, go back to your new world. Don't die here unnecessarily. Whitebeard didn't know whether he was being sarcastic or provocative, but his words made Kaido's face worse and worse. Shut up, lousy. Kaido covered his whole body with scales and made a trembling sound. He jumped up suddenly and shouted, today I will show you who is the strongest. Quote, court death. The armament haki scattered, and the razor-sharp giant claws lingering in the endless pitch-dark thunder fell down. Kaido greeted it directly with its horn, and in an instant, Kaido's horn and the huge dragon claw were together. With the collision of power, the dark thunder paralyzed his whole body in an instant. Even though Kaido's body is so strong, it is still very easy to temporarily lose control of his body under the strange and piercing thunder and lightning. Although he tried his best to recover the damaged nerves, the dragon claws still tore apart. His scales were touched, there was a loud bang, and a shock-wave-like ripple was suddenly shaken in the air. And Kaido, like a stone thrown by a giant dragon, began to cut off the land in a straight line like a huge hurricane, and even the small island was slowly splitting apart. In an instant, the stream of light passed through the island and flew towards the distant sea. But before he crossed the island and fell into the sea, under Han Yan's control, a hegemony-level sea king suddenly jumped out of the sea and swallowed him in one bite. Next, Han Yan naturally doesn't think that sea kings can kill Kaido, but at least he can imprison that guy for a while, and now, it is the right choice to solve Whitebeard as soon as possible. Whitebeard, you can accompany him to your son, to hell. So fast. Ah, daddy. Seeing the scarred and charred corpses around, Marco and the others burst into tears. Before they came to Whitebeard's weak breath, a long dragon descended from the sky, its claws stepped on Whitebeard's body, and grabbed his scarred body together with the rock. Get out of the way. The voice was as cold as Juyu's cold air, and there was a rapid rakeage teleportation, and Han Yan's figure disappeared in the original open space. Just the next moment, a dazzling thunder streaked through the dark sky, and the gloomy atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield. A thunder dragon's shadow appeared in the sky, and it seemed that it would soon swoop towards the earth. The crackling sound of purple thunder and lightning gushed out of the dragon's throat, and soon the black-red body suddenly turned a deep purple, and the numerous thunder and lightning with thick arms shone around the dragon's body, making the gaps in the scale armor purple and glowing. Shaking knife cliff. The phantom is getting brighter and brighter, the lightning is beating faster and faster, the terrifying plasma is almost condensed into a solid body, and the black-purple lightning formed is matched with this terrible momentum, as if the space is vibrating and distorting. Whitebeard couldn't help sighing with emotion, but he was so surprised that he understood that 923 was really doomed this time, but he said loudly, "My sons. This is the only thing I can do for my father. You can do it." The space between Setsuna was broken. Lei Wanglong's figure gradually emerged, a purple flash that was clearly visible to the naked eye from the end of the dragon's tail gradually spread upwards, and soon reached the chest and the vicinity of the dragon's head, followed by a burst of penetrating the awe-inspiring momentum was born spontaneously. The knife cut that was enough to tear apart the sky cut away the phantom of the Thunder Emperor Dragon, but the next moment an endless sea of thunder descended on the ground. Destroy. Thunder Emperor Dragon's roar. In this critical moment, Whitebeard instantly judged how to respond to the situation. At this time, the Lei Wanglong falling in the sky was as terrifying as an asteroid, without any extra speed, the thunder and lightning comparable to the speed of light bombarded above him in 10 minutes. With the roar of the thick dragon roar in the sky, the terrifying deep purple Thunder Emperor Dragon rushed down like lightning, as if it was about to break through the space, and in the blink of an eye, I saw the Thunder Emperor Dragon thunderbolt. The phantom purple light is so bright that the terrifying sea of thunder that is enough to illuminate the sky rumbles in the sky. Thunder roared, dazzling like lightning. Soon one after another bloody gullies were formed on the ground, and soon, under the terror of the Thunder Emperor Dragon, a scorched black old man who spit blood, breath messy and weak fell to the ground. Whitebeard felt the danger, he yelled loudly at the less than 1,000 pirates behind him. Daddy. Chapter 69 The Arrival of Luffy. P.S. The pace is about to speed up, the plot is no longer in ink, everyone sit tight. After cutting off the Thunder Emperor Dragon, I have to say that you still have some strength. But, it's over here, it's time to end this farce-like game. Creak. The giant claws closed suddenly, and the sound of the bone fracture was clearly visible. It was especially ear-piercing on this almost silent battlefield. Daddy. BD Neptune, let go of Daddy. Everyone, right, rescue Lao Mang. Marco and the other captains became anxious, and even Ace on the execution platform struggled frantically with the iron chain. At this time, they kept rushing forward, trying to get back the Whitebeard in Lei Wanglong's hand. Whitebeard was about to die, and Ace's execution began again. Marine's executioner was already in position, and he swung his machete. With his limbs broken, Whitebeard spit out a mouthful of glaring blood with a livid face. This was the time. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Accompanied by loud shouts, on the sea area closest to Han Yan, a figure appeared like a bullet out of a gun. The Straw Hat Squad, who had escaped from the deep-sea prison, finally arrived at the battlefield. The people didn't arrive, but the sound came first. At this critical moment, Luffy stretched himself with the ability of Rubber Fruit, flew over in an instant, and landed firmly on the side of the square. This most surprising guy, finally at this moment showed up. Luffy helped the crooked straw hat, then landed on the open space, looked at Marco and the others who were surrounded by grief and indignation, then he blinked and turned around. A bright giant eye was looking at him at this moment. Han Yan. Luffy looked at Whitebeard and then at Han Yan, and suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip. Then he looked around in a panic, and found Ace kneeling on the execution platform and the raised machete. His pupils shrank, and then he yelled, "Ace, I finally saw you, we are here to save you." After searching around, Luffy's eyes finally fixed on the figure of Ace beside the execution platform, and he shouted excitedly. Luffy. Hearing his brother's shout, Ace's eyes widened, and he could only respond loudly. He really didn't expect that after Whitebeard, his little brother would come to such a dangerous place to save him. "Don't come here, get out of there," Ace yelled, and then looked at the figure of Lei Wanglong in horror, looking at the tiny Luffy under its feet, and suddenly became anxious. The sudden unexpected situation stopped all the fighting in the battlefield in the bay, especially Garp and Ace. At this time, Sengoku noticed the change of his old friend, hastily shouted. "Immediate execution, stop, stop it, Master Neptune, stop." Suddenly, under the eyes of everyone, a marine warship came from the side of the battlefield. Those above were actually a group of pirates with fearful faces. At this time, Shichibukai and Haishia Jinbei also jumped off the boat and quickly came to Han Yan's side. Looking at the tall dragon body, on the terrifying giant claws, Whitebeard's miserable figure. "What an annoying fly, get over you," Han Yan snorted coldly, then stretched out his giant claws, and when he was approaching the top of Luffy's head, he was suddenly blocked by a figure. "Murloc, are you going to betray me?" Han Yan raised his eyebrows, and there was a slight chill in his indifferent eyes. At this time, he stared at Haixia Jinbei, the Murloc, showing the murderous intent. BD. Murloc, you colluded with Whitebeard, and became a lackey of the world government. Then you have no need to survive, but can't you kill this dying old guy? The aura was locked on by the good Jout beard, and the real damage of that oppression caused the ground to crack again. Daddy, Neptune. As he spoke, Whitebeard turned his head and said weakly, I don't beg you to let them go, but I still hope you can give them a chance. You won't do anything out of the ordinary after you die. No, father, but you. Han Yan tilted his head and sneered, lifted Whitebeard who was almost unconscious, and then fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground with a bang. This is an order. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and a fierce aura oppressed Marco and the others, and then he smiled gently. Only this time, listen to Dad, save Ace finally, run as far as you can, and absolutely don't avenge me. Remember, you must not be wiped out. Daddy, really, another group of troublesome guys. Aokiji frowned, although without Whitebeard, these pirates are still difficult to deal with. What's more, although the Four Emperors Kaido was shot by the Ocean Emperor is still here, and now Marine's disadvantage is even more obvious. Jinbei immediately knelt down, and he begged in a voiceless voice, forgive me, it won't do you any good. Boss Neptune, you can't kill Whitebeard, rescue Ace, don't let Daddy's strength go to waste. Go, everyone, came Whitebeard's snarl. Marco and other captains stopped in tears, turned around, stared at the execution platform, gritted their teeth, and growled like a knife in their hearts. Brothers. Remember what Dad said. What are you looking at? Foolish sons, go, roar, you talk too much, PFF'd. A mouthful of scorching blood was spurted out, and Whitebeard tried to get up from the ground in embarrassment, and stretched out a hand to Marco and the others. Unfortunately, his limbs were almost broken, and he couldn't do it again. Standing up, he tilted his head and smiled at them. My sons. Leave me alone and save Ace. Chapter 70 Blackbeard Pirates. At this time, Jinbei looked at Whitebeard, then at Han Yan, and hurriedly said, Boss Neptune, when you were away, Mr. Whitebeard helped Mermaid Island a lot, and there are many others. He also liberated the Murloc slaves. For the sake of the Fishmen Island, stop it. The Fishmen Island. A wave of lightning quickly spread out, only to hear Jinbei groan, and collapsed on the ground in pain, and then Han Yan said coldly, it's really kind, colluding with human beings, and forgetting your own identity. Don't forget, the reason why the Fishmen Island can survive is because of our sea kings. Don't you want the Fishmen Island to be destroyed by your hands? I'm sorry. Jinbei opened his mouth, and fell down with a decadent expression. Jinbei is a member of the Fishmen Island in the Sea Emperor's forces, and at this time, he is helplessly grieving. After all, he also has to think about the Fishmen Island and his compatriots. Dire run away. Shichibukai Gecko Moria licked his claws, and then rushed up first when the members of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over. The more chaotic the scene, the better for him. That would give 883 more hope of survival. At this time, the Grand Line, Marineford battlefield. First, the withdrawal of the three Shichibukai, Empress, Doflamingo, and Hawkeye, followed by the entry of the Sea Emperor. The original war has undergone earth-shaking changes. On the Wantu battlefield, the two armies originally fought, but the intervention of the third force has changed the situation. Marine was fine, except for the casualties of 80% of ordinary soldiers, 3 admirals and a few vice-admirals survived. As for the Whitebeard pirates, except for less than 5 captain-level pirates, all others died in the hands of Marine or Neptune. The aftermath of the battle alone killed no less than 1,000 people. This is the battlefield. With Lei Wonglong, a nuclear bomb-level destructive weapon, all plots and schemes are superfluous. The worst, that is, Whitebeard, can be said to have suffered heavy losses. Next is the Marine, and then the Sea King's side. At this time there are 0 casualties. 0 casualties. No. The electric wave suddenly interrupted a thread. Han Yan and his subordinates were like fought trees. At this time a branch broke, which meant the death of a hegemony-level Sea Kings. It's Kaido. That guy ran out, from in the stomach of Sea Kings. Hey, but soon he will die. At this time, the war is still going on, and the chaos between Marine and pirates has not stopped. There is not only one Marine master. Aokiji, Kizaru, Vice Admiral and a group of generals similar to Smoker are still alive. Their strength should not be underestimated, but the Whitebeard pirates have no way out now. Even if the way forward, no matter how difficult it is, you can only press on without hesitation. Die. Suddenly, Lei Wonglong raised Whitebeard's figure. Then began to use force gradually, and in this idle time, a bloody mist of energy emerged from the scales and gradually spread to Whitebeard's body. Claw la 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 la. Neptune, I lost to you after all. The dull atmosphere, the battlefield full of scars, and the figure in the sky showed an unyielding laugh at this time. The torrent of the new era is about to pass, sweeping everything in the era of great pirates, and the things of the old era are also blowing away with the wind. The last shadow will also be terminated at this moment. Even if the blood relationship is cut off, their flame will never go out. Like this, it has been inherited from the distant past, and in the future, one day, someone will carry the hundreds of years of history on their backs and present it to the world. Issue a challenge. One Piece. Real. The fierce tiger of the old era uttered its final roar, echoing the voice that resounded through the world more than 20 years ago at this moment, once again ringing the bell of the world and advancing the new era on the track of time. The man who once confronted the One Piece King on this sea, the man who once fought against the Sea King's army, and the human being who fought inseparably with the Sea King. He died at the age of 72 in the deathmatch between humans and Sea Kings in the world's greatest battle that broke out in Germany. Whitebeard, the great figure who once carried the entire era of great pirates, left a way out for his children at the last moment, and closed his eyes with a smile at this moment. Until the last moment, Han Yan left him with the dignity of a strong man. Even so, its haughty back, or the sound of a pirate, did not leave any shame of fleeing. Created by Han Yan, the old era is still coming to an end. But, the new era is named, Sea Emperor. Long Xiao's intimidation was like an invisible giant hand of terror. At this time, holding the hearts of countless people, looking at the giant Haki dragon under the thunder and lightning on the battlefield, and the battlefield shrouded in destruction and noble atmosphere, Han Yan at this time has completely left an indelible impression on the hearts of countless people. Annihilated impression. Buzz. There was a loud noise, and the island vibrated under the terrifying power. The Sea Emperor raised his giant claws, and then tore the ground, and when he was about to throw Whitebeard into it. Thieves, ha 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 ha. It's been a long time, I've become more Haki, Neptune, Han Yan. On the other side of Marineford, Blackbeard and his crew appeared in front of Roy, while Sengoku, Garp and other high-level executives also walked aside, looking a little dignified. Teach, UBD. The members of the Whitebeard pirates glared at the group of people who came out swaggeringly, and then roared. You nasty BD, you still have the face to show up here. Dad was killed by you, I will kill you. Thief, ha ha ha, kill me. Blackbeard laughed contemptuously, then ignored the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, he watched Han Yan solemnly throwing Whitebeard into the pit. Live in the sea, die in the sea, just let your body sink with the island. Chapter 71. The Power of Instant Kill. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading Armament Haki. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading Observation Haki. Congratulations to host for getting the Paramesha Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit. Absorb, strip. After absorbing all of Whitebeard's strength, the last Han Yan left him a complete corpse. The battle that has been fought for more than 10 years has finally come to an end today. Humanity. But when someone seemed to be calling him, Han Yan's eyes turned cold, and then he gradually turned around. In fact, Blackbeard didn't know that the moment Han Yan saw him, the thought of killing him already appeared in his heart. As long as the power of Thunderbolt breaks out in an instant, he will be crushed by Han Yan in an instant, and Blackbeard's forces will naturally be easily killed. Neptune, maybe you don't remember me, but I know you very well. While talking, Blackbeard walked over laughing, and then came to Han Yan, and said, I saw the war between you and Dad more than 10 years ago. After so many years, I'm still so invincible, and I'm still just an unknown guy. Really, you're here to avenge Whitebeard. How dare you? Thief, ha ha ha. Neptune, why don't you give me Whitebeard's body, and I'll take the others and leave right away, how about it? After a while of silence, Blackbeard laughed, but judging from his slightly trembling body, he was already in a state of extreme tension. He is not willing to grab something from the Sea Emperor unless it is absolutely necessary. Little guy. Han Yan squinted his eyes, and while gathering the energy for the next big move on his body, he looked at this bold guy with interest. It seems that you don't understand how death is a dreadful thing. Neptune. Blackbeard's expression changed. He stepped back a few steps, covered his front with his hands, and then made a defensive posture. Things have developed to this stage, and Blackbeard can't stand it anymore. Failure is death, and success still has a chance. He roared and bent his left arm. Then, let me show you the fruit power I dream of. Blackbeard backed away, and then shouted. A column of black air was released from his body, went straight to the sky, and then retracted back to his body, making the black air on his body a bit more intense. What the hell is this? This ability. Seeing more and more scenes in the surrounding squares surrounded by black air, other people felt a bad feeling in their hearts. The black air continuously released darkness to the ground, and people or things touched by the darkness would be killed. Suction sinks, and compression crushes. And to see the range is very wide. Be swallowed by darkness, thief, ha 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 ha. With Blackbeard laughing loudly, the dark aura gradually approached Han Yan's position, seeming to swallow all the lightning around him. Dark. Lei Wonglong swung its giant tail and sneered. Although the land was greatly restricted, his strength was reduced by about 50%. However, it is still easy to deal with a little guy. 900 million volts lightning shoe. In the sky, ferocious thunder and lightning enveloped the surrounding area in an instant, and the terrifying power, like the man-eating mouth of a monster, descended from the sky. Before Blackbeard was startled, a huge thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit him fiercely, blasting a big hole in the surrounding ground. Lightning and darkness came into contact, and the Thunder Emperor Dragon, who originally thought that Blackbeard would perish, was about to stop, but at this moment, the black hole that appeared suddenly absorbed the elements of lightning bit by bit. At this moment, it also confirmed that Dark Fruit is the nemesis power of Logia and other capable users. Thief, ha 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 ha, are you surprised? Your lightning will be swallowed by my Dark Fruit, so why are you, Neptune? Seeing Blackbeard twitching and moaning on the ground, Han Yan sneered. Even though he is a dragon, he has strong defenses, but he still has weaknesses. What's more, after eating Lei Wonglong's million Jin tail slash, it would be double the pain to bounce back on Blackbeard's body. Even if he survived, he would suffer great mental torture. Sengoku squinted his eyes, looking at that tough, sinister, cruel and greedy guy, but seeing him being defeated by the Sea Emperor like a clown, I don't know what I'm thinking at this moment. 0. Asking for flowers. With a puff, Blackbeard spat out blood that was 10 feet high, and his limbs fell to the ground. His bones all over his body seemed to be shattered. He lay on the ground, and he shouted in an extremely weak voice. Soon, after the thunder and darkness disappeared at the same time. The dust scattered, Blackbeard's embarrassed figure stood outside the pit, his body was surrounded by strange black air, his hair was blown up, and everyone in the Blackbeard pirates also came behind him with vigilance and shock. Captain, this monster. Suddenly, a phantom flashed by, and Blackbeard's eyeballs popped, as if he was hit by a heavy mountain, and he retreated like a kite with a broken string, vomiting blood. Too strong, Sea Emperor. Marshal D. Teach. Elemental immunity means that your physical defense is weak. Otherwise, you are not human. Whoa, what a cruel Haki. Han Yan exhaled coldly, with a strange look in his eyes. Second kill. But who is that person? Just now I saw that black air in the sky was terrifying. Quote ? Quote. These former great pirates looked at each other, and they all saw surprise and fear in each other's eyes. Human beings are more or less afraid of unknown and terrifying power, which is basically possessed by any creature. What's more, Longwei itself has a certain degree of deterrence. Under the lightning bite, even if you are fully covered with armed colors, you will not be safe and sound. I am amazed. Chapter 72 Sea King's Battle. Body shape, representing strength. Although it is not absolute, in the world of pirates, except for the red hair, all the strong 4 emperors are giant creatures. Even Blackbeard is almost 3.5 meters tall. However, at this time, under the huge body of the dragon, Blackbeard looked extremely small. Hurry up, do you want to watch me die? Seeing the approaching figure of the gigantic beast, Blackbeard's body lying on the ground suddenly got up and kept going backwards, speaking with a terrified expression. Only just now did he realize how far the gap between himself and the Neptune is. In the original book, the bloodless Whitebeard could easily kill Blackbeard, although he couldn't bear to do it in the end. But 070 is different from the Neptune. Han Yan has absolute power, and it happens to be the enemy that Blackbeard fears and fears the most. What's more, Blackbeard knows very well that he wants to survive this ferocious monster and fight in the magma. Swimming is no different. Boom. A precise bullet was fired from the gun of Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, known as Supersonic, wearing a scope in his right eye, and shooting very quickly. The pitch-black bullet pierced through the barrier of the air, and instantly landed on the delicate steel scales surrounded by purple air. The moment before the bullet touched the scales, it was instantly crushed by the lightning that protected the body. Captain, I'm here to save you. Looking at the body of the giant dragon, Bargas gulped and spit, and then relying on his large and powerful body, he quickly came to the side of the dragon, before he could punch him. The piercing tailbone pierced through his hope in an instant, and the next moment, under the control of lightning and special suction. Bargas looked at the blood-filled mouth in horror, and in the blink of an eye, a cloud of smoke followed, and was completely destroyed in the storage bag of the terrifying dragon's mouth that was combined with thunder and fire. Blackbeard, your crew is very brave. You have found a bunch of good guys. At least, the taste is okay. The dragon claw stepped on the ground and made a rumbling sound. Immediately afterwards, Han Yan gradually opened his huge mouth, and the dark white dragon teeth also appeared. Hey, how can we be opponents with such a guy? Careless. This is not an opponent of our level at all. Nonsense. I just got out of prison, and I don't want to die here. Quote. At this time, the mysterious moon hunter Katarina Tipo, the huge battleship San Juan Wolf, the wine barrel Bosco Short, and the villainous King Abalo Pizarro looked at each other, especially that huge battleship San Juan Wolf. At this moment, he looked at the raised upper body of Lei Wonglong, and then saw that he was only half a waist away from the opposite side, felt the terrifying power, and was a little scared, stepped back. Master Neptune, we are willing to join your majesty. That's right, you are much stronger than this guy, and we are willing to help you. Betrayal is betrayal. This sudden situation caused Blackbeard's face to gradually change. Looking at these guys who came carefully to his feet, Han Yan laughed contemptuously. The gigantic dragon's laughter was very strange and peculiar, thick and loud, and that intangible aura of intimidation also radiated. No, I don't need trash. Han Yan moved his footsteps lightly, and then the giant claw fell down, and it was about to destroy Blackbeard. No, don't kill me. Lord Neptune, please, don't kill me. I am willing to be your subordinate. Please let go of my star eyes. Blackbeard looked at the condescending dragon, and the unwillingness in his eyes became more and more intense. The efforts of these years flooded into his heart like a tide. Could it be that all these years of hard work have been in vain? I am really not reconciled. Thinking of this, a will to survive captured his heart, making him make a move that surprised Han Yan. That's not necessary anymore. Seeing Blackbeard begging for mercy on his knees, Han Yan didn't give him any chance at all. In other words, Han Yan himself would not leave behind any threatening enemy, even if it was just an ant. Never let it go. What's more, as long as you are a strong person, you would rather die than beg for mercy in such a low voice, but those who can do this are either a wimp who is a strong outsider, or a hero who can endure humiliation. Blackbeard obviously belongs to the latter, who can lurk in the Whitebeard pirates for many years without a name, and then win the dark fruit in one fell swoop. Can a person with this kind of courage be a waste? Ah, go to hell. Annihilation black hole. A huge pitch black hole appeared in front of Blackbeard, but in the face of this force, Han Yan spewed out a dragon's breath of lightning flames. But the power to destroy everything in an instant is too great. It will cover the black hole in an instant, and only 10% of the power is enough to destroy Blackbeard easily. The dust was exhausted, and the ruined cave appeared in front of my eyes. And the hero Blackbeard, who lived on fire and tasted courage, finally ended his dream. The giant dragon suddenly fell down, and a roar of dragon roar resounded through the sky. Lei Wonglong shouted loudly, "It's time to end, the new era belongs to the Sea Emperor. But, let's show you the power of Calm Belt. Woo woo woo." 2.3. Like the whistle of war, countless huge black shadows gradually emerged from Wangyang Sea, and the scene in the bay gradually became chaotic. Whether it was marine or pirates, all of them stared wide-eyed in horror. The dense sea fog in the distance obscured their sight, but they could still be seen. In that white mist, there was a terrifying super-large Poseidon. Exclamation mark! The Sea King's group, carrying violent wind and waves, emerged from the bottom of the sea at this time, gradually revealing the surface of the sea. Some of them straightened their stalwart bodies, looking down at the tiny humans on the shore. Some of them had scarlet eyes, showing bloodthirsty killing intent. Just such a group of terrifying sea monsters, hundreds of them appeared one after the other at this time. Chapter 73 The End of Marineford. Sengoku could clearly feel that when those Sea Kings surfaced, there was a chilling sound all around. It is no wonder that anyone who encounters such a terrifying scene will really despair. Army attack. The dragon is in command, and the Emperor of the Sea stands on the shore and looks down at all beings. At the edge of the battlefield, countless Sea Kings emerged from the sea in the bay and climbed onto the shore. Those monsters, whose bodies were half the size of an island, looked like a group of tigers surrounding a mouse. "Kill it. The more you kill, the stronger I will be." Han Yan sneered, then retreated quietly, turned around and poured into the embrace of the sea, and invisible predators shrouded the shore of Marineford. As long as a creature dies, he can absorb life force. Whether it is eaten by Sea Kings or not, it is not important to Han Yan now. As the huge figure of Lei Wonglong dived into the sea, countless gigantic monsters of the 1,100-meter level with strange shapes and hideous appearance rushed up 05. During Setsuna, the sky collapsed, and the island seemed to be roaring. The ground was torn apart, and tsunamis soared into the sky. The real disaster came to Marineford in an instant. "All fight!" Sengoku yelled loudly, then waved his hand, and soon, several iron-blooded soldiers hurried down. And the steel army of the pacifists has finally shown its face again. The orderly mechanical steps moved forward, and at the same time, with the sound of rumbling waves, the Sea King's army rushed out of the sea one after another. Laser cannon ready, launch! Under the signal of Marshal Sengoku, Zhang Taowen shouted loudly, and many laser beams sprayed out from the mouths of these mechanical legions. Although their speed is not fast, the power of the laser beam is not weak at all, let alone the target of Sea Kings. There is no problem of empty space at all. You don't seem to be worried at all. Garp, it's time. Sengoku calmly pulled Garp back, but at this time, Luffy, Blackbeard pirates and others on the battlefield were innocent and became the most dangerous junction. The front is the naval headquarters, and the back is the Sea Emperor's army. They are all dead anyway. They are just struggling to survive in the center of the battlefield. After all, when the two sides are fighting, they will kill regardless of the enemy. Leaving aside the shock of Luffy and others, after the volley of pacifists ended, the action of Sea Kings also began. Roar. The first to attack was the unknown Sea Kings, who seemed to be commanded by someone, and the Poseidon women who were in the back row climbed onto the shore one after another. It was a super deep-sea bird-shaped Sea Kings over 100 meters tall, with iron-gray scales covering the whole body, gleaming under the sunlight. The most surprising thing was that the ferocious aura on the body clearly showed that it was a Sea King. The fearsome overlord who has been fighting in the Calm Belt all year round. As it comes, move a little, and the air and the ground will tremble with its horror. As for the people, they have already revealed the deepest fear in their hearts. The Sea Kings opened a huge spiral mouth with sawtooth, and on the Sea King's sawtooth, which resembled a bird's beak, was a pair of vicious eyes full of bloodthirsty. At this time, this ferocious and powerful Sea Kings directly rushed up from the sea. Although it didn't have strong giant claws, the bird pecks could easily serve as the most powerful weapon. It opened its weird and terrifying bloodthirsty mouth, and then rolled over again, crushing many pacifist troops. For the terrifying power of the pacifists, if the Sea Kings is hit head-on by the laser beam, it may leave a scar, but if it is crushed by the size of the Sea Kings, the pacifists will definitely end up in ashes. And soon, the bird-shaped Sea Kings closed its huge mouth, taking dozens of marines' lives in an instant, and there were many similar situations that happened in other places. The three admirals and many vice-admirals were standing together, trying to prevent the Sea Kings from attacking. On the other side, Marine and the pirates are also dealing with several overlord-level Sea Kings. Roar. With fins that are tens of meters long, huge feet that resemble murlocs appear. Every time it falls to the ground, there will be violent tremors on the ground. This is a sea giant. It is covered with ferocious blue scales, and it looks like a race of demons. It has no hair, but on the fish-like head, there are a pair of hidden the blood-colored eyes with bloodthirsty light can only be described as terror. At the end of its thick arms with spikes and fins were 100-inch long sharp claws, each like a spear made of steel. There was a deep roar, as if the air was whimpering. The Sea Kings have a strict hierarchy, and those who come into battle in the first wave are usually the Sea Kings with calm belts power at the bottom. But don't underestimate their power. The 3 Admiral-level Super Sea Kings, Antoine, Golden Belt Ichthyosaur, and Dehei, are still secretly standing by the side of the sea at this time, surrounding the entire Marineford in a 4-corner direction with the Sea Emperor Dragon. As long as Han 617 speaks a word, the 3 terrifying monsters activate their power at the same time, and Marineford will be smashed instantly. But at this time, while directing the battlefield, he digested the power that came from swallowing. For Han Yan, it was not an easy job. Kill, accompanied by a deep voice, and under the spread of the video phone bug deliberately driven by someone, Shira's hellish battlefield reappeared in the world. When people saw the terrifying Sea Kings ravaging and slaughtering Marine and the others, all that was left was panic. My god, on the sea, who would be the opponent of that giant dragon? Perhaps, this monster can really rule the world. This era is called the Emperor of the Sea. However, people can no longer see that kind of fierce battle. I saw a group of small human beings, wrapped inside and outside by the ruined buildings, 100,000 Marine elites, and at this time there were more than 1,000 people left with blood that stained the ground red, as ferocious as evil ghosts from hell. With the sound of a whistle, the terrifying conqueror's Haki once again swept across the entire battlefield. The powerful power shocked everyone around, and the next moment. That's it, Neptune, you have gone too far.